gamers, Valorant enjoyers, and LAN lovers. Welcome everyone to the Streamers League LAN Day 1. We have the group stage going on. I'm Janiro, your host for today and for tomorrow as well. I'll be with you, but honestly, let's just jump right into this action. First of all, every single one of these players have traveled quite far to come over to the gorgeous city of Wrocław. We're all here today to play this LAN, and let's be completely honest, they are representing their home countries. However, as of yet, we haven't seen them play against each other, which brings up quite a bit of competition. Because I hear you wondering, Jeannie, what is on the line exactly? And let's have a look, because it's going to be a total of 20,000 euros. The first team is going to be walking home with 10,000 euros, Twitter bragging rights, and of course, a pretty nice trophy as well. So that's something nice to be taking home. But without further ado, we have the casters available today. We got the incredible RJ and Haza on the mic for the first game. So casters, you know what to do.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Jeannie, and hello there, everyone. It's going to be our pleasure, of course, to talk about this whole thing over here, right? Discuss the beautiful Valorant Streamers League. Hazza, my dear friend, my dear co-commentator, are you excited?
I mean, I think excited is a bit of an understatement, RJ. We're finally here in the flesh after 2 months of qualifiers across all of the regions. We finally get to see them clash against each other in this LAN setting, so I can't wait to get started.
It's going to be tons of fun. And just to reiterate, of course, it is I, RJ, with me, the lovely Hazza JC. I couldn't wish for a better co-commentator. And right now, we're getting excited for this. We've not seen Mugi live on broadcast, but we have been keeping tabs on him here in the venue. Yeah. And that was the first match that, due to some technical difficulties, was not able to be broadcasted. But no biggie there. Mugi made sure it was a quick affair. 16 or 13-6, twice over. Which I think just kind of brings the point home, right? Mugi, they've made for a beautiful start, and now they're going to be facing up against Thorek, the vote in via, obviously, the HyperX wildcard. An exciting prospect, and something that I wonder about, right? How is he going to handle this? How are they going to do this?
I think that is really the most interesting thing about this matchup. Poland as a region was very, very strong. I think it is fair to say there are a number of teams which probably could, and not necessarily should have been at this stage, but would definitely be deserving of that place if they made it that far. So it will be interesting to see how they fare up, if they are really a second string team, or what they can bring forward to the table, essentially. But Mugi, they've put down a real landmark. 2 13-6 wins, like you said, is a great way to start things off, especially against a strong Targonka team in their own right.
Absolutely. I even remember back in the qualifiers, right, you had Mugi booking results like 13-2, 13-3. Clearly a team that is to be feared, but maybe Thorek can surprise. After all, they might not have made it into the actual LAN, but they were saved by the HyperX wildcard. That's what brought them here. A lovely, lovely opportunity. And we've actually also got a video ready for the most feared opponent that we've seen so far. So let's go ahead and take a look at that at Team Mugi.
And here is the lineup, of course, the 5 players representing Greece. Team Mugi, of course, we have Wombo, Shinshi, Mugi themselves, Narsil, and Nayaru. So, I mean, what have you got to say about these players, some of the agents that we may end up see them picking coming into this game? I think something to note, which we saw from the Targonka game, is this is a very versatile team. They're capable of playing a myriad of agents each, and I think that gives them a lot of adaptability in terms of what we can expect to see from them. Fade being another one of the agents that they've recently brought into their compositions, being a new feature since we started these qualifiers. How do you think that could affect their gameplay coming into this second series of the day?
Yeah, I wonder really, because indeed you speak about the right things, and I like that dynamic in a team as well, that they know when to play which agent. But from Mugi, we can expect maybe that, you know, Sky Sage plays, something to come out from him, right? And in general, all going through these lineups, you see the, in my eyes, classic agents usually returning, right? You got your Jet, you got your Sova that's coming on through. So we've got that steady basis that Team Mugi likes to play off, and that really works for them because obviously, they've made it here and they've already made a great, showing today, getting that 2-0 in the best of 2 that they played at the beginning. So expect some maybe back to basics feelings with the agents, but do still expect some top tier Valorant.
Yeah, of course. I think we get a chance now to look at Team Thoric as well, so what they have on offer for us. So that should be coming up.
And here we have them, the beautiful lads, of course, right in front of the beautiful, beautiful venue that we've got right here, Barbara, of course. If you're in Wrocław, well, first off, you're lucky to be in Wrocław because it is a beautiful city, but definitely feel free to head down as well. We'd love to have you here. Team Thoric, of course, may be looking at a slightly more difficult situation, but not to be discounted. They also put up some pretty impressive results regardless of that. But I do want to say, right, Team Thoric, looking at this, the first thing that comes to mind, it is the fact that they were voted in with the HyperX wildcard. And it makes me worry a little bit. It makes me think, okay, they had that HyperX wildcard, like, is this not going to put them too much below their opponents? Is there not going to be too much disparity?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're going to want to try and prove themselves that they aren't just a second-string side, that they're not simply here to put up the numbers. And that's what this is all about, right? This is why the first day, to me, is so exciting, because I feel like a mad scientist in the lab, right? We've got all these experiments going on. Who is going to come out on top? And yeah, Thoric, this is a great opportunity for them to prove themselves, not only in this competition, but against a team that has already shown that they're capable of winning.
Absolutely. That's kind of the main vibe that we're getting. Mugi, they've made a dominant showing so far, dominant performance. Team Thoric is going to have to change that up, right? And looking at Team Thoric at the very least, I'd say, as I spoke about the classic agents that you can expect from a Team Mugi, Team Thoric likes to play that differently, right? Thoric himself actually coming in with that Fade pick, for example, something that is, the newest agent that we've got right now. And that can actually do quite a lot, in my opinion. Having that new agent is going to give a great chance maybe to upset the lads from Team Mugi right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fade is a great agent to be picking at this time in the meta. Having 2 Prowlers means that you can clear so many close corners. Similarly to the way that Skye would work with her Trailblazer, or maybe even a Sova drone. Both of those have felt recent changes, at least with the Sova drone, means you don't get the same kind of value out of it anymore. But it's really great to have in your lineup.
Absolutely. I think that does a lot for those players. The fact that they can get to change things up with that, surprise a little bit perhaps, but most of all find the important impact that they need right now, because that's what you want to find, that's what you want to see. You want to get these players actually able to outwit one another. Counter-strategy is one of those aspects in the game that is vital, and if you don't do that, then you're going to be punished for it. Then a team is just going to read you very quickly and say, oh, but they're always going to push this side, or they're always going to be at this angle, so they're just going to read you like an open book.
That's something interesting to note as well, how much preparation have these teams put in ahead of the LAN qualifiers? Because, they're streamers. You don't want to stereotype them as being the lax kind that'll sit around and maybe not put in the work. But because I think we've already seen that's far from the case. Mugi looked well prepared coming into this one. But, yeah, you have to question. Maybe there'll be some kind of anti-stratting that's been put forward by these teams. And maybe with that extra preparation, they could be well posed to pick up a result here.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, right now, the way that it's looking, I'm just ready to be surprised as well. We've got a really exciting matchup. It's so lovely to actually be here in the beautiful city of Wrocław on this LAN, seeing these people go up against one another and finally getting a chance, right, to just kind of bring the point home. Maybe Team Thoric will actually be that underdog. Maybe they'll be able to surprise us and say, hey, but you know what? You guys discounted us, but you shouldn't have done that. You were wrong to do that.
Yeah. And I think, wild card is the perfect phrase, right? Because they really are a wild card. We don't know what to expect from them. And I just want to see a bundle of energy, if anything, right? An aggressive play style, get straight in the faces of Mugi and shake things up, right? Shake up the established order that we've seen from the game so far today.
Absolutely. There's always nothing like a good shake-up, just having that kind of change of pace, having something done differently to surprise. I believe for Thoric that's the main factor. If he can surprise and if he can say, look, these lads are going to not see this strategy coming whatsoever, and there's a great chance for them, and an important factor as well, right? The Greek qualifier came relatively late, so we can hope that Thoric actually took the effort, the time to watch that, to analyze, okay, Team Mugi looks so strong, but what actually makes them so strong, right? That's the question that they should be asking themselves. That's what they should have been analyzing, and I think that that's going to be the main factor coming into play, right? Countering those weaknesses, maybe going against those basic agents.
And I mean, you said about arriving late in terms of when that Greek qualifier actually happened. I think Team Thorek, if I'm not mistaken, arrived at the venue today. I wasn't sure if we had the B-roll or not. Of course, the fantastic Streamers League production team have sorted that out for us. But yeah, I mean, maybe that's something to factor in as well. You know, just as in traditional sports psychology, if you're turning up and you haven't had that time to climatize to the venue, maybe you know you're not going to put in the same kind of performance early on. And with the format that we have, 2 best of ones, I think in their own right, it's a best of 2 overall. But when you're playing 2 different maps like that, the way that it sets itself out, you'll have an inherent advantage for one team over another in each of the maps that you play. And it sort of is that one quick stab to see how much damage you can do, I suppose. So starting on the back foot when you have Mugi, who are already sat in their seats, established as they've played a couple games already, they're going to be feeling pretty warm on these setups.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Mugi as well, right? They were here on Thursday already, I believe. They had that time to acclimatize. They were feeling comfortable. They were feeling confident as well, right? We ran into them. And we ran into also the Romanian team, obviously, the Real Red. And it's also great to see these players coming together like that in this beautiful city of Wrocław. Obviously, you know, with this whole opportunity that has been created for them, thanks to also all the lovely sponsors. And I hope that that acclimatizing can actually make the impact, that actually can make sure that these teams have a chance now to, you know, get a chance to get this going, to have a showing and actually prove that they deserve to also be in this city. Now, I've been told that there is a lovely interview waiting, and obviously that is something that you definitely want to take a look at. It's going to be an interview between the 2 team captains, Thoric and Mugi, having a go at one another. Let's take a look at that.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have the interviewees lined up. We got Mugi representing Team Mugi, and we got Exi representing Thorek. So, first question is going to be, how are you feeling, Mugi, being here on LAN?
It's amazing. It's like a one-time experience. Nothing has ever happened like this for a Greek team in the past. And we're very, very, very excited about this whole thing.
Okay, well, good to hear. Exi, how are you feeling about LAN? Is it the first time, some experience?
I did play on a lot of LANs because I played CSGO, so I traveled on around like 50 LANs, so it's like nothing new for me.
Okay, exciting stuff. Experience versus a newbie. But speaking of experience, you guys actually won the first 2 best, like the first best of 2, the first 2 maps. How are you feeling coming into the next game?
We're feeling very good. We are always depending on a very good start. And we're really looking forward to the next games. We were very, very, very anxious before we came here, to be honest.
Okay, well, I hope the anxiety has died out a little and now you're ready to go. But I see you guys came at the HyperX wildcard, so you're really looking to perform here. What are you looking forward to from the LAN?
Like, we hope to get out of the groups, like to play on Sunday, and we hope to win some games and have fun.
Okay, having fun, that is definitely the theme here. But before I close this out, I'm going to ask both of you the same question. I'm going to start with you, Mugi, and that is, have you had any final words that you want to share with the crowd or maybe with people watching at home?
I want to say hello to the crowd in Greece and everybody who's sponsoring through, this thing through the stream, through Discord and everything. I know that there's a lot of guys who are waiting for us to come here and play. And the support has been amazing so far, and I can't wait to come back and have a LAN event, meet everyone, and have a very good time.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words. And I see you the same question. Any final words?
Yeah, well, I want to thank all the fans that came here to watch our team play. To watch our team play, and I hope we will show them some good things, yeah?
Well, thank you so much, both of you, for the interview. Good luck. All good sportsmanship already. We're going to be heading into the game, but before we do so, I'm going to be throwing it once again to RJ and Hazat. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. Lovely interview, as always, and it's great to see these lads just being so sportsman-like with each other as well, right? Just that handshake coming through and having that kind attitude as well. In general, shows that they're definitely, I think, in the right mental space to show up here. But I do want to highlight something there that was said that 50 lands plus experience, that's a dangerous thing now. That actually makes me perhaps think, did I underestimate the lads coming in from Team Thoric?
50.
I thought he said 50 plus lands.
I was going to say, I don't even think I could name 50 lands, let alone a 10.
Yeah.
But, you know, here's to hoping. I mean, look, as they've come through from the HyperX wildcard, they're going to have plenty of fans. And I mean, Magvire, one of the other casters who will be on the desk here later as well, you know, spoke very highly of Team Thoric. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they play. And as you quite rightly mentioned, if they're here to have fun, and as long as they're enjoying themselves, then I think that might show through in the performance.
Exactly. And I think that, you know, being in that right mental space, having that attitude of, look, I'm also here to just have fun, to enjoy myself. Having that enjoyment in the game, having that enjoyment in what you do, I think puts you way more at ease and gives them a great boost to just look ahead, to actually tackle this thing head on and make sure that they get this result right here. It's going to be, of course, depending on how everything's going to pan out, who actually plays the best effectively. Right now, I would argue that I still favor Team Mugi due to the strong performances that they've shown in the past, but I am ready to be surprised, right? I am sitting here and I always love an underdog story. So maybe Thoric will be that underdog and will actually show that they're not an underdog at all and that they've actually got the experience to back it up, to back up that performance.
Potentially. I mean, I guess this is the part where I give my thoughts on who I think might win. And you know what? It wouldn't be a desk without a little bit of conflict. So I'm going to go with Team Thoric here. I think on home soil here in Wrocław, the meeting place, Mugi may have met their maker, because I think, you know, this is going to be a very contentious first matchup. And yeah, look, I'll go with Thoric.
All right, now that's crystal clear. Then you believe in Thoric. Well, that's quite all right. I think, honestly, you know, that experience and the home soil, you make a very good point there, is not to be discounted, because obviously for them, they'll be feeling, indeed, in that sense, just that little bit more at home. Now, I don't know what you're like, Hazard, but I love to travel, so I can feel at home just about anywhere. But speaking of feeling at home, actually, an important thing also to be coming through, we've got the maps that they'll be playing on where the players will also feel the most at home. And it's a clear situation. Thoric, they decide to go for Fracture, whereas Team Mugi, they pull up the split pick. And I believe that that's something that we've seen before, haven't we?
Yeah, it certainly is. Split obviously being a map now with the introduction of Pearl soon in
exactly.
Updates to come.
It's going to go.
Won't be in the pool for much longer. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy it while you can. I think we're seeing some standard bans coming here from the players. I think Ascent going out straight away is interesting. I think a lot of the teams in the qualifiers across all of the regions felt very comfortable playing on that map specifically. And speaking to Mugi before the game, they typically tend to ban through Breeze and Haven. So seeing them go out of the pool as well is interesting. Coming into Fracture with that knowledge in mind is interesting, because I think with Breeze and Haven, you want to try and manipulate those rotates quite a bit. With so much expanse in that map on Fracture, how's that going to plan into the way that they set themselves out? How much of an advantage is Team Thoric going to get from that?
Yeah, it's a great question to ask. Honestly, I think that Fracture really will be a lot about that kind of movement as well, about, you know, where you can be located, the angles that you can play, the areas. What immediately comes to mind is also, you know, that gap, that cross that you can make in the middle. The positioning is going to be a lot, I believe, in this matchup, in that first map. And I wonder if Mugi will be able to read Thoric, that they can say, okay, look, this is where we can meet them, this is where we can expect them, and this is what we can do to go against them. Because as I've said before, and I will repeat it, I believe that that's what gives them the best possible chances. As meanwhile, the players are still getting into that mental vibe, you know, getting ready and making sure that they're good to go, that they can play at their very best.
Yeah, Team Mugi looking calm and collected. Mugi just setting himself up for another game here, and they just seem to be in the zone. That's really what you want to be. You want to be in that flow state where you feel comfortable coming into Fracture. Yeah, Team Thoric, they want to pick it up. It's their own map pick, and then Mugi, when we go over to Split, points mean prizes, RJ, and to get out of the group stage, you're going to need a healthy sum of them. Mugi have done themselves some favors by already finding a few, and something else important to note will be round differential. It's not just winning by itself, you know, the binary of that, but it's the manner in which you do it. And the fact that they've put up 2 13-6s already means that they're in a very healthy position to be progressing on towards those playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, I really do wonder as well if that isn't just going to give them the massive advantage to secure the rest of this day already, to secure that spot for tomorrow, right? Because that is the important thing. That's what they're playing for. A 20,000 euro prize pool. 10,000 euros to get if you make it to that #1 spot. I mean, dearie me. Mugi's definitely smiling about it. He's thinking about that prize pool already. That is crystal clear. Honestly, I do grant it to the best player at the end of the day, right? It's the best that may have it. And I think that in this situation, I'm going to stick by that point. Counter-stratting, reading what your opponent is going to do, you know, how they're going to say, okay, we're going to play Fracture this way. Yeah. That's going to be the main thing. But the experience that might be on the side of Team Thoric, that will be a big, I think, mountain to climb for Team Mugi. Yeah,
it certainly will. And going into Fracture now, I think we should speak just a little bit about some of the agents that we're expecting to see these teams drafting coming into it. The first couple really that spring to mind for me would probably be Breach and Viper, and I know that we have players here that are comfortable picking that up. On the side of Team Mugi, Shinsi would be that Breach player, but usually Nasi is the controller player, so I expect to see them on Viper as well. You know, we've seen teams adapt the compositions that they bring forward onto Fracture. Sometimes you'll get a Brim in there, for example, because you have that really heavy-duty utility, I like to call it. Those Sky Smokes lasting for so long. Those the Incendiary as well being the longest burning in the game that exists with an Orbital Strike. There's a lot that you can try and work into your post-plant there. So the question is, do they try and flex that into the way that they set themselves up a little bit, or do they go for that more standard play? Is that something that Team Torek maybe expect and buy into?
Ooh, well, I believe really the agent select is gonna do a lot, right? That's what's going to matter, and that's where the difference will be made. Honestly, when I look at the lineup that Team Thoric usually goes for, maybe it will be, for example, that Fade to make the difference. Although using it on a Fracture, I think that there's definitely possibilities for it, but I feel like, you know, looking at how things are usually played, you don't see her that much being picked for Fracture to my mind. So maybe there's going to be more in a Jet, more in a Sova, just the kind of default picks that might just be good enough to work out for Team Thoric.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Fade, we'll be much more likely to see that come into the split composition when we move to that map later on.
Absolutely.
So many close angles, and I think that's kind of like the way that Team Mugi likes to play. We saw how they played on Bind. Ascent has some of those areas as well, those tighter choke points where you can really bomb utility in. I think is also areas where Fade works a lot better as an initiator than an agent like Sova maybe would. You know, the drone still has value, but those Prowlers, the fact that you have 2 of them, I don't know if like we can maybe expect some kind of a nerf coming through from that, but yeah, as we're just waiting a little bit longer to get into this one, I mean, yeah, so Fade on Split would be one to think about. And then another agent, which we've seen pretty much omnipresent. I mean, you know, Jet now, with the changes to the Tailwind, isn't as potent as she used to be. Still, I think you could, there's a fairly strong, there's an incredibly strong argument, in fact, that, you know, she still has that value. You just have to be a bit more heads up in the way that you use it. Chamber still hasn't really felt those dramatic effects with the way that the Rendezvous is still active. The amount of times you can get that active within a round, I think the maximum is 7, which is ridiculous. That's an agent we can definitely expect to see. And on Fracture as well, I mean, teams getting the most value out of Chamber, I think, could be a real difference maker between the two, especially when we look at those eco rounds and what you can get out of the Headhunter and the Tour de Force, your favorite.
Yes, I know. I've been a stickler for the Tour de Force, right? Saying it in that special way that I do, because I'm a bit of a, you know, a little bit arrogant in that sense, because la-di-da, I can speak 5 languages, but that's not really what matters for today. I'm only speaking 1 language, English, so that's, you know, the most important thing. Sadly, I can't speak Polish. I'm really sad about that still. You know, I love being able to speak the native language of you know, the country that you're in. But I've been taught some things also that you cannot mention on broadcast for the people that are curious. But you know, the simple things as well are just really cool to learn and to try and use, even though the pronunciation is really challenging though. Like every time I read it and I hear it, I just have to try it a million times before I actually get it right.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting. I guess in that way, if you want to relate some Polish words maybe to a composition, I guess chamber would be like a pierogi pick, because it's very, very standard. You know, you've got your meat, you've got your carbs in there, your protein. Very, very simple stuff, and I think it's ridiculous how the meta has changed. The people really just love to pick into chamber, because he's not really, like, in my mind, when you think back to beta, early few versions of the game, like what I would personally consider to be a sentinel. He doesn't behave in that way whatsoever.
No.
The weaponry he brings forward is what makes him a sentinel, I suppose, because that is the stopping power that you get, rather than a trapwire or an alarm bot or something along those lines. So it's crazy how teams have gravitated towards it, but I guess we shouldn't really be surprised, because whenever you can add that extra firepower, it can always be so strong. And well, speaking of that, do you think there's maybe a chance we see a Neon? You know, she has her the overdrive as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that because I remember, you know, Neon is an agent that you do see pop up on Fracture sometimes. I believe that it is the A site where you sometimes get that sidewall created where, you know, you also deny the vision but at the same time kind of create that offensive purpose.
Yeah.
So for an entry, that can actually be really strong in my eyes. So really, we shouldn't discount Neon. It's just that obviously, you know, looking at the history here, Neon is not one that we've really seen picked so much in the past by either side, but it can still be done. It's absolutely possible. And honestly, I'm all here for it, right? I do love the fact that we get agents like Fade coming in, like Neon, just less utilized, you know, less, I think, valued, but definitely agents that still have so much to do, so much to bring to the table. And just agents that still have to get more into the usual, I think, rotation, the composition of teams. You know, same like what you mentioned with the chamber. It took people a while to actually pick up on him. I believe the American scene was a little bit quicker in that sense.
Yeah.
But once people over here in Europe picked up on him as well, well, that man just exploded.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's the same with Neon, but you know, there are positives and drawbacks of using Neon in a composition. I see a lot of the time you have these incredibly execute-heavy comps where, you know, you're pretty much throwing every single piece of utility you have at the site, taking control of it. And sometimes when these teams fall short is then in that post plant. If you're not able to really give yourself a substantial advantage, you trade out those players on the site, the defenders, they can come back in, maybe with the same comp, right? You know, but in the way it plays almost like an execute, the way that you retake that site. You know, you can put yourself in a compromised position. So it will be interesting to see if Neon comes through. I think it's Nairu on the side of Mugi that can actually flex that agent into their lineup. I mean, yeah, if they can get that value out of it, that's really going to be the interesting thing. We see that a lot as well. Sometimes when teams want to go off the beaten path, bring an agent in, maybe like Yoru, for example, we see it very few and far in between, but if you're not getting value out of that big change that you make, then it can be drastic. And I don't know if teams really want to experiment in this LAN stage or not, or maybe if they've got something up the back of their sleeve, you know, a trump card, a wild card.
A wild card, hey. A good question to ask. I believe really when you look at those kind of situations, right, you're at the LAN, there's a lot at stake here. You've made it all the way to this point, right? Keep in mind, there was so many qualifiers that went through this as well. To now actually get up to this point, to be at the LAN, that is just so exciting and that is so great. Is this the point where you want to risk to actually, you know, put in that wild tactic, go for an agent that you've almost never played? Are you going to risk that, really? I don't know if that's a wise thing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. And like you said, the meta has also evolved in the time that we've done these qualifiers. And, well, Fracture is the first map. We'll get a bit of a look at it here. The different sites, the way that it plays itself out. And, you know, one of the reasons why Neon is so good on this map is to do with those rotates. If you're on the attacking side, sometimes it can be quite hard to get all the way across, and having that high gear setup means that you've got speed, and well, we're straight in. Neon is in fact on the board, and we will be going into the first pistol round of this LAN matchup between Team Torek and Team Mugi, and it is Nairu on the Neon that will open up things with that first kill.
First blood has been found. Team Mugi versus Team Thorek, who will claim the first round. As right now, things kick off, but they still move at a bit of a leisurely pace. Team Mugi, though, they're definitely stacked on the right side as well. A relatively disregarded Team Thorek. Now, though, slightly moving back, waiting until they can find their way around. But a lurker has been sent out. The chamber is moving back toward that A side. So there's actually interesting times ahead, and it ends up being a bit of a fake out, a complete rotation, where maybe now there could be a chance for Team Thoric to catch Team Mugi off guard.
There is a trademark in position though, so they may be alerted to this move unless there's any way to navigate it. You know, sometimes if you bring Viper into the comp, you can use that toxic screen to evade it, but this isn't something they have available to them. So investing a Psy Smoke here could give away that position. There's already 2 players laying in wait. Shinshi preparing the fault line as that stack does still sit towards B, but as the utility comes through, the information is there. The Prowler will try and clear sight. Shinshi gets a whiff of some of these players, but can't land those shots. 20 seconds left on the clock. It looks as if that spike is going to be going down in a 4 versus 5. Just that first kill here so far.
And so it will fall. XC for now holding off that sideline, but absolutely not finding success with the headhunter. Wombo then following it up. Mousy is able to retort, but in the end it's Team Mugi that's looking a lot stronger. But Mousy, maybe there's a chance. A Frenzy can do so much, finds himself a 4K, but Mugi sticking the defuse, and he is not holding this, but will have a half. And that does enough to narrowly clutch out the first round for Team Mugi. But it was almost the ace on the first round of the entire, well, broadcasted LAN.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the nerves just start to set in a little bit there. You would assume that with Team Mugi having played a couple games already, they're feeling comfortable, but coming into this one, Team Thoric, yeah, they managed to get the spike down. They're at a deficit of 1 player, but they just didn't have those picks. Mousy, like a mouse lurking in the corridors, can't be trapped away, lured in by the cheese of the defuse in the end, but they get caught out. Mugi takes them down, and now Team Thoric back to the drawing board.
A bit of a shame, right, that they can't get that first round kickoff, because it is always an important one for your momentum, but they're going to give it their best on the next one. A Sheriff and a Classic, they put in the work. Headshots found, and Team Thoric immediately massively discounting Team Mugi, taking away those 2 players. Utility is solid. That Brim smoke will deny plenty of vision, but there is a peek out on it, actually. Mugi with the read finds himself the first kill, and Narsil aggressively moving ahead. Not, however, I think making enough noise right away to actually be detected, carefully checking the corners, and now moving on the heels. Is this going to be checked? This has got to be checked.
I mean, there's finally a player lurking in wait. It is Mousy there, the hero on the previous round, that's still not good enough to get anything done. Taken down. It was almost as if these players were creeping just outside the valence of those sound cues. Narsil will come charging in to make this retake work as fast as they can. Nitro's already hit 1 earlier with the Sheriff, but will be hard-pressed to do so this time. It's Thoric, the captain, only a Classic in hand now. We'll get that first reveal, but the shots just don't quite land. Finally gets 1, but the smoke is there for the defuse. Mugi will collect it and eventually clean things up. Second round on the board, but RJ, that was far from clean.
No, it's a little bit sloppy at the start, and I've got to give Mugi credit, you know, also as the captain apparently on defuse duty today. But he's doing a great job of it. Also the top fragger at the moment. 4 kills for him, 3 kills for Narsil. Also a rather heavy disparity there, but this is only early days. This is a mere second round. There's still so much Valorant fun to be had. Team Thoric, I think, just needs to have a little moment to counter things, to turn that advantage just slightly more into their favor.
Yeah, look at this right now. A huge committal towards A, but there's a push towards the other side of the map, up B long. Nairu's already made their advance. Trademark will alert the position, and that breach ult does come through the Rolling Thunder, but it's not going to catch anyone. Wombo does instead. A lovely headshot through that headhunter on XC. We saw how good the pistols can be if you isolate those fights, those overcommittals, and well, strength in numbers can be here for these players. They go charging on through and they take down Wonderman. Nitro does respond, but they're stunned out in this position, and the bonus, it's coming through from Mugi. They're getting these kills and making a serious advantage. Mousy left all alone, ill-prepared, ill-advised to hold from that corner, stunned to shreds. And another round taken down. The momentum carries through.
Absolutely. Consider all the bonuses that they now also take with them, right? It's free Vandals all around, you know. Oh, you want a Vandal? You shall have a Vandal, my dear friend. Team Mugi, a fantastic start so far. 3 rounds going straight their way. And ironically enough, the round where I believe, you know, they're actually worse off in comparison to their opponent is the round where they actually managed to win it in the nicest fashion so far. Some frustration, definitely understandable, I think, on that Team Thoric side so far.
Yeah, but on the opposite as well, Mugi, they're feeling it right now. You see those calls, the hunger, the passion, the lion roars.
Yeah.
Rolling, fault line will come through here. Naru stunned away, can't quite find it, but Wombo does trade. That flashpoint will keep them at bay for the time being. There is a rotate through once again, and Toric seems like a bit of an overcommittal. They are playing to their strength in numbers at this point in time, but leaves them very open. Nitro with a spam finds that one just about, and now they have an advantage in terms of players. That res does come through to even things out for the time being, and well, actually, they're going to turn on their heels and head out of there. Mugi does eventually lend things back to the side in the driver's seat at this point in time, but they're going to have to drive to the other side of the map if they want to defend this one.
I think, honestly, a little bit of a highlight there as well, right? Mugi actually got that half defuse at the end of the previous round, and that's what enabled him to get the resurrection in. Narsil with a beautiful triple hold, and Team Mugi with another rather clean round to come through. This is Team Thorek just not being seen right now. So far to be found, and I've got to say, Team Mugi, you know, I'm sorry, Hazza, you did predict Team Thoric, but hey, there's a reason why I believed in them. And to be this dominant on your opponent's map pick from the get-go, that says a lot.
It's certainly a fantastic start. Team Toric, they have time now to get into their element, but time, it continues to run out. The longer that this streak goes on for Team Mugi, not only will they feel more confident, Toric on the opposite side lacking that, and oh, look at the aggression.
Deary me.
Combined with the fault line, gets up nice and early. And, well, the early bird gets the worm, or the first blood in this case. They're just going to back on out. And the firing squad of players on the defensive side right now, the pushes they've been making for control have been so incisive.
I believe that really the fact that Team Mugi can go so aggressive now already that they actually have the, well, the daring to pull such a move, that says a lot about their mental, right? That also just says they are feeling ready. They are excited to keep this going and to say, look, we know where we are. We know what we want to do. And we're going to go for this fight. We're just going to go that aggressive. Doing that on your defender side, it is unheard of, really. In my eyes, Mugi just have that confident position. And they just know what they want. They know what they're going for.
Execute will come through. Orbital strike is well timed to shut them out, but no, just slip the net. Exi still loses their life. Incendiary will come in to delay that push even further. Twice as many players stand for Team Mugi.
30 seconds left.
Thoric, they're cut for options, stripped for opportunities, and they're gonna head back to A main, a position which they felt so comfortable in, but no matter how comfortable they are, they haven't found these results yet, and this is a round where they'll have to do so. See, the Nightfall does get invested.
Enemy remains.
Toric loses their life, and Wombo on a pivot will get a Wombo combo. A nice swift double makes it 5 in a row. This is a round where coming in with rifles on both sides and ultimates just now starting to become available, you wanted to see that investment early on from Team Toric. Try and put themselves at a real advantage, work with what they have going for them, but it just hasn't been the case. Still, that slow pace adopted by them, Mugi putting themselves on the front foot, very confident to play these combinations, put forward that aggression through Nairo and Shinshi, and it's worked out so magnificently for them.
Most certainly. So I'm just, you know, sad almost for Thoric, committing to that Nightfall, committing to that ult, and it just doesn't work. Wombo moves out the tour de force in his hand. Yes, there you have it.
C'est trop. Très bien.
Oh, look at that. You'd almost say that this is a lovely, diverse international broadcast, right? To be fair, you know, we've got a crew, we've got someone from Belgium, someone that is from the UK, but part Dutch, part Morocco. Like, I love the fact that esports can bring us together like that. Just like Nitro is able to return. Wombo will fall. Maybe a chance after all for Team Thoric. But then Nyaru moving ahead. Finds Thoric in the meantime. And Mugi getting someone caught out. The raise, though, not getting a chance. Mugi, never mind, not caught out at all. A triple kill for him. Gets him a fantastic result and his 6th round already. And honestly, I do love the fact that in the beginning you had that slight disparity, right? You just had Mugi and Narsil getting the results. But now, as things progress a little bit further, Wombo's coming up to that height, you know, Nyaru's getting there. Everyone's kind of putting in the work. Let's not talk about Shinshi a little bit too much, but hey, it could be worse. Exi hasn't gotten a single kill.
I mean, you say that about Shinsi, even if they don't have those raw kills impact in that sense.
The support.
They've constantly been present across the map. And yet again, we see that fault line invested towards A main to slow down this push. And with information being probed elsewhere, Nairu already on the hunt towards Dish. There's information in their hands. That rotate will be coming through. And they should be prepared to defend, or at least try and play for a retake here, because that showstopper has bought quite a lot of space, so much raise utility in towards the defender's spawn position, and for the first time, Torek come into this post plant without being at a player disadvantage. How can they work this?
This could be their first chance, but we'll have to see. It was a really nice setup with the abilities, but it'll be Shinji to take the first kill now. C and Thorek, however, returning, claiming, keeping the player advantage. Naru swinging out, finding the double. A good chance here, a 2v2 that remains. The spike is ticking down. Nitro, I was about to say get something, but never mind. Eventually it will be there. Wombo tapping the spike, but eventually Wombo caught out by Nitro. And finally, Team Thorek claim their first round. And immediately you can hear the fact that we are in a Polish city, in a Polish venue. Some cheers from the crowd to come through. Obviously, Team Thorek, they are in home ground, at home soil. And let's hope that now this can propel them further to claim a couple more rounds.
They could do with that Polish propulsion. Polska Gorom, I think, is the phrase.
Yeah.
Getting that noise going, some of that energy pumping will be huge for them. And nicely played here. Nitro's just going to use their blast pack to swing out, clean things up, and the players will be happy about that one. A couple of claps as well behind them to give them that extra support. And I think the key thing to note, RJ, better late than never. This could have got a lot worse than it already is. We haven't seen a timeout invested either, so they still have that available to them. And speaking of things available to them, that Tour de Force has been invested, and it is XE that will be looking for this opening engagement up against the operator on the other side, but it's Nitro that falls first instead. Speaking of propulsion, they've got none left. The tank is empty. It looks as if Wombo is hunting for more because they found the head of the snake. Torek drops, and just like that, they may have found the first round, but they may have to wait a little longer to get that second on the board.
XE's moving out now, however, spots out Shinji and will get his first kill through. Some further operator support coming ahead, but Mugi now to take out XE. Sadly, the ultimate had not that much chance to shine. As Mugi's find the double and Narsil to get the second to last kill. Team Mugi quickly responding to Team Thorek's, I dare say, incidental round that they claim. Let's hope, though, that at the very least, regardless of the economic struggles, maybe Team Thorek can make something out of this. There's a breach ult that might be coming into play. That's something. But altogether, obviously, we'll have to be honest, Team Mugi is still looking incredibly strong. Reserves, you know, need I even speak of it? I mean, there's just everything that is definitely going smooth on the Team Mugi side. Free ults available as well, by the way. Don't forget that either.
Yeah, they've got the full repertoire, and Wombo is already in position. Narrowly misses out on Nitro as the flashpoint strayed. This looks to be a lot faster of an execute towards A. That breach ult, the Rolling Thunder, is also available if needed, and it will be committed towards the side. Nitro flying in on the blast pack to see what they can find, but there's nothing there. These players have retreated. They're going to be playing for the retake. They have a breach ult of their own. And that spike goes down. 5 versus 5.
Eventually, the first engagement comes through. XE finds Nyaru, however, Narsil catches twice. Finds that double kill. Maybe Nitro to come through in a moment. Hiding in the smoke. Can at least take out Mugi. A 3v3 remaining, but now Nitro, someone caught out. Pressured and throwing those paint shells haphazardly around. Narsil, though, on the triple. Mousy trying to hold things off. And dearie me, Narsil gets so much room to move with. Shinji now in a tense 1v1. The spike keeps ticking, but eventually Mousy clutches it out. And it will be Team Thorek to find the second round. Quick enough to return now after Team Mugi gets a round back.
Nitro leading the scoreboard for Team Thorek at this point in time, and both of those two rounds that they've now picked up I think have something in similar. When Nitro is playing in and around the sky smokes from the Brimstone, slipping in here and there and getting a kill, that incendiary that got placed through the sky smoke as well was absolutely huge because it stopped them from being able to capitalize from the breach ult. They used the Rolling Thunder to try and make their way back into the site, but it had absolutely no value because they were completely cut off. And That's what we want to see. Some more cheeky plays from Team Turek to try and lessen that deficit just a little bit, because there's a huge gap, I think it's fair to say, between a scoreline like 8-4 and 7-5. That's a gap that can be closed quite easily with a pistol round and a quick anti-eco, but 8-4, 9-3, it starts to get a little bit further away from your grasp, and Team Turek, they need to keep on top of this. 2 rounds in the last 3, though, that'll definitely be a good start for them finding their way back into this one.
Let's hope that they can do more Nitro than perhaps with the cheeky jump around, and the chaos is present, but Mugi will still find the first frag. A Nightfall then not directly getting a chance. Shinshi able to catch out Mousy. And a spike lost for now. This is not a good look for Team Thoric directly. However, a spike recovery might be possible, but you'll have to face off against Brimstone, against Sage. There's a lot of people holding that angle now near the B site. They realize that the spike is there, but I wonder if Thoric or the rest realizes that there's somebody actually right close, ready to push them.
Yeah, I think the idea is there now that will come through, but Nairu's already on the flank. They've taken out Turek, and it's going to be just XE left alone. Next, that first headshot, but they have a lot of work left to do. Nothing is cut out for them at this point in time. Spike not even in their grasp, and Narsil, just like that, takes them down. Very simply done. At the very least, it's going to be 8-4 at this point in time, RJ. We spoke about that disparity between the two teams, but Mugi, they're going to want to try and bring this to 9-3, 10-2. Going off of recent trends, I think Turek can find at least one more round in this half, or you would tip them to do so, but even at that point, it is a tall hill for them to climb.
It's tough, especially when you consider the economy again. There's a buy coming through, but yeah, a few light shields, 1 heavy armor, but mainly pistols. I guess a Frenzy is an automatic pistol. That's something, right? Got to look on the bright side here. But in general, Team Thoric is looking at a tough situation where they have to get a win out of it again. However, I'm happy to be proven wrong, because as a caster, you can't always be bang on the money. This time, it's an initial trade out, a 1-for-1 twice over. And Wombo now returning, the Headhunter coming into play. That's Mousy found. And that is Team Mugi, 3v2 currently. A 1-man advantage that can maybe still be turned around.
Yeah, they're well aware of Nitro's position. Time taken out eventually, and the trademark will also alert them to Turek, the captain. 1 versus 3. Res online could become a 1 versus 4, but I think we'll be hard-pressed to see that fall out. Instead, it's Wombo with the operator to shut things down and secure that 9th round at the very least. Like you said, the situation with the economy means that they're only going to be able to get 1 more buy round realistically, Turek. And, well, it's this one, the final round of the half, and final opportunity to get themselves away from the potentiality of Mugi securing double digits here, opening things up. This could be an even more dramatic, dominant performance than what we saw in the first 2 matches against Targonka. For those who don't know, 13-6 in each of those maps, Ascent and Bind. And not only that, it bodes well for their versatility. If you can play 3 different maps and show that kind of confidence, then it's really impressive. And, well, look at this aggression already.
Nyaru, hello there. The overdrive coming right ahead. Shinshi supporting it. And dearie me, Mugen also popping the res, but is it even necessary anymore? I mean, Narsil, sure, you're back, but Nyaru just moves for kill after kill. A triple already found, and just XE left around. Team Thoric, I'm afraid that you're looking at the 2v10. The double digits that Team Mugi can achieve are going to be so powerful to propel them further into the second half.
XE does have full HP, so that's one thing they have working for them. And
You're
the spike
an
as well,
optimist.
and this looks like a freebie. Shinshi's going to get taken out, and it seems as if there may be an opportunity to plant the spike. Just about takes a clipping there from that Tour de Force shot as it rings on out. But it seems as if this half may be coming to a close. Turek, they've struggled. If they play together, they get bunched up with utility. If they play away from each other, then they struggle. But XE is trying to swing back. I don't think the spike is quite planted for them, but the shot's just about connect. It's too late. Mugi takes them out. Double digits found. And it's conversational at this point in time between the two players. They just look so laid back. A fantastic start here from them.
I mean, a 10-2 half, that is beyond fantastic. That is stellar. And that is Team Mugi rising to the challenge so far. The LAN experience that was present on the Team Thoric side, maybe not coming in clutch as much as you would have hoped, as you would have anticipated. Sure. A bit of a shame, perhaps, yes. But in the end, what can you do about it? For now, I look toward this 10v2 situation, and I worry for Team Thoric. This is the kind of score that ends up with you losing out the map 3-13 or something.
Yeah. I think it completely hinges on how this pistol round plays out. I want to see that aggression coming in from Team Thoric in the same sense, and Nitro's got aggressive already, finds one, but that is all. The spike, at the very least, his position will be revealed, and we're seeing those players marching on up towards the north side. Mousey's got to lock things down for the time being, spots out at least one, and this will continue their advance as they look to try and find something here. Lots of damage already taken, that flank is coming through. But Mousey's already dropped, and these players know about it. Not only do they know about it, they're well alerted to it, and they drop like flies. Only Wonder Man left, and it would have to be more than just a wonder here for them to find anything. Taken out, 11-2. I think that might just be it, RJ.
Deary me, Team Mugi, clearly they're willing to make up for some slight lateness in the schedule today. That's the only way I can explain it. Really, though, it is just a far stronger look on them in comparison to their opponent. Of course, Team Mugi also the team that was filled to the brim with Immortals, even players that previously had been Radiants, I believe. I think that that also says quite a lot, right? That just goes to show, okay, these are the very best of the best. To achieve that Immortal rank, you're already showing you one of the top so many hundred in your country. And I think that that is something that is clearly showing as well in the Team Mugi situation. For now, though, Nyaru swings out again. Aggression to the max. I mean, not even aggression on the site, but aggression on the defender spawn. I mean, what in the world is this? They're not getting anything, and Team Thoric is sent running for their money. As they've currently gone for a pistol by Mouse. He's the only one who's able to retort, claiming a Spectre. But with only XC left at the end, his Headhunter won't be worth that much. And the 12th round by Team Mugi is found. Not match point per se, but map point in my eyes. And that will already do a lot. I mean, Team Mugi putting themselves in the current best of 2 rankings, I suppose, you know, the stage that we're at today. That's going to be 9 points in his favor. That is a lot. You know, there's just going to be 2 best of 2s played by every team throughout today. But having 9 points, that puts you a notch above the rest.
I think at that point in time, I don't want to say it, you know, and it not come to fruition, but I think 9 points will most likely be enough to have that position secured for the playoffs tomorrow. And if they're able to pick up the next map, which, if anything, this game is to go by, they're looking strong to do so, then that would be great. Marshall just hunting to try and find an additional kill. Already got an opener, but straight through the smoke is Narsil. Wonderman will clean up, but not before that life is already taken. 3 versus 3. They may be level in numbers, but that isn't even soon for this world. Wonderman taken out, and the weaponry just there is so much better. Nairu has a Vandal already, and I think this might be curtains, RJ. Mousey left alone. 1 versus 3, Spectre in hand. And, I mean, hard pressed to find anything here, really. But they have to. If they want any chance to carry on, and to add insult to injury, the ult will be popped, and they go hunting, but they can't find anything. First map taken, Team Mugi 13-2, dominant throughout.
To the max. Team Mugi makes his mark yet again. He's been able to book 13-6 twice over, and now he increases that score by quite a lot, 13-2. This man's going for maximum round difference today. That is crystal clear. A deserved first map, a beautiful performance, and honestly, the excitement is in the team. Look at them. They're all just looking so incredibly happy with one another. Smiles on their faces. Mugi himself also just looking around and thinking, yeah, you know what? I'm just having fun over here, man. You know, I'm vibing. I'm having a good time. And this does look like Team Mugi being very, very strong. And an exciting prospect for them, you know. I wonder what this second map is going to look like, but I fear, seeing as that's going to be Mugi's own map pick as well, it's going to be an even stronger showing from them. Is that even possible?
Yeah, I think coming into this one, we really wanted to see Team Thoric put in a fantastic performance. And, you know, being on home ground, there were a lot of different factors that you thought, you know, potentially can help them have success here. But you know, maybe they're playing into what you expected to see on paper, coming in as that wild card team, not qualifying in those upper positions, and that difference in caliber between opponents does start to become a little bit more obvious. Looking at the highlight reel here of some of the plays, just individual plays across the board. Wombo had quite a few on that chamber. We know what kind of firepower they can bring forward to the table. But I mean, even Mugi, Wrocław, it's the meeting place, and they were meeting bullets to bodies multiple times because very, very nicely played from them. And, you know, while Nitro, as I said, a couple of rounds, they were able to find some success in and around the smokes. It was the only couple rounds that they found in the end.
I mean, really, I want to highlight Nyaru as well. That Neon pick was stellar, and that has also put in a lot of the work. And then I believe also really having a team captain that is just right on top of it, right? That is at the top of that leaderboard, and that is ready to support the team to bring those performances right out there. That just does a lot for the team as well. And that is, I think, part of the success factor, right? Just decent agent picks coming through, right? We've got that Neon, a little bit newer in comparison to the rest of the agents. Nothing too basic, nothing too standard. And just Team Mugi showing themselves at their very best, at their very strongest.
Yeah, and something to mention about Neon as well, and I said it on the desk earlier, you know, they're not just in the composition for the sake of being in there. There was a set game plan. All of those plays that they were making on the defender's side to take map control and really bring things to Team Torek were so well coordinated. And, you know, we spoke about Shinsi as well. They may have been, you know, mopping up the bottom of the scoreboard, at least in terms of raw eliminations that they had, but the contributions they were making in terms of utility were absolutely huge.
Absolutely. So, and with that, we will be moving to a quick break. Obviously, we've got to get everything set up for that second map. Definitely be back here. After it, it's going to be another beautiful map, a beautiful showing of Valorant. We'd love to see you in a little bit.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Well, hello there. Welcome back to the beautiful city of Wrocław. It's our pleasure to be right back at this desk and to take a look now at our upcoming second map. Of course, it's still the beautiful Hazard JC and myself, RJ. We are looking forward to this second map, but we do look forward to it holding our hearts a little bit scared, perhaps, because the performance that we saw from Mugi at the start, 13-2, that's a level of dominance that you just can't quite do anything about, I'd almost say.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, but it's almost in a concerned sense, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's anticipation almost, I think, as to whether there's some kind of a turnaround that can be made here. Mugi coming into Torek's map pick of Fracture, putting out a performance like that, 13-2 for those of you who are just tuning in. Incredibly dominant, and we're going to have to see a complete revolution from this other side here if they want to try and, you know, pull something out the bag and save face, really.
Yeah, a revolution's a great way to phrase it, if you ask me. Just that complete change around. Something has got to change, and I hope that Team Thoric on Split will have this mentality, will have this idea now that they've seen Team Mugi play. Like, what are they going to do differently? How are they going to change up their antics, their tactics, actually counter them? Because right now, I mean, the lads from Team Mugi are looking so strong, right? Their agent picks were solid as well. We saw a really critical Neon coming through. But for the rest, right, you just had that basic play that worked. Sage, no problem there. You know, even with Sage, you can apparently get tons and tons of result. And it's just great to see that Team Mugi has that kind of that good baseline, right? Agents that we've all known for ages, that have been in the game for the longest. But then you've got that support coming in from a Neon like that, which just kind of spices things up a little bit. And maybe is the reason why Team Mugi can get the results that they've gotten so far. Yeah,
and it's interesting to note as well, looking at the composition that they usually play on Split, we can expect to see Neon and Breach come through as well.
Yeah.
So it's a comp which works well for this map the same way that it does on Fracture. There are a few areas of the map, such as, you know, Heaven and Ramp, where you're able to use those fault lines to activate Neon in those areas when she goes into high gear and has those movement buffs, I suppose. So if they're able to just keep pulling off what they were on Fracture, then they could be in for a lot of success. With that in the mind of Torek now, though, is there an adaptation that comes through that they can use to maybe try and shut things down? Because there were a lot of times where it's that issue. If they group up and try and play together and are there to trade for one another, you know, they leave themselves compacted into this damage pot where they're taking so much from everyone else in front of them. So that is the question to be asked. And then if they play too far apart, they're not winning the gun duels. So there's nothing really that they have to lean back on at this point in time.
I really see the issue that you're sketching up there as well, because once you have those 1v1s, which are generally just not advised, you know, when you're playing, try to avoid 1v1s where you can, then they tend to lose out the gun battles, Team Thoric, that is. And on the other hand, if they bunch together, then they usually get caught up all the ability usage that Team Mugi is putting in. Especially a Breach like that also comes in clutch, I think, you know. A good flash that comes through from Breach does so much to actually clear out the entire pack of enemies, you know. Or if you have it well paired with another agent pushing ahead, pushing up, pushing ahead, and moving for the kills, well, then you've just got a deadly combination, and that is the main issue. It feels as if Team Thoric is constantly being outstratted by Team Mugi. And I've said it before, right? Team Mugi, it's a team filled with immortals, right? These are players on a certain level, on a certain grade. And that's what I think you can actually see when you see them play.
You certainly can. And I think the points that we raise in relation to how Team Torek have been playing do relate a lot more to the way that their attackers side works, because, you know, we didn't even really get a chance to see what their defenders side was like. The pistol round was over, the anti-eco was done, they tried to force back into it, and boom, 13-2. Map over, game done, or at least in half. So depending on which side start they're going to get here coming into Split, if they have the choice with it not being their map pick, then I think coming in on that defender's side, there's a good chance that they can put themselves at a nice advantage early on, because Team Mugi, they got the first 6 rounds completely uncontested in that previous game, and that did a lot for their confidence, and it's something right now which Team Torek really are lacking.
Absolutely. So, Team Thoric, you've got to change up your act. We should be seeing them diving into the game soon enough, obviously. It just takes a little bit of time to get everyone ready, to have everyone in their place and ready to roll as well. Obviously, we will not be getting the agent select along. Still, that is due to some technical difficulties, but no biggie there. We'll see them when we get there, and we kind of know what to expect. I've got to say as well, when I look at a map like Split, you know, We saw a Raze being picked as well, I believe, by Team Thoric to come through. I think that we can expect that pick to come through again.
Yeah, but I think Raze is a pretty standard pick on a map like Split. Bind as well is also one that comes to mind. It's very closed in as we're seeing some dance moves coming out here. And that's exactly what you want. You want players in good spirits, able to bounce back from a loss like that. And as the phone slips into the pocket, it is time to play, I believe, for these players at the very least. You know, maybe not right now, but yeah, look, they're just bopping their heads, having a good time. That's exactly what we want to see. Maybe it's a bit mixed, actually, between the players. I think they may be sick of the music almost. But no, coming into Split, yeah, Raze so much damage with that utility that you can pump into these small funneled areas such as mid, which having control of could be huge for an execute towards A or B. I want to know if there's going to be a prioritization on vent control from whichever team it is that starts out on the attack, because sometimes teams, they want to get vent control really early on in the round and then work from that later on and develop their strategy through as the round progresses and make those later round calls and prioritize that part of the map, because it can have a lot of value because it forces those defenders to be a little bit more split in their efforts. I mean, you know, it's in the name.
Roll credits.
For the way that they set themselves out. So we will have to see.
Honestly, I think that kind of shows the importance of mid as well in the map itself, right? You know, to get to that position, you have to cross through mid first. And I believe if you keep that in mind, if you play around that mid control really heavily, you lock it down, you know, pop a good sage wall at the right spot, get those brim smokes in if you're going to pick him again. Definitely an agent, by the way, that has been seeing a lot more usage as of late again. Even after the stim, you know, nerf, he still was seen as a really key piece of the puzzles of many teams, because at the end of the day, well, those brim smokes are incredibly strong. Honestly, I really look forward to this matchup, and I just want to see if maybe Team Thoric can go for the change-up, right? That is what we're hoping for. That's what we're rooting for, because Team Thoric, we know that they have it in them. We know that the experience is there, and I also just hope that, you know, that wildcard voting wasn't for naught. You know, we have the lovely people at HyperX that set up that chance for one more team to actually make their way in here, and I just would be a little bit sad to see a HyperX wildcard go to waste.
Yeah. Well, this won't be the end of their run anyway. There are games that they have to play later on, not just this one against Team Mugi, of course. So we'll be looking out for that as well. We have a whole host of matches today, so make sure you don't go anywhere. There's plenty of content on LAN for you to be enjoying. And going back to the point you were making earlier about the way that mid sets itself out, when you're able to have those two additional routes, you have more variation and you can be a bit more dynamic in the way that you execute. And that's something else as well, I think, that we saw on Fracture that maybe Team Thoric were lacking a little bit, because we saw aggression in certain areas, or that barrier orb very standard towards Arcade getting placed by Mugi, I think it was. It means that it offers them that little bit more control. And when you don't have all pieces firing at the same time, it can be difficult to make that push happen. So if they're able to coordinate themselves a little bit better and try and do that, and I think Split as well, it's not exactly a map like Fracture, which is, you know, very much individualistic in its own right in the way that you can get aggressive in certain parts and really expend that map control. You know, we could see a completely different story here. And I think I would be very surprised if Team Thoric can't do any better than they did on Fracture. I think, you know, once that momentum built up, it was quite far against them. But with this one, yeah, I don't know. If they get less than 2 rounds or can't at least better their score, I think I would be quite surprised.
Really, though, right? I mean, Split is one of those maps that's also been in play for a little while now, right? Everyone knows that a lot more, and when you compare that to Fracture, for example, then you've got to say, right, that you have to keep in mind Split, it should be known, it should be a 10 out of 10 deal, and honestly, I just want to see how this one pans out. I want to see Team Thoric show on up. I know that they can do it, I know that they've got the power in them, so let's actually see them pop on off. Team Mugi, of course, having already gotten themselves one map in, will they make it a 2-0? Will Team Thoric go for the win this time? Let's take a look at our second map of the day, as Wonderman makes a beautiful entry and a good start for Team Thoric.
That's all they're going to find towards B for the time being. The rest of those players preparing themselves for an A execute. The barrier orb vaults themselves over. They're doing the gymnastics here, and Mousy is trying to make some work of their own as they're on the stilts there, but they're only able to get 1. 4 versus 3. Player advantage here for the defending side as they look to try and make this retake work. The spike will be going down. There is a very, very late flank towards Sewers that may not even have time to come to fruition as these players are starting to move on in, and Narsil's found one from the back as well. Wonderman shuts him down and gets a triple already. A couple headshots back to back, and well, that plant, it isn't for Wombo. I said it was a late lurk, and well, you're going to be heading to detention, buddy, because you are... Oh, that's an F on the report card. Not turning up late for school. Your absence has been noted, and just like that, it's an absence of rounds in the pistol here for Mugi. Thoric, they got up to a much better start.
Most certainly so. This is exactly what we'd like to see, where the previous map was one where Team Thoric did not get any of the pistol rounds. Now they at least changed that up. Now they say, look, we get that first pistol rounds. That's ours. And let's hope that now they can keep this up, that Team Thoric will be showing themselves from their strongest side. As of course, currently, the match furthers. It continues. Team Mugi rocking themselves the Sheriffs, but not really much more than that. Altogether, this will be Team Thoric looking rather favoured. Team Mugi that will have to figure out some kind of wild play to make to actually get a win out of this.
We saw the information early on in the previous as Nehru finds that one on the Sheriff. A slight investment takes down Wonderman, and the judge from the close angle you really expect to win it that one out, but it isn't to be. Nitro just exchanging shots with these players who are running a very thinly spread attack across the map right now, RJ.
Well, always a danger that you take there. Can't really pull those kind of things usually, because if you're so thinly spread, then you run a massive risk of getting caught out. But never mind, eh? Yeah. Once again, I seem to be on the wrong side of things. Oh, Mousy, that's unfortunate. Really a lost chance there to balance out that player count just a little bit more. As currently Team Mugi, they will gather up together. They move to that ace up, but you've got that position coming in as well from the Neon, from the chamber player actually. That is so key. And that will create a pincer type situation for A, but maybe there'll be someone on Team Thoric to break those pincers wide open and to make the difference. Definitely Thoric himself now finding Wombo. Nyaru trying to get a chance through, but a spike plant within 10 seconds now is now or never, so it's got to happen. They've got Nyaru committing to it, nobody challenging it right away.
Planted.
All these angles getting cleared out. Barrier orb of their own in towards the site. Shots will come through, and this damage is chipping away, but Mousy's got a triple, make it a quad. Shuts things down. Anti-eco frags for them to bolster that confidence just a little bit. Team Thoric has been down, they've been beaten, but in this case, Split is going a lot better. They've already got those 2 rounds, RJ, so, woo! I mean, like I said, woo! I was expecting a better performance, and this is already looking to be an improvement on what we saw last time out.
Most certainly so. Exactly how we'd like to see Team Thoric start. Just make that good kickoff, move further ahead, get a solid advantage over your opponent. The only thing I can imagine now being the breaking point is Team Mugi saying, aha, but look, see, my dear friends, we just needed to get a buy round in. That is one of those situations that do sometimes happen, that it will just be a team that says, look, we just need to get a buy round, and that's when we start completely popping off. We start completely bopping. See though if they can succeed in that. There's definitely plenty of ability usage, that's for sure. But Mousy still able to find the first frag, and Nitro now moving back, but Wombo moving further through. Thoric will go down, and it's Team Mugi currently 4v3. Looking rather strong still, and getting fantastic amounts of control on the A side. As a matter of fact, just getting the entire side, full stop.
They took that one pick towards ramp, and that was the green light for them to go marching on through. Spike will get planted once again for the 2nd time now in a row. Going into that post-plant situation. Had been success from Team Mugi on the attack the previous round. They were able to get a few kills, but when it came down to the retake, they just didn't have the numbers to try and work with. They do this time around. Nitro and Wonderman making their way through screens to see what they can find. No one will peek out just yet. Crossfire's established, and a couple queuing up behind XE to take them out. Those first few shots connect, but so does Nitro and the rest of the Mugi squad. Just like that, they get that retort and lower that deficit just a little bit. It's the buy round, so it's expected of them. but it did look a lot cleaner than what we had seen in previous.
That's my fear. That's what I was thinking. Oh dear, this is where it could go wrong. Let's hope that currently Team Thoric, with the weaponry still, with the Vandals, the Phantoms, can
Spikes here.
fight back. But honestly, Team Mugi could be looking favorable here. Team Thoric might be proven wrong, might be shown, oh, those 2 rounds? Yeah, that's the only thing that you're getting today. But let's not move ahead of ourselves, as currently the next round commences. And there's another attempt to make that breach ability usage do a lot of the work. Oh dear, Thoric very caught out here, stuck in or between a rock and a hard place, with 5 HP surviving and taking Nyaru away.
I really like that fast control towards Vents, but Nyaru, they jump down the rabbit hole and they get their feet clipped off, taken out, and now Mugi, they've got to work with less players, and yeah, they weren't really able to do that before. They struggled in that regard, and looking at it now, seem to be queuing up towards this A execute once again, but Team Thoric, they're aware of this. They have players stationed and ready to try and deal with the threat. As the utility comes through, so should the information, potentially a rotate. A nice setup here as Exy's able to get one, but that's all. Wombo comes in with a couple of their own, and as those trades come through, it's a 2 versus 2.
Tense situation, Shinshi, lovely angle being held. Wonderman, he's going down the same way it seems like. Does, of course, still have a bout of Shrouded Step, a bit of Paranoia. There's options there. But Shinshi, he's repositioned, and I believe he could still surprise. There's now Wonderman looking around, hoping to find still. But that spike happily ticking away in. Now Wonderman committing another smoke. This could be a way too tough of a situation to get on top of, and indeed, now with the spike ticking dominantly further, I believe that this is the mark that now Wonderman indeed realizes I can never ever get this anymore. And Narsil will also move away, diving into the vents. 2 people left alive on the Team Mugi side. Not the most, but more importantly, Team Mugi claiming the round.
Yeah, they're able to claw it back after losing out on that initial first blood, which I think was absolutely huge. Narsil gets a massive kill in the 2 versus 2 there. Those other players are quite disjointed as they try and make the retake happen from towards B. It's such a big risk to play aggressive by yourself in Heaven and get that kill, but with Nitro dropping, it leaves Wonderman isolated, and they just don't have the... I don't know, they don't have the resources to try and get it done. They didn't opt to go for it in the end, which, you know, it means that there's an additional weapon for them on the board here, but it is just the one, and now with that scoreline level, they're on the back foot and could be looking to concede another one here.
And speaking of conceding things, Wonderman concedes his life. Mugi takes another. Thoric currently at least moving further up, but look at the speed with which Team Mugi decides, boom, A-side, ours, thank you very much. They just work Team Thoric away almost directly. Spike now continuing to tick. Narsil already finding himself that double. Dearie me, what is this, Team Thoric? You started so well. Don't let the Polish dream die with you. Obviously, you said it as well, right? There is still plenty of teams that Team Thoric will be facing later on. As a matter of fact, in case you're wondering, Tagonka will be their next opponent. And after that, I believe they will not face off against anyone anymore. But still, Team Thoric, you know, we believe that you can do this. I can at the very least hope, you know, if this map isn't going to be it, if Team Mugi proves to just be, you know, too much of a titan, then maybe they'll have better chances against Tagonka later on. Still, let's keep a look ahead. Let's keep a level head. As right now, a new execute comes through, and boom. I've had my little bit of discourse, but Team Mugi, they've already taken the side again.
Wombo yet again, finding multi-kills with so much value, carving open that midsection of the map and leaving the thought on Thoric's mind as to whether that player may be making their way on through. But they join up with their teammates towards a lobby, and they're going to just be holding down fire on these players, trying to make the retake work. Xe, operator in hand, is going to struggle to try and find anything here. Nairu, so much confidence, it bleeds from them, and so does Mugi as they push on through towards spawn. Flawless back-to-back from them. Doubles all across the board, and just like that, Mugi, they're free-flowing. I mean, we saw those first 2 rounds come through, and I don't want to have to bite my tongue here and say that they would do better than we thought, because, you know, with the way things are going, if Mugi keep on winning, then it could be another 13-2.
It's the issue that appeared the moment you had that turning point, the moment you saw Mugi get a full buy on their hands, they were like, all right, we're off. Good to go. Let's keep this, and let's just preserve this momentum. 4 rounds in a row already, and it's looking like it'll be 5, but maybe Exi with the tour de force. Can he make that difference? As currently Nyari forces himself upwards, getting all the way through mid, looking toward Vents, and you spoke about it, Hazza, you mentioned it, you know, that Vents control is important. And well, case in point, they get it right away as well. Team Mugi, in general, just directly claim themselves a position and say, hey, you know what? We want to go here, and we get it.
Yeah, and it's not just Vents control, it's fast Vents control. Naru instantly up, and Nitro from this position can be deadly. Finds at least one, has a Boombot to help them in their efforts, and will use a bit more of that utility to keep these players at bay. But Naru's on a tear. They found a couple of their own, and just like that, the numbers start to shift back towards their favor. Still lurking in towards mid, they'll want to try and exploit this avenue as best possible. We're seeing a lurk coming in from Narsil towards A to see if they can't find this player, and if there's an overstep here, then that could leave this wide open towards the TV screen. The position already spotted. Paranoia comes through, and the swing looks to be happening here as well.
30 seconds left.
Spot out that player who only has a shorty, inviting them into their lair to try and challenge them on a more favourable angle, and it's actually bought a rotate, and instead that spike will be going down on B. And not only that, Nairu's in the back lines. They found the first shutdown by the Tour de Force, but the damage is done. And Narsil left to work by themselves. This is a very disjointed round between the two teams.
And currently, Narsil just happily strolling about on the site as that spike has been planted. And dearie me, Hazza, you're looking so confused.
Yeah, the flankers are being flanked, and Narsil is still creeping in the back lines. 3 players coming in. Shinsi has work on their hands. Something's got to be done. That flashpoint should come through for a peek. They're not quite going to find the first one. Well, actually, Mousy shuts them down, but the plant is there for Narsil. They're in position here to try and find something. The Tour de Force is holding it out, though, and they may just struggle to find it. They're going to get nothing. XC takes them down. A thrifty response, and while they may not have had the weaponry on paper, Team Torek, they bite back.
Most certainly so. Exactly this is what they need to do. Finally, they've breached that 2-round curse a little bit. They've gotten their 3rd. Let's hope that this is not that one-time showing again, that now Team Thoric can immediately follow it up, that it can be that kind of toe-to-toe game, that toe-to-toe first half that we'd love to see. Team Mugi, though, do have a lot of reserves to dive into. That's their saving grace, and that gives them an exact similar chance for the next round, where Wombo pairs his ultimate, his beautiful Tour de Force, with a judge.
Yeah, and Exi, the star of the previous round, tries to challenge that one, deny early vent control, but instead, they've almost granted it for free. In this situation, now with them having lost their life, not only do they lack that position, but they lack the players to try and have a more optimal setup towards heaven. Instead, we're seeing a re-aggression from Team Torek towards main to expend control there instead, and that's where the spike is headed.
Now, a moment of time. Wonder Man bans out! Ends up getting the collateral, and it's Nitro to actually take out Mugi. 4v3. Team Thoric, you're looking favoured. You can do this. Team Mugi searching someone. And I believe, really, that that's in which the key lies. Now Mousy manages to catch out Nyaru, another star player, but then Narsil and Shinshi suddenly retort. Narsil to claim himself that next frag. It's a player advantage back to Mugi. And what I wanted to highlight is the moment that you can stop Mugi, the moment you can take away that high-level pacing that they're showing, that momentum, you can really get a lot of control over them.
When you win rounds off and on, it's also not going to help your economy a great deal. And it's rounds like this which are so close between the two teams that you really need to be seeing out if you want to try and win this map. So Team Torek, they're hard pressed at this point in time. Mousy needs to find a kill early on if they want any chance of making this retake work, maybe being goaded on by their teammates somewhat to push on in as they've picked up a Phantom to try and make it work. Instead, they have a barrier orb to help them in their efforts, but that assistance still won't be enough. They're going to retreat, pick up that operator to save with them. It's going to be another round for Team Mugi. they can hold on towards that Rolling Thunder. Nothing else is going to have to be required for them to see this one through. And I believe, while they may be going on the hunt to try and find this final player, they'll be hard-pressed to get anything done. 3-5 at a deficit of 2, and yeah, Torek, they had great control there. I was just saying, the spike, it's making its way towards main. There was a great timing on finding that double, but they just couldn't bottle it down. They lost players elsewhere on the map, and it opened them up to a lot of resistance, and Narsil was able to capitalize now, stringing themselves towards the top of that scoreboard.
Absolutely, and currently Narsil and Wombo putting in the majority of the work. Nice to see as well, right, that it doesn't always have to be Mugi or, for example, Nyaru at the top. And that position can kind of be shared amongst the team. I believe that is another saving grace for Team Mugi. That they just have that power, really, that changeability, that everyone is chipping in, that everyone is putting in the work. Always great to see. Team Mugi this time going for perhaps a more classic execute. Tons of abilities, a bout of paint shells that might do a lot of damage. Nitro coming ahead, and Exi actually stealing their kill. That's Narsil to fall. Wombo retorting. It's an operator versus operator battle. But it's a res coming through from Mugi. Nyaru moving further up, takes out Mousy. This is Team Mugi again, looking dastardly strong.
As well as that, Exi, as they go to pick up the Vandal, gives away their position. Naru slides in gracefully, almost in celebration, on both knees, I suppose, as they cheer in front of the fans. And, well, Torek, they may have the home crowd, but Mugi right now are going to be the ones cheering, because that is another big round for them to pick up. And it's a nice change of pace. We hadn't seen them go for a hard-hitting execute straight into the site for some time, much more prioritizing towards mid, and you know, they stray away from it as the operator is waiting for them there in the hands of Exi. They deal with that one nicely, and sometimes it's just these slight adjustments that really help carry you through, keeping the other team on their toes.
And on their toes, Team Thoric will have to be. They've got Sheriffs, but not much more. Barely any ults available. And now it's the overdrive to come through from Neon. Oh, Exi trying, but Nyaru is just relentless. And that's Exi to fall. Mugi now committing to that plant straight away. Boom. B site taken in the hands of Team Mugi. Team Thoric again having to go for a retake. Narsil, could he surprise? He's got a feeling, he's got a read. But he's got to keep an eye on Link. He might be called out from there, and indeed, Nitro will do that work. Shinshi, however, retorting Thoric then maybe to make the Sheriff work. Close range does a lot! And exactly when he needs it, Thoric finds himself that double kill. The 2v3 remains, but that spike is ticking, guys. You've got to get to it. But Mugi and Wombo have different ideas. A 1v1 remains, but Wonderman, this will be in time.
Yeah, they've got it. They've got it with plenty of time to spare. Wonderman pulls out a huge clutch in the end, and they call them Wonderman for a reason. Might as well be a superhero. Picks up the operator as well, which their team will certainly be thanking them for. A very nice response. I think something to note here, though, RJ, that we see between the two teams is sometimes, we had that early on. Half of the rounds that Torek have managed to pick up have been from the pistol and from that anti-eco as well. When it comes to the gun rounds, they had struggled just that little bit more. And sometimes that trend that we see when the half switches over as well, that it could be a completely different story of things. So I'm starting to wonder now what kind of team we're going to be seeing when things do flip over. But right now, on the attacker side, yeah, again, it's that press for mid-control, as we're seeing for the first time, actually, that barrier orb placed to try and slow them down.
I do speak of press there. We had a moment to look at the Team Mugi players, and the pressure definitely seems to be on them. Also great to see that how they're, so reactive, kind of, how their demeanor immediately kind of adapts, right? They realize Team Thoric is bringing a much larger battle to them this time. So they change the way that they're playing, They don't play that casual, loose play style that we've seen before. Let's see if Team Mugi can get their act straight, if they will be able to make this a 8-4, or if now Team Thoric will retort Nitro with a pretty solid angle to come through. This has got chances. And he's got the trigger discipline. That is key. Sadly, though, it doesn't quite work out as much. Maybe the fade ult to make the difference. Nitro coming ahead, but Narsil aggressively pushing. Wonderman trying to find the next. Trying to hope to get something. But Nyaru pushing out. It's a 2v2 that remains right now. 30 seconds on the clock. And Wonderman
30
definitely the
seconds
ones who
left.
have been doing a lot of the work right here, as Narsil, though, teleports far away to a land beyond, a land
Spike
called the B
planted.
site. But Mousy is a little bit off the mark, a little bit off with the timing to catch him after he's put down the spike.
Yeah, and out in the open here, in the Rafters position, Mouse is incredibly exposed. Eventually, he starts to look on towards that position in the backside.
Oh dear.
One enemy remaining.
Through. Sneak out and takes them down. Both of those players work magnificently in tandem to get it shut out in the 2 versus 2. A lot better than they had done in the previous 2 versus 2 situation that we saw earlier in the game. And that's what we want to see from Torek. They're starting to come into their element now, Mugi,
Last
as we saw
round
from
in
the
the
player
half.
cams, maybe feeling a bit of that pressure start to mount upon them. And if this goes to 6-6, then really it blows things wide open into that second half.
Even Stevens. Same amount of rounds for either side, same amount of chance, if you ask me. But let's see if we can get to that. I'd have to take a bit of a gander at that economy as well, see how things are looking at this point in time, because I believe that 14 Mugi reserves were definitely there. And indeed, they've been able to amply buy their way in. Phantoms and Vandals to do the work. Mousy showing some aggression and standing on top of this wall, but nobody that will be risky enough to go deep into the ways of B main. A different angle then. Mid yet again, and Nitro, that might be able to deny the sort of pincer movement, the ways that I'm seeing it. A setup for A main and a setup via vents. That's what's going to happen, but there's heavy presence on this heaven angle. Thoric to take the first hold. Exy now to move through with a critical double. And this should be Team Thoric looking better, looking stronger, as currently a 2v3 stands. And Team Thoric, they're the ones with the advantage. About a minute on the clock. And Team Mugi now moving further ahead, but they look like they could be off-angled at any point in time. Wombo at least supports his teammate, holds Narsil's, well, front and back, I suppose, as currently they move ahead to the rest of the site. But that corner there, Nitro comes into play, does the work, takes out Narsil, and only Wombo's left. Sure, he finds the frag on Mousy. He's got 30 seconds to get the spike down.
Left.
This is doable, yes, but I don't know if there is a chance, if this is actually achievable, and indeed it'll be Nitro to get the frag in. And would you look at that, it is the beautiful 6-6. It's an even half-time, and I've got to say that right now, I don't dare say which way this is going to go.
Yeah, the performance has been 3 times better than what we saw from them, at the very least on the previous map. And I think that's only going to exponentially increase. A lot of confidence can be taken from those previous 3 rounds that they were able to find. However, sandwiching the half with a pistol, and or another pistol, should I say, because they already won the first one, puts them in a great position. Nitro on this final round is absolutely instrumental in winning this out. If they were able to get that kill, they isolate it, bring it to a 2 versus 2, and have a great chance in the site, in the post plant, to shut things out. But Mugi, they fall just short, and now we have to see if things are going to flip on their head, because I said, you know, sometimes there's a difference between the pistol round and between those gun rounds. The same thing between being on one half and being on the other. And who is going to rise to the occasion? We will have to see.
Fantastic question to ask the pistol round. That will mean a lot. Ooh, but dearie me, the fade.
It's gone unchecked.
Abilities. Oh, dearie me. It's Narsil and Shinshi that make the start, that make the entry. Thoric able to retort at the very least. But a 4v3 remaining in Mugi's favor. Maybe Nyaru to get another chance here as well, it feels like. And then indeed it will be a reality with the Flaming Frenzy. Now a 2v4 where Mousy should commit a heal to Thoric in a moment. But obviously that could still be on cooldown. And oh, the breach ability is just beautifully timed. Mousy even caught out Wombo with the headhunter. And only Thoric being left. The Haunt not going anywhere and simply being destroyed. I'm afraid that for Thoric this is an untenable position, and that Team Mugi is standing dominantly on that B side, on that defense. And yeah, Thoric, good bait though. Never mind, maybe the clutch situation to come through as a triple kill is claimed and a 1v2 remains. There's chances for Thoric, that's for sure. Shinsi is off the mark, and Thoric will be pushing closer and closer. 14 HP, by the way. And at this point in time, Mugi then to sideline to surprise. A team ace from Team Mugi. They're claiming their own pistol round in this one. And actually a timeout following right now from the defending side.
Yeah, Team Mugi, they had been hemorrhaging rounds, but this is the first that they've found in the last 4 or so. And just putting a timeout on it, putting an end to this one, a bookend, I suppose, is a great way to reset the mental, get themselves now in that fresh mindset. And if they're able to not only pick up the next round, which we would expect them to do so, but carry on through in that bonus, then they're going to be in a fantastic position. We said sometimes we see that change from one half to another in terms of confidence, the way that teams play, how they feel comfortable. And, well, Mugi, they looked a bit unsettled at times when they were on that attacking side. And while they were incisive with some of those plays, we'll have to see how that comes out for them now that things have swapped around. And finding the pistol will be a great start for them. On the other side, Team Torek, you want to see from them now a response. You don't want that pistol round to be the nail in the coffin, because sometimes teams, when they lose that early advantage, once they've finally made their way back up to that level scoreline, to then have their head slip and lose that confidence. So simply maintaining the level that they were at, getting that reset and having that mental tenacity, I think will be absolutely huge for them. And, well, they can use the timeout the same way that Team Mugi are to talk some of these things over and make sure that they're prepared for the next few rounds, which could be key in determining the outcome of this matchup.
Preparation is half the battle, you could say. Yeah. And Team Mugi maybe will be able to bring this further. Obviously, for Team Thoric, the bite isn't going to be that grand right now. Nyaru, you don't realize, but they're so close. I'd say Team Mugi currently, 8-6, doable, imaginable. But the turning point is going to be on that third round again. That's going to be where things change up. That's where you've got that potential, full buy to come through.
Yeah. We saw it on the previous half. That really was the change in pace. Shadow Step just to try and keep these players guessing as to what's going on in towards mid. A very slow round played here from Team Torek as Wombo finally gets that first kill onto Exceed the Chamber on the opposite side. Thoric taking that orb, trying to maximize the value that they can get from an otherwise difficult situation to be in. So you will find that one as well. They're just isolating Jules one by one, but takes maybe a little bit more damage than they would have hoped. Wombo is on hand to help them out, and just like that, they're dropping one by one. This might even be a flawless. It is 8-6, and very, very comfortable in the end from Team Mugi.
Clean, but this time Team Thoric will be able to retort. This is their key moment. This is their time to shine. As Vandals, Phantoms, and the likes get bought, let's see if this will be the critical moment where Team Thoric claims the control again. They need that boost. You know, just like you just had a lovely sip of your Red Bull, winning this round could give them the boost they need to propel further, to actually get a chance and bring it back to that 8-8. From that 8-8, move further and maybe claim a map after all. Surprise us all, you know, prove to us the LAN experience, being that slight underdog, coming through from the wild card, still gives them a great chance to prove themselves. For now, though, it's Team Thoric moving ahead. Mid-control is what they're playing for. Team Mugi, I wanted to say playing it rather strict, sticking to the sites, but have a gander and see where they're moving in the meantime. Although where now they've got a different idea in their head, and the flanking player moves back.
Yeah, we're seeing two players almost sidelining each other towards a spawn there. The Neon's moved on up, and Nairu's managed to find that one. Team Thoric, this should be their round. You're not supposed to beat someone when they're down, but in terms of economy, this is the best possible swing that they're going to have, leading towards a knockout blow and saving some face here of their own. Players grouping up in mid as they have done time and time again. The approach is a little bit different from Team Mugi. They're much more passive in the way that they outline themselves here in a different manner, I suppose, to what we saw from Team Torek, because they played passive in a sense, but they also did want to try and at least maintain some control towards vents. Instead, the A site is left completely open for that spike to get planted. We could see an early aggression here from Mugi, and they get such a good timing. Just as the Shadow Step comes out, they're able to find it. Mousy does trade, but it's back to a 3 versus 3. Barrier Orb will keep these players at bay for the time being, but they've got to know about Nairu towards ramp as well, and this could be a real issue as they start to make their way towards A lobby.
Let's have a gander though. Nitro, beautiful hold. Nyaru, however, retorts, and that spike is still ticking. Nyaru, though, coming through. A triple, and only a battle that remains. It's clutched out by Mousy, and it will be Team Thorak narrowly claiming themselves that 7th round. But keep in mind how close this did come. This could have been changed up with a mere 1 frag. Yet at the very least, Team Thoric, they get it, they move ahead, and they stand strong. 7-8, and a chance to move for the equalizer.
Sometimes these rounds are so close, just an inch, a hair's width separating the two. Looking at the replay here, you can see how much it means to these players, and they're getting frustrated in that situation. But the round is won. They're able to just about pick it up, Team Thoric, and while they may not have kept onto only one of those weapons, still, it means something, and getting those points on the board is the most important part.
Exactly. The rounds, that's what they need. That's what right now counts the most. As Team Mugi, they've got a mere 1 round of advantage still. There comes Wonderman. There's Thoric to chase it down. Indeed, the plans go terribly wrong, Team Mugi. I like the idea, and luckily Nyaru can compensate a little bit, but this is Team Thoric, in general, still looking stronger, and maybe having just made that kickoff, that start to move to equilibrium.
Yeah, they looked a lot more cohesive in that sense, that there were players ready to trade as that flash comes through, and just as soon as you thought Mugi would be putting themselves on the front foot with some more coordinated play, they had it go against them, and right now it's yet another round where these players are circling around each other. Mugi spots that one out against Nitro and just about gets it done by the skin of their teeth. Only a single ult point now away from finding that, and 2 players run into each other.
Oh, no.
Neither of them prepared for the duel, but Nairu draws first in this wild western battle on Split. Wonderman, the sole player to try and find things, but the time is just so low. They get that first kill onto Mugi, but it's a constellation in every aspect.
10 seconds left.
Just like that, Thoric, they may have had a response, but it is not for long because Mugi, they found their way back in. They carry on finding those rounds, and they maintain that gap between the two sides.
That second half is proving to perhaps be an even closer one than the first. Every round, it feels like, gets brought to a penultimate point of narrowly one side winning things out. Just 1 round that remains, though, for Team Mugi to get to the double digits. Definitely a milestone that you want to claim, that you want to achieve. As currently, Team Thoric will be giving it their best. A little bit of disparity there, perhaps, on the economy, but eventually well, what do I say, half by pistol armor type situation coming through. It's not the best look for them, Wombo makes the start, Nyaru follows it up, and dearie me, it feels as if this round may have already been decided.
I want to call it too early, but as you said, it's a very compromised position, and it's one that will only get worse. Mugi finds that kill onto Thoric. Mousy's already advanced in this position, but instead it's Nairu on the other side who's hunting to try and find it. It's a good one, though. It turns up for them eventually. Low HP on Wonderman, but they found an additional kill. 2 versus 1 now. It is doable. They have the From the Shadows, so could potentially reposition towards B. And that thought, which lingers in the mind of these players, means that they're disjointed in the 1 versus 2. And if these fights could become isolated, there is an open outside chance that potentially we see a clutch. It is one potentially far removed, but you can't rule it out entirely. 40 seconds or so left for this spike to get planted. And right now, Wonderman may just be waiting for that flank to come through, but got to be honest with you, buddy, you're going to be waiting for quite a while longer because there is nobody there, unless the invisible man has logged into one of those PCs.
Ooh, sounds kind of scary to me. Let's hope that that's not going to be the case. Team Mugi currently can just wait out the timer, but oh, never mind. Wonderman, he's getting himself an entirely free site, so he'd be silly not to plant. Still covers himself in the cloud of darkness. A very wise movement, but will not stop the enemies from at least putting him in a tougher spot. As always, those breach abilities being just a thorn in a man's side. Now Wonderman swinging on out, but I believe ready to just about run into a double peak. He's got a Vandal though. It's a powerful weapon, and oh no, would they be this sloppy? Can Team Mugi really leave their flank open like this? It doesn't look like it. Shinshi, he swings on out. He puts Wonderman in a package, and it will be the 10th round to come through as Shinshi, aka Breeze, says tak tak, which in Polish means yes, yes. But in the language of Shinshi, I believe breach, in this case Swedish,
yeah.
means thank you, thank you.
And, well, we saw that the clutch didn't quite work out there. Omen, I believe, has a few characteristics in the lore, at least like an octopus, and that ink cloud of smokes that they put on the site wasn't enough to defend them in that situation. So double digits now secured for Team Mugi, and they look to just keep carrying this one on. There have been a few situations where it's 1 versus X for Team Torek, but when you're putting yourself in those situations, you're automatically going to be struggling to try and claw things back, and for the most part Mugi have looked that much more comfortable, and as we've gone on to the second side, from it being 6-6, it's only that 1 round to the 4 which Mugi have already managed to claim for themselves. So now we see a little bit more of a different approach on the attack. They've split up that spike from the remaining players outside towards A and left mid completely open. If someone on the Mugi side wanted to go for this, they could have moved their way up already towards sewers or market, but instead it's Mousy who's just lurking around, making sure that isn't the case. It almost seems as if Torek are expecting aggression here from the defender's side, as they have done a few times already towards Garage.
It's a wise fear to have, right? It's something that happens, but this time, Nitro's attempt... wait, what?
They just double blast.
No! Oh, that is so sloppy, though. Why would you let him go so aggressively? Because now you get that complete turnaround. You get literally everybody saying, oh,
they have the from the shadows. I think, to be honest, RJ, they're going to just go straight for this one. That spike, you know, while it might not be there for the time being,
that
they've
works.
snatched it straight back, and we're going to be seeing it
Wow.
planted down on towards the A site. 4 versus 4 from what looked like an impossible situation. Perhaps a blunder was Team Torek being 2 steps ahead, a 200 IQ play, and Torek themselves is already pushed in this advanced position. Will catch the shoulder of Narsil and eventually back away as they feel it's in their best interest not to try and challenge it, but instead they're going to get the first of it. An advantage now for the attacking side, but it does eventually go back. Mousy chimes in from that ramp position, and Naru, between a rock and a hard place, an immovable object and an unstoppable force is shut down by Wonderman, and Torek, they turn it on their head.
Unbelievable the way that they do it. I thought things started out with an oopsie, but clearly everything's going according to plan for Team Thoric. They know what they want, and they'll fight hard for it. And this time, Team Mugi is actually looking worse for wear. Their buy is not going to be too great. There's one Vandal that's coming into play, but Team Thoric here clearly should be just on the or with the upper hand.
Yeah, and you can see as well from the way that they outlined themselves in the beginning of the round, that wasn't a mid-round call. That wasn't just a blunder that needed to be rectified. That was a set play, and speaking of set plays, it seems as if we're seeing one coming through here. Wonderman's already chopped 2 of them off. Mousy chimes in as well, and it's not worked out for them whatsoever. The set play, it comes through from the attackers. It pays dividends, but when the defenders try and make it work, it just completely collapses. Now Wombo left alone. And Torek, they continue to close that gap. It seems as if there's only 1 round now between the 2 teams.
Oh, wow, Wombo, that's a beautiful turn. If the Tour de Force can't do it, then he'll just switch to the Headhunter in a pinch. Still gets the job done. Sadly for Wombo, he is one lone man. No teammates left. A sorry situation where currently Wonderman will be close on the prowl. But eventually it'll be Wombo moving ahead. Spike, however, getting planted. This is going to be an incredibly tough retake situation for him to actually pull off. I dare say, no chances?
No chances potentially, as those warning shots echoing out means that their position has been alerted. The guards know that there's a prisoner who's escaped, and well, they might be going to jail if they hit more shots like this, because it's absolutely criminal. Wombo's found a jail already, and that spike it isn't planted. Wonderman's got to try and make their way through. The paranoia comes through. I don't think it's not just shy of the mark. It does manage to land on Wombo, but the time is running out. They've gone for that second sting, but it's Wonderman that goes one better. A triple of their own is enough to seal it. And just like that, the rounds get closer and closer. Mugi and Torek both going toe-to-toe on this second map.
Deary me, deary me. There was no business that it got this close. Wombo, though, all the credit where it's due. The shots that he hit were clean. But in the end, I think he might have actually had more chance if he'd have just stuck it out and had hoped that maybe the timing had been off. But even then, it just doesn't end up working out. It will still be Team Thorek claiming the upper hand. but these are narrow rounds with which they actually pull off that feat.
This is what we want to see, though, RJ. Coming into this second game, Torek, they're galvanized. They dust off the rust that had been in their team before. And we see, oh my goodness, the shadow step around. Narrowly avoids the showstopper. Nauru finds that one, but Narsil's position is still not revealed. The haunt should come through to reveal it, but gets broken just in time. And these players are forced to back away. There's too many in support. The barrier orb will deny XE from advancing any further. And that spike, it's come to a crossroads. And right now, there's no way for it to head. They're just going to have to bait for time and just hope that they can try and find some kind of an overstep, some kind of an entry. But this Mugi defense seems so well prepared. The curtain's about to drop, though, and XE wants a star performance. They get it. Mugi loses their head. The flashpoint comes in for a quick return, but they can't find it, and we're back to level standings.
4-4, equal reading. Narsil still in that exact same position. But Wonderman moving for a good entry, and Narsil, cheeky on it, can get the Sage, goes for the closest target, and that's Shinchi pushing down Wonderman as well. It's a 1v3, and this might just be Team Mugi on that 11-9 after all. Only XE's left. He's got 15 seconds to get this spike where it's got to be. This would be one hell of a clutch, but I don't think that he can pull this off. Will try to commit to it, but will run into Wombo's operator. The 11-9 is a fact, but these are some scary rounds for either side. And I just want to highlight there at the beginning as well, right? You noticed Nitro, he completely panicked the moment he saw, where's my target? My showstopper. It can't go anywhere. And sadly, you know, that was maybe the start of the failing of this round.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that they'd seen a ghost, omen a ghost in their own right, teleports away, and that was absolutely dirty from them. They see the shadow step come through. They know that a player has already made their way in and towards the site. They say, you know what? I'm wrapping you up in tinfoil. I'm saving you for later. I'm going to eat this one first. Finds 2 more kills, and just like that, we see Team Torek forced onto a very compromised buy, and Mugi, they're staring down the sites at a potential map point, and that would be 2 maps under their belt now. This one, though, much more contested between the two teams.
And honestly, a 2-0 in total, counting up to a whopping 4 maps going their way. That's an impressive score. That is something to bow down to, I believe, regardless of which team you might be. Nyaru now showing some slight aggression, but currently no direct contact has been found just yet. It's Team Mugi that is rather present on the B site, but Team Thoric that has decided, you know what, we're going to try it differently. Just as they all gather up. Yeah, they're just having a fun time here, hanging about. Nyaru, though, has a different definition of fun, so it seems like it goes for that initial fight. Gets the double. Now moving back. The Fade abilities will make his life difficult, but Shinji still retorts. And a 2v4 remains. This is Team Mugi looking strong yet again. Wombo catching out with a headhunter. And Shinji finding the last player, as they also get what could be the second to last round.
We typically know how the chess pieces move in this situation, and right now, Torek, they've got a couple of strong ones left on the board. That Res and From the Shadows still available to both teams, in fact. And how will that factor into their game plan coming into this round? I'm not too sure. It's 3 match points now for Team Torek to overcome on home turf. They've managed to bring things back, but still a mountain to climb.
They could try and pull the same strat again. Be cheeky with the In the Shadows, a bomb satchel from Raze.
I feel as if that may be too much of a tell in terms of hand, though. I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If they were able to pull off that blast pack spike play more than once, then
bring them down.
In for a real treat. But instead, it's Wombo who shows the hand early on, gets taken down, and that's a great advantage for Torek to try and work with coming into this.
Absolutely. That's the start that they need. Even those one-player advantages sometimes can make a lot of impact. Shinji then perhaps, though, standing ready to deny that again, to claim the advantage for his own, although the smoke will deny plenty, and indeed Shinji, you will see him falling back as well. He is notably afraid. Narsil then perhaps with the operator instead, as right now an entry from main set to come through, and narrowly, not a collateral, but Narsil does get the frag, and Dearie me, these are scary times, that's for sure. Mousy, though, excellent resurrection. Wonder Man pushing ahead, and Nitro finding himself Narsil. Only Nyaru is left. This is a round where Team Mugi already knows that they're counted out.
After losing that first kill, they were in a compromised position, I think it's fair to say. However, there were still opportunities for them to bite back and find something there. Like you said, narrowly avoiding a collateral there in terms of kills. Wonder Man's already moving on up. They know exactly where Nairo is, and they will secure a triple for their own. The crowd cheers on as they look to support them over the line and get it to 12 rounds. But yeah, these are very, very close rounds between the two teams that we're seeing. And right now, they just need to see these last couple out, Torek, because they've looked a lot more comfortable. And I think when we go back to the desk and Ginny goes and interviews some of these players, it'll be interesting to see what the thought process was coming into Fracture, because they look like a completely different team here on Split.
Most certainly so. I believe Team Thoric, at the very least, deserve the credit here for bringing this close, regardless of the result. And I also think, you know, at least round difference-wise, they're making impact, they're making a dent, and that's what matters. For now, though, a new round, a new chance, but Nyaru, with a decent hold, finds himself a double. A triple narrowly denied. Mousy retorting, but definitely a lot of power found, and this time a resurrection on the opposite side. Wombo coming through. Mousy at least finding that kill on Nyaru again. As currently Thorek and Mousy are left. It's a 2v4. This is a tough situation to be in. Wombo returning. You've only got Mousy, but no chance left. It's Wombo to claim the final kill. And it will be Team Mugi with a 2-0 result in this best of 2. A beautiful performance by him, but all the credit where it's due to Team Thorek for the way that they managed to bring this so close in that second map. After losing out 2-13. I mean, Team Thoric, that was a very, very nice showing, a very nice performance. And if a few rounds had gone differently, this would have been their map.
It was so close in there. And like you said, it was a matter of a few rounds. Even that last one there, Nairo, I don't think in that situation they should be allowed at range to butter up those players one by one. The spray wasn't even quite connecting, yet they were still able to get them over the line. And I think that's sometimes the difference that we see between the caliber of teams. Even if you're having an off day and you're able to get that win over the line, that's the difference maker, because it's 4 maps now that Mugi have secured. They've won every single game that's been put in front of them. And that makes them a real contender coming into those games tomorrow as well. Looking at the highlights here, some standout crazy plays. It seemed as if as the game was going on, it just got wackier and wackier, but I was absolutely living for it. RJ, I mean, Torek, great from them, though, on that second map to come back in and show what they are capable of in this tournament, and not just that they're here to make up the numbers.
Exactly. I mean, let's be real here. They got that beautiful chance to actually show up right now. They've gotten that HyperX wildcard position, and you know, there's still 2 maps going their way after this, right? That is something that you've got to keep in mind. Let's hope that now they've actually been, you know, put in their place a little bit, not in the negative sense, but more in the sense that they are starting to find their way around. That they're saying, hey, you know, we're getting ourselves shot in, we're getting ready for this, and we want to go now, we want to get the result, and we actually want to get those 2 map wins in the next battle.
Yeah, and not only that, the team they will be facing up against, as you mentioned earlier, Team Targonka, they've struggled in their own right. 13-6 twice across the board against this same Team Mugi side. I think Team Turek have a good chance going into that one. That may be the most evenly balanced matchup that we can expect to see today. So we will just have to see how that one pans out. But, I mean, for a first few games on the broadcast, it's been pretty good.
Currently, it's a exciting situation, that's for sure. It's a beautiful, beautiful start. We're obviously just waiting for a moment until we can move to the interview, where, of course, our lovely stage host, Janiro, will be facilitating that. Right now, if you were in her position, what would you ask?
Oh, if I was going to ask a question, I somewhat alluded to it when we were in the middle of the game analysis, is that, you know, this split performance has been so much better. They look a completely different side in that regard, Torek, and that begs the question, if this is Mugi's map pick and their map pick was Fracture, a map where they lost 13-2, what was the thought process there? Was it something where maybe they were looking to have a slight edge by bringing out something that you wouldn't expect to see, or had they prepared for something else? Were they not expecting to see that lineup of agents come through from Team Mugi? That's the question that I would ask, because, as I said, I would have much more expected this to have been their map pick instead of what we saw in that first map of the day between the two teams.
Most certainly so. It's a complete turnaround in that sense. Things going a little bit opposite way, but hey, sometimes players like to surprise. Sometimes they do the unexpected. I honestly can't wait to see more of Team Thoric now. At the beginning, I was definitely worried, perhaps even a little bit disappointed, dare I say. You know, I had thought that we would have seen a much stronger performance from the get-go, but now they seem to be getting on, you know, they know what to do, they're getting in that position, they are starting to feel comfortable, and now they've got a chance to make this next best of two that they're going to be starting in much, much better, because that's what I want to see from them. I want to see that next best of two where we can actually say, all right, Team Thoric, you know, GG, well played, you deserve that 2-0, because that's at least what I grant them at this point in time.
And I think it's almost an interesting clash between the two teams where Mugi, because they started out so well and they already had that confidence from having played a couple of games previously, they were in a comfortable position. But then on the flip side, Team Thoric, maybe we expected them to be a bit more comfortable because they had that LAN experience prior. But in the end, it is Mugi that win both of those maps. But I believe now we are ready to send you over to that interview with some of the players. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you for that one, casters. It was an incredible performance. Again, congratulations, Mugi. You guys won. You won both of your matches today. How does that feel?
It feels very good. It was the goal since morning. We wanted to go undefeated, and we did it, and we're really looking forward to tomorrow.
You said that this one specifically was one of the games that you were a little worried about. You weren't too sure whether or not you'd be walking away with the win, but you did. However, that split performance, it was your map, but I felt like towards the end you were struggling a little bit with closing that out. Is that something that you're looking forward to maybe ironing out a couple of those mistakes next for tomorrow, actually?
Yeah, to be honest, we made a lot of mistakes on split, both on attacker side and defenders. But my excuse is that we're very hungry. We're here like, you know, some hours, so that's my excuse. But in reality, we didn't play well on split, to be honest.
Okay, so what are you gonna have for lunch then?
Yeah. What am I having? I don't know. Maybe something traditional. We're gonna look out for something Polish cuisine or something. We haven't tried that out yet.
Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoy your lunch and enjoy your celebration. We're going to see more of you guys tomorrow, so thank you so much for that. We're going to be heading to a break. We'll be back shortly with the third game of the day, Thoric versus Targonka.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Streamers League LAN live from Wrocław. I am here, Hazza JC of course, joined alongside on the desk this time Magvire. We'll be taking you through the second best of two on the broadcast, Team Targonka versus Team
Torek, of
Team
course.
Torek, yeah, of course. Sorry, it's slipped my mind. They already had a game earlier, which they played up against Team Mugi, which won all of their maps today. They were struggling early on, but as the day went on, they looked to improve, and now they have a great opportunity at picking up some maps for themselves.
Yeah, so far, Team Mugi, they are guaranteed the first place, so they will be facing off the second team from the other group that will of course be played out a little bit later today. But Team Torek looking a little bit stronger, especially towards split, so I really hope that we get a competitive, a rather, you know, even and tight match against Team Targonka, since they did not show that much promise in the first two games, but still could pull it off because the second place in the group is yet up for grabs.
Yeah, it certainly is. Everything is still to play for, so they're going to want to try and find what they can here, essentially. The round differential didn't take too much of a hit. It was only a 13-10 loss on split, of course. And as you quite rightly mentioned, Team Targonka, their round differential isn't looking too great either. 2 13-6 losses for them earlier against Mugi doesn't put them in a fantastic position coming into this. So yeah, there's a fantastic chance here for Team Thorek to really put some damage on the board and pick up those all-important maps, because points mean prizes. If they want to progress to the playoffs, then they're going to have to put the work in. And coming from that wildcard position as well, you know, there are a lot of question marks coming into this around how they would match up, and I think this is the next big test in terms of what they're able to achieve in this competition.
Yeah, if you look at it, two lesser or two weaker teams from the group are going to face out of each other. The question is who's going to be the better one, who's going to actually win maybe both games or try and get a tie. It's really important because as long as you get the second place, you still are able to play during playoffs, which will be played tomorrow, of course, in the best of 3 format. And what happens tomorrow, what happens next, that's a good question. And I believe that all of the players that actually came here to Wrocław, they don't want to, you know, finish the tournament live with the third place and just be, you know, watching, just be spectating tomorrow games. Still, you really want to get some rounds on the board. You want to get the LAN experience, which is quite new for a couple of the players. Of course, some of the more experienced ones still are playing on the LAN. For example, in Team Torek, we have a couple of the, you know, maybe retired or players that are still pursuing their career. And so far, they're doing just that. They are trying to get the first win on the board. Team Yugi, I've got to tell you, I was quite impressed with how much the Greeks actually improved, because today's showing, especially on Fracture, which was picked by Team Torek, was impeccable. They didn't lose too many rounds. They were quick to finish. We didn't see too much of a wiggle room for Team Torek to actually get back on board to make this comeback happen. So I'm really excited to see Greek team play tomorrow, because I feel like the second group might be a little bit tougher, especially looking into Team Holak, who consists of, you know, one of the best players out there in Poland. Of course, they are still playing in the second league, which is PLE, but Incognito players in Kerem and Kayak, well, ex-Incognito players, they have so much fuel left in the tank, and they are really eager to prove themselves on the line.
Yeah, we've spoken a little bit already about Team Torek, about Team Mugi. We saw both of them play earlier, but Team Targonka, they've got one game under their belt already, or two, against Team Mugi, which we didn't get to see, but let's learn a little bit more about them and see an introductory video for them here. So looking at the lineup here for Team Targonka, from left to right we have LCD, Dinel, Tischler, Targonka themselves, and Turbo. For these lineup of players, something that I noticed, especially going over the notes, is that they play quite a flat composition. So the agents that they select doesn't vary too much from map to map, while there are a couple of alterations. The ones to note would be Tischler swapping from a Sova to a Viper, or Turbo maybe flexing between a Brim and an Omen. The constants of Targonka on Jet, who put in so many great performances to bring them to qualification, LCD on that Chamber, and of course Dinel on the Sage, gives them a core from which to work with. The question is, do we see any changes here now that we're at LAN? Because, I mean, I said the same thing about Team Mugi. I didn't expect to maybe see so many agents coming through, but they were so flexible with their composition, and it really gave them an advantage, which has led them to pick up 4 maps already.
Normally you would think that the team composition is based on the map that you are playing, but if you look into the statistics and the history of what maps were played during qualifiers, we had Bind, we had Fracture, we had Ascent, as well as Haven, but most of the compositions were looking quite familiar or similar. We had Targonka every time on Jet. Maybe I would like to see, you know, Raze thrown up into the mix, since she's becoming much more popular lately after the Jet nerfs. We've also had Sage. She's being still used on maps such as Bind or maybe Split, but if you look into more professional teams, you start seeing the differences and maybe exchanging Sage for a Viper, or maybe trying to go for the double initiator comps with KO and the latest addition to the agent lineup being faked. We do not see that much evolution in terms of the team comps that Team Targonka is bringing to the server, but this might be just because all of those players are feeling really confident and really comfortable on the respective picks. Yeah,
and I mean, the thing is, when you have a core of agents such as that, Jet and Chamber, just only 2 of the 3 outlining the Sage as well, of course, of Dinel, you know, forgetting about them for a moment, obviously they pull their own part of the puzzle, right? It's multiple pieces which are constructed to build that bigger picture, and each of them pull their own weight in achieving different goals for the team. So having that consistency, I suppose, also is something for them to fall back on. But when you look at teams who are facing up against the Mugi earlier, they can maybe find it that little bit easier to have success against them, because you know what you're going up against. It's almost a flat fee of which you're expected to pay against. So it's something that, you know, maybe doesn't give them that same advantage that they could maybe be looking to find if they had variation in their agents, or, you know, the opportunity to mix things up if they're not expecting to be playing so well on those agents.
Yeah, so in terms of which player is to look out for from Team Targonka, I'll have to go with the captain, Targonka being an excellent Jet operator. I'll give it to him that throughout the qualifiers he was the shining light of his team. But when it comes to Team Torek, especially today during the LAN tournament, I feel like the Wonderman is having a breakout performance, such an amazing, you know, clutcher in those tough situations, bringing out those 2Ks, 3Ks, playing under the pressure and not breaking. This is quite an example of a player that has a lot of experience under his belt because in the early stages of the Polish scene, when just esports scene was forming here in Poland, Wonderman was playing in one of the best of the best Polish squads, and he's got quite a lot of experience, especially the LAN experience under his belt. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. But also, I feel like Nitro could be bringing a little bit more to the table. He's still an active player, trying his best in the third Spanish league, and I know that he can do much more than what he showcased on the server. So I'm looking forward for the first win for either of these teams, because I do not believe that we'll end up with 2 draws at the end of the day.
Yeah, it would certainly be a surprise, but nevertheless, great entertainment for those watching on the stream. So I think we're now going to head over to an interview with some of those players so we can see how they're feeling ahead of this matchup.
Thank you for that one, Hazza. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the interview segment. We got Michael with us here. We got Nitro as well. So I'm going to start off first with Nitro from Team Thorek. Hello. You guys unfortunately didn't win the last game, so how are you feeling about this one?
I think like we are a bit stressed, and they have like the advantage that they play already one match before. They set up, they have more time to warm up. But we are confident now, and we are having fun, so it's good.
It's all about having fun. You guys, on the other hand, you did have a little bit of a game earlier today, then you had a break. So do you think you're warmed up? Maybe not?
Yes, the previous match was started pretty close. We were a good opponent, but we missed the ending, the second part of the game. I think we are gonna come back much stronger on this match. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, we're going to have to wait and see how that goes. But are you guys feeling comfortable, confident about this one? What is something that you're really looking forward to today?
I mean, we are not overconfident, but confident enough to win this match. And I think you will see us tomorrow on playoffs.
Okay, well, that means, are you guys confident? Are you going to win this? How are you feeling?
I think we are more experienced a little bit, so maybe we can win by aim.
Okay, we're going to have to wait and see for that. But before we do close this out, any final words you want to share?
Excuse me?
Final words that you want to maybe give it to anyone?
Polska górą!
Okay, what about you? Any final words coming from your side?
I mean, we just want to thank everyone we played against and everyone who cheering for us and cannot be here. So we are playing for Hungary, even that this is a bigger league, bigger streamer league. So thank you everyone, and we are trying our best.
Well, thank you for those wholesome words, and we're going to be heading into the game, but I'm going to be throwing it to casters first, as they're going to be walking you guys through Agent Select. We'll see you guys on the server.
Thank you very much for that, Ginny. Some strong words coming out from those players, the calls of Polska Górą as well.
Yeah.
Trying to fire up the crowd, maybe use the home advantage.
I love it, I love it. You know, Nitro embracing the Polish meme, Polska Górą, meaning that Poland is going to rule today. And of course, Targonka suggesting that he is representing the whole country of Hungary. And of course, him coming from this region with so many excellent and talented players overall in the regional leagues as well as VCT. He has big shoes to fill.
Yeah, and we're now going to get a little look at some of the map picks, the 2 maps that we will be going to, Haven and Bind. Interesting choices. Bind obviously was the map that Targonka played on earlier, alongside Ascent being one of those losses that they had. So going back to that one may not be happy hunting grounds. It'll be interesting to see what they've brought to their game to maybe try and adjust to some of the issues and iron them out where they fell short previously. But first of all, it's going to be Haven from Targonka, and this is a map which we've seen them play very, very consistently with the lineup of agents that they have as well, fairly well suited. I think we'll certainly expect to see Tischler playing Sova on there as well to give them a lot of information, because that's something that you require a lot of on this map. Trying to manipulate those rotates to the best of your ability, find space in and around the map as best as possible, and really dictate the pace, I think, is something that these teams will want to try and involve with their game plan.
Yeah, I think that the traditional team composition on Haven is still the one that you want to use. Of course, Jet making a lot of space with her dashes and with her cloudbursts, but lately I've been seeing a lot of different variations of team compositions. For example, in Polish VRL, there's been a lot of Neon plus Breeze breach compositions where you can really strike fast and strike hard because you know breach is stunning with the fast and then Neon coming with the fast lane. She's just you know swinging left and right, getting those kills in. So I'm quite interested and quite curious which agents are actually going to be picked up, because we might see some of the newer ones, some of the newer lineups presented here by Team Targonka. But just looking at the data that we have from the qualifiers, we should probably be expecting Jet, Chamber, Sova, as well as Sage and Omen.
Yeah, I think that would be the comp of choice for them to try and work with. Omen instead of Brim because of that limited range that you get with the Sky Smokes, as well as the Orbital Strike and that Incendiary not having as much value because the chokes aren't really as tight, I suppose. The way that the map is so vast, having 3 different sites to plant the spike on means that, you know, your interests have to be all-encompassing for the map as well. From the shadows, the ult from Omen, we see that on Split too because they're able to have that traversability to maneuver the map a lot better. There's also variations in height too. You have the heaven position towards A. Just being able to navigate that a little bit better, as well as the paranoia coming into the retakes from towards that B mid area can also be very, very useful. So that's what we expect to see from them. Like you said, there could be a variation in agents potentially. I'm not too sure we can maybe expect to see a fade here. I know Neon Breach is maybe something that we could see. We saw it earlier coming out from Team Mugi, and maybe they'll be taking a page out of their book. Not Targonka, of course, because you know we sort of somewhat know how they play, but at least on the side of Torek.
I just quickly checked which maps were played by the Polish team during the qualifiers, and it was 3 times Ascent, so good old Polish classic. If you ask me, every Polish team has to know how to play Ascent because it's such a popular map in this region. But when it comes to Haven, I just feel like, yeah, Brimstone is not going to be that impactful because usually you want to opt for Brimstone on the maps where you are planning to do those explode, you know, strategies whenever it's bind, where you just can instantly put 3 smokes down and also speed up your rotations with the Sting Beacon. In terms of how map is played on Haven, you rather need to control certain areas, and it's much easier with Omen because first of all you can put some pressure, take control over the area, then the enemies come up with their own utility, and when you back up you will still need some other utility from your side to stop the enemy advance, and Omen is perfect for that because his smokes have a a little longer delay, but they still recharge over time. So this is why Omen is a better pick in my mind for Haven. I expect to see Omen, maybe some Astra picks, because lately she's been getting much more popular.
Yeah.
But still, Haven might not be the best arena for her. Still, Jet being an agent that you probably want to see, but I can completely agree with the picks like Raze or maybe Neon, of course, if the agents, if the players can use them properly. Because Jet, you know, being the most traditional one, being the one that's in the game from the very beginning, everyone knows how to play her, but if you put a good and skilled, experienced Raze player on this map, he can also do a lot of damage to the enemies.
And, well, we heard there from the interview from Genie that Targonka on their side, they just want to win it out by pure aim duels, so maybe it doesn't even matter what agents you stick them on as we see those choices come through. There is a fade in play, but Targonka, they go exactly with what we expected. The only variation is on the side of Torek. They've got a double initiator set up, KO as well, as Melcy looks to try and make some noise early on. Instead, it's Wonder Man, who's already had a fantastic performance that will open things up, not before they're shut down by Tishla, and that push looks to come in towards A.
This man cannot be stopped today, and finally Torek and Nitro putting some kills on the board. This pistol round looks like it's going to go the way of the Polish crowd. Melcy with the flank already. He'll just get a free kill on Tishler, who was not suspecting that the enemy could be behind him already. Such a quick and an impactful round for Team Torek. They're starting off with a win towards the pistol round.
And it's great as well to see that push coming in from Wonderman towards mid. It eases off a little bit more pressure towards A, so those players can sit back in the site. They don't have to go hunting for frags because they're not at a deficit early on, and it was really nicely played in the end. That's pistol round secured. Now looking on to this one, we see a fairly decent investment across the board, and Marshall being the only exception to the standard Spectre buy that we see coming through. Heavy armor on all those players. A couple of Sheriffs to see if Targonka can't maybe land a shot or two. Headhunter as well. Searches towards mid, but takes a heavy tag. And while it will be healed off, it's not an ideal way to start this one out.
No, really. There's some presence towards middle side of the map. in rounds like this, the biggest aim of the attacking team, if they're on the back foot, of course, having the worst buy, is to get the plan down. So you get some extra money, you get some extra credits for the next round, then you can buy all the abilities as well as your armor. So, of course, Team Targonka, well, they are looking to win this one, but most importantly, to just get the spike plant, especially following the first round where they couldn't do that.
Yeah, they want to try and maybe brute force it. There's a few players queuing up outside of Garage here. Nitro takes a heavy tag and Dinell will capitalize from it. That's a big pick to even out the man count here. Exi comes diving on Indo and they've made a splash with a couple of kills. Dishler will eventually put a stop to things, but Dorek's already in position. They're cutting them down. The Prowler comes through, it finds a tag, that's a blind player, and another one secured. 2 on the board, the crowd goes wild, and the Polish players continue to march on forwards.
Yeah, it's really important to put an effort in front of your home crowd, because all of those people came to cheer for Torek, and so far he's doing great in this map. 4-0, the best example of how to actually play in defense on Haven, because this is such an open and such a wide map where the defenders, they really need to take control over certain parts of the map. If you're playing just waiting for the enemies to push, you will never have your rotation on time, and unless you win all of your duels, you will be playing on the back foot. First full buy on the side of Team Targonka. They have better guns, so it's the prime time for them to finally strike back.
Yeah, and it's the exact same setup, same arrow there coming towards long, so Targonka, they're definitely giving an early showing of what their execute is, and maybe that's going to sit with a mind of these Thorek players as they look to try and find that first one. A push towards short comes in from Nitro, but the shots don't connect, and instead they land on those Thorek players. Exi is able to find one from the back lines onto the chamber from the opposite side, but now locked out of the sight with better weapons in the hands of these Targonka players. It's going to be a very difficult retake to try and make work now that that barrier orb is also shutting down these angles, making them that little bit narrower for them to try and find anything, and they may just be looking for exits or good damage at this point in time.
Let's see if Exi actually tries to follow up with some other kills, since he's gotten the better gun. He might actually throw it to one of the players, but it's Mauzi who gets the kill on Tagi. He's already been a little bit lower during this round, but it looks like Team Torek, they still want to get the win during the bonus round. However, the time is running out, and right now they're just looking for the economic damage. This one extra kill would have made the difference, but Mauzi missing his shot, and it's just 2 players on the side of Team Targonka that will stay alive during the bonus round. By any means, that was a really good and promising round from Team Torek. They were fighting till the last man standing and actually managed to get 3 guns of the enemy team. And you can already see that they are struggling to get the full buy for Iced. It looks like this will be a judge buy, and also for Targonka himself. He's only managed to pick up a Spectre here.
Teleport's ready.
A definite hit being made there. Targonka loses their life when they peeked out in towards that Marshal, having already heard the first shot run out and being within range of dying. Instead, LCD gets that one. There's a ping onto Exi. Their position is compromised, and those players push on up and take them down. A very nice execute made here by Team Targonka. And while there are players lurking in towards mid to try and maybe make a flank work, all still 5 players standing means that those positions are going to be covered, and they've got plenty to try and expend to lock them down.
LCD in the prime position to actually make use of this judge that he bought for himself. Of course, he's looking to exchange it for a better gun, but first, you need to get this round on the board, and Nitro says, just not yet. He'll try to get Turbo, but he wins in the duel. It was Torek who had 2 players lined up, but only managed to get the one of them. So it's 2-2, and the score is tied up. Team Targonka finally getting back on board and forcing the enemy team to play the eco round.
They shut things down straight away, and that's the thing that me and RJ were talking about on the previous map, is that sometimes you see a real difference between how a team is able to play in the early stages if they pick up that pistol round anti-eco, and when you're not able to convert the bonus, when things start to head into the gun rounds, they just don't feel as capable. And Targonka, I think this is something that we saw from them as well. While they won all of their pistol rounds in the best of 1 games that they had in the qualifiers, when it came into those gun rounds on the playoffs, that was when they really excelled.
Look at Team Torek. Even though they have bad guns, they are trying to dictate the tempo of this round, playing aggressively towards A main and also getting this surprising position from XZ. He, however, did not manage to get the kill and had to retreat. But it's Mousy having his blades out. He gets the kill just to even the things up. It's 4v4. Wonderman missing a couple of his shots, finally getting one on the board, but it will not make a big difference. However, Team Targonka using the res to secure this map, to secure this round win.
Certainly should be. Twice as many players left to try and see it out in yet another post plant, or it could get caught out here with the horn, and yep, they're gonna get chased on down. That paranoia so nicely placed for Tischler to capitalize, and now we see a 1 versus 4. Mousy, they took a hunk of damage previously with that engagement in towards mid. LCD doing plenty of damage. The only player to fall on the side of Targonka means that most likely we will be seeing this Vandal saved on through. Tischler still poses a threat here, not just with the shock darts, but that Spectre in hand. Only 5 points of health, and I think Mousy, even if they're able to take this kill, could struggle to move away with their life. They do look to try and run away, the footsteps being heard, and may just get away with it here, Mag.
Oh, just
there's
no
no
he
way!
actually gets the kill. Finally, Sage will put an end to the things, and Mousy will drop like a fly. But credits where it's due, Team Torek managing to get 3 kills on the board, also making the enemy use the resurrection, so Sage will not have her ultimate ready for the next round. And then they can finally strike back with a better buy. This time around, Mousy getting up on the board. He's looking to get in the prime position to start dealing those heavy blows towards the enemy.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, they're going to be met by a couple of players here as they start to move up towards short. LCD has a sniper of their own in their own right. That tour de force looking towards mid to try and find something, but the dark cover means that that first angle has been denied. Control expended either way. The Haunt will confirm their suspicions that nobody is lurking on the close angles, but the ping suggests that they're aware of that player in a position towards the close corner, and something that they are going to be aware of as these defenders lurk towards outside of A and Torek. They're going to clear this, going in towards the close angle just as the smoke comes out. The timing is too good to be true. Not only that, as the Prowler comes through, they'll find that spike as well. Kills also going down elsewhere. Torek now duly noted by Dinel, but they are powerless to stop them from prowling on forwards. 1 versus 4 situation yet again. This time it falls the opposite way.
Look at the confidence coming out of captain of Team Torek, of course himself, and the precision of the shots. He got 2 really important frags here. It looked like Mousy might have put an end to the things, but it's still Tischler who's left alive. He retrieved the spike and he's going straight towards A side. Might be able just to get the plant, but the situation is tough. 1v3, it's a clutch. Will he be able to pull it off? That's a good question. If he gets the Wonderman, he'll do it, but no, it's Mousy with the perfect position for a sniper shot, taking him out. And score is tight yet again.
It certainly is, but you've got to think about where the bulk of these rounds are coming from. Team Torek, 2 of those 3 rounds were bought pretty much for free, I suppose, when you consider the value that the pistol round has. So coming into the gun rounds, we've seen a lot more success from Team Targonka, winning 3 of the last 4, the only previous one being the one that they ended up dropping. So now, looking at the way that things set themselves out, this could be a really key round in how this half continues to progress, because like you said quite rightly, neither of these teams has really established a culture of round wins at this point in time. Things are very back and forth, left open between the two. As we see an investment from Tischler here onto the Hunter's Fury, it's met with a null command, which will keep Nitro alive for now, but Exi on the close angle will have to be checked, and I think we might see a bait here. If they're able to stabilize the core, it's just going to be a freebie actually. Nitro back on their feet, nobody looking to push on through, too much utility to keep them at bay. Targonka, they go back to the drawing board and look to move that attack elsewhere, as we already see LCD pushed up so far towards short and may catch Torek here as well.
He got better of him, of the enemy, and it's the opening frag from Team Targonka. They can make themselves at home at side A, as there's no enemy presence to be seen towards A side. Also putting the wall down to split the defenders and the attackers. Spike is down for some time already, and Exi, he exchanges his gun for a Vandal. No, it's still Mousy on the op. Do they have the tools to actually pull it off?
I'm not too sure. They were down a player to try and start off with. Mousy will try and trade out that Jet player, and they get it done, but it's going to be all for now. Things are looking ever less likely that they can be pulled out of the bag here by Torek. They're not even trying to aggress the site at this point in time. Mousy will simply hunt for exits. Only one player will head in towards their crosshair, and the shot doesn't even connect. Inel finds them instead. Nitro will be fed a couple players on the plate, but they just can't eat it. There's not enough room in the stomach. And just like that, Targonka, they carry on. Now they have a significant, well, I say a significant advantage. When we look at the rounds that we've been having in the last few, they've won 4 of the last 5. This is an advantage of only 1 round at this point in time, but it's an advantage which is looking to grow. And considering the financials here that Torek have putting up as well, they can invest into this round. But if they're not able to win it, then they're really looking strapped for cash.
Certainly, in the grand scheme of things, it looks like Team Targonka is having an advantage right now. But Team Torek might just bring it back by winning this round. They have spent all the available credits towards this buy. And still, not every player got the best equipment available out there. It's Wonderman who's playing with Sheriff, but the remaining players, they still got the op, they have 3 Vandals, so they might be a challenge for Team Targonka. However, it's Targonka himself who's jumping on the side, getting a lot of attention from his enemies, but the spike will go down, no problemo.
Spike planted.
See that sometimes. A fast execute towards front B. Torek pushed away by the Paranoia. Speculative effort perhaps. Not too sure if the information is there, but as the horn comes out, surely now these players are aware of the position. There's a flank coming through from the side. If the kill isn't able to be found here by LCD anyway, and it isn't because there's a flurry of kills coming in. The kill feed has lit itself up blue. A wave comes flying on through. Batista with a triple in response. Shuts them down where they stand. And just as the peak comes through from Nitro, they're all out of gas. Fumes left running now in the tank of Torek, and well, it's empty. There's not going to be any guns for them here in this round either. Targonka, they maintain that momentum. Haven being a map famously known for its dominant side performances, and this is a really worrying sign here for Torek.
Things started looking grim after a couple of those kills for Team Torek, but then the hero emerged, and it's Tischler who gets 4 on the board. That was an exquisite position from him, and of course even better aim. This is something that Targonka himself mentioned during the interview. We would like to win this map thanks to our superior abilities, and really they showcased it just showcased just that during the last round.
It was 1 out of pure gunplay. I don't think you see anyone get that 4K with the Vandal. The Phantom there on the defender's side in those close angles really does reign supreme. Torek has already established this position towards long. They don't have a hold on short necessarily, peeking in and out maybe to try and find that information, but here come those players. Do they expect that close position? Tischler certainly looks to be eyeing it up, and they find them out. Another kill from them means that they're on an absolute rampage right now, and while the cavalry may come in to try and reinforce, LCD's finding things elsewhere. Targonka's got 1 in on the site. The burst was struggling to find it, and eventually it does, but it's just too late. Wonderman with a singular point of HP, a singular player drop from Targonka means they have a real good advantage here to see out the round, and that's just insult to injury. You didn't even have to put up the wall at that point in time. All you got to do is just blow them a kiss, and I think Wonderman is falling into an early grave.
Yeah, they're spending the money. Here goes 400 credits. Take that, Wonderman. He's standing on his last legs, 1 HP. If he pulls off this clutch, this will be the craziest action that we actually saw so far, but this is mission impossible. And Wonderman, I'm sorry, but you're no Tom Cruise.
No, certainly not. And the fallout will be that finally we have a buy round here coming through from Torek. The previous, it wasn't really theirs to win. Mousy has an opportunity to put through that operator. With the Blade Storm in hand, they may decide against it. However, I think it would be the smarter option, and we do see that now come through. So right now, seeming to be a fairly standard execute. Targonka, they don't want to try and complicate things. They're going to move all 5 players, or at least a 3 and a 2 split towards this C site. And it's one which is left fairly uncontested, except for Mousy, who is in place with an operator, and so is Wonderman. They've got a bit more HP and a bit better of a gun this time around.
And this is exactly something that I wanted to see. If Team Torek is just playing with 1 player towards C, they really need to put pressure on some other place on the map, and they just chose to attack in the middle. They got the first kill, but luckily for Team Targonka, they had the resurrection available. So he brings back one of the players, and it's 5v5 yet again. Torek, I'm not sure if he actually meant for the Nightfall to go this way, but he's the sole survivor on the EA side. And finally the cavalry arrived, and some of his teammates will be able to help him on side, getting the first kill. Wonderman, however, he adds another one for him. It's the third kill for the guy on the board. Highlander doing some damage, and it's Nitro who finishes LCD off. It's an advantage towards Team Torek 2-1.
And Tischler's just getting straight out of there, hightailing themselves to C, which I believe was the original plan for this round, one which was compromised and ended up in them returning towards their happy hunting grounds in terms of positions where they've been able to find things. And this could be a big round for Team Torek to try and pick up. If they can tip the scales and get these rounds a little bit closer between the two teams, put them in a great position. The two defenders a little bit disjointed, looking to try and work in tandem, group up for this play. The trademark is down, so that position towards Garage won't be alerted just yet. Tischler trying to keep things about them. That Blade Storm coming through will now give them the information that the push is coming through, but they already know about the position. The 0-point knife gives it all away. Tischler's got to try and find both. There's a Cloudburst one way as well, and that's very expertly done by Mousy. Clinical in the way that they dispatch Tischler, and now the gap continues to close, and they take full advantage of that situation, Team Torek.
That was such smart move from Mousy to use the clouds with the way so the enemy cannot see him really, and you can just spot the legs, so you are basically sure to hit him with all the knives. Of course, the investment of the ultimate for Jet is not ideal, but this was something necessary to secure the round on the board for Team Torek. And so far, I like the approach of standing their ground and not letting the enemies in on the side, because if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, when Team Targonka secured the entrance on the side and planted the spike, so far they've been able to pull off some of those wins. And whenever Team Torek stop the enemy at the start of the attack, they're much more likely to win the round this way.
Both of those Cloudbursts have already been burnt through on the defender's side for Mousy, but they burnt through the enemy player in the form of LCD as well. That Tour de Force getting no value in the end. Exi on the off angle tries to find something, but just as soon as it seemed like Torek had established a sense of control, the carpet is whipped out from underneath their feet, and an advantage now begins to sit with those attackers who march on towards A as they have done time and time again. You spoke fondly of the way that Torek try and shut them down where they stand, and while we see that attempted here from Nitro, how much can they get done? The flash comes through, they blind 3 players but can only find 1 for the time being. A response is met, the equilibrium still established. Wonderman goes flying straight in, maybe a little overzealous. Turbo will take them out. The Omen on the other side gets the job done. And now it's a 1 versus 3. Mousy left alone. We know how capable they are in their own right, but this one may be just a little far-fetched for them to achieve.
You've got to give it to the man. Wonderman trying some crazy stuff, but in the end, it did not matter because the enemies were completely ready for that. And Mousy, in 1v3, that's a tough situation, especially if you take into consideration that he only has 81 HP left. It will be Turbo to finish it off and get himself on the board with a quad kill. Team Targonka, so far, looking much superior to their enemies. And they might finish up the half with the 8-4 scoreline, taking into consideration that Team Torek, they don't have that much money left to spend for the last round here.
Yeah, and at the very least, they have now secured that advantage coming into the second half. On the defender's side, for some it would be a less preferable position to be playing from, but looking at Team Targonka's team comp, the fact that they're not running the 2 initiators means that they're a little more staunch. They can hold things down more easily with the utility they have at their disposal. Sage, of course, being great for that, but for the time being, we look at their attack. How swift can they be? Targonka finds the first, landing the steak knife between the eyes of Xhai, who is put out on a plate. LCD gets one of their own onto Mousy, and while the spam comes through from Wonderman, it will shut them down, but still an advantage to be kept players in these positions to shut things out, and they've got to worry about LCD in here towards window as well.
So far, Hungarian fans must be content with how well Targonka is doing, especially with the knives, but Team Torek, they didn't say the last word. in this round. They are still fighting, however, those lineups are so difficult to overcome. Torek, he has to kill remaining 2 players, but it will be Tischler who puts an end to things and finishes off the first half with 4 points ahead of the enemy. So far, Hungarians were superior to the enemy on the map, and Team Torek, they really need to, you know, to improve during the attack rounds, because if you take into consideration that they've only won the pistol round and followed it up with 2 additional full buys, it just too little to come out victorious in such a game.
Yeah, I was just going to follow it up and say the exact same thing. You know, when you only have 4 rounds to work with, half of those coming off the back of the early phases of the game, it's a tough situation to be in. Torek, if they're able to win the second pistol here, that bodes very well for them because they can start to close that gap. They get a more preferential side with 2 initiators. Rounding things off with a duelist of Mousy on Jet as well could be very nicely done. And well, right now they've gone for a more slow approach. They're turtling in towards mid. However, we already see an advance coming in through towards long, and just as LCD finds that one onto Nitro, it almost gives the green light. Instead, they'll back up and just focus this defense in towards mid, where all the action is going on right now.
This Prowler, he probably just lost his way around the wall. He was stuck there for a little bit of time. An exchange 1-for-1, but on top of that, Targonka himself, he's being reduced to only 7 HP. Team Torek, they still show some presence towards the middle part of the map, but it looks like they will finally recalibrate and maybe go towards Seaside, which looks much more open this time around. It's the second round that Tischler is actually, you know, jumping over this little edge and escaping with his life, even though some of those bullets were aimed at him.
Yeah, you can never know when that peak is going to come through. Turbo's got the first sight of Mousy here. He's already primed the tailwind, and they will send it straight in. The Hawk should give information back sight, but Turbo slips in the smoke and finds a couple headshots quickly. XE will respond, and Wonder Man is there as well to bring things back to a 2 versus 2. It'll have to be a retake here for the pistol round if it is to go the way of Team Targonka. Targonka themselves. A couple of body shots onto XE is just enough to take them down. And Wonder Man will have to put out a wonderful performance, and it's not quite enough. A headshot connected from that healed player will be a couple of assists quite nicely into the hands of Dinel.
Yeah.
And Targonka winning the pistol round now. They start to push that boat further ashore, just on the brink of finding double digits already at this stage in the game.
Sage coming in with a clutch heal there in the crucial moment. I believe if Targonka was not healed up, he might have fallen to Wonderman, who was playing this up to a perfection. You can only see how hyped and how excited the players from Team Targonka are, because, well, the pistol round, it looks like the last nail to the coffin in this game. Haven might just be over, since Team Targonka are looking to get double digit on the board for themselves.
You've got to look at the grand scheme of things as well, the way that these different matchups marry up against one another. When we consider how Team Torek were able to do against Mugi and how Targonka have performed here as well, there's a little bit of a disparity between the 2 teams, so maybe something to note in terms of map picks. This is Targonka's map pick after all, and Torek are putting in a much better performance than they did on Fracture. Danielle gets that first one, pop flash through, LCD goes into ADS and it just locks up the front and left tires as they really struggle to find anything there, and this has opened things up, but the cavalry have arrived and Turbo's mowing them down. That lawn is cut, it's fresh, it's clean, and now it's just Torek, one of those final few weeds to be clipped out of the pavement, and just like that, they lose their life. 10-4, it is established. After losing that first player, they respond beautifully, and Targonka prime themselves to take this first map.
If you look at it, Turbo is such an exquisite player in terms of, you know, putting an end to those quick attacks, because whenever he finds himself in a challenging situation, he always comes out on top with at least 2 or 3 kills. So far, he's been a driving force for his team, and of course, looking at the scoreboard, having secured 15 eliminations, he can be quite happy with his performance so far. Just around the corner, that was Mousy, left with a smile after the failed round, but still embracing the good sportsmanship and having fun during the LAN tournament.
The Previous round was a bit unfortunate. I think it was actually the end of that trademark from LCD activating, which grouped up all those players towards the front site and allowed them to be swept up. It will be in the same position this time around, but of course, Team Torek, they have better weapons to try and work with. And just like that, the trademark is dealt with, so that's one less problem for them to worry about, and less map control that Targonka have at least comfortably kept for them, because now they understand that players could make their way through B if not kept under a watchful eye from a couple of these players. With that rotate coming through, it leaves them vulnerable towards A, and it looks like that's where the push will be coming from, but instead, LCD, they find one on the judge, they rendezvous away, and that's an absolute freebie.
That was a perfect example of how to use Chamber. However, it did not put a stop to the attack from Team Torek. It's finally Mousy as well as Wonderman putting those guns to good use. And it's just Turbo. Can he pull it off? So far, he's been doing great. But in this situation, with a worse gun, it might be just a challenge that he won't be able to overcome.
Just as they swap out the Spectres, there's a sound cue position
However,
alerted towards spawn. Mousy loses their life, but they won't be able to get this upgrade on the Vandal for free. I mean, they won't be able to get anything at all. Exi will execute them, takes the head off, and secures that 5th round for Team Thorek. At half as many rounds as they were, same as being on the half 8-4, it is now 5-10. So Targonka, while they've had more success, Torek, they're still in the server. They're still trying to keep their hopes alive of picking up a map here in the competition, because if they can't find this one, then I think looking at the way things are, they'll struggle to qualify.
Yeah, but the bonus round, it comes, it completes the first circle, because like in the first half, like we mentioned, 3 guns being taken away from Team Torek, it might be something that they were not looking for forward to, right? Because they might struggle with the economy just a bit. Of course, it's Tour de Force that comes in clutch in such situation to bring one more gun to the table for Team Torek.
Yeah, it certainly adds that extra dynamic to the fray. Right now, Team Targonka on the defense, they like to prioritize towards C a lot, is something that I've seen. They seem to be fairly happy to play for a retake towards A, which isn't something that you see teams do too often, especially considering their composition where they don't have double initiators like Torek do. But another player has moved on over. It is Targonka with the operator in hand, and it looks as if 4 of the remaining players on Torek will be moving for this A execute as well.
Yeah, so far they were not so proactive towards the defense side. Usually you see the teams trying to take control over the map. Team Targonka, they are just waiting. They know that they have superior equipment in form of the op in hands of Targonka himself. He manages to get 1 kill on the board. He's got his dash active. He'll add insult to injury, eliminating yet another player, and it's Tischler to finish things off. 11th round for Team Targonka. They weathered the storm, and they're looking forward to finishing this map with a 13-5, 13-6 scoreline.
In a very confident manner as well, may I add. I was almost grimacing at the end of that round. A flawless one from Targonka. In the fashion they were able to pick it up, we saw Exi somewhat timid on that initial peak. They showed the shoulder and it was a little bit too much. Targonka was able to snatch that away from them. Great use of utility coming back in towards the site as well. The recon there to secure a couple of kills. Falling apart in the mid as well, and now we find ourselves on a key round for Torek to try and find.
Yeah, and if you take a dive into the equipment that Team Torek has now, it's an outcome of this bonus round in flesh. You can see that they don't have that many guns, but still they're trying their best. It will be Mousy who gets 1 kill on the board, as well as Torek putting another one for himself.
Oh no, Tischler's up long. Oh! They've got view on the spike and it has to cross, thankfully, for...
Yeah, a shrouded step comes in handy in such situations, and they can just move over to the other side of the map, get themselves into the prime positions, probably establish a good crossfire, and put the spike down. It will be a tough challenge for Tischler to actually clutch this round, but so far he's been doing a stellar job
Spike planted.
For his team, so he might be just the right person to pull off such a difficult situation.
1 enemy remaining.
And you expect them to get the low HP as well. Player Wonderman goes wandering towards short and loses their life. That quiver of Sova's darts is full. The recon has claimed some information. Tischler may be expecting to be flanked towards from long, but instead It is that heaven position that's been assumed instead by
Yeah.
Torek.
He's happy to sit there. He also
He has the
time.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, an easy pickup in the end for Torek. The crowd cheers on to breathe more life into this resurgence that we're seeing from Torek on the attacker's side. And while they've picked up rounds here and there, the trend does still dictate that Targonka will run away with this one, but they'll have to wait a little longer to get match point on the board.
They are clutching at straws now, but still holding on. It's really important that they don't lose yet another round, because then it's a match point.
Yeah.
Probably like 6 of them for Team Targonka. And you can see that the confidence in the moves of Marzi was something that really made the difference during this round, because he was the first one to approach the side and actually get the opening frag there.
They were still somewhat lucky to be able to get those kills in towards C, because it felt as if they were driving without wheels, I suppose. And on the previous round as well, when they lose out on some of those picks, they look a little bit disjointed on the push on through. Aggression already felt in towards mid though, and it's Tischler that will be heading it. They spray down the first, but Mousy is there to retort. An advantage for the defenders early on means that the attackers, they're on the back foot to try and hunt for a round, which they so dearly need, so sorely are missing.
Last player
And
standing.
just like that, they're missing players as well. Turbo's just finding value here, there, and everywhere. They may just even get this last one as well. Mousy denies them the liberty.
No charges left.
However, just 20 HP on his side.
Exactly. 1 versus 2, low HP. Targonka should be in place to find it, but LCD gets it instead. Shut out twice as many rounds as they were before.
Yeah.
We saw it 8-4, 10-5, now
Match
30
point.
or 12-6, sorry. And Targonka, they seem to be closing this one out slowly but surely.
Yeah. However, to be completely honest, Team Torek, they were in such a tough spot playing against double sniper rifle setup.
Yeah.
It's really tough, especially if you're not using your utility to counter that. And they were probably not expecting the enemy team to have op on the side of Jet, as well as Tour de Force activated by Chamber. So both snipers coming up with 2 kills respectively for their own sniper rifle experience. It will be Tischler who tried to put a stop to that attack, but was quickly silenced by the KO.
That 0 point will take away the Hunter's Fury, and as the null command comes through, those final few pulses fire away. The Nightfall is there to at least alert this retake to some of the positions, but it's somewhat premature. Maybe trying to get in before the null command had value, but instead the flank is there.
Oh, no.
Tischler chips in from the front lines as well, and they've just got to keep that thought in their mind. Nitro dropped to such low HP. Wonderman wondering what they can do from inside the smoke. Targonka chips in with the blades as well. Twice as many players stand. The defuse is starting to come through. So does the ping and the kills. Wonderman's able to get at least one onto Dinell, but that may just be it. It's already half done, and those shots just aren't connecting. The Cloudburst is in place. 13-6. Targonka had the same scoreline go against them twice, and they respond with the exact same. A great way to get that first map of the day on the board for them, and Torek will have to go to the next series to try and find that.
Team Targonka claiming a rather strong victory over the enemies. We've got to give it to them. Besides the 2 rounds that the enemy team won in the first round with the pistol ones, they did not bring that much into the table. You can see Targonka, you can see Tischler, as well as Turbo having an exquisite, personal performances. And really, the aim that Targonka mentioned during the interview, he really shined with his, Vandal and Operator actions. I've got to give it to them. So far, they're looking like a superior team, and Team Torek, they really need to step up their game towards the second map if they still want to think about joining, the playoff teams in Team Mugi so far.
Yeah, and we saw that they were able to do that last time out. They lost Fracture against Mugi and then moved on to Split. It wasn't even their pick, but they were able to find 10 rounds at the very least. So once we progress onwards onto their map pick after this one, you would like to think that they have a chance of finding more success. It will be on Bind, a map which Targonka lost previously, so there is a great opportunity for them to get some value there, but yeah, I'm not too sure what to think. Maybe Torek have been found out somewhat, that, Targonka would have had an opportunity to watch them play a little bit, reset their mental after losing those first 2 maps against Team Mugi earlier in the day. So yeah, there are certainly questions to be raised, but the fact of the matter is Targonka turned up when it mattered, and they found Haven very, very nicely in the end. I mean, that first half was a little bit strenuous, but once we got to the second half, you know, they spread their wings and flew away.
Yeah, I think that the key to the success of Team Targonka was actually figuring out what the enemy wanted to do, because at first, at the start, the game looked really close. We've had a 3-3, the teams going toe-to-toe, but then one round after the another, Team Targonka, they actually, you know, put the pieces together and were able to extend their lead, which in the end was just a rather exquisite victory on their side. Yeah, let's see if Team Torek, if they have any if they have any fuel left in the tank, because this is the question that we'll actually ask before the upcoming game, which will be Bind.
We certainly do. You said they were missing a few pieces, and you know, sometimes one flies under a chair or whatever. They'll have to go hunting and maybe see if they can find it on Bind, which will be coming to you after a very short break.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log on to an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome to the bed.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Streamers League LAN finals from Wrocław. I am Hazza, joined alongside Magvaya, and we will be bringing you through the second map of this best of two series between Team Turek and Team Targonka. Targonka were able to pick up a 13-6 victory on their own map pick of Haven. They had lost 13-6 two times already on Ascent and on Bind, which is the next map that we have coming up, and an opportunity for Team Turek to put themselves back in a decent position to qualify. Not the best, I'm not too sure if the odds are so heavily stacked against them that they would still struggle to make it through in that next spot, but it may be all dependent on round differential, so they've got to show up in this second game. They improved from the first game to the second game in the series against Mugi, but this may just be another step up that they need.
Yeah, so mentioning the round differential, I have actually had a chance to chat with the players who are out just chilling in the sun. It's beautiful and warm weather out here in Poland. So from what we have found out, the 13-6, 13-6 and the results that Team Torek was able to put against Team Mugi, they actually are tied up with the score. So in order to get through to the playoffs, they have to beat the score of the last game, which was 13-4, right? Yeah. So Team Torek, if they want to get through, they need a commanding victory over the enemies on Bind. And looking at things, the players were suggesting themselves, maybe we bring out a composition made up, made of 5 Sentinels. This was something that they mentioned to me during the short break. So I'm not sure. I'm not completely convinced that they're actually going to play, you know, Cypher, KO, Killjoy, Chamber, Sage, and maybe Viper, you know, being 5 Sentinels here. But we could probably look forward to seeing Torek on Fade again, because I feel like she is a strong addition to the Agent lineup, especially on such narrow map like Bind. She has quite a few spots for utility and can use her prowlers, such as you know, the dog from Sky, which might be quite helpful, especially if you are thinking about holding those close corners towards towards bathroom, or maybe towards the garden and be long.
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking to Enfist about this yesterday as well, how Sky can be such a must-pick on Bind for clearing out certain areas of the map and just giving you that kind of control, especially towards B long on Bind. I'm thinking, for example, those flashes are great at offering passive info in terms of how you're able to outline yourself from a defender's perspective.
It's always a win-win situation for Sky.
Exactly.
So she either gets the info that are they coming enemies, are they playing towards the fountain, or if they are coming close, you can just get a quick flash, then peek, get a kill, and just retreat in a good fashion. So yeah, I feel like Sky is a mass pick on this map, but we have seen a couple of different team compositions in terms of the initiators. You can still use Sova. I've seen a couple of teams do that. I'm not so sold on KO, but Bridge could be also an option worthwhile. So we will see what teams actually bring to the table with the team compositions on this one. But I'm quite curious to see which agents are we going to see on the server.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned Sova as well, because that is the initiator of choice that Team Targonka would be picking.
Yeah,
in this
they
one.
usually go with Sova, right?
This is the thing with their lineup, is it is very orthodox in the way that it outlines itself. It stays the same pretty much across most of the maps, so I think Sova would be the de facto choice in this example. But I mean, whether that changes or not, who knows? Maybe the confidence goes to their head, they stray away and try something else. That is yet to be seen. The real question is, what is Torek going to bring forward?
Yeah, but I think the only major difference that we are going to see in the team composition of Team Targonka is expected Brimstone.
Yeah.
We've mentioned him before, and the reasons why would you have him over Omen on this map. But even though Brimstone is our preferred pick, there are some teams on the top level of competition that still try and experiment with other agents, Ascent being the best and prime example of that. So in the last, probably in the last week of VCT, they've actually switched up the agent composition. It was Starkso who was playing on the Raze, and Zeke switching to the controller role, where he showed us that Omen could be an option worth considering on this map because of the verticality of some sides. You can get into position that might be surprising for the enemy. So I don't rule out this option, but still would rather see Brimstone. He's such a simple and such a proficient character there. If you want to do those explode strategies and quick rotations with the Steam Beacon, he has everything you would like to have. And of course, lineups with his incendiary or maybe his ultimate that can be used both ways, offensively to clear out a certain area, or maybe to hold off the spike defusal with his orbital strike. He just brings so much into the table that he seems to be the best controller pick for the map, which is Bind. Moroccan Sands.
Yeah.
And I like it.
And speaking of lineups, that is something that you'll get out of Sova as well, being the initiator of choice on Team Targonka, and no surprises, it's pretty much the same. The only difference being is we actually see Raze come into the fold instead of Chamber, so they've gone for double duelists, and the first of those two is making their damage felt. Targonka cleans the head off instantly, and look how much damage those paint shells have done to the 3 of 4 players left standing for Team Torek. They can barely stand, their legs are broken.
This is the danger of quick pushes against Raze. He's in the best position to actually counter this quick attack. However, Wonderman gets 1 kill on the board, and he's able to actually devour the soul of his enemy, increasing his total HP to 115. However, it's quickly drained by the enemies who are connecting their shots. Wonderman might nail Turbo, but he gets better of him, and it's Team Targonka with the second pistol on the board for them, starting off Bind in the best fashion possible.
And we see as well, trying to push through that Brimstone Sky Smoke was really difficult for the players on short from Torek, and I mean, Targonka just
I'd
lands
highly
that shot
advise
straight
against
away.
it.
Exactly.
You know?
There's just
Just
so
wait for the smoke to run out.
Yeah.
Be patient. Don't do that again.
There's a lot of utility that they can bring forward, and when you have that much stopping power, that much stalling power as well, it slows things down almost to a halt and makes it incredibly difficult for those executes to come through. When we look at Team Thorek, they've got a double duelist setup of their own, and well, even with Chamber too, it's incredibly offensive, and it's not the kind of lineup that looks very patient on paper.
Yeah. Both teams, they really want to bring the heat to the server, even though it's like 30 degrees out. They feel like they could spice things up. Now, I wanted to mention one thing. You can already see the operator angle towards Team Targonka, since Targonka himself, he's only playing with a Sheriff, remaining with the remaining 2,000 credits for him. So he will be able to actually pick up a sniper rifle in the full round, maybe even in the bonus round if he gets some of those kills on the board, starting with giving a nice haircut to Exi.
We've seen Targonka do this time and time again on Bind, but it's Turbo up close with a couple of players in wait, only able to get just the one, and well, Torek will respond nicely as a weapon now into the hands of those players, and they can look to get that spike down before the retake comes through. Paint shells will mean it's a lot of damage on the site towards Mousy, and it's too much for them to contend with. Thorek's going to have to land a couple dingers of their own as the Cloudburst comes in. It makes those angles oh so difficult, won't even get a good look at LCD before they shut them down. Powers off the screen, it isn't their name after all, and the defuse will come through.
That's a lot of damage. No amount of flex tape will fix that. The second round on the board for Team Targonka. They've only lost one guy, so it's perfectly fine. I believe that Targonka, he managed to retrieve the gun, actually dropping it to one of his comrades right now. As you can see, 4,500 credits on his account, so he will be able to buy the op coming into the full round. And this bonus, it might be actually quite dangerous for Team Torek if they don't play carefully, if they are not on alert all the time. They might lose a couple of those guns. And looking back into Haven, they've actually struggled in those bonus rounds, losing 3 players both times.
And you also have to consider the fact that on Haven, half the reason why Torek were able to get as many rounds as they were was because they were decent on pistol rounds. Targonka now, finding pistol rounds, finding gun rounds, that's a really threatening prospect. And it's going to take that one out. Reveals the position, very cleanly done. Nitro takes them out. Dinell, sitting in the dark cover, will wait for it to dissipate, but may just be waiting a little bit longer. That recon drone could be huge in finding a pick here for them, but it's so deep. The rendezvous allows them to make their way out. The retreat comes through. Targonka instead will try and close the gap with a Sheriff in hand. Lands at least one headshot. Not enough to take the player down, but with the damage is dealt. LCD is feeding off the back of it. They've got a swift double back to a 2 versus 2. Yet to upgrade those weapons, but the showstopper is in play. Exi able to get one and just about gets the second onto LCD. Couldn't quite fire the rocket out of the chamber, and it's the chamber on the other side that gets the kill in the end.
Yeah, Team Targonka had a good setup. The control over hookah played in their favor, but in the end it was Exi who's managed to get 2 kills on the board in the crucial position, actually stopping, you know, LCD from firing off the rocket into the arms of the enemy. It looks like we have a short technical break right now because of the connection issues on the side of one player, and right now on our screens the famous Highlander, because Bata is from the region of Poland where you have mountains.
Okay.
Not Bata, of course, Wonderman, but we call him Bata. Bata being the guy who is a guide for the sheep, you know? A shepherd, right?
Yeah.
So he's leading his, you know, team of sheep into the battle here.
Yeah. It's almost like disciples, I suppose.
Yeah.
If you consider that.
The church of Bata.
Yeah. Not sure if he has one of those big crooked canes, you know, like the one that they have for the sheep. And well, maybe
he's got a nice beard though, so he's rocking the shepherd style there.
You have like a sheepdog to like round them up as well. So so when it, who knows when we're gonna see a tactical timeout? This being a technical timeout, of course.
Yeah,
who knows
so far no tactical timeouts yet.
Yeah, might have to beat them with the cane perhaps if they make too many mistakes, because. I don't know. There have been a few rounds between some of these teams in the games that we've seen where things have gone so close, and you just wonder about, you know, not necessarily the discipline, but It's very interesting to see the way that these teams do set themselves out.
On top of that, you can see the support of Historic fans. He's just checking the Twitch chat.
I was just about to say that, actually.
He's even typing some messages in, taking advantage of the tactical timeout.
Mod check, admin check.
Admin check, yeah. I believe that he's also streaming his own perspective.
Oh,
so
okay.
If you want to see some Valorant action, you know, from the heart of it.
I was just about to say, maybe that's why we're having technical issues. They're using up all of the bandwidth in the Barbara. But no, we will be spared the thought of wondering where that is coming from, because it has now ceased. And we are back into the action. A full gun round in Targonka.
Yeah.
You spoke about it before. They've been saving up for that operator. They'll finally get to give it to some use. The Prowler shuts them down, though, and they'll have to tailwind out.
You can see the power of Fade in Prowlers. She just put the stop of the danger of this op coming into the play. And Targonka had to retreat, giving up his position. He was looking forward to getting one of those entry shots, but he couldn't do that in the face of 2 Prowlers being sent his way.
That's something so strong about Fade as well. The fact that you get 2 minions, I suppose, to send forward. Obviously, they're called Prowlers, but when you think about different utility that is or clearing utility, I suppose you should call it, when you think of the Owl Drone, Trailblazer, different pieces that you're able to put forward to give you space for free that you don't get in other tactical FPS games. The fact that you're allowed to have 2 separates her from the rest of the agents.
Yeah, and being completely honest, you don't want to find yourself at the receiving end of the Prowler. They just look super scary.
Woo! Lines up a couple, but that's all they're able to do. Still plenty of damage dealt, and Targonka maybe trying to feed off of the recons that have been put in place, but instead it's the Cloudburst, and they managed to escape for free. They've got the frenzy in hand. They could even find Mousy here as well, but Dinell chips in instead. 2 versus 1, and Thorek is forced to retreat all the way towards Elbow. The spike not in their possession.
And the time is running
out.
out.
Try and use. The time is against them. The players are against them. Targonka, from a compromised position, is still able to get it on the board, and a gun round goes the way of them once more.
And a really important one, because if you look at the economy of Team Torek, unfortunately, it looks like a, tough situation. How do you call it when the stock market crashes?
It's something like that. A
regression or whatever.
Oh, a recession.
Recession, yeah. A recession in the ranks of Team Torek. Yeah. They'll have to weather the storm and actually wait for the better times to come.
A recession of funds, and hopefully if they're not too stressed out, we won't be seeing a recession of hairlines, some kind of moulding perhaps, but no, investment from Targonka.
You can make that joke
dividends.
with both of your co-casters, unfortunately for us.
Look, I feel as if I say anything more about hairlines, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to have a freshly bald head. Either way, Targonka, they invested the op before, they found value, it was able to reap dividends, and they look to do it again. LCD instead from the corner narrowly finds it.
Yep.
And puts them at an early advantage, which is doubled up with an absolute brainer into the dome of Thorek.
And the position from Dino is quite surprising for the enemies as he's placed this wall. It's Mousy who gets 1 on the board for the Team Torek, but that might be just not enough to bring back the chance of winning this round. It's Exy and it's Wonderman. The Wonder Duo, the Dream Team. Can they make it though?
Out from the backside already. In position, Turbo, just as that spike goes down, so will the player Mousy, and
that was
they might just go straight for the diffuser. I'm not sure if they have the information necessarily. Exy will avoid going through the teleporter and decides, you know what, this is too far removed of a situation. I'm going to remove myself all the way back to attacker spawn and wait for my teammates to join me there next round.
You'd be lucky to find yourself with a shaped head, because I know about something called wax stacks.
Oh, the wax tags. Yeah, this is a story which I mentioned on the first day of the Polish qualifiers before, I believe, when we were covering Group A. So I didn't have any premonition of what to expect from Team Torek because they were a Group B team. But I did mention the wax tags at one point in time. Me and my friends, I did have a section of my leg waxed. And hopefully...
What was the experience like?
I don't know. It was okay. Let's try and phrase this in a way of Valorant. It was painful for a short period of time, but you know, in the end, it was a funny experience.
Oh, just like my ranked games.
Yeah. So I was just about to say, maybe Team Thorek, you know, they're at a disadvantage right now. They go through the pain of playing attacker's side bind and get to reap the rewards of being on defender and, you know, having a nice smooth section of their leg, I suppose.
Yeah. Team Thorek trying to make use of those ultimates. Nightfall actually comes into the play, but it's LCD who gets the first kill on the board. However, it's Nitro who actually got control over Lamps, and Targonka in the perfect position to cut the flank in half, but he doesn't really need to do that because his team, they're making, you know, a Swiss cheese out of the enemies.
They certainly are, cut piece for piece, and that is absolutely flawless. I mean, it was brilliant almost. You could spread that cheese on a nice cracker taste.
Oh, you're making me hungry, man.
I know.
I've just mentioned that I'm being famished right now.
And speaking of players that are starving right now, Thorek, they don't have enough credits to put food on the plate. They are struggling in terms of economy.
You can see the disappointment on the face of Mazzy.
Well, because I made the joke. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
No, we didn't mention that, but the last team on the LAN, they get the wax stacks.
Oh, maybe they do. Maybe they do.
And you will be the one to do the honor of the waxing.
The trophy lift, and then the losing team gets the wax stacks. Either way, I think what we're seeing right now is the fact that, you know, Thorek, they've invested ults on the last couple of rounds, but Targonka, their investment of ults has been interesting. We saw the Orbital Strike come through before. We saw Showstopper here and there. They're happy to just use ultimates whenever they feel comfortable to, because they're in cruise control. They're winning such a number of rounds. The ultimates don't really need to be used to give them great value, whereas Thorek on the other side haven't really found so much. Tour de Force in this example, though, it is great to get that first blood.
It's a perfect tool in the situation where you don't have that much money to actually get yourself in an advantageous position, right? If you can retrieve the gun, you've got a 1 for the cost of none.
Yeah, I like that. That's a very smart rhyme, guys. McVire, you can book him for a fee and he'll come and do some rapping for you. But Showstopper is invested. That's an ult that will find value, and so does a Tour de Force as well. As a matter of fact, I think all 3 kills we've seen in this round so far have come from ultimates. 2 Tour de Force, 1 Showstopper, and I've been made to eat my words. Thorek, they're getting it done and making the most out of what they have.
However, it's still Turbo and Dino
no.
left alive. Oh, this res did not come in the right time because it was a free kill for Nitro, who actually gets the 4th one, painting the walls red. Yeah, finally, Team Thorek tipping the scales in their favor, getting 1 round on the board from themselves. They really need to start building this this result towards, you know, a better score, because so far they've struggled to get some of those rounds on the board. I feel like this was the perfect situation for LCD to get 1 of those kills on the board, and who knows what would have happened in the situation where Dino actually gets the res off.
Yeah, it's a perfect way for them to respond by using those ults for value, but Hixie, while they may have an op in hand, they're not able to do anything with it this time. Nice early aggression towards A short, puts them in a fantastic position with that early kill.
Even if you did nail 1 of them, you'd probably have to pay, you know, the tax of being refragged quite quickly. It's Tischler making a good use out of Sova's ultimate, getting another 1 on the board. Dino, he has to run for the hills as the painting shells come in to clear out the hookah.
And this is the story that we're starting to see now. These ultimates are being used for more value. They had just been thrown haphazardly towards these rounds previously and not been used to such a great effect. But now the teams are adjusting, steadying themselves for the rounds upcoming.
And no ultimates to be found on the side of Team Thorek, so they won't come in handy to maybe help them win this one around. It's Targonka making use of this op that we mentioned before. The moment that Team Targonka found themselves in the position to opt for the operator buy, it was a turning point of this map. I feel like Bind, from that point on, they've just collected a couple of those fat rounds.
And it's one of those ones where you somewhat expect to see it happen. Jet and an operator, bread and butter, pierogi, and you know the meat that comes inside it or whatever, right? But it's just great. And I mean, even LCD flexing over onto the Rays, showing that they are a bit more versatile than maybe we had previously assumed. And once again, it seems as if they're going for this set play towards short, find an early kill, and then back off, getting Targonka into the right corner, the right corner further on, being pushed with that showstopper. Not able to find anything early on, but it slips through the crack and drops Wonderman to 5 HP.
I'm glad that you've mentioned LCD because he was most likely to play Chamber, right? This was something that we were expecting, but he's actually exchanged his agent for Raze, and he's doing a stellar job of just straight up murdering his opponents.
And I think if there was a possible map where you would see that adjustment come through, it would be Bind. Raze is so necessary on this map to funnel that damage into the choke points. As Tischler reverses out of lamps, they leave a Scorched Earth policy in their wake. Those shock darts doing plenty of damage. Targonka aware of the angle, but peeks away just in time. This Tailwind narrowing, looking to find an aggressive play, but maybe gets a bit overzealous. Exit takes them out from on top of the truck. That's a camper van trip that you don't want to be repeating. Nitro does find Turbo, so there is a response. And now finally, Torek looked to be in a good position, but just as I say that, LCD retorts, and they are forced to back away. A 3 versus 3 retake established, though, and plenty of time to get that post-plant set up.
Yeah, and it looks like Dinel could get his res off if I saw it correctly. He's had one available, however, he did not opt to do that. That's Exi with one on the board. However, it's Dinel with a quick response, but Mousy with even quicker one. He's in a good position to actually get a kill. That's a perfect crossfire setup for Mousy. And Team Torek with the third round on the board. However, I think taking into consideration the round differential, Team Torek, they might not be able, even if they pulled off the clean 13-6 victory, they might be on the back foot, taking into account that they've lost so many rounds on the Haven.
I also think that while it's a nice idea that Team Torek would be able to come back in this one, they would need to string a ridiculous amount of rounds together without Targonka putting in a word edgeways, and that is looking more and more unlikely as this game progresses. Dinel, somewhat unfortunate not to be able to use the Resurrect in that situation, and they're not going to have it here either. Targonka loses their life early on, and, well, Torek, they've got the entry yet again. We've seen it go pear-shaped, though. As they say, the first pancake is always the worst one, so maybe things could still be flipped on their
The first pancake is always spoiled.
Yeah.
Do you know how it is in Polish? Because usually, you know, the expressions, they mean the same, but in Poland it's about the goat. No, it's not about. It's about the first cuts behind the fences. Whatever it means in Polish.
Yeah.
Like, I actually don't know the history behind it, but LCD, with some of those automatic shotgun action.
Yeah. And we mentioned the phrase about the pancake. It's been spoiled. Torek, that advantage they had now squandered at a player disadvantage for the time being. Orbital Strike has found its way online. And this is a very split push. The Prowler will come through to try and clear towards Showers, but Wonderman goes searching by themselves. Tischler does lose their life as a trade is there, a refrag put in place, and these players come to group up. LCD has heard every last bit of this, and they're going to call for the rotate to come through. Turbo's already in place, though. They've been here the whole round. This is their bread and butter. It's where they play from. Mousy, hard press to check the corner. They didn't think about it, and LCD, they've been paying close attention to this one the whole way along. 7 rounds now established for Team Targonka means that they have an advantage coming out of the half. They should have booked their place at least to be above Torek in the standings as well. So things are starting to look a bit better for them as they've struggled in the last couple of rounds.
Credit where credit's due. That was a good effort from Mousy, but he could have not expected the enemy to be so close in the position that he did not check. And yet again, Team Torek, they are forced to go towards an eco round, an eco buy. They don't have any ultimates to actually help themselves in this one, so no extra tools to make this happen. They'll have to land those shots.
Oh, and Targonka, they just about get away with murder. No, and they find a second as well. What? Torek loses their life. They may have been blind, but they were the dead one on that occasion. Mousy will try and hold this angle as best they can, and they do find Tagonka in the end, putting a stop to that pain. There's a lurk towards the back side of A as well, and Dinell will lose out on that too, so this round starts to open up just a little bit. Spike should be reclaimed, and with the information now flowing through the chain of command that A is left open, Xe can cause some real problems here towards Storm.
And it's important that he's alive too, because the chamber trap, being on the on the rotation on the flank, will give them information if anyone is actually going behind their backs.
That's really important to note as well, because they've assumed this position towards spawn, maybe expecting a player to make their way in this direction, but instead it's a retake from all three towards short group up. Mousy in showers could be able to send something in through the side. The orbital strike will come through. Lamps maybe expect him to find a player, but instead it's nothing. A recon comes through onto the position of Xe, and they're going to take a lot of damage for their troubles. Both players now stacked up towards showers. This is a much more compromised position than what they'd originally set out to do. Mousy so low will get wallbanged down, but Xe is still alive to try and make things happen. They get 2 into triple for them on the round, but not quite enough to see things out. Turbo gets it with plenty of time to spare. 8 now secured, a second on the bounce for Tagonka, and they look to be running away with this one.
Team Torek, they found themselves in
last round in the half.
really improbable situation, since they had no abilities for any potential lineup situation. It was just Omen as well as Chamber. So they really had to win out on those firefights, and being on such low HP, it was just quite unlikely to happen. However, good effort yet again. You can see that those rounds are quite close, but the luck is smiling the way of Team Tagonka today.
Certainly is.
You want to play?
There were some fine margins on these rounds, but it must be said Tagonka have looked the better team, and considering this is Torek's pick as well, probably expected a little bit more from them, especially after that first map performance. Not really going their way. They were able to rebound against Mugi on split, but still weren't able to pick it up, and it's the key factor that you need to be finding these higher number of points to actually secure the place in the playoffs. You have to win matches to win the tournament. I think that's fair to say. And Wonderman gets off to a good start, but Dinell comes echoing back. That shower is getting sprayed on down. It's bullets instead of water hitting the heads of those players. And that's going to take quite a lot to wash off, because that was a dirty play.
Definitely. It was Wonderman, however, who got the first kill on the board, and he's not planning on stopping. He adds yet another one on LCD, and it's actually advantage towards Team Torek, but Tardy, he has...
No? What? Oh, the shots, they trade. Neither of them are able to find it. Xe, I believe, was on the tour de force. And then we had on the operator, Tagonka, they couldn't connect either shot. Maybe some movement error to people walking around the corner and bumping into each other in the hallway, I suppose. But no, it is 8-4 now, the scoreline. We saw this exact same scoreline on the first map. And it ended up being 13-6. And right now, Team Torek are going to have to try and find this second pistol round, which they weren't able to do on Haven, if they want to try and keep themselves in this.
Well, it looks
Look
like...
how many players there are, man. 9 of the possible 10 players have assumed this one position towards
this will be a carnage if it comes to a contact.
And here they come, 4 on 4, marching forward. The first kill does go the way of Torek, but the bite back is there from Tagonka. Nitro still in position to do damage, but now they find themselves isolated. The flank has come through from Mousy. This is something that Tagonka should be aware of, and they are backing up to try and clear it. But if they do make their way towards B, that second close angle will have to be cleared. A reposition from Nitro brings them up towards outside of showers as they look to move on in. Tagonka, they find themselves in a sandwich of players, but they've actually just slipped all the way through. Like when you squeeze a bar of soap and it goes flying out your hands.
Hopefully it doesn't land on the floor.
Last player
LCD with a crucial refrag. He still does not know where Mousy is. Might not be suspecting a second flank here.
And the longer we wait, the longer those mind games start to set in. LCD will tap the spike once. Mousy knows the position.
He's still unsure.
And there it is, the confirmation. taps it again, looking to try and isolate this fight. A few shots will trade back and forth. Both players, frenzy in hand. Eventually, it gets planted. LCD jumps up one more time, checking it, double checking it. Mousie's position are well aware in the corner. Blast pack chips away, and eventually the frenzy will take them out completely. Pistol round secured for Team Targonka now. That gap continues to widen. They continue to push forward. And this is looking ever more unlikely for Team Torek to keep that dream on burning for a home victory here in Wrocław.
LCD, he did not stutter during this 1v1 situation. And like I've mentioned before, it was bloodbath.
Yeah, trash compactor. All those players squeezed into one choke. And that's why Raze has so much value, because you can put that much damage into one area. Even it was just the boom bot on the pistol round. So much more difficult to break that utility. Has great value with the blast pack up. LCD bouncing like a bunny, hopping their way along, and they've certainly got a spring in their step because this utility is going to clear out Mousy as well. Didel cleans it up. 4 versus 2. A retake to try and be made, but Targonka's in place even to shut it down. Double digits on the cusp. Tischler even looking at the flank. I mean, that one was over as soon as it started.
Looking forward for that sweet, sweet victory and probably an early lunch. Team Targonka just hungry for the win and hungry for some Polish local cuisine, I believe.
The Hungarian team are the hungriest out there, it seems.
Yeah. Oh, you can see that some other teams already made their way to our venue. If I remember correctly, of course, Team Mugi in front of us, and also our beautiful
particular
casters.
wink from RJ, absolutely beautiful. What a handsome man. Ginny alongside him as well.
Some
our host.
RJ action on the screen.
Of course.
You love to see it.
He's absolutely loving it. He's just milking it. There we go. All right, we're back. Our drone comes through for early information. Not too much found, though. Yet again, it's a cluster of players towards shore, and Targonka does find the opening kill.
They're just, you know, like a flood.
Yeah.
Making their way
it's
on side.
It's monsoon season in the dry streets of Vine.
And somebody forgot their umbrella.
He certainly did. When it rains, it pours. And right now, Turbo is making absolute hell of these players on the opposite side. There's a flank coming through, and they do have the better weapons to try and use, these Vandals, but on those close angles, the Spectre can really cause a nuisance. And I'm not sure if they're going to check up close. Instead, it's Dinel who has their back turned. Wonderman knows all about this. The utility's going to come through to try and shut them out. But there's multiple angles to try and contend with. A crossfire established, and they shut things down. Bonus round secured. Weapons upgraded. So nicely done from Targonka.
Yeah.
And we inch ever closer towards what seems like an inevitability, a formality at this point.
Oh, I don't know if that was actual, an actual, you know, shout from the side of the Team Targonka, but they are trying to get hyped up. They're trying to put an end to this best of 2 series, securing the 2-0 over Team Torek, who is the only team that, you know, qualified for their LAN through the HyperX wildcard. So we were actually expecting them to, I mean, I don't want to say that we were expecting them to
not perform as well as the teams
as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But I just feel like this was...
Your duty is not over.
It's an unfortunate situation. Coming in from the wildcard,
put it
you know,
this
we
way.
knew that they were also from a very competitive region, the Polish region, you know, being so good, but LCD, that's
flying.
really nice. I mean, just if you can use a showstopper, get value for 1 kill, that's going to be certainly enough. Tischler shuts things out, 12-4. It just carries on and on and on, Mag.
That's a lovely, lovely performance from Team Targonka. They're showing us that, okay, today Team Mugi got better of them, winning both games 13-6, but still, the upcoming matches in playoffs, they are a force to reckon with.
And like you were saying about the wildcard, Team Torek, it's great to have them here. I, at the very least, hope that they've enjoyed playing throughout these games, whether they're able to make it to the playoffs or not. There have been some crazy moments in these matches up until now, and well, Torek
look at the numbers that LCD is putting on the board. 22 kills already. That is a strong performance by him. However, now Torek, he gets some problems of his own. However, he manages to just stay alive, barely hanging on a thread, but finally being executed by Dinel.
Wonderman, do they expect it? Looking just slightly the wrong way, LCD takes them out. And now, they say, you know what? Yeah, let's go B actually. Let's turn around, dig our heels in, and head for this site. The blast pack comes through. LCD drops out of the sky, but as soon as they fall in one regard, they're dropped into the soil as well. Turbo is on hand to try and cause some problems, but Tischler does retort. 1 versus 1 to win out the game. We know how clutch of a player that they have been previously. On Haven, Targonka's pick, it was a little more evenly contested. We saw the capabilities that they have, but the mind games once again, they start to set in. The Targonka clutch previously was from the raise of LCD, but this time it falls on the shoulders of Tischler with the Sova to try and see it out. Hunter's Fury also available.
Yeah, this will be a tough situation, and Mousy is desperate to win this out. However, Tischler, he's not looking to get himself in a position to actually use the Hunter's Fury. He will play it close.
They know all about it.
It's a close quarter fight, and he actually gets a tag. He'll also use the drone. Oh, that might be just the last nail into the coffin of Mousy. However, he dodges the drone. He still might be able to win it out. 18 HP on his side, but he is eliminated by Tischler. In the end, it's 13-4. Even more commanding victory on this side of Team Targonka, and they should be happy because they secured themselves a second spot in the group.
It was a very, very strong performance from them in the end. You know, cautious but collected. The way that they, you know, projected themselves, I suppose, is the best way.
They didn't drop a single round throughout the second half.
No, they didn't. They put up that first 8-4 scoreline, and then coming into the second half, not an absolute blink. They didn't break a sweat in their efforts, and it was a fantastic performance that we see coming out from Team Targonka in the end. Which
unfortunately for the Polish team, they did not manage to get a single win on the board yet. However, no worries, Polish fans. There is a second Polish team, Team Holak, who actually managed to win the first qualifier, and they are looking like a really strong team. So I'm looking forward to seeing them play on the stage because, like we mentioned before, this is a completely different setting from the one that you have in front of your own PC. You have your own, you know, comfortable not shoes, but the slippers. You can play on your own PC and monitor. When it comes to LAN, everything changes. You have a lightning. You have also the team, your teammates close to you, sitting in a row. So you know, we need to see how Team Holak will actually face against the teams in the second group, because, well, we've concluded the first group, right? We have Team Mugi not dropping a single round, not dropping a single, maybe not a round, not dropping a single map. Yeah, let's be clear with that. And of course, Team Targonka coming into the second place after just defeating Team Torek 2-0.
Yeah, it was very strong in there. And just looking at some of the highlights here, we could see that while there were glimpses from Team Torek here and there, it was nothing more than that, really. Unfortunately for them, they bow out of the competition, unable to register a win, and we go over to Hovak to try and find that first Polish win. But Targonka, they looked really good, and as we start to see some more of these teams arriving at the event, you know, moving into Group B now, it's a different situation because none of them have played a game yet, so it's more going in fresh, whereas when Mugi had those first 4 maps back to back to back to back, they were able to build up a sense of comfortability. So now that slate is wiped clean. The only information that they can really collect from these matches is their potential opponents in the next day. So really, really interesting stuff with what we've seen so far, but some great performances.
Yeah, and I'll definitely have to shout out LCD because this was a huge change that he made to the previous lineup. Dropping Chamber, picking up Race, and just dropping almost 30k. That was a monster performance from this guy, and he's a force to reckon with. You need to be on the lookout for this guy. So besides Targonka himself putting up good numbers, Turbo coming in clutch in some of those situations, I think that LCD is the guy that you really need to be careful about.
I think in terms of players, I think I would say, for me, Tischler played really, really well. They had a good, consistent performance throughout on that initiator role of the Sova. We know that they don't flex across too much. So sometimes they'll play Viper if we go over to a Fracture, for example. And, you know, we have a Breach come into that role instead. But no, very consistent player across the board. And it's consistency that you want. And it's something that Targonka were able to find to secure that second spot. So now going over to players to see what their reaction is after the game, we are joined by Ginny.
Thank you so much for that one, Mag and Haza. We're here with the interviewee. First of all, congratulations on the win. You guys really pulled through. That was a great performance on both maps. How does it feel to know that you're going forwards tomorrow?
We are really happy that we can continue the tournament, and we will try to play better tomorrow.
Is there anything that you really want to focus on tomorrow in terms of getting better?
We just want to focus on ourselves, to not being too, shy or something like that. We just hold W and trying to win the game.
Okay, just bring more confidence, bring more energy to the game. I love to hear that. I love to see that. In terms of the games that are played tomorrow, is there any team that you really want to be playing against, or any team you want to avoid?
I mean, all the teams in the other group are pretty strong, so we love to play against everyone. So just trying to win the games,
Just remember to win, guys. That's all. We're going to be heading to a break, as we'll be back with the fourth game of today. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back shortly.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
to the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Streamers League Valorant. It is my pleasure to introduce you all here, of course, and with me is a wonderful, wonderful Valorant player that I have the pleasure to be interviewing for a moment here, ask a couple of questions about the Polish Valorant scene, and just have a little bit of chat about that before I throw it to my lovely, lovely colleagues over yonder. But to get started, of course, Mowgli, it is a pleasure to have you here. You know, just going to ask you a couple of questions. First off, happy to be here, I assume?
Yeah, of course. It's nice to have a tournament in my hometown city. So yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Awesome, glad to hear it. So, speaking a little bit about your career, right? How did you actually get started in Valorant?
I think it was 2 years ago when I got offer from Patitek and Nix, two Polish players, to create a team, and we had help from org. It was Entropic back to those days. Yeah, and I just didn't think about anything. I just said, let's go, let's make it, and I'm here.
All right, glad to hear it. And it sounds like you've made quite a name for yourself. How do you feel like the Valorant scene has been developing in Poland, especially with an event like this right now?
I think we have a lot of good players. They mostly play in Spanish league. Yeah, that's nice. We had strong teams before. But now it's gonna be different because there will be franchise in the next year. But it's nice to have Streamers League. I feel it's like, you don't only watch pros, but you can watch some lower level tournaments. So yeah, I think it's really nice to have it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think that Streamers League is a lovely, lovely chance to, see these people take it up against one another. And I think the main point is, how it's accessible for everyone. All right, just maybe one last question here. Who do you think is going to win if you see these two teams? Who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting, of course, for Polish team, but I think the match will be tough for both teams, and it will be draw 1-1 in maps.
All right, a draw 1-1. That sounds like an exciting match, that's for sure. And by the sounds of it, of course, we're going to go to our lovely, lovely casters up there. They're going to take you through the rest of the match. Thank you so much, and catch you back on the stage later.
Thank you so much, RJ, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another game. This time, Czech representatives will take on a Polish ones, and here on the caster's desk, I'm joined by a lovely Janiro herself. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Everybody keeps saying lovely casters, lovely Janiro. Can we have a couple of different synonyms, adjectives, something thrown into the mix? But thank you so much for having me. I know some of you might be wondering, where are the glasses, Haza? Where is the beard, RJ? I thought Jeannie was only going to be the host, but that's not the case because I am here to bring you guys the fourth game of the day. And as you said it yourself, we got Holak versus Spike. How are you feeling about this one?
Come on, bring some swag.
Bring some swag. Literally 5 seconds in, I already have to do stunts. Like, what is this, circus?
Yeah, where is Haza? Where is RJ now?
Don't need him. Don't need him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the games because so far we have a good showing from Greek representatives in Team Mugi, sweeping 4-0, and then of course Team Targonka getting the two really important, really valuable maps on the board. But I just feel like the second group might be just a little stronger, especially looking forward to the games between the Polish representatives in Team Holak. They've only managed to lose one map in the grand final against Team Terp, who were no weak players themselves, and also the Czech representatives in Team Spike, who just swept through the qualifier, not dropping a single one. So this sounds like a potential for maybe the final matchup. So I'm really curious who is going to get out on top. On top after the games.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Both of these teams have had an incredibly solid performance over the qualifiers. Both of them did really well in their representative countries, in their representative qualifiers. And you mentioned it yourself, Spike, they've gone undefeated. They haven't lost a single map as of yet. Whereas, yes, Holog, they lost Split, but they only lost it once. They've won the first one, they lost the second one. So maybe a little bit of a mismatch coming through. However, one thing that I think is quite important to notice is the fact that this game is going to be the first one for both of these teams. So they actually actually haven't had a warm-up. We had a 20-minute break. That's all they had to get set up, to get used to the settings, to get used to the fact that there's people sitting there, there's a crowd. And for some of them, it might actually even be their first time.
Yeah, they probably just managed to plug in their hardware and maybe jump onto one DM, maybe two DMs. So it really is something really challenging for the very first game for both of the teams. And like you mentioned before, Team Mugi, they've been playing for 4 straight consecutive games, so they were warmed up quite a lot. And Team Spike and Team Holek facing each other, this will be probably the battle for the first place. So whoever wins this map will be most likely to finish as the first representative from Group B. And yeah, adding on top of that, both teams are gunning for the victory. If you look into the team, of course, the tournament we are currently casting is called Streamers League. But if you look into the rosters, they have actual, professional players, coaches, managers, so people that are really close in the scene, with the scene, and for whom Valorant is not something entirely new.
Yeah, it's not just their game, it's just their bread and butter. They've had a lot of experience here. And again, it's going to be that clash of the experience, right? Regardless of the fact that there has been no warm-up, regardless of the fact that they have been here in the beautiful city, the gorgeous city of Wrocław, may I add, for a couple of days. So maybe they haven't really, brushed up on those skills. Maybe there's going to be a couple of missed shots here and there. But still, I think that's good content that we can expect. But let's talk about the map pick specifically. So we said it ourselves. Holok, they have lost split once, yet they won it. Whereas Spike, they've gone completely undefeated. And actually a map that we saw earlier today was Fracture. We haven't seen that map from either one of these teams. So are you expecting that to be a must ban, or do you think one of these teams is going to be like, yo, surprise guys, we're going to pick Fracture?
When it comes to Fracture, I feel like Fracture as well as Haven are those two maps that if you have nothing prepared, you really want to ban them instantly, because the team that has an advantage, it will be probably much bigger advantage than on maps such as Ascent or Bind, where you can do pretty much freestyle and do whatever you feel like. On Haven and on Fracture, the level of the complexity and how sophisticated the maps and the team comps are is just a really tough challenge to overcome. So unless the teams were preparing both of those maps, I am expecting the teams to ban out those quite quickly, quite quickly into the game. I'm thinking about going to Ascent because both of those teams were playing a lot of Ascent, so it looks like a middle ground, maybe an area where you actually want to challenge the enemy and see what they are made of. But on top of that, if you remember the finals from the Polish qualifier, it was the third map on Icebox where Team Holek completely dismantled Team Terp. It was 13-2. So this looks like a potential quick ban from the side of Team Spike. And when it gets through, I might suggest that Team Holek picks it up.
Yeah, well, before we go further into these speculations of the map, there have been some incredible performances by both of these teams. We're going to be looking at the video from Polish representative Team Holek just to get a reminder of some of their experiences.
Yeah, Team Holak on our screens. Starting from the left, Kaya, Kerem and Davidzior, of course, being Saib. Members of Ex Incognito, they've actually were dropped from the roster, but for some time they've played in the same team together, as well as Kosti, who was a representative of Anonimo and won the very first Polish LAN in Gdańsk. So these guys are the force to reckon with. And not to forget about Holak. This guy is an exceptional player in most of the titles that he streams frequently on his stream, because if you look at his League of Legends career, he like easily hit Masters rank on the Western server. If you look at the CSGO, he also plays a lot of Face It and a lot of ranked games. In terms of Valorant, in a couple of those matches, he was actually top fragging, and I was quite surprised to see him surpass players such as Kayak, such as Xipe, because this usually doesn't happen. Maybe if you are Team Mugi and you're the captain, from Greece, then you can expect yourself to do well. But Holak is a part of the team, and he's not, I want to say that he's taking it for granted. He's actually, you know, contributing to the team as much as the other players.
Yeah, he's not just a name behind the team. He's not just a streamer that brought them here, but he's actually bringing quite a lot of value to the team. I think, as you mentioned yourself as well, Mag, every single one of these players are quite incredible individually. You're just putting them together as a 5-man, and it's definitely a recipe for success. And I think, you know, that's, again, always important to note. The fact that Holak is a little bit of a gamer, you said it yourself. A couple of pretty high elo titles across multiple different games. That's pretty impressive. But I have a really important question for production here. Why don't the casters have such a cool video? Like, why did we not get that? I think that's pretty cool. That would have been really nice videos to show at the beginning of the day, like, these are the talents. But instead, we didn't get one. We got a couple of pictures, but you know what, thank you guys either way. Looking at this roster though, is there any player individually that you really think we need to highlight, we need to be looking out for, whether it's on the duelist role, controller role, whichever one?
I would like to say that this player is Kosti, but he was just playing around a little bit, you know, bringing Phoenix into the mix, showing off his skills. But if I were to be completely serious, I would probably highlight Kayak.
Yeah.
He's the duelist player. He has an amazing jet performances throughout the qualifiers, and he's also a rather experienced player on other agents that also fill in the role of duelist. So we should not be expecting only Jet, but also on top of that, maybe Race, maybe Chamber is something that he's going to pick up towards today's games. I wouldn't necessarily highlight one of the players. I would rather divide your attention, our precious viewers, to the synergy that could be between the players from the Exiconquito. They had a chance to play together for the long time, so I feel that throughout their career and throughout the time that they spent together on one roster, they could have come up with some synergies, with some basics of Valorant, and sometimes it comes in handy because they can understand each other without saying a word. Like, it's pretty easy for them, it's pretty common to go and do basic stuff like refrag each other or maybe establish a crossfire. So this is something that for some other teams might be challenging, but for the team Holak, it should be value that's already there.
Yeah, and another value that's already there is the video that we're going to be playing for you right now, because obviously it's great content.
Team Spike also looking spicy. We have that that Esuba match. We have that Entropic player. So they really have a talented roster and also experienced one. This won't be the first rodeo for those guys. They have already played on LANs. They have some previous experience in adult FPS titles. So that's why I'm expecting such a fierce battle on the server. And this is why this matchup in the Group B is the most important one.
You heard it here first, everybody. This is the most important match to be watching in Group B, but let's hear from the contestants themselves as we have an interview ready on the stage with RJ. Take it away.
All right. Nobody's giving... Oh, there we go. All right, my bad. I lost my audio. Those kind of things happen. Welcome back, everybody, to the Streamers League Valorant. Of course, I've got the two beautiful team captains here right alongside me, and I'm going to have a quick little chat with them, how they're feeling about the event and everything, and then we can dive right into the action. Starting off, of course, with the man on home turf, on home ground, Holak. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling good, to be honest. We're here for win, and that's all.
Nothing else to add? No, confident, that's already very important. And of course, Spike, how are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling, thank you.
And sorry, come again?
It's a meme, but...
It's a meme, oh, okay.
I'm feeling very good. I'm looking forward for this match, and I hope we are going to stay on 2-0 all the time.
All right. So they're both confident. That's a great start. Now, a question for the both of you. First time on LAN?
Not first time. I just, in the year, like, my life just came to so many events.
How many have you done?
5 or 6.
All right. Plenty of experience. And what about you, Spike? First time? How many have you had? Or
I'm kind of the same, but I was playing a lot of PUBG, so America and this kind of stuff. But I switched to just streaming, just chilling and playing the games. Nothing professional. And it's like 8, maybe 10 LANs behind me.
All right, so two players that have both been to plenty of events. Any final words?
Good luck and fun.
We don't need luck, we have skill.
Well, that's a beautiful way to end it. Thank you to the both of them, and I will throw it back to my lovely, lovely colleagues up there. They're going to be commentating the rest for you. Enjoy the match, and see you soon.
Oof, they really spiced the things up there.
Yeah. Don't need luck, we got skill. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to see who's gonna be keeping their word.
Yeah, Holak himself looking really, really confident.
Yeah,
you know,
5 to 6 lands, that's okay.
5 to 6 lands, yeah. How many have you been to?
Yeah, so anyway, today we're gonna be talking about the match specific. We do have the map picks ready though. I'm not gonna answer that question. I plead the fifth. So, Mag, what do you think?
Okay, we have Team Holak going onto the bind. This looks like the most popular map right now for the Polish representatives overall. Even in VRL East Surge, whenever we have a Polish team, they would just usually opt for the bind pick. And Haven is rather interesting because this is something that we've also seen Team Holak play on, but there's much more experience and much more data on the side of Team Spike. And like I've mentioned before, this is a map where if you are not prepared, it will really show.
Yeah, and Bind specifically, you mentioned it yourself. You're absolutely correct, Mag. That's one of the maps that we have seen time and time again here at Streamers League. Again, really something that we need to be looking out for, specifically from Holak, because in my notes, that was the map that I drew a circle around, which technically means that we need to be paying attention to it. And that's just because of the fact that the wins that Holak had on this map, they were very quick. It was 13-3. It was 13-2. And as we saw in Group A, those couple of rounds can genuinely make the difference between you actually qualifying and going forward to tomorrow, or the fact that you're unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to this LAN this evening and today. So again, one thing that we genuinely need to be looking out for is not just which team wins, but also how quickly they're going to be able to close out these games. And because you said it yourself, this is genuinely the match to look out for. Both of these teams, so much experience. They've played together for a really long time. As I said it themselves, they don't need luck. They got the skill. You know, this could be a little spicy.
Yeah,
and
also one additional thing. It's the only map that we've seen Kosti play Phoenix. And Kosti, who is often called Thanos, as he likes to refer to himself, might have a chance to prove that all the Phoenix haters are wrong, and this is an actual agent and not just a placeholder who has not been picked throughout any international tournaments in the last year.
Listen, Kosti, I respect you. I respect the Phoenix big, but let's be realistic here. It's then 10,000 euros on the line for the first team. Do you really want to play Phoenix just to prove the haters wrong? Do you? Or do you, again, like the Fade as well, something we haven't really seen much of today. So yes, you might be comfortable with the Phoenix, but again, that leaves the question of, do you want to go for comfortability, or do you want to go for what's good in the meta and what people might not be expecting?
So the thing is, Kosti played in one of the last chance qualifiers for the Polish LAN yesterday, and he just complained to me that playing Viper on Icebox on B was just so boring. Because you play contact, if you see an enemy, you probably just retreat, you give info to your teammates. So he might be actually looking to spice things up with this Phoenix pick. I was actually looking forward to also seeing some Yoru maybe on Bind, because this is something that the Asian representatives during the last Masters event brought to the Bind, and also something that's completely new, maybe not completely new, but something that's getting more and more popular lately is Neon picks on Bind.
Yes.
Some of the teams, especially in Asia, but right now in Europe as well, are exchanging Raze or exchanging some other agents in the form of initiators to Neon because of her fast stakes of the fast lane. Whenever she can pull up the wall quickly and get into the side, you know, sliding, she's just such a surprise factor that if any of those teams have her actually prepared, I'm really excited to see her in play, because she can mix the things up and bring so much chaos into the mix.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things about Neon, just the fact that the rotations come in very quickly. She can go from side to side, especially Bind is such a small map as well. Can really make use of those teleporters. We've seen it time and time again where people, the same with Yoru, they really like to go for those mind games when you're on Bind specifically. And again, that's going to show us which team has those 5-head Giga Chad, big brain plays and strats.
And honestly, if you want to pull off Yoru anywhere, Streamers League is the best place.
You heard it here first?
Well, we've mentioned that we have some experienced players, but they probably do not play against Yoru that often. It's not that popular, especially in Europe on the lower level of the competition. So if anyone has, you know, the aces up their sleeves ready, they might be able to pull off Yoru here.
Yeah, definitely something that we could be looking forward to. I think the Fade as well. Like, yes, we've only seen it once so far today. And speaking with Mugi, he did mention that he actually has never played Fade on stream. And he's actually never played it in any of his games previously. It was just an ace up their sleeve, as you said. Where it's like, oh, surprise, we got this as well. So, again, anything can be expected from any one of these teams. They can really come out swinging. They can literally come up with a comp that we might have never seen before, and I think that's expect the unexpected. We've said that before in Streamers League when we were in those, you know, qualifiers especially. We're like, okay guys, anything can happen at this point, and it remains true.
And like you mentioned, the playing field is wide open. In terms of initiators, you can pick Sova, who is not that popular on Bind, but happens occasionally. You have Breach, who I feel like is the best paired up with Neon because of the fast stakes and the ability to help out Neon a lot with all of his utility. Sky, who's the perfect agent on Bind. We've often talked about her utility and how do you want to play around her. Now we just mentioned Fade, so you have so many options to actually surprise your enemy that they might not be suspecting. And even though all of the initiators included, last map we've seen the double duelist setup on top of that with Chamber. So really aggressive team compositions. And I felt like both teams really wanted to, you know, get into the gritty things with the team composition. Let's see if our current participants are going to be a little bit more patient and maybe more strategic, or maybe they want to also solve it with the soul aim and the firepower, which Targon was mentioned before.
Yeah, skill is something that they've mentioned, and we're going to have to wait and see whether or not that's going to be the case. As we're going to be heading into the first map of today, we got Bind coming up, and honestly, loving this graphic coming through. Again, the Moroccan desert, as you said it before. You know what? I like this map.
Your home field, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, remember. Impressive.
We are waiting for the map that's placed in Netherlands, and then you will be in the Cloud9. Okay, let's see. The first round is on the board, and Spike just takes control over the orb. However, he has to sacrifice his own wall for that.
It's going to put a little bit more of a delay onto that push onto A site. Again, something that the team does seem to be expecting, but look at the remaining three members. They're already wrapping around, looking for that first contact. It's going to be David that's holding it. It's going to be walking right into Alozi's crosshair. First pick already down. That's numbers advantage secured by Spike, and they just keep pushing for it. 21 HP on Kukurdu. They haven't even planted yet, and they need to re-strategize where they want to go with this because it's not looking good.
One enemy remaining.
I thought for a moment that Kolek could actually get out of there with his life since he had his heal available, but it looked like the time was just not on his side. And it's the first round for the Czech representatives. That was a really impressive fast push. I really enjoyed seeing them taking control over the map quite quickly because they've decided to push all the way from middle and wrap around the back of the enemy side, which helped them a lot in gathering info and actually reading the strategy that Team Holek came into this round with.
Yeah, it's that early calculator aggression. It's something you can definitely expect from the Sky specifically with that guiding light onto B long. It's something that Always is now looking to capitalize on with. The Marshall is going to get the first pick, gets to go back to safety, gets the second one, absolutely ready, gets flashed by our own teammate. It's going to have to walk away, but that's two pretty neat picks starting off the round for a Spike.
Yeah, and he gets out away in one piece, so he still can be putting a lot of pressure on his enemies. However, it's Kereme who finds ahead of Oko. This might not all be over, however, it's still quite a challenging setup for Team Holak. They will take TP, maybe trying to get the Spike down. Right now, this is the most important thing for them.
Yeah, but there have been no over-rotations coming out from the side of a Spike. They still have two players on the A side. They're absolutely ready for this. The smoke's giving them away. They're going to be pushing into it with the Spectre. And Spike gets both of the players. The Spike dropped in their lap. Karemi left with 24 HP, 2 bullets and a dream. But can he make it come true?
I don't think so. Nope. It's Humli quite quickly to finish things up. And if you think about it, all of those kills going towards the Spike are a good sign in terms of early resurrection coming online. However, it's also Elzoi who already got 5 picks on his own, so he might be looking towards an early access to his knives, which might help in an event of a 4th round or an Eco 1.
Yeah, what's really concerning for me is the fact that they're pushing up 5 players B long without the use of any util. You already made the first contact with the Jet, you know the Marshall is available, you know they're going for that aggressive play, but you're not trying to punish them for it. You're just driving. That's
an ego move.
I mean, it worked out for them this time as well. Pushing aggressively, Kayak with the trigger discipline is gonna wait a little longer. It's gonna let the it's gonna miss it though, but that is a nade on top of the player. His slow orb is gonna get one, spamming through the smoke. Eventually gets his kill, but might not have been exactly what he was looking for.
He's quickly redeemed himself, however, it was...
Interesting.
It looked like a big blunder because he was trying to get some more players in front of him to get a collateral, but the enemy almost got away, right?
Yeah, sometimes the trigger discipline doesn't work out. Karimi's already made some movement onto site. Sovadar's going to be scanning. He's not going to spot out any player. Making first contact with Spike, gets punished for it immediately. Marshall still available from the side of Spike, looking to capitalize off of it. But Holog, they have so much control on the B side. They're more than comfortable planting for CT and looking to cut off any rotations.
For Team Spike, it's really important to implement some more damage on the economy of the rivals because, well, the chances of winning this round are slim and are getting slimmer with each another kill. It will be Kayak 3 times to finally get the first one on the board for Team Holak, and he's also looking to secure the access to his ultimate quite quickly. He only needs one more kill or the ultimate orb. They might actually fight for it in bathroom or maybe towards B-Long if they want to build on top of the Razor's ultimate.
Yeah, denying the showstopper is going to be absolutely crucial for Spike. They're going to be able to get a lot of space onto site with it. And just the pressure, hearing that sound cue that the showstopper is online and activated, it's going to be pushing players backwards, and that's those mental games that we spoke about. However, it is also important to know that the operator is in play this time from the side of Spike, so it's looking like both of these Titans are looking to clash.
Hey, Team Holak, besides the drone, they don't have that many means of actually checking the angle. However, it's Karema with the tour de force of his own. He might be coming across the enemy, and this will be a sniper duel, at least of this round. Maybe not of the century, but of this round.
I was going to say, hold your breath as they're looking to clash, but it's not going to happen. Decide to back off a little. But the discipline from Spike, they haven't moved a single player out of their sights. They're holding on to those positions, and they're not falling for the slow pace that Holog is throwing at them.
They can switch it up because in the first round, they had such a high tempo round where they actually pushed all of the positions, and right now, they're holding their ground. Team Holek, however, looking to plant the spike. Do they have the wall of Sage to help in the position?
Yeah, that Sage is no longer available, so Kayak starting it off strong. It's going to give him access to that showstopper. He's going to pull it out, but he's going to get tagged with the operator. He's not going to get a single pick. Alwazy and Spike, though, they're on a tear, getting one apiece. Gokudo coming through with a trade. Mystic finds one himself, but Karimi with the Tour de Force is finally going to be able to do some damage. Last one standing finds a final, but that's about it. As Spike comes on top, they secure 3-1.
Yeah, and you can see why Polish players, well, they might not be afraid of the enemy, but they actually respect them a lot. When I talk to the representatives from Team Holek, they've actually mentioned Team Spike as the more challenging enemies than the Team Real Red, which of course will have a chance to prove themselves today. But so far, it looks really promising for Team Spike. Despite losing all 4 players, they still managed to secure the round, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, I think from the side of Team Spike, it's just how they're playing the util and how patiently they are staying on the side rather than committing. But they're also so good at controlling the tempo. They started off strong, got one pick. Karimi does clap back eventually, gets 2 of his own. Spike coming out with the trade, and that's the spike dropped once again. Holak with the numbers disadvantage initially does manage to equalize it out. Nate throwed out, and that is a Bladestorm online. It's not going to work out for Alwazy. And now it's only a 1v2 from the side of Holak, and Gokudo has a lot to do.
That is a tough task ahead of Holak. He's getting scanned, so his HP is just running lower and lower. However, the enemy jet has access to Judge, so this might not be the best gun in this exact situation. However, you still have to take control of Oko, who is not going to make a mistake in this situation. It's the 4th round for Team Spike, and also the importance of this round is that Team Holak, they will have to go eco after this one.
Yeah, economy not looking too great, and also they're not going to have access to any of their ultimates. Tour de Force has already been used, Showstopper's already been thrown in the mix, so Resurrection potentially could be coming online, and it's just something that they need to keep an eye on, because so far, it's Team Spike that is dictating the pace, yet they are on the defensive side. If they want to push out aggressively, Holak has to respond. If they want to decide and wait, Holak has to respond. And that's something that's a little scary when you're in this position, because at the end of the day, you're losing control.
Yep.
You're not in the driver's seat.
You really want to dictate a pace as an attacking team, which is not happening right now. Spike says no entrance to the A side and gets 2 kills with Judge. The perfect gun in such a situation. However, he loses his life in the process. It's still advantage towards Team Spike.
Yeah, I would say hashtag worth.
Yep, I would take it any day. Or night, or whatever.
Or night, okay. Yeah, you know what? It's good. Depends when you play Valorant. During the day, during the evening, you know. Personal choice, I'm not going to judge you for it. Kayak, however, does get judged eventually by Mystic. Does get put out, but that Sheriff shot, absolutely beautiful from Kosti. I did say maybe a couple of shots won't be landed, but so far, both of these teams, they're looking pretty on par.
Yeah, we need some more shots like this from Kosti if he wants to be called Thanos himself.
Would you land that shot?
Standing ahead.
Next question.
I'd probably close my eyes and just pray to God that he, you know, guides the bullets.
Okay, well, you know, I respect it. At least you're being honest.
I'm being modest. I would land all of these shots.
Okay. Well, let's see if David is going to be landing these shots, because he's going to be dealing with 2 players.
That's a good question, because Team Holak is trying to play for time, since they have access to Orbital Strike. If they could buy themselves some more time and actually make it that the enemy cannot defuse the spike, this is the way to snatch the victory. However, well, Side did not find a single player. They are still activating the Orbital Strike, but...
That's some Molly is going to be coming out. Always is going to be able to take him out anyway. A couple of shots whiffed from Mystic, and you know what? He gets to pick, but that would be you on the Sheriff.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
You really think so?
I've never
is he
seen you
actually
play.
going to make it? This might be a win towards Team Holak. No.
More than enough time.
Just half a second. That was close. I've actually wanted to like... I don't want to say that to give them flag, but maybe criticize just a little bit, because usually during eco rounds, if you're not sure about winning them, you are not supposed to be using all of this utility that can be used otherwise during the full rounds.
Yeah.
But this one was super close. Had Side connected one of these shots and maybe bought more time, who knows what would have happened.
Yeah, it's just down to those milliseconds.
Yep.
Just one decision, one bullet landing or not, and that's genuinely going to be able to make the difference between whether or not you're going to be here tomorrow. And it's a scary thought. What else is scary is Mystic, the angle he's holding, and the fact that he's instantly going to be tagged out by a drone, making it a little less scary. He's going to try and return some fire, but it still has all of his ult and all of his util available. Reinforcements coming through. Holak playing it a little aggressive. Oko gets one, but Kaya gets some paint shell kills. Seeker's activated, looking to gather even more information, and the rest of Holak's team is going to have to go back into safety. Res coming online from both of these teams.
Oh, I actually thought that Team Spike might activate Orbital Strike right now, because you can be ready for the res and just counter it with your own ultimate. This didn't happen. It looks like they're saving it for the better occasion, but it's 5-5, 1 minute remaining on the clock, and no team has made major advances yet.
Yeah, 3 members from the side of Spike decided to go back to A side just in case this is a fake. But Holak, they're waiting patiently outside of B. They're looking for that right momentum. But both of these teams, they have invested so much util. Yet Holak, they haven't really found an entry onto site.
They are waiting for some of those abilities to come back from the cooldown, and it looks like they'll actually force back the defenders from the B side. They do not have any more sky smokes, but they have the entry kill on Team Spike.
Yeah, Mystic is also taken out, so the Orbital Strike no longer available. Kareem and Kosti getting a couple of picks. One more left, and Kosti with the 3K finishing it off pretty strong, securing that round. It's a flawless for Holak, and that's so important.
Yeah, and look at the player cam. He just plays it cool, shrugs off.
Not even close.
another day in the office, right?
Yeah, of course. Just like you and me, another day in the office. We're chilling.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this round because Team Spike was pushed so far back that they did not want to make the first move and actually make a mistake. And this meant that if the this meant that if they did not read the moves of the enemy team correctly, they will be just late with the rotation.
Yeah, David is not having the best game of his life at the moment. It's kind of playing into that util as well. Hunter's Fury hasn't been available, hasn't been made online. Tour de Force, however, activated. And it looks like Spike, they want to be playing off of that. They're going to be tagging out one player in the back of sight.
Yep.
This time around, they're dictating the pace. They're going absolutely fast forward. Gokudo finds the first player. He's going to have to go for the flick. Karimi got his back though. Like no longer in the equation, and Kosti is going to have to book it. Instead, he's going to be running into Mystic, and that is a counterpart taken offline. Again, the orbital strike no longer available. Akko tagged incredibly heavily. Kosti, oh my goodness, he's absolutely online. Remember to switch on his monitor. Kayak going for another pick. Gets punished for that overzealousness instead. And Spike gets to Vandal, wants to back off. He's going to find the big Kosti.
Yet another free K from Kosti.
Yo, hello.
He's feeling it. He's on the roll currently. Yeah, Davidek, you look at him. Such a handsome guy. We are just such a good friends.
Yeah.
He's also from Warsaw, so sometimes we,
You're tight like that?
watch a football game together.
Ah, okay, you're close like that.
Yeah, we are tight like that.
Nah, nice. Might be nice.
Thick as thieves, as they say.
Yes, that is exactly what they say. Well, you know what else this team's doing pretty well is they're playing as a more of a unit, so they're thick as thieves. They're tight. 5 men onto site rather than dividing and conquering. I think the last couple of rounds specifically, those trades are coming in quite well. So if you lose a player, you're either going to trade them out, or we even saw it with Kareem specifically, they have each other's backs. So you don't have to check too many angles as only one player.
Yeah, they pushed like a cohesive unit during the last round, and that's what happened, and that's what made it work. So Team Holak, if they continue to play like that, they could probably even out the score and maybe look to get a little bit of an advantage towards the end of the first half. Of course, pushing Team Spike to the eco round, they need to connect those sheriff shots if they still want to be in the game.
Ooh. First one's not going to be connected. Kayak dropping one player already, but Spike is a little unaccounted for. They heard it as one player in a teleporter, but they didn't know that Spike was hiding. Akko does fall to it, but Spike is going to be able to upgrade to a Phantom.
By the way, it might be a little bit confusing having a Spike in the game with the Spike. Spike is planting Spike. Spike is defusing Spike.
Spike dropped Spike, which is kind of what happened.
What is the Spike?
I don't know.
Who is the Spike?
Where is the Spike?
Yeah, that's important. Spike can be in 2 places at the same time.
Yo!
This man actually figured out how to clone himself.
Yeah,
Elon Musk called this guy. Well, this round might be interesting unless Kayak just gets 3 kills.
Yeah, that's
runs
exactly
away
what it
with
does. That's a beautiful butterfly knife skin, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I really like that.
I do enjoy it. What is your favorite skin?
Hydrating. That's my favorite skin.
Hydrating?
The butterfly knife, the RGB one. I think that's pretty good.
So the one that you just mentioned?
Yeah. You're going to take a sip of that Red Bull?
I even
oh, not the ASMR!
No.
Oh, no!
You know, I even slurped to actually...
I'm really sorry to whoever is listening to the cast that you had to hear that. I would like to apologize on his behalf.
And whoever enjoyed that, just DM me.
Oh, no. Follow him on Twitter.
At MaguireLol.
Just shameless plug.
I really have to change my handle since I'm mostly casting Valorant right now.
Yeah.
Because there's LOL at the end. It stands for League of Legends.
No, it stands for laughing out loud. What do you mean?
How old are you?
I thought you weren't supposed to ask people that question. Alizoy asked Kayak the same question, and, you know, Kayak didn't really come out on top.
Hello, 2005 call, 2008, and I ruined it.
Oh, you ruined it. Yeah. You're ruining it. Now you're ruining it.
Okay, let's get back into the game.
David got the Hunter's Fury online, though. Orbital Strike invested as well. That's a lot of usual thrown, and Kareem is managing to pick up one pick, but that's all he's going to be good for. Humley coming through with the trade. Kosti eventually does manage to pick him up himself, but that's a 3 versus 2 advantage from the side of Spike. They're looking to reel it back in, and the util investor from Holok, it's not going to allow to play them the post plant.
They still could pull it off. The option to jump into the TP is still available. However, the enemies are waiting for that. It's orbital strike in anticipation of the plant. However, both Czech remaining players on the A side are so low, so weak. You see that Davidior can just get the kill by connecting one of the bullets.
Yeah.
Oh, but they don't know that Chamber actually remained on B side. He's unaccounted for.
And yeah, there's a Molly coming out. They're gonna look to clear out backside, but they're not looking. That's a spike dropped already. A couple of seconds left on the clock, and reinforcement has arrived. Darius gonna find the curve, but he has to go for the plant right now. Mystic fully aware of this, so gonna let him go for the plant, and that's gonna give him the opportunity to go for the shock dart. Notes his place, but still they come out on top. And we mentioned this a couple of times before, and that's just how good Spike is at making sure that there are no over-rotations. Both sides covered 24/7, even if you have to divide and conquer.
Yeah, they've actually anticipated that the enemies might move towards B. At the moment of, LZ being killed, there's already been rotation towards B side because they just thought, they predicted that the enemy would take this route. And of course, I feel like Davidior played it almost perfectly, but at the end, just a little bit overzealous. I think that he actually saw where from the bullets were coming.
Yeah.
Where the bullets were coming from. Let's phrase it this way.
You want to play?
Yeah,
Let's play.
Let's be grammatically correct, okay? But then he overpeaked and just lost his life.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an overcommitment coming time and time again, and that's the showstopper. He's not going to find anyone. Instead, it's his crosshair is going to be doing the job. Kayak already clearing out Hookah. They're going to be forcing Oko out of his position, but he manages to get 2 picks instead. You cannot punish this man. He will always come out on top, some shape, way, or form or another. Gets the third. Get looking for the fourth. He's going to make it the ace, but it's not going to work out in their favor. The rest is going to be coming online. Direct looking to close this out, but Mystic got his back, and Oko is just on a tear.
Last round before the switch.
This game is delivering some amazing shots, some great performance from both teams. I actually thought that after the initial Kayak kill, Team Holak should have sole control over B side, since they were closing in at quite rapid fashion, right? And you can see that at the very start, Oko actually dodged the bullet from the showstopper and then continued getting 4 kills to get the advantage for his team.
Yeah, that was a great performance. Really good at holding those angles, getting those isolator 1v1s, pushing out aggressively with the Seekers. They're going to find one apiece. He only does find one, but again, the resurrection coming out from Gurkutar, and that is Holak securing a vast numbers advantage in the blink of an eye. If you blinked, you would have missed that. Did you blink?
I never blink. This is how
No way.
Nah. You always have to have your eyes around your head, right?
One eye open when I sleep.
Like fish, like fish.
Like a fish? Wait, fish have their eyes open when they sleep?
Yeah, I think so.
You cannot come to the broadcast and say, I think so. You have to have proof. I don't believe you.
Okay.
Someone confirm that for us, please.
Do you have like a fish in aquarium somewhere over here?
Anyone? Anyone got a fish? Anyone want to bring their fish over?
I know there's this... maybe that's for a later time, because Team Spike, even though that they started in 2v5, they're trying to pull it off. It will be hard, however. Mystic, close fight with Kareme, but the other guy wins it out. It's 7-5. Both teams going toe-to-toe. I've got to give it to them. This is the most competitive. This is the most the most even game that we have had today so far.
Yeah, both of these teams really going neck on neck. And we mentioned how important that Huntress Fury would be once David got it online. And he's managed to get it online, and instantly it actually ends up winning them a round. He was able to get a tag off of a player. You also don't expect if they're playing the post plans with the Huntress Fury, you're not going to expect the other player to be sitting right on top of the spike. You could tell the way Mystic placed that Molly, it was further away from the spike. It was in the garden to actually prevent them from going in for the peak. But instead, Kareem was like, hey, I'm right here, bestie. Where are you going? Where are you looking at? So that is definitely one of those mind games strategies that we spoke about earlier that we were really expecting on this map.
Yeah, you can sometimes fake it out, like actually throwing utility and one of your teammates sitting inside of it, so the enemy is not suspecting that he might be in this exact position. Team Holak and Team Spike, they exchange one player for another, but it's Kayak who's unaware of the position of Elzoy. It should be an easy kill for him.
Headshot.
No full control moment, he just gets the kill.
Yeah, he just gets the kill like easy.
Yeah.
You would hit those, right?
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Yes.
Hey.
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
I have no idea what that means, but yes, what you said.
It's a follow-up to easy peasy, I guess.
Ah, okay. Well, thank you. Great insight. Other great insight is why they're looking to be crushing onto A side. They're going to find one big spike, returning fire. Kareem, however, creeping up a little. Orbital, the barrier orb is going to push him away, but he is expecting a player in shower. It doesn't seem like Akko is expecting it. He's got to miss the first shot, got to miss the second, the third, and the fourth. Akko comes out on top. Dawid is the last player standing. He's going to throw a shock dart. Oopsie daisies. That, you know, that happens. I'm not going to connect with a couple of the players. He's going to find one. So he's going to be good for...
Good effort, but that's it.
A for effort.
A for effort.
I think the lineup was a little bit of an oopsie.
D for outcome. I'm
F
sorry.
for outcome.
F? F is the lowest?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
F means fail.
I'm unaware because I've never received an F.
You never received an L. You have received an L.
An L? No, I only get W's.
You only get W's.
Yeah.
You know what?
I actually have to bring my mate to see the, you know, the size of this massive W that I got.
Okay.
With my mate.
At the end of the day, it's not an L. It doesn't stand for loss. It stands for learning opportunity.
Oh, that's true.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's like, if you try, you may fail. But if you don't try...
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. There you go. Motivational stream, ladies and gentlemen.
We could probably make like a motivational TikTok or something. You've already made us, you know, make a TikTok for you. Check it out at Janiro.
I actually forgot to post it, but thanks, man.
Oh, man. Come on. All those dance moves? I move like a cat in there. Okay, let's get back into the game because Team Spike is looking to extend their lead. 8-5 already.
Ooh, that hurt. That hurt. A couple of
physical pain.
Yeah, a couple of
felt
shots that not connecting, and it's those shots that might have connected if that was a bit more of a warm up. A couple of games that have been played before this, and that's the scary part for both of these teams because you know you don't have a warm up. You have one shot. This is like your warm up map, but again, whoever wins it, that's already going to greatly dictate the outcome.
Kereme is a lovely guy, but I am not going to give it to him today. So far, he's been missing most of his headhunter shots, and.
Toxic.
This is how it is. It's just facts.
It is what it is. Straight facts, no cap. Mystic is going to find a pick of his own. David once again left to try and clean the mess. He's going to look to hit a couple of shots, but I don't think that's going to work. Shorty as well in hands of Kayak. I'm not sure if any of the players are going to decide to push him. They do, but still, the jump with the Spectre is always superior, I guess. And Spike is going to come out on top. They're one round off of those double digits.
Yeah, and all of the players actually save their guns, so they will look forward to this bonus round.
Yeah.
With a good amount of cash in their pockets. Of course, right now, getting the win, that would be ideal. But really what you are looking for is this eco damage. Yeah. You want to take those guns of the enemy to weaken the defense and to actually, you know, deal the killing blow in the upcoming game round.
It's already pretty weak because looking at the shields coming through, it's light shields for most of these players. So, they're holding on by a thread.
There they are.
Oof. They're actually trying to push towards the long, but the perfect setup with all of these abilities, stopping them in their tracks.
Aussie is gonna be successful at finding one pick, but so is Humalik. So numbers again equalize across both of these teams, and it looks like Spike, they just want to run at the side as quickly as possible, get this round over and going to the next one, looking to do, as you said, as much economic damage as possible.
Yeah, they might actually rethink this idea, maybe go towards A. It's just Karameda alone.
And already one player rotating.
Yeah, that's a long flank. He might be looking for a player who's actually trying to push from the defensive side, but he won't find anyone there. And Team Holak, they are unsure where the attack is going to be actually carried out because they're moving one of the players toward A side. So this might actually help Team Spike, who has superior numbers towards B side.
Yeah, looking to even push out of Hookah. You have that Marshall available. They know that there's a player because
it has to be Kosti. It has to be
Davidek. Kosti's going to find that flash taken immediately. The trade is going to be coming through. Kayak finds one, but again, Mystic coming out on top with that Guardian, doing quite a lot of damage. And that completely blows the B side wide open for Spike. They can go for the plant.
Ooh, that's a good fake. They've actually, I think, made the sound be single? One of them jumped in and the other one TP'd back, so let's see if Team Spike actually anticipates that. They finally retrieved the guns, they've put the spike down, so they're in a good position to make this bonus round count.
Yeah, they're looking to hit from 2 different angles, and it doesn't seem like Spiker is
player
expecting it.
standing.
Alzoy, however, was. He has a Spidey sense of Stingling, and now it's only Gokuder left. It's going to be dealt with as well. Double digits in the bank for Spike. They need 3 more rounds. It has the first map as a W.
Yeah, and you can see on the faces of the team Holak that the stress is kicking in. They're actually a bit more tense from the looks of it. And if they want to bring it back on this map, they really need like some kind of miracle. Right now, they will have to play an eco round with Sheriffs. If they don't bring it back there, it's 11th round on the board for Team Spike, and from there, it's a easy stroll towards the win.
But remember what they said. They don't need luck. They got the skill.
Yeah, karma is back.
Revealing
Okay, a bit of an oopsie. But information already gathered by at least one of the members from Holag that there would potentially be a push towards B site. Again, these players, they're very comfortable not moving. They have that discipline on lock where, yes, you get some information, but unless it's incredibly concrete, nobody wants to go for the first push.
Kayak just with Marshall. He might find one of the enemies, but the action is on the complete opposite side of the map. It's Oko who found Holak trying to get a little flank of his own. Did not work out this time around. And you can already see that Team Holak, they have to widen their defensive lines because there's just too many angles to hold.
Yeah, Mystic picking up another player, so that's already the numbers advantage secured very majorly in the side of Spike. They have 5-3. They have a Spike. Make that 5-2. Only 2 players left. We have Kosti defending with a Bulldog. And that's so much for them to do. The smoke's already cutting out those lines of sight.
Yeah.
The slow orb making it impossible for him to peek through Domino. He's going to have to go through lamps, and that's expected.
Yeah, he has incendiary, but it would be too late for him to actually use it to stop the plant, so he's decided not to do that. And the 11th round is on the board from Team Spike. So far, so good. This attack side is looking quite impressive from their side.
Yeah.
Kayak just managing to get 1 on the board. That will not be enough, especially if you add the fact that Team Spike won the bonus round. They are good to go. Like, those guys are millionaires pretty much till the end of the...
That'd be nice.
Yeah. You just need to shoot heads, and then you will be millionaire.
Yeah, click heads, not feet. If you're ever looking for a motivational speech, if you want to win a Valorant game, just tell everybody to click heads, not feet, and watch them magically improve. Please don't come for me if that doesn't work. I haven't actually tried and tested it.
How's your ranked game?
I actually haven't played ranked in a very long time. But
if you don't try, you cannot fail, right?
Exactly. If you don't try, you don't fail.
You don't miss any shots you don't take.
Exactly. Hey, you're so smart.
Oh. You know who else is smart? Team Spike.
Exactly.
And besides it, they actually click heads. Because they've just demolished this attempt to push A short. And it's just Davidur on his own. He has not been doing so hot so far, so I'm sorry, but I don't believe that he can pull it off.
Yeah, a lot of the times he's the one lifted a clutch. He's going to find that first spick. Still has 2 more to be dealing with. Knows the location of at least 1 player. He's going to send a shock dart their way. They're playing outside of lamps. Not going to get any tags. They're going for the double peek, and that's 12-5 for Spike. They're on match point, like 1 win, and that's secured. And
match point.
Again, it's really important to also notice how convincingly and how dominantly they win.
And if you look at the scoreboard, we talked about being cohesive unit. Oko, 14 kills on the board. Spike, 16, as well as Mystic and Elfzoy leading the charge with 17 on his own. So all of those players are actually crucial parts of the team and crucial parts of the success for the whole Team Spike team. For whatever reason, one of the players was mad. Oh, you're only winning 12-5.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's a disaster.
Isn't it?
It could be a disaster for Team Holak. If they don't bring it back, they have some scrappy buys right now ahead of them. They're actually trying to pull it off. Tour de Force was activated by Kereme, and he's looking towards B-Long to get his first kill.
Yeah, they still have another game against the Real Red, but again, there's going to have to be a convincing win if they want to close out the fact that they lost in such a convincing fashion.
Oh my god!
My goodness, Alzoy, you just close your eyes and he gets 3 picks immediately, putting Holak in such a deficit. And even the resurrection coming through from Spike, they're 5-2. They're really looking to close it out ASAP.
He's put them in the dumpster and instantly swapped the lid off. Yeah. Only 2 players remaining on the side of Team Holak, but if you line up like this, well, that's what you get. you'll have to forget the bind really quickly. The bad news is, this was your map pick. So it will only get tougher going into Haven.
Yeah, that's the scary part as well, especially from the side of Polak. We have some information on their Haven statistics, but again, they weren't very convincing wins. They were very close wins instead. So the fact that you've already lost your own map pick, you're absolutely correct. It's really scary going into the next map because it does put your chances in maybe, dare I say, a bit of a scary position. Kosti looking to make it work, but as he peeks us out of smoke, Always is gonna get the pick, and Hermelic finishing it off with that final pick, and that is a win secured for Team Spike. An absolutely convincing one, if I do say so myself. 13-5. I thought we said that this was going to be, I thought you said that this was going to be a close game.
Yeah.
Mr. Analyst.
Wasn't close at all. And, well, I'm okay to be wrong if it looks like this on the server. I'm actually super impressed with how well Team Spike played Bind. Yeah. They've had all the pieces that you can see during competitive matches at the highest level.
Yeah.
And being completely honest, the Polish team was just not on the point with their aim as well. Some of those duels just straight up won by the firepower on the side of the Czech team. And you can only see why they actually feared their opponents and mentioned Team Spike as being the toughest opponent so far, because they bring big guns on Bind and actually close it 13-5, which is a commanding performance by them.
Yeah, a couple of haircuts have been given to some of these players, unfortunately, with a couple of these shots missing. And we brought this up as a point earlier as well in regards to the fact that there is no warm-up for these players. They kind of just come in and they have to start immediately. So it's really a lot of expectations that are riding on this, and there's a lot of that extra pressure. There's the pressure of the crowd. There's the pressure of the LAN. So again, maybe a little shaky in their performances, looking to hopefully to bring it back on the second map. But the way that the discipline, the patience, and just those really good playing off of context came in from Spike, it allowed them to get that advantage. Early on, it was a little scrappy. We're going to be completely correct about that.
And in so many of those clips, you can see Team Spike playing off each other.
Yeah.
The double peaks, just trying to establish a crossfire or refragging each other. It was, you know, like Valorant 101. Pretty much the textbook for Valorant. And of course, some of those crazy rounds with amazing shots. Of course, Elzoy at the end getting the collateral on the enemies. Yeah, I'm quite impressed. And being completely honest, I don't know what to think about Haven, because so far, of course, this is the map that Team Holak has proven themselves on as well. But like you mentioned, 13-3, 13-2 in qualifiers on Bind. So if anything, they're actually looking to win on this map and maybe struggle just a bit on Haven, and they got deleted.
Yeah, they did get deleted off the server, but we're not going to have to speculate about Haven for any longer, because we're going to be heading to a break, and then we'll be right back at you with the second match of this best of 2, and that's going to be on Haven.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
And we are back. Welcome to the caster's desk, actually.
Caster's desk.
Not to the cast, to the caster's desk.
And the
first.
cast.
And the
First.
cast crew, of course.
Caster's desk cast. Caster's
We've had a
cast.
pleasure of actually, watching and observing and casting the previous game, which was one of the most explosive ones so far.
Yeah.
But I've got to tell you, I'm a little bit worried about Team Holak because their own map pick, they finished 5-13, and so far, Team Spike, they did not show that many weaknesses.
Yeah.
And looking forward onto the Haven, I'm just worried that this might be a challenge, like a step too much, a step too far for them. So, but of course, if they want to bring it back, it will require a lot of courage, a lot of this, not patience maybe too, discipline too, yeah, but also being quite confident, which they clearly are, maybe a little bit overconfident, which happened during the first map, and of course better aiming, because this is something that we touched on during the pistol rounds with the sheriffs, with the marshals. They were just not hitting the shots, they were not on spot. But I believe that after this game, after they warmed up, after they got the cold shower of being beaten on their own map, they will improve now.
Yeah, so, they can win. All they have to do is improve on, positioning, communication, hitting their shots, strategy, call-outs. Anything else I forgot to mention?
Holding their mice,
having the mice,
using the keyboards.
having the tilt of the keyboard, looking at the screen, switching on the screen. I think that's also pretty quite important as well. No, but I think you're right, honestly. There's a lot of gaps that we saw last map, specifically coming out from the side of Holak. And yes, on the stage, you're like, we got this, we're going to win. But the question here is, how are you going to be translating that into your actual map? Because the problem is that when you're against an opponent like Spike, the discipline, the patience, the fact that they're so good at setting up that buddy system where you get a player, you will instantly come out with a trade. A lot of times, even when one player actually gets onto site, yes, they might be looking towards the left side or the right side, but there's another player simultaneously looking at the opposite side. And that is only something that you can gather with a lot of experience and a lot of time spent together as a roster. And that's a little worrying because that was lacking from Holak.
That is a really important point. What you just mentioned before, throughout the qualifiers, sometimes Team Holak would just win the games because of the pedigree and the level of their play. They did not need that much improvement. They did not need such, sophisticated strats. They were just better on server, better aimers, better overall. And so far, it's not working out. You need much more added to the mix to actually beat Team Spike.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we were laughing, there were a couple of Fortnite dancers around, and I think that's pretty interesting. I don't know really why that would be the case, but anyway.
They were a little bit shy because we actually wanted to introduce
we kind of wanted
them
to like have them here. I think that would be a really nice part of the cast.
Maybe they'll be happy to actually dance on our stage.
Yeah, who knows? That could be a performance.
Is sitting
RJ,
ahead of us.
You can get that scheduled. Yeah. But speaking again about Holak and the fact that we're going on to Haven, Haven is one of those maps that it really requires you to have a strategy, and it really requires you to like be able to play together as a team flawlessly. You have 3 map sites, you have 3 bomb sites that you need to protect. You also have 3 different ones that you need to be going for. And again, it's one of those maps where if you all decide to go towards C site, A site, if someone pushes out aggressively, which is what we've seen Spike through time and time again, you're going to be caught in such an awkward situation. You're going to get pinchered, especially there's a lot of map space that they can be playing with. They can be hitting you from a lot of different angles. They like those wrapping around, so they need to keep their eyes open.
Yeah, so 2 crucial factors. First of all, what is your approach? Do you try and stop the enemy in their tracks? So you basically form a defensive line and you do not let them get on the side? Or do you leave the space, actually invite them, have an after plan set up for the retake, where you use your abilities in a way that it helps you actually take control over the site once it has been taken by the enemy?
Yeah.
And at the same time, Haven is such a spread out map, such a big map, that if you are not going to play proactively, especially in the defense, you're missing out on a lot of advantage that you could probably get for yourself. And the second thing, what is going to be your composition? Have you actually prepared something like Neon and Breach? Or are you going to actually pick something more traditional, more orthodox, like Sage and Jet? Those pieces always work, but they don't give you such a wide range of utility that you could probably bring to the server in case you were to decide for a Breach or Neon or Astra or anything else. I'm open to actually see Team Holak bringing some craziness into the mix. Like I was mentioning Phoenix as something, maybe a little silly, maybe goofy, But if you don't know what you are doing, your enemy cannot know what you are doing either.
I absolutely love that. No, that's correct. The thing with Holak last game specifically, they were taking that passive approach, right? Maybe they didn't know what they were doing. Maybe they did know what they were doing. I guess we're going to have to find out eventually if they do walk away with the win. But they were very much playing this very passively, whereas Spike were continuously dictating the pace, whether they wanted it to be a fast approach, whether they wanted it to be slower, whether they wanted it to be a bit more util focused. And it was always reactive. Holak were always playing reactive to the situation that was given to them, rather than being the dictator of the situation that they are going to be playing. They were not playing on their own terms. So we haven't actually seen what they would look like if they are playing on their own terms. And that is a little scary, because you said it yourself, the last map here, you can determine whether or not you're good tomorrow. It could be the end for them. So they really have to, that confidence that you mentioned, they really need to bring that in, because we saw in a lot of those plays they would be too shy to peek, or maybe they don't want to use that util, they don't want to over-invest, they don't want to over-rotate. And those couple of milliseconds of like those hesitations, they can add up.
Okay, Ginny, I've received the information that we are heading to the game, but let's stop with the analysis for a moment.
Okay. Oh no.
I'll try to guess. I'll have 3 guesses. Which is
Okay.
your favorite agent? And you'll do me.
Okay, go for it.
The same thing.
I think you already asked me earlier today, but...
But I don't remember. I have such a bad short memory. But
Okay.
if I were to actually guess, I would say
Yeah.
maybe Neon,
Okay.
maybe Reina,
Okay.
and Jet.
Okay.
Did I hit any of the spots?
Yeah, you got Reina.
Alright, Reina. Like that was pretty obvious. What about me then?
Oh, goodness.
Before we jump into the game.
I don't know. Chamber, KO, Sky?
Okay, I'll take it as a compliment, but actually Cypher.
So, you're one of those people then.
Yeah. Where's the
Can I have a different co-caster, please? RJ, Haza, anyone want to
Haza is Omen main, so, you know.
I respect Haza.
I do too.
I respect Haza
He has
for
a
playing Ermin.
good sense of humor.
Ermin is a very,
I'll give it to him.
a very interesting looking agent.
He's got this edginess that everyone needs in their life. Okay, but what do I need in my life right now is some good showing from Team Holak on Haven.
Yeah.
Let's dive into the pistol round, because they are trying to play aggressively towards middle side of the map. Not getting any kills yet. However, Kayak, he just scored this juicy headshot on Spike. Quickly to be refragged by the enemy, Sova.
Yeah, that's the immediate trade coming in from Spike. We spoke about that and how good they were on it in the previous map on Bind. And again, we're seeing that translated to Haven, to be expected. But the fact that all the attention was pulled towards the mid side of the map, Spike actually went around for the rotate, got the plan down, free Spike coming in, free rotations. Now they can play the post plant. And Holak, they've already invested a lot of their util to be playing aggressively. So they're punished for that mistake.
That did not work out well. Did not work out as planned, I guess, because they did not take control over the middle part of the map, and they actually left the enemy space on A side. Kosti fighting, actually putting a lot of effort into this round. However, he's managed to get only one, then Paranoid, and he could have... He didn't stand a chance in this duel. It will be Team Spike yet again to win a pistol round. Such a crucial win, because in the previous game, they've actually managed to win both of those pistol rounds.
Yeah.
In Valorant, where you actually require only 13 rounds to win the game, securing 4 of those, you know, on the back of the pistol rounds, it's a huge leap towards the victory, because you're almost halfway done.
I don't think 4 is half of 13.
Almost.
And no.
Almost. I actually said almost.
4 is not half of 13.
Okay, 1/3 then.
Okay, I like that one better.
I was not that good.
There's
at
actually a
math.
Marshall in the mix for Holak, so they're looking to come in with the 4s, and that's a little scary, because if it doesn't work out for them.
Well, it only costs 1,100 credits, so I guess you can get away with it. But still, you will see a lot of Marshall buys in the eco rounds on the maps such as Icebox, Breeze, and Haven. You know, those big open spaces with long sides of fire.
Yeah.
And Kayak was actually trying to get a kill, but you can see the verticality being in play, which was in favor of Team Spike this time around.
Yeah, Spike expecting that play to be the one coming out from the side of Hall. Like, again, last time they really didn't like sit down and lay and roll over. They put up a fight. They tried. It was very close up until a certain point, and then it wasn't anymore. This time around, it looks like Spike, they're more than comfortable going to the B side. Having that stage wall to cut this side into half means they're going to have to come in with the rotations.
They're trying to get away. Kosti putting a stop, but he did not stop the spike plant. However, he's found himself a nice juicy kill.
Couple of spams coming into smoke. David does manage to pick up one Mystic, getting for a second pick here to go tapping the spike, looking to get out some of that util that's still available from the side of a spike, but they're playing this very, very passively. Oko getting that 2k, looking to do even more damage, getting the 3k, eventually gets shut down by David. It's now a one-on-one. Paranoia is gonna force David off of the spike. Has managed to get it halfway through. One bullet left in the Sheriff. He has to stick it. Prozone Fake is gonna jump right onto it. Mystic eventually puts him out. That's 2-0 for Spike.
Yep.
But that's a lot of rifles that they've invested lost.
They'll probably either have to force now with the remaining cash or just go to a really bad bonus round. But it looks like they've actually gathered a lot of money, so at least Urko is the one who'll grab himself a Vandal. Even though that they lost 4 people, I feel like Mystic played it to the perfection with Paranoia, buying the time, and then pushing at the right time. Holak was close to actually defuse it, and you can see that it's really important for all of those players to get those wins on the board, especially considering the fact that today in Wrocław, no Polish team managed to win a single map.
Oh, they're going to have to carry the pride of their nation on their shoulders. That's quite a heavy burden, if I do say so myself. They've already lost a player in the process, and mind you, this is the round that Holak have the cash available to splash in this round. They're able to buy a couple of Vandals coming into this. So Spike, they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that have a little bit of a disadvantage coming into this. And already the majority of the players looking to rotate towards a site. Contact is going to be made. Cost is looking to get one. Zol going to be able to just pick that Spike coming in with a trade. And the numbers advantage just keeps growing.
Yeah, but since we talked about Haven being such an open and such a wide map, losing a guy on side right here will also be a lot. It will equal losing the gun as well. So Team Spy can retrieve the Vandal. They can actually get in the post-plant position, put down the utility. You can see the dark cover, you can see the barrier orb blocking the entrance from the CT side. It will be just so hard, especially if you add a kill from Mystic on top of that.
Yeah, Mystic is just making this so incredibly difficult, but so is David as he finds one. He's going to be able to spot the other 2 players, but it's not going to matter too much. And Spike, they actually manage to win Holak's bonus round.
Yeah.
They're the ones coming into this with the guns.
They're just steamrolling over the opponents right now.
Oh.
Well, I mean, they did not lose a single round in attack yet. You can add it to the attack side on Bind, where they also have managed to win all of those rounds. You know, wrapping up the game with a 13-5 scoreline. So far, so good. And on top of that, they'll be actually getting access to the ultimates soon. So they can follow up this series of wins with yet another convincing showing, with yet another convincing performance, if you include all of those abilities that can go into play. Holak getting frisky.
Got spotted though. They know there's an aggressive push coming out. Slow Orb is gonna lower at least one player. Akko is absolutely rolling in it. Gets a 2k already. Has a Tour de Force available if he decides to go for it. But Kosti looking to hold on the sideline on A. Want to catch off any rotations. But again, when there's 5 players ready from Spike, they've already taken complete control off of mid. Are they going to be going for the rotations? The question is, yes, they are. They're looking to go for that Ferrari peak. Kosti's going to miss a shot, eventually landing it on Hungary. That's the Sova taken out of the equation. One more player running right into him. He's going to scan. Akko wants to punish him for this aggression, but Kosti, he's not budging.
Kosti right now with the BB gun. However, if you hit an enemy in the eye, you'll be able to take him out. Oh my god, Elzoy, he's just straight up eliminating all of the other players. Akko, on top of that, he'll get another free K from himself. He had a rather silent start during the last map, but with the more and more rounds, he's actually opened up quite nicely, and you know, like a butterfly from the cocoon.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like a flower in spring,
like
blossoming.
I don't touch grass. I am a gamer.
Yeah, I can tell. You look like it. Okay, that's a bit mean. I didn't mean that. It was a joke.
How do they say that? Not likewise. Maybe likewise.
Yeah,
I'll just answer with likewise.
Like same, bro.
I'll actually check it out.
Okay, go. You check it. I'll keep an eye on this cast. I'll keep an eye on this game. So far, Spike are looking to run away with that lead 4-0. Pollock are definitely on the back foot. Again, they're going for that aggressive push. They want to play out aggressively. But Spike, they're more than comfortable chilling. And as I say that, Kayak is going to find that first pick on Akko. Akko, the man doing a lot of damage in these rounds, he's already taken out. And that means that now 4 to 5 for Spike, they're losing that prime member.
However, they still have a resurrection in play. So if they manage to get this guy
there
up,
it is.
You will not kill
of course.
Can you see the future?
No, I can just think somehow. 2 steps ahead. You know, I was national Polish chess master.
Cool story, bro.
You will not fall for that.
Who asked?
Ah, come on. No, I can barely play checkers. Not to say chess. But Valorant, those guys know how to play Valorant, especially from the Czech side. Even after losing the initial kill, they still get access to the side, put this spike down, get some more kills on the board. They're happy, they're comfy, unbothered, moisturized, you know.
Moisturized, what? It's about 30 degrees here, so I don't know how comfortable they are. The AC is pretty nice, like even that. The paranoia is going to give it a little bit more time for the team to pull out the Hunter's Fury, making it impossible for Kareem to actually get onto site. The smoke is going to look to swing out of it, gets punished for it immediately. Only one player left from the side of Holak, and that is David once again. Left behind to clear up the mess, but he cannot do much. A lot of these players low on the HP, but Holak, they haven't quite hit the mark.
So far, Czech team is playing it up to perfection.
Yeah,
and
a bit of a fanboy.
What I had in my mind all this time is, it takes one to know one, Jenny. About the
hey, I'm not gonna be ashamed
comment
of it.
towards myself.
I'm a gamer.
I know.
What's the problem with that? I never said gamer was a bad thing. If I thought gamers was a bad thing, I don't think I would be screaming at video games.
Look at all of those players. I think it's finally the very first time that one of the teams took out took the technical, no, not technical, the tactical timeout.
Yeah.
Team Holak, they really need to pull their weight together because so far they have just not been able to even come close to winning a round. Okay, maybe this one time when they almost defused the spike, but besides it, that's it.
Yeah, and I think every single time, every single round, it's very much the same identical setup that they have. They have one player on A long. They always have Holak on B with the stage. They have one pushing out Garage, one C long, and one just hovering in between Garage and C. And that's expected. That's readable. Spike have seen this 5 times already. You're throwing at them the 6th time. They know exactly that's what you're going to be looking for. They know exactly that's the playstyle.
Okay, that's a free kill.
That is a free kill if I've ever seen one. But Akko already got a free kill. So, you know, freebies, you know, being handed out for free 99.
However, losing your initiator as the first guy must be painful. However, Elviso, he's just on the roll.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a pick, but it's not. Kosti, however, does manage to find one. That's all he's going to be able to do for now. Spike has been planted. He has 30 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go for that reload. Has a shock dart available. Does he know the lineups? Unfortunately not. It's not going to connect. Did a little bit of damage to Echo. That's about it. But as he goes for the peak, gets punished for... And it looks like Spike 6-0. They're very much in the lead.
I really need to know what Elvzoy had for breakfast today, because tomorrow I want to have the same thing.
Okay.
He's unstoppable so far.
What did you have for breakfast today?
I had pancakes with 4 different types of jam.
Okay.
I've had some fruit.
Okay.
And a black coffee.
Good for you.
Yeah. Embracing that healthy lifestyle.
Yeah, 4 different types of jams.
You know I'm of a good sort.
Sounds right. Sorry?
I'm of a good sort.
I have no idea.
You do know what that means.
Anyways, Omen on Omen action here. Mystic taking out the counterpart. Holak no longer have those smokes available. From the shadows, also no longer available, taken off of the board completely. Lockdown only 1 point away for Kareem, so if he does manage to find a pick, he could use that to potentially defend the site.
How often do you use it on Haven, though? I just feel like it's much better tool on the attacking side, since you can facilitate all of those attacks using the lockdown ahead of the attack. So the enemies will have to scatter, leave the space open. And so far, Kareme, okay, he can be 1 point away from from his ultimate, but he really needs to get some kills going because the enemies are just storming the side.
Yeah, that paranoia is going to force them backwards, and even that stage barrier orb is going to give them that opportunity to back off further. Kayak on the flank, though, looking to get a couple of picks. Hasn't been accounted for as of yet. They're pushing out a garage, though, but they're not looking at him. He's looking to hold that trigger. Discipline, he's not going to land a single shot.
Oh,
he gets punished for it instead. Mystic coming out on top. Kosti does find Aka, but it's all he's going to be able to do as Spike comes through with a trade. 2v3 scenario for Holak. They have to play that retake. Karimi does manage to hit the shot eventually. Spike still on a roll. 1-on-1. Spike is sticking. Lockdown available. Shock Dart's going to come out. It's not going to do too much. He's sticking it. Pros don't fake. You have to go for this one. He's not going to. And Holak eventually find that first round on the board. 1-6.
He was just half a second late, but Kereme actually getting the first round on the board. Still, it does not solve the problem of Team Holak, because look at their economy, look at how much money they actually get to go into this round with. It's not too much money.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
No, no, no. I don't want to see that replay. Please, no, take it away.
It really, when it rains, it pours for Kayak, unfortunately.
That was absolutely gut-wrenching to watch, but eventually they still walk away with the win, so that's good. But is it good enough?
That was a trick shot right there from Kosti. Might have actually distracted a little bit one of his players. Oh, he has to hold on alone on the A side. And the enemies are closing in. They are just relentless today. Oko as well as Elzoy. Those two guys on Haven, they're built different.
Yeah, they're absolutely built not defectively. For sure. They still have the lockdown available if they decide to use it. But again, when that Hunter's Fury is online, it's always going to be the question of the chicken or the egg. Which one comes first? The lockdown or the Hunter's Fury or the lockdown? You got to be holding on to that util for the rest of the game. So you really have to decide when is the perfect time to pull the trigger.
And I have a perfect answer for that. Of course, the eggs comes first because you have a scrambled eggs for breakfast and then you have a chicken breast for lunch.
Okay.
Thank you so much for proving my point.
Dietary requirement. You know, what if you want to have chicken for breakfast, like a chicken bowl or something, and you want to have, you know, eggs for lunch?
I couldn't be bothered. It's too much.
Too much. Okay.
Yeah, scrambled eggs. You just plop plop. 2 eggs on the
Great
the
sound
frying
effect.
pan.
That's exactly what eggs sound like. I agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
I practiced so much for that moment. Thank you.
Great.
I want to thank my mother from this point now on. That was the reason she brought me to this
I think Alzoy and Akko also want to thank their mother at this point, both leading that leaderboard. They have had so much impact. Look at how much cash they have available. Full next round.
They're set for the remainder of the first.
They cannot have a bad half because it's already 7-1. Even if they lose every single one after this, it's going to be 7-5. So they're very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, really impressed with how well Team Spike is actually, you know, handling the LAN environments as well.
Yeah, for sure. There's quite a crowd down there. Hello, everybody.
Because they're playing confidently, but what is the most important thing, I feel like, is that they are sticking to their own guns and to their own plan. They just strike one after another. Kireme, you know, the only guy that's actually saved the Vandal from the last round, getting some kills on the board, as well as Xipe. Oh, he'll be able to get one on Echo, on Oko.
He faked the step. He faked the shot.
Yeah, but he still does not have access to the spike.
Yeah.
It's out in the open on the side.
But as a sound cue, they're not fully aware where he's coming from. Kayak does have a bit of a spider sense. He's looking to hold that angle. But again, Mystic is going to have to go for the shot. And
Had
it's
his chance.
thrifty. It's a thrifty for Holak. They're doing great. They're coming back. They're getting the hang of things and the swing of things, and one step at a time, one round at a time. That's how
Thanks to Kereme, because what I think that Team Spike intended to do was to push on side with Jet, with her dash to avoid those close quarters possible fights with shorties or the sheriffs, right? And Kereme was playing really far back, which allowed him to get a free kill on the jumping Jet and then follow it up with another one on the guys who were approaching from the A long. This actually helped a lot because it bought a lot of time, and the rest of the Team Holak could have moved there. And the second one for Team Holak, maybe just what they needed.
Yeah. This time around, however, Spike, so far the last 2 rounds haven't really worked out in their favor. So instead of going in all running, guns blazing onto site, they decided to play a little bit further back. They're used to the fact that Holak feel the need to push out aggressively, but it also looks like Holak have adapted a little bit this time around. There's no aggressive pushes out of B. There's no aggressive pushes out of A main. Instead, they're more than comfortable sitting on the site and waiting for Spike to be the ones pushing into their crosshairs, which is the better play this time around. This is exactly what's going to happen.
They have a retake setup for C, because if you look at the map, there's no utility towards the C side. They are just playing around B, and it might work for them, because the enemies are approaching from the middle part of the map. The first kill for Team Holak, and Team Spike cannot resurrect any of those players. It has to be Ozo and Echo again, and Oko again. I'm so sorry, but those guys are just too strong today.
Fake the TP and go went back. Fake the spike plant and went back with that TP. And Oko just big braiding it so far. It was looking really good from the side of Holak. They had a lot of util set up. They had that crossfire set up. But something happened. And that something that happened is called Oko and Elzoy. They're just coming in guns blazing and there's nothing they can do.
I was about to say, only Oko and Elzoy can actually, you know, like, rescue this round, because everything else just failed for Team Spike. And it happened. What happened? Oko and Elzoy happened.
Yeah, what happens on LAN, you know.
Stays on LAN.
Exactly. And that round, you know, it's going to stay in LAN. We're going to pretend we saw that.
And again, and yet again, you can just look at the basics of Valorant. 101, this is the most... This is the first thing that you should learn in FPS. You always pick with your friend. You never bait, right?
What if they're not your friend? What if they're more like an acquaintance?
That works.
Then you have to sign the contract.
That they are your friend, or?
No. That you always double pick.
Okay.
So if he breaks it, you can, I don't know, go to court.
Over the fact that they don't peek.
Yes.
Wow, I wish I could do that with all my teammates.
Have you never been to Valorant court?
No, have you?
Yes.
Oh, dang.
I'm on Twitter every day.
Oh, yeah, I don't have the energy for that, but I respect you for it, though, you know.
That's a good effort. It keeps me busy, you know? Entertained as well.
Busy bee. Entertained? Is this not entertaining enough for you? 8-2 from Spike.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? They're looking to cash in all those double digits, have the Spike available. Have an interesting buy coming into this, however, not what we expect them to end. Kayak is going to find that first pick. He's found the high ground. Works out in his favor. He's going to miss the second shot. The peak is going to come through, but Alvoy and Oko once again as well. Just making it so difficult for Holak to actually hold on to any site. It's just impossible to deal with these two, and together they're a force to be reckoned with.
I just feel so bad for Team Holak right now, because this is what happens time and time again. They get the first kill, it looks okay for them, and then there's Oko and there is Elzoy, who just get on side and straight up eliminate all of your players that are remaining alive. However, it's Xipe who's managed to get 2 enemies down. But, well, being completely honest, you have a res, you have Oko still alive. You're not going to pull it off. No way.
Yeah, and Spike playing off of the initial contact from Oko. Oko found that initial contact with David, and you know, instantly Spike going for that peak, making it impossible for David to get the isolated 1v1s. But also the play from David, he had the paranoia come out whilst in the smoke, allowed him to shrouded step behind the smoke, was able to at least pick off 2 players from that, but still, it works out in Spike's favor, and that's sheerly due to the fact that they're so good at playing off of each other's contact.
Just look at the score. Oko is 18-7. Elzoy 12-6.
Yeah.
This is the dream team. Maybe 3-9 because
Kayak though.
Yeah.
Starting it off incredibly strong. Has already found 3 players at 1 way from the teammate, doing absolute wonders. It's a little scary to have to go and collect the Spike. Is looking for that 4K, maybe even the ace. Has done so much damage already to Oko. Going for the updraft with the Blade Storm online. Is going to miss the shot. Knows where the player is, eventually gets punished. Spike gets 2 instead. Hunter's Fury from Kosti looking to play off of it. Guts 1. Still has to deal with Oko. He's the only one left standing.
He just missed him.
Like
actually,
ships in the
Oko
night.
might surprise him. Look, he's just making his way behind him. Of course, in all of this, Holak was able to bring one of his teammates back to life. Oh my god.
Okay.
This was not full control. Oko usually doesn't miss like this.
That was a bit of an oopsie. They passed each other, so they were thinking about pinching him in on the C main, but instead, he's already passed. He's going to go plant on A, and regardless of whether or not they lose this round, it's a pretty good performance for Oko, and he's just trying to get those double digits, and if they don't, you're gonna be swapping anyway.
However, he'll have to go aggressively here if he wants to make it a difference. However, he'll not be able to do that. Usually in the situation like
Look,
this...
it's the kill trails.
Yeah, finally being used. 10 out of 10.
I mean, unfortunately, it's not 10 rounds, 9-3, but I respect your math. Good effort. Valiant effort. This is why you study English, right?
Yeah. So the pincer movement did not work out during the last round for Kosti, but his team managed to get the win anyways. 3-9.
Yeah.
The infamous cursed scoreline.
I thought you said you hated that curse.
Yeah, because it's always brought up on the broadcast.
Who brought it up this time?
Me.
Why?
I felt obligated to.
Why?
Because this is what people want to hear.
Why?
Because they're just so used to it.
Why?
Have I not mentioned that, they would be wondering, what's wrong?
Why are the casters not talking about the 9-3 curse?
Have I left my eye on...
Fake casters?
We go! Yeah, fake casters. We're just, it's just a simulation.
Yeah.
People-
Okay, it's getting a little too deep. It's just Valorant. Relax, hold your horses, Mag. As we're going to be heading into the first pistol round, the second half. David already finding spot onto site. He's going to go for that plant. Playing the post plant as well. They're taking a page out of Spike's book.
However, in the pistol round, it's not that easy because you don't have so many of those pieces required for the afterburn. I'm talking about the utility, right?
Yeah.
So you'll have to get a good stun out of the enemies. And if they manage to get half the fuse down, the round is pretty much over. And you can only see how much struggle already there is on the side of Team Holak.
Yeah, they tapped the spike, baited out so much of the util, and now they're going to be more than comfortable going for that defuse. Members start dropping like flies, and now it's a 1v2, and that's the attackers walking away with the win. And Holog, they make it work in their favor.
Yeah, if we can get the replay, I think it was Holak who was actually on the flank. And this is the reason why it worked out, because for a moment, I was almost completely sure that Team Spike managed to defuse the spike. But they didn't.
Wow, spike in 2 sentences. 2 spikes in 1 sentence. English is hard, man.
Yes. And actually, Team Spike, that's a good, you know, like, not pronunciation, but how it's supposed to be pronounced. Like you know, the Team Spike, how it's written. I forgot the word, the exact word for that. Doesn't matter really. Okay, let's see.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a C hit. Spike with shorty. He's not gonna achieve much there. Sorry, that's not a good range for this gun. And maybe Team Holak just needed, you know, a change in all of that. Maybe they feel much more confident and much more comfortable being on the attacking side and dictating their own tempo, not playing accordingly to what the enemy says.
Flawless. Yeah, and that's a flawless round coming in for Holog. But again, need to take into consideration the fact that they actually came into this with a better buy. So a shorty against a Spectre who wins.
Yeah, but still, after watching the first round,
definitely.
they had a clear plan.
Yeah.
That they actually carried out in a good fashion. Then the second round, well, you usually don't struggle against eco, but there are some teams that just won't do anything on the map, lose some guns. That was a good hit, a convincing hit. So I'm ready to see more, but I'm not saying that Team Holak is completely back into this game by any means.
Yeah, but also have to take into consideration the rounds. So it's already 9-5, and they won 13-6, 13-7.
And the bonus one usually goes the way of the team with the better equipment. And it just happens that Team Spike is that team.
Spike planted.
Spike's now... Again, Spike was more than comfortable losing that pistol round. But again, Holak need to really reel it in. And get some damage done. A bit of a spraying, warning shots coming out. But they're looking to regroup. Alzoy on the flank. Expected though. He's going to get the first pick, but that's his location absolutely and completely revealed. Cloudburst to give himself a little bit of safety, looking for that repositioning on site already. Mystic finding a pick himself. Holog no longer available. He's going to go for that peek. He's going to dash away to safety. A little bit of oops. He has to go for the reload. Eventually does manage to get the pick off. And that is Kareem left standing. Has his bot available. He's going to find one, but that's all he's going to be able to do, as the rest of the team is going to go for that defuse. Double digits on the board for Spike.
Yep. This is something that we anticipated, and I really want to highlight how good of a job Elvzoid did at this flank, because not only did he get a first kill, he's also got the attention of 2 players that are supposed to be holding the plant from the long. He just bought so much time, and it was much easier for the rest of Team Spike to get onto the side, to clear those angles, to get the remaining players that are staying there, and just clean up the plate. That was a perfect example of how you should be playing on the flank. Not pushing, just pressing your W, actually playing around your utility and anticipating the moves and the positions of the enemies.
Yeah, flank well executed can do wonders, and this time around it's looking like Holog, they really want to push it onto C-side as quickly as possible. The reinforcements from Spike have not arrived as of yet. They're looking to get the Spike down ASAP and just play that post plant again.
Yeah, looks like the C hits, they have those figured out, because so far they've been trying 3 times in a row to actually hit this side. Kereme this time around, he's got the better of his enemy. However, it's Mystic. He'll also just miss a bait.
Yeah, Mystic looking away at a bit of an awkward timing. Happens sometimes in Valorant, him like looking to drop. Eventually does get punished for it, and now it's already 2 members left from the side of Spike, and they're gonna have to go for that save instead, because maybe their economy isn't in tip-top shape as they were used to back on that defensive side of things. So they have to take that into consideration, because yes, it's 10-5, but again, Holak will always have that possibility to claw back.
Yeah, however, taking into consideration the fact that they've actually managed to, I think, escape with 4 weapons after the bonus round, should place them in a good position for a rebuy during the next round, especially after saving those 2 rifles. But the game is actually getting more and more, even more competitive. So Team Holak, you know, trying to close the distance.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this movie before, and that was last map. It was getting pretty close, and then it wasn't.
Okay.
Focus now.
However, it's, you know, 3 rounds in the boat for them.
Yeah.
They've won the full buy quite convincingly yet again. It was this time on the flank, Kereme. He's held his post without missing a beat. So
From the shadows activated onto A, looking to get onto backside, but it got shut down immediately. And because of that play, the majority of Spike, they're rotating away.
Yeah, it's funny because Team Holak, they were all combined around side C, and they've started slowly moving towards A side, and the exact opposite happened for Team Spike. But I think that they'll eventually figure it out, especially with the Hunter's Fury. Yeah.
He's not gonna find the tag. 1 more charge is left, but
you should run.
And the Killjoy lockdown now.
Yeah.
Which one comes first, the Hunter's Fury or the lockdown? I guess the question has been answered. Hunter's Fury is the one that comes out first. Lockdown now available. Paranoia. It's not going to connect. Also looking to get at least 1 pick before he decides to dip, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But he's detained alongside another one of his teammates, and they want to go for those picks, but instead the barrier orb is going to make it impossible for them to get onto side as of yet. They're going to have to break that wall first. Gimlick still in heaven. A couple of shock darts come out, but the spike has been planted.
They still have the drone, and that is a crucial key of equipment in this after-plant situation. They need to break the wall first, and then they will use the drone to spot the players. That's a good paranoia. However, Team Holak, they are playing it up to perfection. It's Kayak and Holak getting on the board. However, Kereme, he found the back of Oko, and it looks like this might be it. Team Holak getting the 7th round and ball. I really enjoyed watching this one because if you look at what Elvzoid did, that was the perfect example of how you want to play around the Killjoy's ultimate, right? Yeah. So you activate your dash, you get the kill, and even though that you are being you got how do you call it?
Detained?
Detained, yeah. Even though you got detained, you've got other players that are coming from Link, that are coming from CT, that will help you.
Yeah.
So the enemies won't push you. That's like 99% guarantee. Yeah, and if they do, they get punished. And you got away nicely. Then they broke the wall, they waited for the utility, activated the drone, but it was Team Holak who this time around were better in terms of the aiming.
And dashing on the sides already. That's Bladestorm online. Kayak's gonna find one, but Elzo is gonna come through with the trade right away, looking to make it a second. He's not eventually gonna be able to do that. No more blades available. Has to swap back to the classic, but the spike is already down on C. They're managing to pick it up, and Holak have 3 members remaining. tails tucked between their legs. They're going to have to find a different side to go for. But Spike, he's waiting. He's going to miss the shot. Direwade coming out on top, equalizing the playing field in terms of numbers.
That was a good idea, but I think that he should have actually let them through and then maybe try to get a flank.
Oh,
Something
Elzoy
that they
is not
would not
aware.
expect. Yep, Kosti just holding his ground, not letting anyone get close. And well, it's not the same old story because it will be the 8th round for Team Polak, most likely. Look at it. Yep, Kerema dusting it off with a nice headshot. So maybe actually on Haven. We've got a game on our hands.
Looks like it indeed. 3 more rounds for Spike and 5 more for Holag if they want to be walking away with this win. But looking at the economy, Spike's economy not looking too good. They have this buy available to them, but again, a light shield on one of their players. They're going to have to choose whether, for the Omen player specifically, Mystic, whether he wants to go for the rifle or for the util. So it's a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah. What about cover going out? C-hit then, because this is something that Team Polak is doing consistently for the past few rounds. Oku getting the first one.
Paranoia gets the second. He's gonna even get the third. Derry manages to trade at least one player. Karimi doing as much. He's gonna go for the reload. Gets caught with his pants down instead. 2 players left from Spike and from Holag. The shock dart delaying that push a little longer, but they have to play a retake once again. The Owl drone is gonna spot out 1 player, but Karimi completely unaccounted for. He's the last player standing. 38 HP, and our Dream wants to give Holag the lifeline that they need, but instead gets shut down by Alzoy. And Spike, yes, they win this round, but it was looking a little sloppy.
This time around, however, Team Spike were ready for the C-hit. You could see that they've actually moved the pieces of their composition towards C-side. And I think the crucial piece of utility was Mystic with his Paranoia. He completely stopped the attackers from, just getting onto the side, and enabled his teammates to get a couple of those easy kills. Then it got a little bit scrappy when Davidjor just pushed on side, got 2 kills, found one of the players reloading in the middle of the
Spike down mid
of the side. But let's dive into another round. It's Spike and Oko who start things off with 1 kill each.
Yeah, it's already 3 against 5 from Holag, and we've seen that they haven't been the best in regards of playing with a numbers disadvantage.
No.
They're not good at playing from behind, so they have to stick together, figure it out. But instead, the Resurrection does come online. The Kayak is going to be baiting 2 players. That Resurrection really forcing the members of Spike to get maybe a little overzealous as they want to try and shut that down. But there's a barrier orb available, so that Resurrection comes through, comes online, easily uncontested, and it's now Spike that are on the back foot.
But still anticipating C-hit again. This ult will be just to spot out the players. They know the position of Mystic. This should be a free kill. However, he gets one on the board for himself, then switches it back. Oh, that was so smart, and just run away. He gets away with his life.
Yeah, from the shadows allows him to reposition not once but twice as he takes out 2 players himself. 2 on 2. This time around, C-hit once again. We've seen this before, and it looks like one of the players from Spike, they want to go for that rotation. Instead, Holag, they have to go for that plan. They have 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to allow them to do so as they're going to be coming through Garage, but that's a lockdown online as well.
Yeah, but maybe he has some amazing shock darts, but they were unable to break the lockdown, so they have to wait another 2 seconds to actually start and maybe try to get the retake situation going on here. Smoke's going towards C-Long, and right now it's just the players and the rifles in their hands.
Yeah, they're looking to push the attention towards CT, which might allow Mystic to go for the flank, but he's already been spotted. David coming out. 9-11 for Holag. They're looking to crawl back. They have 2 more rounds if they want to equalize the playing field, and that's as close as we've seen it.
And they should be able to get yet another one on the board. Looking at the finances of Team Spike, they're looking, well, how to put it lightly, grim, maybe.
In the gutter?
In the gutter? Yeah.
Down the drain.
Down the drain. So yeah, they will not be able to afford any guns. It will be just Echo playing with Headhunter, and of course 4 Sheriffs. We know all of those players are amazing aimers, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Oko and maybe Azoy getting some kills on the board here in the tough situation like this.
Yeah, David already trying to shut down that flank. He's going to have the paranoia delaying it a little further, but the plan, it's already down, and all Holak have to do is play this first plan. Oko is going to find one. Kayak is going to come in with one himself. He's going to have a one-player tag down. They're not clearing the angle as of yet. The Cloudburst making it so incredibly difficult to get him onto. Kosti and Kayak are absolutely tearing these players down. Holak coming out on top, 10-11. Both teams in double digits. This is getting incredibly close.
Yeah, and Kayak is such an impressive player. He's only 16 years old, I believe, so he's got quite a career ahead of himself, showcasing his skills once again during the Streamers League's finals here in Wrocław. Well, it was an eco round, but still, some sweet shots from him. Unable to get ace, however, only 4 kills on the board. And you can see Team Holak, they are getting hyped up.
Yeah.
They're feeling it.
So are we. This is the closest game we've seen so far.
Yeah, and they need 3 more rounds. They cannot make a single mistake if they want to take the win. This is really important, because if they just get the tie, then the points, well, are divided.
Yeah.
1 for Team Holak, 1 for Team Spike.
Yeah.
A win here would be huge, because it would actually place both teams on the same amount of points, right?
Yeah, and then it's just going to be down to those tiebreakers. And instead, they're taking it slow. You know, a lot of adrenaline from the last couple of rounds. It's very important to just breathe in, relax, get everything together, get your thoughts together, your strategies, and take it easy.
Mm-hmm. Take a chill pill.
Easy breezy. Barrier Orb again is going to be splitting the side into 2.
That was not a good recon board, and it's Holak who gets the first kill for his team on the board. Do they still look to attack towards B side? Because usually you can get an opening here. Oh, that is not a good res.
No, but instead 2 players come from the side of Holak are going to be able to come out on top. Humlink eventually is going to shut down Gokruder. But David also isn't even looking. It's getting a little sloppy. It feels more like these players have genuinely lost their cool. They're not checking their corners. They're not playing it as buddy-buddy as we are used of them. And that's scary because you're coming into these last couple of stretches of this marathon.
10
and
seconds left.
you're slowing down on the gas.
1 enemy remaining.
Kirimi again coming out on top, and only 1 player left. Spike is the only one left to be dealing with 3 players of his own.
Don't forget that this is the only second game for all of those players, so you really need your stamina to, you know, help you in those kind of situations in the marathon setup. And Team Holak is actually looking to, you know, tie the score right now. 11-11 is just a matter of time.
Yeah, and both teams still have to play 1 game against the Real Red.
Yeah.
The last 2 games of the day.
You don't want to run out of fuel in your tank.
Yeah.
Only after the first BO2.
Yeah, there's going to be a break for one of these teams. If I'm correct, it's Holak against the Real Red after this immediately. So Spike, they're going to get that break. But you can say that that break might even not do them any good because Holak, they're going to be warmed up, you know. They've already had those 2 games in. It's best of 3. Whereas Spike, they're going to have to sit down, relax, maybe not get as used to those commands anymore.
And a completely different set of, you know, faces and smiles.
Yeah.
On the side of Team Holak. Since they are dictating the pace of the game now. They're the ones who are dealing the cards, and you can see smiles all around there. And before then, it was some, you know, grins, some tense-looking people. But right now, they're happy.
Yeah, they're chilling.
11-11. And what about Team Spike? Because they've lost yet another round. And they might struggle to find a good buy here.
Yeah, and the buys so far have really been terrible from the side of Spike. They are able to win a round, or they're able to get through an eco round, and then the round that they're eventually able to buy up, they instantly get punished by Holak, and it looks like their defensive side of things. That's something that you need to be worried about because, again, this was their map pick. They wanted to go to Haven. They felt comfortable taking their enemy to Haven, even though they said earlier that's one of those, you know, opponents that you really need to be looking out for.
So both teams are proving us wrong. You know, on the enemy map picks, they're showing us that they're not afraid of taking the gauntlet and actually, you know, bringing the fight to the enemies on their own map picks. Oko, however, in a good position to make use of this judge. unless all of the enemies are just going to push long, and he will be unable to do anything with this shotgun.
Oh, the judge from Akko is not going to be the executioner, nor the jury. He's going to be taking out instead. Former members from the side of Spike looking to clear this up with guns that might be considered less than optimal. The plant has already been going down, and Holog, they have to just hold on, buy as much time as they can, waste as much util as they potentially can. The Cloud, the knives from Jet are online from the side of Spike. Looking to dash out, Team Lix find one. Kayak wasn't entirely looking, but Gokudo is looking to position. And although Elzo is going to drop, he's not going to find the pick, but Humik is going to be the one that comes out with the trade, lowering the amount of players available to Holak.
The time.
Time is thinking they have to do now or never. David finds one, looking to go for the second, gets picked off instead. 2-on-2. Karimi once again, the hero of this match, takes Spike out, buying so much time for the teammate. Yes, they died to the Spike. But Holak, they're 1 point off of match point.
So both teams might be showing the first signs of, being a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted, because they are struggling to find the picks. They're struggling to connect the shots in the situations where you would normally expect them to get those easy kills, especially after the start of this round. And the last one where Oko and Erzoi, they were just dropping bomb after bomb. This time around, it was, of course, Team Holak with a good afterplan setup.
Yeah.
But it got spicy real quick. They must be happy that the round did not get under, did not, fall off their... Didn't get out of control.
Yeah.
But they need to actually, wrap it up. Hey, this is the most important round of the game.
Yeah. Not just that, it's also the fact that, again, you have to give credit to Spike. They have been able to really keep this very close, and that's Hunter's Fury. It's not going to find attack. It's not going to find a single piece of information. That's such a big piece of util invested from Spike, and it goes towards the desperation that they currently have. Mystic even going for that aggressive peek. Goku punishing him for it instead. They're looking to run onto C-Long, and we've seen this before multiple times. Spike is going to find one, but it's always going to be able to do Kayak with the updraft, and the Blade Storm is going to find the 2 picks of his own. Swapping onto the Vandal, does get spotted out. The Cloud Burst to go from some safety, allowing him to reposition, getting another pick off on a team player, but that's not going to happen. Karemi finds the one instead. He's on the flank, completely unaccounted for. He's going to find one. Yumli coming in with a trade, but instead Kayak finishing this off 13-11. And Holak, they take the second map.
And they get it against all odds after falling short 3-9 in the first half. Team Holak actually manages to win more rounds in the second half than the enemy, 13-11. And the most important thing, the most important factor is that they actually got the win. This is so huge because, of course, the round disparities, the round discrepancies on the side of Team Spike, but they don't really care because both of those teams, they secured themselves a 3-point lead and they are sitting in the first place.
Yeah.
Toe-to-toe.
Yeah, they still have to play the real red, and again, those games are going to be showing us exactly which teams are going to be going forward tomorrow. But I think it's very important to note that both of these teams won their opponent's map pick, so maybe it says something about the drafts, maybe it says something about how comfortable they are with their map picks, how much research they've done, how much prep they've done, because you're not this is actually not really expected. You're not expected to be winning the pick of your opponent, and we said Haven specifically was one of those maps that there wasn't a lot of information, there wasn't a lot of practice for Holak on it, and when they did win it, yes, it was just a close one. It was 13-11. Again, a bit of a mirror of what we just saw, but towards the second half of this map, genuinely felt like Holak, they got it back together. They kind of got in the groove of things, and they figured out how they wanted to play this.
Yeah, the momentum was definitely on their side. You could see that they slowly started the snowball effect, getting one on the board, the second one, then winning the bonus round, and it just kind of clicked, especially for Kereme and Kayak. Kayak being the spear, and acting as a first player to get on side and get the kills, and Kereme getting those really important frags on the flanks, or just winning out in clutches in the most important situations in the last seconds of the round. Of course, towards the end, it started becoming a little bit scrappy because even now we are seeing players missing some basic shots, but still, this was the most competitive,
the
closest game so far of today, and I think the most enjoyable too, because we've not seen such a big combat yet.
Absolutely correct. These teams really went head toe-to-toe, especially on this map. The first map, not so much. Yes, at the beginning it was, but then, as you know, it was really Spike that found the groove of things first on Bind, and it was the opposite here. They started off pretty strong, and then it was actually Holak. So it's kind of like the flipping the script on both of these maps, which is pretty interesting to say the least. And when you're looking at the performance for Holak this time around, it felt like they were much more comfortable playing off of each other. And like you said it yourself, you have that one individual player that's very comfortable going in, but then you have that backup in the form of Karimi that's more than comfortable coming in for those trades. He even clutching a couple of those rounds, which eventually a couple of clutches added up together. That's a big difference. Like that can really hurt the economy, say for example of Spike, which we saw them fall into that vicious cycle of you go for an eco round, you kind of lose that one as expected. You have enough to buy up, but then you lose that one as well because you feel pressured to make the plays. You're losing that big lead that you have. So mentally, like, I need to close this out. So you're going to start playing a little bit more aggressively. You're going to start making a couple more mistakes, and that just doesn't work out.
It's actually hard to wrap your mind around it after seeing all of this. And the best thing is that we actually are yet to see the real Red in play. This is something that I'm looking forward. But before that, let's jump to RJ and the interview with one of the players.
Hello, hello, hello there. Welcome back to the beautiful stage, and thank you very much to my beautiful colleagues. Of course, I'm here with two winners, depending on how you look at it. They both won one map. I've got on my right side Holak, on my left side Spike. I'm just going to, you know, throw the questions back and forth a little bit. Spike, Holak, you've got many fans, clearly. Obviously, you're in Poland, you're in your home turf, and you won, but narrowly. It was 13-11. Weren't you a little bit scared?
Not really. It was like a warm-up in the beginning. Then we're gonna scare something and headshots.
Headshots, clearly. And what about you, Spike? You won a bit more dominantly with the first map?
It wasn't about the first map, it was about the first half as well. We won 10-2, or how was it? But we kind of throw it by defense side. But they play really good on the attack side.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Clearly, you both have your idea about it. Now, for you, Holak, you're going to go straight into a next match. You've got a slightly longer break. How are you feeling about the next one?
I'm pretty good because we're playing straight after this game, so we're going to be warm-up. It's going to be easy for us. I think so.
You think so, but?
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's something like stretch. We have to warm up headshots, and it's easy, you know. We are here for win.
All right, he's confident, that's for sure. Now, Spike, you've got a bit of a break in between, right? You have a match to wait. How about this next one?
I hope it's going to be 2-0, like I said before, and we confirm the slot for the semi-final.
All right, thank you very much to the both of you. Congratulations, and we'll be moving ahead to a break. Look at this sportsmanship. It's lovely to see. After this, of course, we'll be back with Holak facing off against the real Red. See you guys after the break.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
come to the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Streamers League Valorant. I've travelled from the stage back to the desk in a slightly less magical way. For a moment, I was going to say I flew through the window, but that's not true. I just took the stairs, you know. Not even the lift because, you know, got to stay healthy, got to stay fit. Anyhow, welcome back, ladies and gents. Of course, with me is the beautiful Hazard JC once more. It almost feels like we're going back full circle, and I think that we're definitely excited for this upcoming match because we've just seen a banger of a final map. 13-11 result. Are we going to see something similar now?
That is the question on everyone's mind and everyone's lips, I suppose. You spoke about flying through the window, but who knows what expectations may be shattered after we come through this one. We're going to get our first look at Team The Real Red this evening. We haven't seen them the whole of today. They've sort of been, you know, lurking around the hallways of Barbara here in Wrocław. And now we get that first real look at how they're going to weigh up against some of these other teams. Team Holak more specifically in this first game that we have coming up. And, well, we got a little taste of what they play like earlier. Ginny and Magvire both covered those games, and you were there on the stage, of course, as well. What are your first impressions of them being that #1 seeded team coming in for the Polish region?
Oh, I mean, honestly, you know, Team Holak, when I hear that, I immediately think confidence. That was crystal clear the moment that I was speaking to Holak himself. They were just ready to take on any battle, and they just said, you know what, we will just get the headshots, we will get the kills, and we will win. Simple as that. Crystal clear and nothing else to remark upon. Honestly, Team Holak with confidence like that, I think, you know, great, love the mental, but then I look back at the results and I wonder, you know, if you've got so much confidence, then why the 7-16 loss? Why the narrow 13-11 win there? There's clearly something that just doesn't quite work out as well as it should, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, I suppose so. Maybe it's the sense that they have to warm up just a little bit to get into that mindset, and maybe if the Real Red don't get off to a fantastic start, then they may struggle to, you know, bring that performance through, and you don't really want to stagger it out onto the later maps. I think Mugi is the best example of a team today which really just rose to the occasion instantly and put themselves in such a great position early on, and they qualified, obviously winning all 4 maps of their 2 best-of-2s in Group A. But yeah, looking at Team Real Red coming into this one, and in comparison to Holak, they're going to want some of that mental tenacity because, you know, you spoke about confidence. I think that's something that we can extrapolate from it. The fact that Team Holak were able to come back from being down on a 9-3 half to being down, you know, at 10-5 or whatever the scoreline may have sat at that point in time, to bring it to a 13-11 and secure that map victory, I think is really, really huge. And in terms of confidence, that'll put them in a fantastic position now coming into this one against a fresh opponent.
Absolutely. And speaking of confidence, I know a few players that definitely looked confident in a video shoot. We've got a video of Team Holak going up. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, see how these beautiful players look as well, to get a bit of a better feel for them.
And here we see the lineup for the Team The Real Red. It's that classic esports pose of the crossed arms, but, you know, we absolutely love it. Looking at the players we have here, we've got Vanga, Blaze, 17, Nick, Real Red himself, and Spider XD. So, looking at this lineup, they have a variation of agents that they like to bring into their compositions. I think Red, sometimes being that captain, you want to see them go and frag out. And there are games previously that we've seen where they get really aggressive and sometimes hop onto that Reyna. So if they can find some confidence of their own, I think that could be really huge. And for the rest of the lineup, plenty of competent players, as they were, in fact, the first team to book their place in these LAN Grand Finals, actually, because the remaining qualifier was the first one that we had in this, you know, 2-month stint of qualifiers. So we really do have to cast our minds back when we think of what to expect from this team, I suppose.
I expect great things from them. I mean, they have had all the time in the world to prepare, to analyze every team that actually played, and I just assume / hope that they've been putting in that work, right? That they actually have said, okay, we are going to go through every tournament, check every qualifier, and make sure that we get a good profile of the opponents that we could potentially face. Definitely something that's realistic to expect. And I do believe, you know, mentally as well, because I do recall speaking to the Real Red himself, actually. He was absolutely ready to go even the first night that I arrived here in Wrocław. That was Thursday. I mean, man was just unstoppable, and he was just ready to get out there, you know, get a bit of the nightlife going as well. And you know, I really admire that. If you just, you know, you arrive here, you've got that mentality of, come on, you know, I just want to kind of unwind a little bit as well from the traveling. I think, honestly, you know, in that mental game, the Real Red has been starting to feel really comfortable here in Wrocław.
Yeah, it's really important to have that balance between, you know, being able to loosen up just a little bit and have that character about you, but then also, when it matters, knuckling down and getting those results in, and that's what I want to see from them here. You know, they've had their fun, and now it's time to lock in those results. This first one's going to be a difficult test against a Holak side, like we said, are going to be feeling rejuvenated after that previous victory that we have just seen. So, tough opposition, but you know, if you can beat Team Holak in this instance, then I think, you know, there's no reason not to say that they can't just move onwards then into the playoffs tomorrow. You know, win out that game against Spike as well, which was a formidable opponent, as we have already seen. They beat Team Holak previously in the first game of that best of 2. So it's just about making a statement as soon as possible, and you know, not just touching down in Wrocław and chilling out, but then touching down in the server and doing it when it counts.
Most certainly. So, speaking of Team Holak a little bit further as well, of course, we've got them coming up as an opponent, and we've mentioned it a few times now. They just had a narrow victory. It came very close. A lot of energy and passion that I also noticed, you know, sitting in the hall and just watching them play. Great to see, and I do think as well, when you look at the composition, right, of them, Team Holak, I think they've got a few solid bases that they can actually work off, right? You've got Holak coming in, quite often the Sage pick that he will tend to go for. That's a solid staple for the team. Then you've also got the switch around Kaya coming in with the Jet every now and then. Kosti also just key on that Jet, actually. My apologies there. That's a little bit messed around there. That's a little bit switched up. And it's Kayak, actually, that has picked the KO the most of all. Then that leaves out, you know, Zior, David Zior with the Omen. And in the end, we have Kareem, who, in my opinion, he's kind of all over the place, right? We analyzed the picks, we had a look, and we saw, like, okay, you know, we made this lovely chart and everything to, you know, look out, okay, what agents do these players usually pick? And then we noticed, oh dear, it's just not, you know, there's nothing consistent here. It's all weird. But what is consistent is the fact that Genie is back on the stage, ready to interview some players. So let's go ahead and take a look at that and see what they've got to say for themselves.
That is right. Genie is back on the stage, and we got another interview lined up. This time, we have the Real Red versus Tholak. So I'm going to be starting off with you, Real Red. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. My team is feeling good too. And I have only one thing to say. We are not here to have fun. We are here to win.
Okay. Starting off pretty strong. What is your response to that?
Jebać Disa. That's all.
No idea what that means, but how are you guys feeling about coming into this game? You haven't actually had a warm-up just yet, so are you confident?
Yeah, we haven't played in 5 days. But yeah, we are confident.
Okay. I guess both of these players are confident, but before we do close it out, in English, do you have any final words you want to share?
Good luck and have fun. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you. What about yourself?
Only good luck.
Only good luck. Okay, well, thank you both. Good luck on the game, and I guess both of you have fun. We're going to be going now back to casters, guys. Take it away.
Thank you.
That's a spicy one. I mean, we've only got a couple of games left this evening, but things are heating up. You thought when the sun goes down that things would cool off just a little bit, but it's the complete opposite. The statement of intent there, very, very clear. We're not here to have fun. And, well, it was just the good luck that Real Red left as a parting gift, I suppose, as they leave the stage and make their way over towards the PCs.
Yeah, man made a clear statement, and I do have to be honest here. When players are a little bit cheeky like that, it makes me all the more curious to see how they're going to play this out, how or what kind of result that they're actually going to get. Making statements like that is powerful, daring, you could argue. So now he's got to actually make true on them. His statements are going to have to actually, you know, come true, and he's got to be that, you know, businessman, just getting to the point and getting there and just being over and done with this first match that he's got to play.
Yeah, it's almost a double-edged sword, right? If you're overconfident and then it doesn't pay off, you know, you look like a bit of an idiot. But if it pays off, then you know, it's not cocky, it's not arrogance, you know, it's just being true to yourself and winning it out. So we will have to see. But fighting talk is always great before a game. It really adds to the atmosphere, and I think we can both feel that now a little bit, that extra excitement to get into this cast and see what both of these teams have to put forward.
Most certainly. So it's going to be a banger of a match, that is for sure. Obviously, to reiterate, the Real Red taking on Holak. Now, looking at the situation still, right? Holak, he has that home soil advantage that I like to speak of, but I think that there's also a lot more at stake for Holak here. This is a critical one to win because obviously if he doesn't succeed in that otherwise, results might be looking very, very grim for him. There could be a pretty solid chance that he actually ends up going out of this group stage day, I'm going to just call it that, and that he actually doesn't make a shot at the finals, the semis, and the Grand One. It's tough, I think, and I really just want to see the best player prosper. You know, we had a little bit of a chat about it as well, right? Some of these teams are fresh in the mind because we casted them only a few weeks ago, but the Real Red, his Romanian squad, they kick things off way at the beginning, and, you know, clearly he is just here purely to set things straight to get that result. But I also wonder, right, he kicked things off at the beginning. As I said earlier, has he been doing that analysis? Hasn't he maybe gotten a little bit too much out of touch with the tournament? Because he said it himself, right? He hadn't played in 5 days. I mean, okay.
Yeah. I guess you'll have to see, right? You know, you can dry run strats as many times as you want, and scrims will offer a lot of value in getting that practice through. So I guess, you know, if you've gone for a period of time where you're not getting that practice in to necessarily hone out some of these ideas, especially if they're looking to maybe anti-strat some of the plays that we've seen coming out today so far. I mean, they have the luxury of being the last team to make, you know, show their faces on the broadcast, I suppose, in terms of the ones that we've had line up so far. And yeah, I mean, it does raise a few question marks potentially, but I think at the same time, we will just have to see when we get into the server. It really does come down to that essentially, because, you know, you can talk all you want, you can, you know, do whatever it is inside, outside of the server, but when it comes down to the game, that is the be all and end all, I suppose.
Straight facts, man. I don't have much to say about that really, but I do want to touch on the fact, you know, you spoke about the long term as well. We've got the Real Red later on, because they're playing 2 matches in a row, facing off against Spike. And Spike, he just played. He got that draw result. I do wonder if Spike is going to have like that slight advantage, right? If that isn't going to play in his favor, and if he's going to be able to say, oh, we're just calmly, you know, looking at the match, looking at the way that the Real Red plays, and we're going to use that against him. Also, an important factor, where players are actually playing. Let's take a look at the map picks, right, because we've got those coming through. It seems to be rather clear. We return to Haven, just like we ended things on the previous match, and then we end things with Bind. It's a little bit of a reversal.
It certainly is, and something interesting to note as well. I had a slight conversation with Red before they went into this game. They were watching the Team Spike versus Team Holak game on Haven, and we were having a discussion about the composition and, you know, what's really important to bring forward. And I think Red stressed quite emphatically that, you know, you need to make sure that you have those flashes to capitalize off of. An observation was that Team Spike, they only had that Omen Paranoia to try and work with. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Breach or a Sky come out here to pair up with the Jet of a player like Hen, for example, so that they can get in and get those early aggressions. I think it's a very standard play, combined with the Tailwind to close those gaps on A and C site, where you have that slight break between the box in the middle of the site and then the entrances, whether that's through short, long, garage, etc.
There's plenty of options there, that's for sure. I mean, I've got to admit, though, Garage always feels like a bit of a difficult push to make, because you do have to go through that narrow gap in between the doors. There's just one man that has got to hold off Garage, and he might be able to completely ruin your team. That's exactly when those agents are going to be the most important, I think, right? If you can use them to clear out that garage and actually move further ahead, get toward that C side, then it can be so powerful, because normally if you set up your abilities well, you can have that entire C side on lockdown still, even if you've had to use some abilities to clear out the garage itself. So clearly that sets things up rather straight for the Real Red. If it depends on what you're saying, and I absolutely believe you, Hazard, because I don't think you're going to take me on a bit of a spin here, he's going to use a lot of ability-heavy agents then. We can expect, you know, stuff like, okay, come through here with like those crazy lineups and all those abilities just smashing in at once then?
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a barrage of utility used at once. I think the point being is that it's used for a purpose. There's a specific direction between each piece of utility, so you have that flash to then close the gap between you and the player backside, because it leaves them in that compromised position, whether they have to turn away, face the angle, or, you know, it essentially creates a problem that they are then forced to solve. That's what utility is used for, to help navigate those situations and, you know, better your chances of having a successful execute. So I think that's really the thing they wanted to hone in on, making sure that they have ample amount of utility to help facilitate that move that they want to try and make on this site, which, I mean, like you said, there's 3 different sites to choose from, so you're going to want quite a fleshing out worth of utility to actually have at your disposal.
That is always a factor that comes into play when it's Haven, right? You've got those extra sites. How do you actually feel, you know, like when you compare it there? How does that work, or in whose favor does that work? Do you say attackers because they've got more choice, or would you argue no, the defenders instead, because, you know, they can go for that just middle play and then quickly rotate out from there, because the rotation times are really short compared to the sites?
I think it's a really interesting question to pose, because, you know, on paper you would say, okay, the attackers probably have a better chance. They have 3 different sites to work with. If they manipulate those rotations effectively, then they put themselves in a fantastic situation to, you know, take the map, manipulate the map, or at least get themselves a post plant secured at the very least. Spike plant, extra money, a good chance to win the round, right? You're doing yourself a lot of favors by doing that. But, I mean, by having so much of the map as well, it's do you want to stack players up into one position or not, or do you spread yourself a little bit thin? On the defender's side, do you want to try and prioritize defending one side or the other? And those are concessions that have to be made. And sometimes you see these attackers, you know, they understand they have the whole map available to them. They spread themselves too thin, and those defenders can find picks left, right, and center. So I think it is also really important, whoever it is that will be hopping on the Jet, if they're able to get some picks with the operator, or Jet or Chamber, either one, you know, get out of jail free card. If you're able to make this attack a little bit more disjointed, pick off those players when they're in the isolated situations, then it's a lot more difficult. And also, going back to what you said about the map and taking Garage earlier as well, I think, you know, Garage, you're not always using it for the execute, but also just having control of the map, because there's so much of the map. It's a point where teams also on the attacking side, the same way that on the defense you want to try and hold on to one area rather than another, on the attacking side you might want to prioritize Garage control, for example, just so it's something you can hold on to for the late round, so you have the opportunity to use it if you so wish, with, you know, a mid to late round call when things start to fall apart, when you're facing up against an operator, for example, and you're losing out on those first few picks.
I would argue as well, right, that maybe that's also why you kind of have to make sure that you are one tight unit. I would rather take the risk of moving as a slightly heavier pack of attackers than to say, oh no, we're going to try the split push where one person will kind of harass some people at the A side, and then we'll have one person on window, for example, saying, oh, but I'm going to try and bait some shots out of mid itself to kind of distract away from Garage, because, you know, you sometimes might have one of those eager window players or one of those eager Garage players that says, oh, but no, I'll go help at mid, you know, because clearly there's someone drawing the attention to it. I would rather hope that, indeed, the attackers, they can just make sure, look, this is the site that we decide on, have those abilities and everything lined up. That is the main factor in my eyes. That is what you want to work of. Because if you can do that, then I think that you're going to put yourself in a great position to just get that straight through push onto the site and immediately be there, because the moment that you get that spike down, boom, you've just created an after plan. And that is fantastic. That is exactly what you want to do on that attacker side, because you turn the entire game around. You can start defending now. And we all know that there's that inherent defender side advantage.
Yeah. And, well, that's the thing as well, right? You said that you would like to see a large group of players push together. Those are the sort of stylistic differences that we'll see from team to team.
Yeah.
And why even on paper, for example, one team may beat another, but then when they face off against each other, it's completely different ideas that we're seeing bounce off of one another. And then that creates a situation where there isn't necessarily one unit which is a lot stronger than the others. I mean, okay, maybe you could probably argue that for Mugi at this point in time, at least in terms of Group A, because they were able to consistently win against every single opponent put in front of them. But when it comes to Group B, the picture has been a little bit more clouded with the performance that we've seen just now, going 1-for-1 in that best of 2. So there is no real clear favourite at this point in time. If Holak are able to pick up this map, then it does, you know, it gets their foot in that door, and it starts to really push them on forwards just a little bit more.
it's all about getting that foot in the door, making that entry, especially as that attacker side. Now, in case you're wondering, by the way, why that we are waffling so much, as I believe a lovely English expression would work for that. We are just waiting for one more player to get ready, but we've actually just gotten a heads up that within the minute, normally speaking, they should be ready. So don't fret, don't worry. We'll get that action going soon enough. Of course, to reiterate, kicking things off on Haven, that lovely map with 3 spike sites all together. One thing that I remember way back in the beginning as well completely befuddled me. Obviously, I come from that CS background, and I was just thinking, wait, you can have 3 sites? That this does not work. This does not compute.
Yeah, because I know as well people were maybe complaining. You saw that was it Split has recently been taken away from the map pool, or at least
it's going to be.
It's going to be. Right. People were saying, oh, why do you get rid of Haven? People always have their gripes about different maps. But something else I remember as a bit of a throwback is when there used to be an Ultimate Orb in mid as well in the beta. So I think it was on Split. I can't remember if there was one on Haven or not. I know there is at least in Spike Rush, but on Split at the very least, and maybe on Haven, I can remember there was for a brief period of time an Ultimate Orb in mid, alongside some other weird things that there were in the beta, such as Raze having 2 paint shells instead of 1.
More explosions, more better.
But look, that is how the game has naturally developed over time, and I think it would be interesting if they had an Ultimate Orb in mid. Maybe look, some of these maps, not necessarily gimmicks, but they have their own variations to them in style. For example, Fracture has the zip line that goes underneath it. Bind has the teleporters. It would be interesting to see a map where you have like 3 Ultimate Orbs in the middle. Fracture has 4, of course, but I guess that would be interesting to see.
Ooh, that would create some interesting plays around it, right? See teams just full committing on getting those orbs in from the get-go to try and gain that advantage like that. It could be wild. It could be wild, but I think at the end of the day, the Ultimate Orbs, they are something that should not be underestimated, but in the bigger picture, right, they are still a relatively minor part. I would still focus more on, the style of the sites as well, because we've seen how things have actually been changing up, right, and how, especially with the new map that's been announced as well, I believe the name was Pearl, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be an interesting one to come through as well, right? A lot of those cheeky corridors, a lot of angles to check and to move around. Interesting times ahead, that's for sure. But I think, like many players, it's going to be a little bit of time to miss Split. But that's just how it works. For now, though, we get a lovely fly-through in, I think, slightly grayscale, of that Haven. And we'll be getting into it in just a moment. A beautiful map, a beautiful start, and it will be the first battle, the first showing of the Real Red, coming all the way from Romania, facing off against Team Holic that just played a draw. Let's move ahead and let's take a look. It's the first match in the 5th match, or the first map in the 5th match already today. Numbers are hard.
They certainly are, and speaking of numbers, there's a number of players that are looking to make their way towards B. Just Kayak alone, actually, who tries to go for that fast plant, but they think better of it. Move away, and now we're seeing these players start to circle around one another. They've got to check towards long here, and they could actually find themselves in a pincer. Kosti finds 1, but still lurking in towards the cubby is going to be Bango, who loses their life. Kareem flushes them away. And now we have to worry about the flank on the other side. There's another Omen player who could cause some trouble here and maybe left unchecked, but Blaze instead has found a double. David's position finally given away, but we're now down to a 2 versus 2.
Indeed, a tense situation, that's for sure, and it ends up being a 1v1, but Blaze perfectly held that angle, moves for the triple kill, and it taps away at his opponent. That's going to be the team, the Real Red, making a grand start, grabbing the first pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real chaotic way to start it off. We thought it may be a bit of a fiery matchup coming into things, and it seemed as if the flanked became the flankers, and they were circling around each other. It eventually ends up being just the one that's left standing, and the pistol round goes the way of the Real Red. We've seen an investment come back on the other side, though. Team Holic, while they didn't get the spike plant, they fancy themselves. Bulldog in hand with a couple of Spectres means that this is a big investment to be bringing forward, and if it doesn't pay dividends, they could be in some serious trouble.
Let's have a look then if they can go pick up their money from the bank. As right now, Spider's playing that Marshall angle, waiting for somebody to show themselves yet again. But for now, though, it will be that KO knife coming through. Also does quite a lot. Red returning on the sky, and Kosti with a kickoff. Finds the first, but Blaze yet again coming through. can return on Gakudo. Red also follows it up rather well. That's Kayak to go down, and it creates a 3v3 stalemate for now. We're currently garage control, as you mentioned, Hazza. It's important. Well, that point is proven by Team Holak as they utilize garage to move through and plant at the C site.
Yeah, and they've gone and won it back in the late round as well. It was an opportunity for them to push on through. With Chamber being gone, there was no trademark to slow them in their tracks, and now we go to the post-plant. 3 players stacked up towards long means that this could potentially be a difficult one if they find themselves flushed out. There are no smokes to cover them away, but Kosti is in place. They're pushing their position all the way up on forward. Blaze continues their rampant performance by finding a triple, and now it's just Kareem. They're on the flank, Sheriff in hand. Blaze, such low HP, could easily be taken out, and those nano swarms will hold them at bay. Finally, we catch a whiff of them with that shoulder peeking out, but I think time may just be running all the way down, but instead, no, Red manages to get it. Blaze is already stuck to the fuse, so they're going to be able to see it out. Real Red 2-0 up against that serious investment. They managed to turn things around. That for a second looked really, really worrisome. Kareem, all they had to do was hit one shot onto an incredibly low HP Blaze, but the shots went missing, and unfortunately for them, that's going to be a double up on rounds, and now a great opportunity to just carry on maintaining that advantage.
And obviously, you had that investment coming through actually from Team Holak in the second round, so that economically puts them in struggle town, or whatever you'd like to call it. Team Holak not looking too great. We'll have to make do of mainly Sheriffs, a bit of light armor here and there, and one Marshall. A tough look, that's for sure, but they're going to give it their absolute best anyway, as at least that C side is somewhat weak at times. Kayak finds himself a good entry. Blaze, though, of course, who else to make that start, to hold things off, and to make sure that nobody gets on that C side. Although keep in mind, a lot of people have rotated that a ways now. Team Holak, they will try to find openings elsewhere, move somewhere toward the A side, for example, where you've got 17 Nick that is responsible for holding it instead.
Bring them down.
Nick is here. They have support, so they should be able to hold this one down. Peace out for just a moment to try and use that seize. The Haunt will also come through to confirm the information that there's 2 players towards long spotted out. And up towards mid is Kosti, who actually loses their life. So now they find themselves in a really sticky situation, Holak. Do they want to commit towards this A site? They've now lost a player, so time is of the essence. They're going to have to try and make this work sooner rather than later. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, 4 of which need to be invested to actually get that spike on down. They're going to go through with it. 3 versus 2, so they have numbers in that regard, but at the same time, they don't exactly have the weaponry. Sheriffs are going to have to come through here with a couple of headshots.
It's always about those headshots with the Sheriff. 17 Nick, though, will try to hold, but does not succeed. Red, on the other hand, critical timing it, 10 seconds. And Gokudo deserves the credit for trying, but Red has to make a point as well. It's not just Blaze that knows how to get the triple kills with a Spectre. Red, of course, as captain of the team, as the leading figure, has to prove his worth just as much. Frio, a great start, and Team Holak struggling to make their mark just yet. Beautiful replay to come through as well to highlight Red's impeccable performance, where in the end, obviously, he had a little bit of help from his teammates. You know, the targets were somewhat weaker, but Team The Real Red right now have still made a grand start. Frio, Team Holak, nowhere to be found just yet.
As we see here from the composition, something we've not talked about too much is that have Red on the sky and bang inside the smoke. They won't make any mistake of it this time around. Gets pinged out and is stuck in quite a compromised position, but eventually uses that Shrouded Step to move away. Elevated up on top of the Radianite boxes means that they can keep this Judge on flowing through and find some more kills. But as that dark cover remains, these Holak players, they're going to have to stop dead in their tracks. The Owl Drone is invested once again to try and tag them out, but it's not going to spot them.
Oh, and Vanga hasn't been spotted. That is the important part, I think. That Owl Drone was looking, well, not up there, and it can't really, I believe, at least. So that is a factor to come through. Team Holak also, in my opinion, losing critical seconds right now. I mean, they are stuck there. They are just standing in that C-long position, but more probably waiting for that recon bolt to come through. The Hunter's Fury is bang on target, because this time Vanga's position was known. It'll be Spider instead to make the hold. His targets are softened. They're weaker, but now Spider's presence is detected. Still finds a wall bang. David Zul, however, he will retort. 25 seconds, and Blaze also coming right on through. Kareem, though, to return. 2v2 remaining. But who else but Blaze to pan out and to go for that commitment. 17 Nick now moving out. Can take out Costy like that, because that pretty much seals the deal. Great usage of abilities there, realizing he had to commit. He didn't have the time. He just had to say, I've got to get this spike down. And 17 Nick just says, okay, you get that spike down, but I'm going to throw a Prowler your way. You know, there is danger afoot. And that ended up doing him in.
Yeah, a very wise use of utility there from Nick to seal out the round and keep preserving that clean sheet that we're seeing from Real Red. Yet to concede a round, while they have come incredibly close, a couple of 1v1s littered amongst the few that we have seen thus far. You know, it's hardly comfortable, but they're getting it done. And as long as they keep on grinding it out, then they're in a fantastic position. And they're looking really hyped as well, rising to the occasion in some manner.
I mean, dearie me, I can imagine that there is some shouting going on down there in that beautiful hall in Wrocław, by the way. Barbara, if you're in the area, definitely drop on by. I'll give you a hug, for what it's worth. You know, if someone wants a hug, then free hugs from the caster if that makes you any happier. For now, though, what perhaps will make Team Holak a little bit happier is a equal situation, but Blaze, he returns again. Kareem goes down. And now a 2v2 is turned back. David, he goes ahead and Vanga falls. A 2v2 now. A chance, perhaps, for Team Holak. Keep in mind, Sova is low. Costa's position is known. He's going to be pressured in a moment. But Blaze will fall. 17 Nick, though, can return. And a 1v1 remains, but spike control far to be found. And no abilities left for Omen whatsoever.
This is the question that Nick's going to be asking themselves. Where is this final player coming from eventually? It looks as if they're going to copy up into the hole, and the timing.
Oh, dear.
So unfortunate. Just about manages to bail themselves through with that Prowler. The gunfire is so stretched between both players, but it's Dawid who manages to win it out. Finally, that streak is broken from the Real Red, and Holak, they have a foothold now in this matchup. Only one player left again, as we said. Very cagey between these two teams, and that is also reflected in the economical status of the Real Red, because while they may have won 4 rounds in a row, out of the last 5, in fact, they just don't have the funds to back things up.
That makes it tough. And will create pressure, I believe, on the lads from the Real Red. Now they have to get inventive, really, to make things work and try their very best to return. Spider, for now, the first one to hold things off, gets that pressure again. But obviously, Spider luckily has that tour de force. Kareem and Gakuda, however, now coming through already with a beautiful double entry. Creates a tough situation for the Real Red to come back on top of. This is a round that definitely wasn't bound to be going their way, but now it's going to be even tougher, as currently Team Holak make their way on the site itself, and 17 Nick can also not hold them off. Currently with the spike going down, and the lads from the Real Red trying their best. It will sadly not be doable. Spider! That was a quick scope and a half, alright. But now he might be caught out as he tries to swing out and cannot find Kareem on time. It's Team Holak moving ahead, 2-4 so far. A tiny streak that may be turned into something much bigger.
Yeah, you know, a caterpillar goes into the chrysalis, it comes back out, it spreads its wings as a butterfly. Seems as if, you know, they've gone soul searching for a little bit. They struggled at the start, but now they're starting to come into their element, and they have the weapons to back it up as well. Real Red would like to try and contest that. They've got a set of rifles to use of their own now. I like the investment on the previous round from Spider of that tour de force. We were speaking about on the defender's side, what value can we see coming through from this chamber? And paired with a sniper could be huge for them. The only problem is they didn't have that economy, and they may just have to wait a little bit longer before we see that come into action. Null Command will shut out any utility this time, though, as the players look to march on in towards A. 4 of them at the very least, with only one watching the flank.
That makes it tough. Gakudo, though, he's going to make his best attempt to enter, but the presence on that A side is actually pretty decent. However, Kareem, his plant cannot be denied. Gets that spike down, and exactly this kind of stuff is what you should expect from your attacking side, right? Those quick plays, that heavy commitment to make sure that you will outwit your enemies, that you will outbase them. David now to move through, gets himself a double. Red able to return. Blaze following things up rather well. A double of his own. But Costi not stuck out, as a matter of fact, clutches it out, gets himself a beautiful triple. And would you look at that, it's Team Holak on the, I'd say, speedway to actually make their way to that equilibrium, that 4-4.
Yeah, that gap is starting to close. You know, you blink and you'll miss it. It's a favourite phrase of Ginny. He used that one earlier. And I mean, really, they've got to start watching their back here because this is only going to get worse. And I mean, 4 rounds already for the defender side is fairly good. On paper, we said perhaps this map will favour the attacking side a lot more. But not only that, it always favours the side who has more momentum. And if they're able to build up just a little bit more of that, then it could be hard to derail.
Let's move further ahead right now as we get the view of a recon drone that for now has to try to have a gander around but won't directly find any players. Luckily though, Gakudo has more success with that endeavor as he frags out the first player, and already Team Holak, they just set themselves on that side. Boom. No hesitance, just directly pushing ahead, getting the spike down, creating that after plan situation. And a 4v4 is looking likely. And I'm afraid that for the Real Red, that just isn't the best look, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. Gakudo here, very pressured by the paint shells. Red and Blaze both finding their targets.
Look at this setup as well. All of those players now forced in towards long, and dark cover blocking things off, and that defuse is going to start coming through. Doesn't quite reach half. Unfortunately for Team the Real Red, they're not going to quite be able to get it. Now it is just Red left alone to try and make things work. Will only get a consolation onto David before they lose their own life. As you said, we've reached equilibrium. The scoreline finds itself leveled after 8 rounds. Wonder where we're going to be at after 10.
A very good question to ask. One thing's for sure though, Blaze, he seems to be the man that will stay as the top fragger right now. I mean, his performance so far has been stellar, but he's just got to wake up a little bit from the slur that we've been seeing right now from Team the Real Red. Clearly, they've proven that they can do it, but now they actually need to drive the point home again and see what way that this initial battle, this initial half is going to go, because a 6-6 doesn't seem too unlikely.
Certainly doesn't, but Real Red need to find a few more rounds here because we said momentum does not sit with them. Spiders found one from the corner though. They'll double up for it as well. A headshot onto Gakudo will shut them down, but Costi makes it costly. Yet again, they find success from that position. And it's back to a 3 versus 3. That A site lays in wait. If the spike were to be picked up and these players made their way on over, there could be a real issue. Looking at the way things are set out, Real Red always prioritizing towards mid, and this is where most of the fights are going on, but they win them out. 3 versus 1 now from the 3 versus 3, and it's just Kareem. They do manage to find the first, and that will open things up for them. Can surely get a spike plant on here towards C, but has to contend with that utility that comes through. That Haunt will be online yet again, and as it flies on over, the position is revealed. Paranoia tries to shut them out as well. The Prowler's there too. Great coordination from those players. Real Red, they stop the rot and they get back on the scoreboard.
Exactly so. Vanguard to do the D to get the defuse. And just like that, 5-4, Team Holak somewhat stopped in their tracks. Maybe my call for a 6-6 was a little bit forbearing. Precarious?
I'm not necessarily too sure. I mean, if it was going to be 6-6, Real Red need to show something somewhere, and I worry somewhat if they weren't able to pick up that round. Then how many more is it going to take before that scoreline levels itself out? So your prediction, there's still plenty of time for it to come true, but we'll have to see. Something interesting to note is we haven't really seen an abundance of timeouts here throughout the day. When is a timeout a good idea to bring through? I think at this point in time, with the scoreline so close, maybe not necessary, but if Real Red had conceded a few more, might have been having to bring that one out.
I'll be rather honest here. In my eyes, these teams are just far less likely to really go for a timeout. It's just way less in their play style, I suppose.
I think if you look at the interviews they gave as well, these are 2 teams that just want to get into the server and cause as much damage as possible. So, why prolong the affair?
Exactly. I mean, why timeout when you can just shoot heads?
Yeah, legit. Anyway, 5 versus 5 retake situation. First time we've seen something like this. Paranoia will keep them at bay for the time being, combined with the Hunter's Fury. They're going hunting.
Oh!
Double from Kosti. Showstopper is another ultimate that can cause some problems, but half as many for the time being, leaving that advantage in the hands of Holak to try and defend this site. Yet again, they're pushed back so far, but they still find these kills. Shock darts in towards the spike, but nobody even dares try lay a hand on it. Kosti will deny them the mere opportunity, and just like that, Omen is forced to tail their way all the way back to C. And it's another round that they're not going to be able to pick up. 5-5. We find ourselves level yet again.
A bit toe-to-toe this is starting to feel like, right? And I am curious to see what kind of half score we'll be having here. There seems to be some excitement, that's for sure, but nothing as bad, or I shouldn't say it bad, but nothing as outrageous or as, well, just excited altogether. Extravagant, that's the perfect word. Thank you so much, Hazza. As we saw in the beginning, right, you notice that these players, the moment that they get that streak going, they're in that 4-0 position, you know, they just start getting really pumped and really excited, which is understandable when you got to be honest about it. Let's see who's going to get pumped this round over, as currently they make another execute rather quickly. The A site is looking like a target today. Team Holak that might again be able to apply that speed to their execute, and David now being able to find himself an entry. That plays to go down. And Nick not able to retort.
Going in solo there as the initiator, not able to use their utility with the team. Kayak, what is this? There's no way that they should have got a kill there, and well, for good reason they don't. Vanga shuts them down, and now it is just that sole player standing. The chamber of Spider. What can they find here? Headhunter in hand, but it's their head that is hunted. Skull crushed by Goku though. The captain, Holak themselves, going by a different alias in this server matchup on Valorant, of course. And finally, Team Holak, they take that advantage after being down 4 rounds to 0. They flip the script. They find 4 rounds of their own with a couple extra just to add a cherry on top. And now they will be hunting for that advantage coming out the half 7-5.
Not the craziest advantage, but an advantage nonetheless. I would say it covers you a little bit for those potential first-time pistol round losses, right? If you move to the second half, you lose out the pistol round. Not the end of the world, really. Even if you have to save out the next round, you'll still be 7-7. You'll still be equal later in the half. That's what matters. Let's hope, though, that maybe the team, the Real Red in this case, equilibrium can be found a little while earlier than that. As right now, they've already made themselves quite comfortable in a solid position to defend further, with 2 kills being found, and Spider continuing just a bit further. His ultimate really putting in the work.
Earlier on in the day, we saw Targonka always prioritizing getting that operator online so they have that sniper and tailwind to escape really easily on defender's side. And well, this is something I want to see a bit more of from Spider. They've had great success on the Tour de Force as Kosti is, just with the Vandal in hand. Give this player any weapon that they may so choose, and they're able to find value from it. Only problem is, they're going to need a lot more than just that 1 kill to bail themselves out of this round. Half as many players to try and work with. Well, they are together, and they have possession of the spike. Spider's trying to split them up, get those picks that we were talking about. Kareem drops.
30 seconds left.
No scope. No kill, I guess. Kosti takes them out instead, and it's going to have to be an ace clutch if they want to see this out.
No 4K?
no,
a bit of a shame, but the spike that will be recovered by Team Holak nonetheless.
No spike plant, because Valget is waiting in the wings, and it's exactly that, taken down. 6-6 on the half, your prediction comes true.
Yeah, clearly I didn't even need to doubt myself for a split second. A 6-6, that is clear, and that is deserved as well. Both of these sides put in the work. Both of these sides also managed to get themselves that 4-round streak coming through. And
this is a fantastic replay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, stay hydrated, people. That's the message that we're trying to convey here. Yeah. So important. Just have a bottle of water every now and then.
A bottle of
water. That will do you so much good. As currently we look ahead, we have that beautiful halftime switch, and we have a moment of respite where these teams can look ahead to one another and say, okay, we're going to take a moment and we're going to move further ahead because we want to be sure, we want to see these lads being able to at least claim a win out of this, right? You don't want to be in that situation where you lose out And we're in a position where you have to kind of give a draw, because that is a loss for either side, really, at least in my opinion.
You spoke as well about striking an equilibrium, and now we see with that side switch, could there be a change of pace? Blaze is keeping their consistency, finding kills left, right, and center with that opener. The first blood traded out, and now we're back to a 4 versus 4. Kayak just hunting for a bit of space. Here's those steps towards Garage and tries to make some kind of a flank. These players locked out towards defender-sided spawn means that we will be going into a retake. Spike does go down, but at a cost. That's another player dropped. Hovak's been able to find it. Spider will retort on their own, and this is a very back and forth round. We said about an equilibrium being struck. It is carrying all the way through. Chemical in its reaction.
At this point in time, with that spike being planted, however, I'm prone to say this is Team The Real Red that can give themselves the upper hand. And dearie me, with Costis go struggling, it will not be a situation where he books the success. This is Team Holak losing out that pistol round. With that, at least Team The Real Red being consistent in one thing. They win both pistol rounds.
And it's a great platform to give yourself, a fantastic way to have something to work with, the foundations of their gameplay. On the other hand, I guess you could say not winning as many gun rounds maybe means that in the longevity of this matchup, as now we're in a situation where we're going right to the end, no more switching around sides, no more predictions as to where this one could be headed. They're in a good situation. But up against Holak on those sheriffs, we know what they can hit. Kosti specifically, who will be hunting for some kills here. Unable to find anything. Kayak pushing up on their own as well. Maybe means that Real Red will look to set their sights towards A, and they're certainly posturing for it here.
Absolutely. So, a tough situation on the left for Team Holak. They are merely rocking pistols and the like sheriffs here and there. But never mind that. Why would I say that it's tough? Because Koyak there, he held that perfect headshot angle. Sadly, though, he can't keep doing that sort of thing. He will get retorted, or refragged, I should say, rather quickly. Paranoia now coming through. David in a tough spot, but actually lurking about rather well over Vanga. He has got it all in his eyes. He all knows where they're going, what they're going to do. And it's Team The Real Red right now looking favoured yet again with a C site plant also coming through yet again. A one-man advantage, depending on Kosti's position, to be turned into a two-man advantage in a moment. As now only Gokudo, obviously the man himself, Holak, is left behind, looking around, but I think rather realizing that this won't be his round anymore.
I think they'll be very hard-pressed to get anything out of this one. Might just tap the spike, set in some nerves perhaps for the Real Red players, but they're in position to shut it down. It's not a problem whatsoever, and look what that means to them. You know, in the grand scheme of things, that round probably doesn't mean too much. It's the anti-eco after all. It's the one that you're more expected to win. But there are a couple instances there where you have to worry. Those fights get isolated. Kosti's able to find one in that situation. Also Kayak as well, with holding that angle with the Sheriff. So the thing to take away there is what are Real Red doing in the late round, the calls and decisions that they're making. That kill, once they find it onto Kayak, opens up the C site for them. They're able to get those ones. And with Vanga as well, doing big work when that spike is going down, when their teammates' positions are compromised, just shows that they have that team play aspect about them. The only issue is this time they face up against that Jet player, it'll be a Vandal in hand instead.
Patience is perhaps something that Team Holak now requires. No or none of that silly aggression. Just take your time and let the enemies come to you. Kareem here. Also, a nice attempt to make a repeat, but sadly a wasted one. No result is found, and Team The Real Red bites off themselves a lot fiercer than they might have been expecting on that Team Holak side. Spider proves that he doesn't even need his ultimate. A headhunter will do just fine. As now Kayak stands ready. Even though the angle's checked, he will still get himself a kill. A constant exchange that comes through. Constant trades, but the upper hand, that for a moment at least, was for the Real Red. The spray down from Kareem was there, but David falls to Ablaze, and Red takes the last frag. 9-6, and so far that attacker side is seeming favoured for the Real Red.
Just taking a look at the scoreboard as well, this isn't something that we dwell on always too often, but Blaze, 20-9 with a 2 KD already, and
Sheesh.
now that advantage being pressed, the Real Red also having Vandals in their hands. They're in such a good position to carry this one through. Or like this being the only game that they have remaining today, if Real Red pick this one up and go into the second one with the confidence they're showing here, being very amped up at this point in time, then that could be both Polish teams out of the competition. And that has got to be a tough one, especially when there's only 2 teams that could possibly leave in this first day of competition. I didn't particularly want to say it,
no,
but it's the
but
sad
it's
reality, I
It's
suppose.
got to be said. It's perhaps the elephant in the room. And Blaze at least makes a good start to try and make that much more of a reality. Regardless, though, let's hope for Team Holak that they'll find that return. Keep in mind, though, that currently it's, again, a bit of a bad look for them. Also an important little detail, Kayak, very low HP, only 15 left. Has the dash at the ready at least, but will let it waste away. As now Blaze moves through, a flash is there, and Kayak just goes right into Spider's spray. Blaze and Red with the final few frags, and the double digits have been achieved by Team The Real Red. That is a very key milestone, and that will do a lot for them.
It certainly will, and it's sort of that springboard. Once you make it over the ledge in towards double digits, it just feels that much better. It's like a more tangible number to work with, I guess. Not too sure, but either way, we have seen this gap between the 2 teams before when it was Spike on Haven, but Holak, that time they were playing from the attacker's side. They had that momentum built up.
Let's play.
No such momentum sits with them now to speak of. And if they want to find a renaissance in their gameplay, they've got to start somewhere. And speaking of renaissance, I would like to see some more ultimates invested, because I don't feel like we've seen too much from either side, I think it's fair to say.
First off, I love the fact the word renaissance. That's you sound so lovely.
As a history student, I feel as if it's
nice. I approve.
Former history student now.
Yes, a rebirth. In French basically.
Yeah.
I also wanted to highlight the ultimates there, because at the start of the leaderboard, you actually saw there's 2 ultimates in play. Sky just 1 point away from one. And I've been looking out, are we seeing Sky claim an ultimate orb somewhere? Might actually be the case in a moment, because you've got it right there in the corner. But doesn't directly come into play, and it seems to be an execute on the A side. Pretty clean. Kosti now coming through, however, that shock dart not quite finding the result, and the spike at least getting planted. Maybe the recon bolt that can create something. No kills found just yet. It's all going to pop off, and it's the Killjoy that does a lot. But it's the spike that's still there in location. That's not been tapped upon just yet. Now it's Kayak moving ahead. Kareem starts to tap it. Kayak with the shorty. And Kareem gets all the time in the world. Why is this not being contested? He ninjas it. He steals it away. 3 people alive on the Real Red side. Let's make that 2 people alive, with Red at the end snooping away a kill, but getting punished for it right away. Team Holak finally, took them a little while, get themselves around on the second half. There's 3 rounds still, however, remaining for them to find, which in theory, if we look at patterns here, because those are always important, can be possible. And now you can smile again, by the way. Would you look at that? We saw that 4-round streak at the start of the half, and we saw that 4-round streak coming back as well in the first half. So is this going to be a repeat of that? Will Team Holak now put down a 4-round streak yet again?
We will have to see. It's certainly a marker that has been placed. That momentum has now been stopped again. I feel as if that round was almost a microcosm of the discussion that the 2 players had at the start of the game, or the interview stage that we saw with Genie, where the same way that they left the site open to then use with the ultimate is if you're cocky before the game, it works out well if you succeed, but if it doesn't, then you can look a little bit silly. They gave away that space in the site, put themselves in a vulnerable situation, but it paid off for them in the end, and they reaped the rewards. Speaking of reaping the rewards, that first kill has already been made. The initial incision onto the chamber of Real Red, which now means that they've got more numbers to try and work with, and these attackers are going to have to go chasing if they want to try and find a way through. Seekers will try and give them a grasp of these numbers, but they're quite disjointed from one another as they look to make this A execute. However, it's only Holak, the captain, to try and shut them down.
Good abilities that at least come through, but Holak that still finds the connection. At least 1 kill. Blaze returning for now, but Kosti still coming out from that upper higher ground.
With the alarm bot down towards front B, Red has snuck all the way through. I'm not sure how aware of this the players are. They've snuck on up close, but Kayak hits a flick. Red loses their life as they get splattered red everywhere. Vanga as well is soon to drop. And now that spike is on down. Blaze! Their head is taken straight off as Kayak comes through with a blaze of kills. They're on fire right now. There wasn't enough time to get the spike down either way, but, you know, not worth stressing the details because it's a round in the bag for Team Holak, and that gap, it continues to close.
They're getting closer and closer. Holak is getting more and more excited as they're only a mere 2 rounds away, and that pattern is starting to establish itself. I believe also economically that Team Holak is looking better, but at least Team The Real Red, they still got themselves those weapons. I saw Vandals over yonder, so that's not something to worry about. And at least there's still some luck on their side as well, as Kayak, he misses a shot on a player fading away, but he'll be able to deal with a Prowler in the meantime. Kayak now moving back onto the site. Team Holak showing patience, restraint. When in my eyes, it's definitely necessary. Don't do anything too crazy. Just keep doing what you've been doing in the past 2 rounds.
It's important that they find out the position of that operator as well. This isn't something which Team Real Red really adopted into their defense. They didn't have a sniper to work with, whether it was that tour de force or an operator. I don't think we saw an operator itself brought up once, only using that ultimate ability. So just keeping that information is really important. But speaking of ults, in comes the showstopper. Null Command tries to shut it down, but it's too late. Kareem will eventually claim Blaze with that one, but that core needs to be stabilized, and there should be players in position to try and deal with this. Just a fraction of cover to get it over the line, and now Kareem is in the back lines just when they were turning their gaze away. They all get shut down, a triple from them. David's in here as well, and they're all just falling where they stand in towards mid to try and make that execute happen. The train hits the buffers, momentum is lost, and Holak, they get ever closer, and we finally do see a timeout come through from Real Red. Not something you were expecting, or me as well, if I'm holding my hands up and being completely honest.
I'd say not something indeed that you can really think of happening when it comes to these teams. I'm happy to see it because it has worth, right? It cannot be underestimated.
I think at this point it is necessary. You know, you can say from the character of these teams, it isn't maybe something you expect to see, but as those rounds do start to close more and more, as they have between the 2 teams, and Holak carry on that momentum, Real Red need that watershed moment where they can shut things down and start to build up that confidence of their own. Because they hit those 10 rounds that we spoke about, that sort of landmark, I suppose, and then things just seem to shut off. And now Holak have been in the driving seat, and it's them who are on charge to make it to double digits.
We'll have to see what kind of crazy tactics they're going to come up with. For that attacker side, it carries more weight. You need better structure. You need a clearer result, a clearer pathway, a clearer battle plan to actually clutch out your rounds, to actually find your success. As right now, a mere 1 round of difference remains. 1 round, and things can be completely turned again. I really do wonder, and I'm happy to see these smiles on the players, by the way. Just happily looking out at their, well, I would say many fans out there, because obviously, as we said it before, Polish home ground, that does a lot for a player. For now, some heavy aggression actually coming through on that mid-angle there, and Kosti reaping the reward with it. A double kill found, Spider able to return, but the damage has been done. Team Holak remains alive, and they claim a 1-man extra. They've got that player advantage now going their way.
Kosti plus Vandal equals headshots. I think that's probably the easiest calculation we'll have to work out. Round differential aside this weekend. Spider does bite back, finds Holak. That's the head of the snake taken out. But do they dare push in towards B? As the dark cover comes in, it's just maybe too much of a risk. They don't want to take it at this point in time. We're level on numbers. That's got to be the call for these players, and instead it's that Trailblazer through towards Garage. There will be Killjoy utility to deal with, and Kareem is in place to shut them down, so no matter where they seem to go, they're funneled in. Mid is the position that they are trying to work from.
Cover going out.
And finally, it will be that recommit towards B. Paranoia should come through onto Kareem as well, so they're forced to back off. Should be a spike plant and a post plant here for them to try and work with. They have to watch the back lines though, because Doid is already creeping on up.
Yeah, David started that flank about 20 seconds ago at this point, just calmly moving through, and now being that surprise element. Says hello there, Red. You didn't see that one coming, did you? As he takes him out, and now here's that spike happily beeping on further damage dealt to Spider, and collateral not even necessary. Vanga then stays alive. Time has got to be played for, but Vanga walks right into Kayak's operator. It's the 10-10. It is the even Steven. And it is the situation in which Team Holak right now are looking perhaps stronger.
And in the end, that timeout, it seems to count for nil. Not too sure what was being discussed at that point in time. Nada, if you will. And I'm sure discussions will still have been had. And as we see the self-fist bump come through there, very nice. I think Kosti is almost in pain from what they've just witnessed. And
it's on replay. It's on camera.
They've been dishing out pain of their own. 25 and 13. Fantastic work from them. But now the scoreline is leveled. We've reached equilibrium once again. It's been some time, but that familiar face rears itself. And Real Red not looking too great for weapons right now. They've got to try and find that first kill. And it seems we're going to have that fade ult come through. The Blaze doesn't even need it. Kosti drops either way. Kareem forced to retreat. And that retake is going to come into full effect as the spike looks to go down.
Indeed, Seaside entirely in the hands of the Real Red and his compatriots. Spike has fallen, and that in a positive sense. It's right where it needs to be, and it will be a situation where Team Holak has to commit now, has to move to retake. They've got the abilities for it and the likes. Flashes coming on out, and David actually finding the frag, the double. Both 17 Nick and Spider falling, and Team Holak slowly but surely creeping further. The Killjoy from Kareem right now is key. And Nevian Mind goes for the double. Gakudo follows it up. Killjoy ult, sure, nice to have, but they didn't need it. They just got the frags. Boom, result found. And Team Holak with the upper hand with the round in advantage.
Yeah, that Killjoy ult, the huge hamster ball, eventually draws those rodents out from the long pocket, and that was just enough to get them to peek. It encouraged them, and Kareem shut them down. So now Holak, they have an advantage. How do Real Red respond? It's a mixed buy. It was a mixed buy on the previous as well. How much longer do you keep reinvesting? We had this point raised by Mag and Genie on the previous map when it was Haven, when Spike went up against them. They had an advantage, but it was one they squandered by they kept on making these hesitant buys. And when you can't commit to a certain game plan, you struggle. But Vanga, no doubt in their mind that the Omen on the opposite side is inferior because they have found that kill with only a Spectre.
And even then, a Spectre, lovely weapon it sure is. Kareem now with the kickoff, Red with the return. But the problem is present for Team Holak. They are one man down, and the spike has been planted. Obviously, though, they are not afraid of a clutch here or there. Kayak now going for that from the flank, from the back line. C-Long being pressured, and the spike still happily ticking further, however. But Gokudo, along with Kosti, they're right on the site, checking the corners, panning on out. And Team Holak, will you be able to stick another defuse? Kayak at the right moment moves ahead. The knife gives away the position. Kosti moves to the next frag. And it's only one player left. Kosti's got the time in the world. He can just defuse it out with the shorty. Kayak will not succeed, but with the Phantom, Gakudo can finish the job. It's Team Holak 12-10. And it's Team The Real Red just one round away from their first loss in their first game of the day.
And, you know, they could maybe push here for a draw, but the situation, as it is that, you know, this is going to be points dropped for them, whichever way you look at it. But both of these teams, if it comes out 12-12, will be disappointed with that result, I think, because both of them, right now with Team Holak and previously with Real Red, have been in fantastic positions to win this map. So in that regard, it is anybody's game, but we've seen a real shift in the culture between these two teams as those sides have changed on through. Holak, it's that renaissance of them on the opposite side. When things swap around, they look that much more comfortable and they have so much utility to just pad out this defense. Real Red, smart not to commit straight away. They're waiting for it to run thin, but Kosti's managed to find a way through. So has Spider getting that kill. Kareem from the backside struggles to get anything done as Nick takes them out, but they're still here. They're still kicking. Blaze finds them eventually, but the paint shells in towards long should take out Doid if the bullets don't first. Nick finds it. It's 1 round now. It's a win or a draw.
Oh, dearie me.
Things are getting really close between these two teams. We were expecting a spicy one, but this is really upping the heat scale.
This is the spiciest one of the spicy ones. So far, we've not seen a single draw to my knowledge. And honestly, Team The Real Red, they could make it a reality, but Team Holak still looking favoured. They've got the better armor. They've got more ultimates. There are things working their way, but let's take a look. Let's see how Team The Real Red will do this. Fade ultimate, for example, will be the one to make the difference. Now, for now, the initial abilities give away some positions. Blaze, though, moves through for an entry. Kakuda goes down and Kayak gets tagged up. Team Holak, though, moving for the garage position. You mentioned it way at the beginning. And maybe that will be exactly what gets Team The Real Red their round, their draw.
Comes the showstopper and the Nightfall. Hunter's Fury in response all the way up. Garage has so much damage and influence. It finds a double. So does Kareem. We expected a spicy game, but this one is topping the Scoville unit. It's off the charts, and just about in the end, Team Holak will win it out 13-11 for the second time on Haven. Real Red, they'll be kicking themselves after not being able to see that out, but I mean, nothing short of drama with that, RJ.
Awfully consistent of Team Holak, that's for sure. As right now, Team The Real Red narrowly escapes their win. Fun, well, they definitely didn't have it, I think. They definitely didn't have it, I think, with a loss like this. I can imagine that this is going to be a little bit sour for them, but there is no way around it. They escaped the draw, and not in the positive sense. It was 1 round that they needed to get, but even that was a bit too tall of an order. I really thought that it was going to happen. I saw that fade out and I thought, boom, let's get this. Let's get in there. You know, I believed, but then suddenly you just have everyone popping on off on that Team Holak side, and they just get kill after kill after kill and seal the deal. A steady streak, just 5 kills, all for Team Holak, and nobody from Team The Real Red left to even put a spike down.
Yeah, I think you have to give a lot of commendation and a lot of credit to Team Holak in the way that they understand the calls and the flow of the game, because the reason why we've seen this repeated now both times on Haven is because it's a very tactically demanding map, and that is exemplified through the way that they have been able to respond as the game continues onwards, because they have that adaptation. They understand where it was that Real Red were trying to exploit, constantly moving through Garage and then having players in positions to shut them down. A lot of the time in the post plants as well, there are a couple of instances where Real Red didn't have players stationed on the site, so they were quite easily locked out. The defuse came through and they were ill prepared to try and deal with it. I'm thinking of that one as well on C, where somehow Red and the Jet on the opposite side, I believe it was Kayak, managed to sort of swap round in positions even, and it was all so cluttered. But it's in and amongst the chaos that the best teams thrive, and Holak have proved that by finding a win here.
Chaos aplenty, but for now we're going to take a little bit of rest. We move to a quick break, but we'll be back in no time with that second map of this best of 2. That'll be fine, so definitely be here to catch it. See you in a little bit.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
to be it. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Bring it to the top and make it wild. Bring it to the top and make it wild. Bring it to the top and make it wild. Bring it to the top and make it wild. And make it wild. 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 I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna bring it wild. I'm gonna make it wild. I'm gonna break it wild. This is a lot of love.
Welcome back! I was almost about to say Happy New Year because we were having fun with the countdown timer, but let's not do that. Let's not be so silly, right? Welcome back, ladies and gents, of course, to the Streamers League of Valorant. A beautiful showing of streamers battling it out with one another. Of course, by the way, this is still Hazard JC. Can you imagine I'm still RJ Cast? Lovely to be here. I know, right? So surprising. This time we didn't do a little switcheroo. It's going to be a banger of a next map, I think. We are in a best of two. We still got another best of two after this, so you're not rid of us just yet. But we will be moving into Bind. This is, of course, still Team The Real Red facing off against Team Holac. And, well, honestly, these lads have clearly shown that they know how to take it out against one another. Isn't that true, Hazza?
It certainly is. Looking at the players on both sides, I think the standout for me on Team Holac would have been Kosti, having so many multi-kills and headshot after headshot, and then Blyce on the side of Real Red on that raise. A more traditional role that you would expect to frag out on the Duelists, of course. And yeah, now we find ourselves going to Bind, and well, Real Red, they're in a bit of a bind themselves because they lose out on that first map just narrowly after putting themselves at a great advantage, 10 rounds to 6, but it's not the first time that Holac have closed a gap that wide. And well, actually, it's interesting now because these are the same two maps that Team Holac played before. When they went up against Spike, they also played on Bind, but that one they struggled on that a little bit more. So I'm wondering if maybe that's a tactical pick from the Real Red. You know, maybe they weren't in a position to do preparation within the game or anti-strat specifically, but when it comes down to those map picks, they were sat around the venue all day. They had the whole repertoire of choices at their disposal, and that's the one that they've gone for. So I'm expecting a better showing from them on this one. I say a better showing. There's only a difference of about 3 rounds, but you would tip them to win this one with it being their pick, I think.
I agree. That should be that changing factor, right? Team Holac, they've got their start. They kick things off on Haven. And I think the pattern that we've usually had established is the fact if you narrowly win your own map pick, usually the moment that your opponent moves to their own map pick, they have more confidence in their win. You get a result more akin to 13, 6, 7, something like what we saw before. And things have been awfully consistent in that regard, right? You said it is. Well, 13 to 11 is exactly what we saw at the end of the previous best of 2 as well. So consistency seems to be key.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of things being key, I think right now we've noticed for Team Holac, speed and just getting onto that site straight away is key. But Hazard, what else have you noticed? What else do you think might be an important factor for the Real Red instead?
Oh, I think for the Real Red, when it came to their attacking side, they weren't able to win as many rounds as you would have hoped in the end because that gap, you know, did close. They made it to 10 rounds, and then things just went a little bit pear-shaped. They won the first 4 the same way that they did on the defenders' side. So for them, I wouldn't say it's necessarily something to do with how they play their attackers' side. You know, or their defenders' side. It's more about just keeping that momentum once they get it, because they can string those, you know, early few rounds together. We saw them win both pistol rounds and then get an additional 2 off the back of both. But then it was just keeping themselves in the driver's seat, keeping that focus and not having a lapse in concentration, I think, which will be ideal. And then I guess if you do want to nitpick the strategy for the way that the attacker side worked, sometimes, you know, in the post plant, they did lack that little bit. They were able to get the spike down, put themselves at a good advantage, and then the way that they positioned themselves to try and refrag off of one another wasn't as optimal as it possibly could have been, and they left themselves open to having that diffuse come through from a dark cover or sky smoke, any kind of, you know, smoke from those controller players, I think it's fair to say. So post plant will be something to focus on for them.
Honestly, I want to highlight that as well. I think the usage of abilities was really good from Team Holak to create those kind of scenarios where they could just stick it out, right? You say it right, the dark cover, for example, that really came in clutch. But I also feel like they dare to set themselves up so aggressively that they can actually claim way further control. I remember on the C side where you had them, you know, in Haven, and ability usage was okay, but what they mainly did was also push us all the way through C long and say, hey, you know what, guys? We know that you're holding it from this angle, but we're going to make sure that you don't even get close to that site anymore. When abilities might not be available, being able to pull that off with sheer aggression alone is actually a pretty impressive feat in my eyes. So those are factors that do point in the favor of Team Holak. But on the other hand, Team The Real Red, you know, this was their first game in 5 days, if I heard the man himself correctly. And clearly, this was a bit of a warm-up. Maybe now, and that's the expectation that I'm going to set up here, I think we're going to get another draw. And maybe now the Real Red will actually be able to say, hey, we've been on that first map. We've had our moment to, you know, feel our way to be like, hey, this is where we are. We can just get settled in completely.
Yeah.
Now they're going to show up, and now they're actually going to shine.
Yeah, and well, if anything is to go off from Blaze's raise, I mean, it's a great rhyme there, of course. The Blaze raise on Haven was good, so the Blaze raise on Bind must be great. Because I think Bind as a map is probably a lot more better suited to their repertoire of equipment that they have, the utility available. The chokes are a lot tighter. You'll find more from those paint shells, I think it's fair to say. So that's something I want to look out for, but also as well, the value that they're able to get from that chamber. And whenever Spider hopped onto it, using that tour de force to get kills, and I would like to see them be a little bit more willing to buy into an operator and really commit to that role, because we saw on the opposite side, Kayak always on the jet was looking to get that sniper active and running, up and running, so that they were able to get those first opening picks and really slow down the push, because it wasn't something that Real Red wanted to factor into their gameplay whatsoever, and maybe could have helped them out a little bit more.
Honestly, it's about keeping all those kind of things in your mind, right? Creating that one big anti-strat. And I'd say that you are absolutely right. That could be something that Real Red can use somewhat more of. Also, what I would just like to see is keeping that previous game in mind, taking that with them and trying to do things where they can delay as well, right? I think especially on the defender side, now admittedly, they're not going to be starting on the defender side because this is going to be the map pick from the Real Red that we're moving on to. But once they do get onto it, I just want to see them delay more as well. I want to see them say, look, Team Holak and Holak himself, right? We know how you play now. We know that you like going aggressive and fast, just getting right onto the site. But stop them. Use those abilities correctly, you know. Put someone there that can delay. I might be thinking of a breach, for example.
Yeah.
And also the way that you highlighted Raze, I absolutely agree. I mean, that showstopper there, I live for those situations where the Raze can get a beautiful 4K in just with a showstopper alone. I know it's rare, but it happens. And you know, those kind of moments are just pure bliss, pure enjoyment.
And I think the way that Bind sets itself out also will somewhat favour into that delaying aspect, I suppose, because I would probably expect Vanguard to then move from the Omen onto a Brimstone, which gives you a bit more of a rounded out kit in terms of defense. You know, the Incendiary being the longest lasting Molotov that there is in the game, the Sky Smokes lasting for 20 seconds each and being that little bit extra hard to penetrate through, and then the Orbital Strike as well. When it comes down to a post plant or whether you have to stop teams from pushing in towards the site, it gives you that little bit of extra stopping power to try and work with, and I think that's something that they could you know, benefit a great deal from.
Absolutely, and benefit from that they must do. Of course, by the way, right now we're still waiting for the players to ready things up, and then before you know it, we'll be moving into that next map. You can see the picks below us as well once again, in case you are wondering. That was, of course, to start things off with Haven coming through from Team Holak, and now the Real Red having opted for Bind. Definitely a map as well that I think is one of the more classic ones, right? I'd say that it's a map that kind of feels familiar. I believe it was there from not the get-go, but it was one of the...
Yeah, no, from the beta.
It was from the beta even. See, oh yeah, because of course the portals were like that thing that you think, wait, what? They added portals to the map? What are these people thinking? But it does work, and it is iconic for Bind, right? Let's also see how those portals will be put into play.
And not only that, but I think something else to touch on quickly before we mention the portals, and something that if Mag was here, he would definitely be stressing, is that this is a Polish map. So this is a map that teams like Ascend, the big Polish teams, are very comfortable playing on, and one which, you know, I expect to see Holak put in a good performance on, even if they're unable to win it. Maybe they can rectify some of those issues, and maybe that comes with the use of the teleporters. The thing is, by having them stationed for both sites in one way or another, whether that's, you know, in that long position, which is a little bit more easily accessible, or towards short on A, it means that you always have to station at least one player towards the other side. You can't always overcommit in those rotates. Similarly to Haven, but not to the same extent, because you don't want to leave yourself compromised in the late round if teams are able to just swiftly make that adjustment and change up the game plan. It gives them a great avenue to do so.
Honestly, the teleporters, you know, they just create that highway instead, right? That motorway instead of an avenue, I would say. And getting that speed into the play could also be something that maybe the Real Red can learn from Team Holak as well, right? That's what we've been hammering on, right? Team Holak, they are known for their speed, their direct movement, just toward that site and getting on it, saying, boom, we want to be here, and we do that within the first 30 seconds of the map. Well, see if the Real Red can actually apply that themselves. They're going to be starting off on that attacker side anyway, so they're going to have to just get into that momentum game right away as well. You know, get those rounds gathered up, say, okay, boom, let's go, let's take this on, and let's actually get our result. Let's actually make sure that we're somewhere. We're going to move ahead now. We're going to take a look as we go into Bind. We got a lovely fly through in grayscale to just give you a nice and neutral feel for the map. As of course, Bind, a classic Polish map, like you said, in the words of our beautiful co-commentator Magvia, where I think we'll be seeing either side at times get into a bit of a bind.
Looking straight at the comps as they flash up on the screen for the first time, Team Holak, they're going for a double controller setup. Viper and Brimstone means that there'll be a lot of delay in that regard. And well, Kosti is not delaying any of this affair. They will take that first kill quite happily on towards Market, and that is going to leave Team Holak quite understaffed in this situation. Real Red with a great advantage. I think the names are actually the other way around. So instead, it will be Real Red that have the double controller comp. So they have brought through that delay that you were talking about.
Absolutely so, you are right, but that is one of those things that we fixed in a moment. You can see it because of the fact that, for example, 17 Nick got a frag on the Team Holak side, which doesn't just quite compute. It's the real Nick that is, of course, on the attacker side that is playing for Team The Real Red. And let's take a quick look at currently they do set themselves up. They move closer through, and they inch toward that B side. A little bit stuck in the garden for now, waiting to push further ahead. Right away, you can see the smokes coming through from Brim, from David in this case. They are letting these, or leaving these players behind, right? They've got to wait, and they just can't push ahead straight away.
It's Nick who will send out a guiding light, a couple of stray shots, and then immediately make their way through that teleporter. Players here laying in wait, one of them being Kareem, has that rendezvous primed, and the time is ticking down, so that spike has to be planted. The barrier all perfectly placed to enable it, but Kareem has found a kill onto Nick elsewhere, and now things are looking a bit more dicey for Real Red. They're at a player disadvantage. They have that post plant established though, and they look to set themselves up here towards Lamps. A nice double stack, and well, having two controllers also means they can bolster this even further. Sky Smoke in place towards the spike as the retake looks to try and happen. Just trying to connect some of those shots, but it's Vanga that's getting them instead. Spider as well likes to chime in as that defuse seems to be coming through, but David will maintain that. Kayak will get it quite simply. No bumpy waters for them. It's smooth sailing as Holak pick up the pistol round for the first time.
Indeed, that's the change-up that we see, and maybe something that is pointing in their way that is going to favor them. Of course, it is just the pistol round. It has meaning, it has significance, absolutely so, but in the long run, you will notice that once we get through those first 3 rounds, that effective the pistol round won't really be that important anymore. For now, though, one thing is crystal clear. This gives Team Holak a lot of favor, a lot of advantage, as we see them stocking up straight away. Judges, Spexes and the likes, everything that will make things work for Team Holak, that will help them get that second round in as well. Versus the Real Red, a team that just right now hasn't really invested a lot at all.
Judge is a good weapon to be carrying on through as well, because if you thought the Spectre was good at close range, the Judge is a different beast. And that beast may be laying in a slumber right now. Nobody has pushed in just yet. Spider will send a couple of warning shots out from short, and well, Real Red, they've not really committed to this at this point in time. That toxic screen can allow them to cross towards lamps, but as we said, there is a player laying in wait, and Red actually themselves gets taken out. Sage on Sage, Captain on Captain. That'll be the first blood for this round, and here they come in towards the crosshairs of Blaze, who's waiting for them. Kayak, I should say, a triple and a flawless.
Cleanly done, and with that, it's right away on the board. But now the flawless will make me very curious to see how exactly this bonus round is going to pan out. For example, David rocking just a ghost. He's got to get himself a rifle on his hands, normally speaking, because I'd be impressed if he pulled that off with just a ghost and said, nope, bonus round, I'm not buying anything whatsoever.
It's interesting, actually, that David is the one holding the ghost. And
there it is.
It looks as if they may be picking up a Vandal, because Kareem obviously has a Headhunter. So that's effectively a Sheriff, an upgrade on the pistol that you're seeing on your screen right now. But it's not going to happen. Coming into the round, that is the stakes that have been put forth by Holak. That is how much they're going to be waging on this round. From the defender's side, it can be a little bit more difficult to make the bonus work, because you don't always have that numbers advantage. Kareem in an aggressive position here will just continue to hold this angle. Has the rendezvous for a quick escape route. And we'll go hunting for a little bit more, but they bite off more than they can chew. Spider gets them caught in a web, and just like that, Real Red, finally, they have the first blood, and now they look to make this execute work towards A. 2 players on both sites, so it's level settings. Just depends which one they're feeling, and I think it is just going to be that hard-hitting A execute. All 5 players look to make their way on through.
Sage wall, brimstone smokes, a viper wall. There's all sorts of things to keep Team Holak at bay. And for now, a frag has also been found against them, obviously. That should all be enough to, at the very least, secure ample seconds for Team the Real Red right now. Bomb Buddy does move through the boom bot, but it will be held off pretty well over the paint shells, make life a lot more difficult. Spider and 17. Nick, however, managed to return quite well. A bit of a trade situation comes through, and Blaze at the end grabs the next frag. Now David will try, but Red deals with him rather swiftly. 2 people are left alive, and Team the Real Red get their first round in rather quickly. Retorting right away the moment that they've got themselves that full buy, the moment that they've got the rifles, the Vandals, and just making sure that, in this case, they can keep that going as well. They have the Vandals again. It's just Spider that is looking at some light armor instead of heavy armor.
This is where the fun begins, is the phrase I think that I would associate with this round, because now it really is that level standing. Guns versus guns, rifles versus rifles. The only exception being Kareem, but like we said on the previous round, they have that Headhunter available to them, so a little bit of additional weaponry that comes with a kit of chamber. A much slower approach you would think, but instead that opening duel eventually boils on over towards Showers. A little bit too hot there as those players clash, and now it's back to a 4 versus 4. And this is the thing. It's viscous, I suppose, in the way that it sets itself out. It is almost as if there's no real premonition as to what is going to happen. Things slow down all the way and then burst in pockets. Explosive is the perfect way to phrase this game right now. And as Real Red go hunting to see if this option towards A is going to be best for them, having found that initial pick towards that site, they will have to deal with Kayak, who's pushed up into this close angle. Utility should be available to them to try and clear him out, but instead they're going to go for the peek.
Oh.
And they find it. Spider takes them out. Kareem dodges through the screen, but just as they slip through the curtain falls on them in this round, and it will be a 4 versus 2.
30 seconds, give or take, but that spike should be planted in a moment. Nobody from the Team Holak side anywhere near. But obviously, as it is, after all, a Streamers League. A save might not be coming through right away. David, though, he is committing. He's actually getting surprisingly
Spike
close to the
planted.
site itself, but not on time to deny a spike plant. Maybe, though, there'll be the element of surprise, but it seems like nobody's giving away the position.
I was just about to say, as time started to run thin there for Real Red, the part of the back of my mind thinking if an orbital strike was well placed here, could potentially deny a plant and win the round, but there was just about enough for Real Reds to feel comfortable in this scenario, and Horlak, it would have to have been a serious investment there if they wanted to try and find anything. Both players snooping around the sites for signs of life, but they will be spared that liberty for the time being as both of them slip on through. I don't think they'll even be greeted by footsteps, as those players most likely will exit through the teleporters we spoke so greatly about on the desk. Doid will hold themselves up in this cave, potentially greeted by the Brimstone on the other side of Vanger, and yes, they will get it. It will lessen the damage just a little bit, but now with the scoreline leveled up at 2-2, Real Red starting to come back through, things are looking better for them.
I think I understand why David decided not to commit that ultimate there.
Yeah.
It's a bit too much of a gamble, right?
I think there was, there's a bit too much time.
Right, and well, time, yeah, that too, but you also just don't quite know for certain where it's going to be planted. And being in that 2v4 situation, you're going to have to be lucky to maybe get that one.
Yeah.
Ideally, 2 kills out of it to then force it down to a 2v2. All in all, it's a level of restraint that I hadn't expected from Team Holak, but that does maybe in the long term serve them better. Although I will say one thing, I hope to see that Brimstone ult utilized now, because otherwise you're going to just have him keep gathering up the points that are going to be going to waste.
Yeah, and sometimes you will see players hold on to a Brim ult or a Sova ult just to have that counterplay against Killjoy Lockdown, for example, but we're not going to have that here. So it has to be used for different value, and that could be towards Showers potentially, to shut down this Viper ult. But instead, the pit spreads itself across the site, and now Real Red have another opportunity to try and make their way on through. Holak, they'll continue to spam, but Real Red, they're patient. They're biding their time here, just waiting to make this execute work. They brought a huge rotate through. And we were speaking about time on the previous round. They may not have too much of this to work with if they carry on waiting.
I've got your trail.
Oh, but the Seekers do a lot. However, Gakudo and Kareem just holding a solid angle do even much more. Kayak then also pushes further, gets the pain shells to go on through. And Team the Real Red for now, rather heavily caught out. David then also committing his incendiary. It's a situation where Spider, however, lucky on the retorts, but David catching out his mirror opposite on the Real Red side will claim the final kill as Team Holak get round number 3 and stand with a slight advantage yet again.
Yeah, they win the round, they hold on to some ultimates as well. The same can't be said for Real Red. That Viper's pit was some investment to be making. You thought maybe that there might be at least one player hanging towards B to give that information. Look, Holak have rotated. This is a free site to be taking if we do want to try and adjust, because there was about a minute spare for them to try and work with, but they put all their eggs in one basket. So did Team Holak, but it pays off for them. They had those players in position to shut things down, and they will take the round, and they'll take the lives of these players, as it is a swift 3 for 3 in those opening duels. Real Red, they have the weapons, but they just don't have enough in that regard.
Perhaps so much, though, to be found, as right now, Team the Real Red are caught out. Team Holak looking just far stronger. 4-2 is a very likely reality in a moment, especially now with Kareem moving further ahead. And a flawless round, as a matter of fact, actually coming through from Team Holak here. That's great for their economy, and you'll see those reserves standing strong. Plenty of creds available, and also even more ultimates coming through, but that can be said about either side. Blaze also rather close, so depending on the position that he takes, there's a point to be had here or there, and then maybe an ultimate to actually be claimed down the line. Could be one of those things that can give Team the Real Red an advantage, but obviously it should just be something where the Real Red has everything going their way. You never want to have a wasted ult. That is always a shame.
Something I want to mention from the previous round as well before we move too heavily into this one is it was a nice change of pace from Holak, showing what they're capable of and bringing that aggression forward. There was a smoke towards Market, one just outside of Fountain. Speaking of ultimates and how much value they can find, Holak themselves has invested one here to get that player back up on their feet. It's the pseudo-flawless if they can see it through, because there are 5 players standing yet again.
At this point in time, Team Holak just have a strong little streak that's going their way. David now committing further. The surprise element does so much to claim the double. And the spike also just being nowhere near. It's not really helping to not have it anywhere near that site itself. It's currently Vanga just moves further on back, but you see Team Holak, they're already moving around, trying to pincer him, and making sure that he does not live to see the end of this round.
I think a few steps are given away as well. If the bullets didn't already, Kayak takes them out. Wasn't as clean as it could have been in the end, but it was fairly close to it. Holak now pushing that advantage on even further. And Real Red, they're going to have to go searching yet again to go and try and find some rounds. We said on the previous map they were able to find 4 early on both sides of the half. It's only 2 this time, and it seems as if they may be pushed yet again to get them coming through.
Most certainly so. And I think that right now, 3 rounds going your way, it's something that can build further and further and further and further. I'm sorry, I just had a momentary silence there as I literally saw you dabbing.
You saw absolutely nothing, and neither are these players on the side of Holak, because there's a screen of smokes, sky smokes as well from the Brimstone barrier orb to consolidate things, but they may be pushed against the wall in that aspect because the orbital strike has taken out Spider. This is a much swifter retake. Holak once again showing their range, but Nick has some range of their own, and close up in the face of David, they're able to get that one. Not long for this world though, it's just Kayak, and as Vanga tries to spray on down from the clouds, they aren't a god and they can't get it done. 3 times as many rounds now for Holak, and they just carry on through. Real Red still just looking beaten in that aspect.
The vibe that I'm getting here is a lot different in comparison to the previous map, where we saw a 4-0 start, also very dominant from one team. There was that immediate retort coming through from Team Holak, and eventually, of course, the win of the map. Here, on the other hand, you see a strong start from Team Holak, but the response from the Real Red is lacking. It's nowhere really to be found, and the pressure on them keeps mounting. If this round doesn't pan out into anything, then the Real Red is not just looking at a 7-2 result, but actually an 8-2, 2-8, looking at it from their perspective, which slowly but surely opens up the way, this scenario where Team Holak might just be able to get a position, a result, where they will actually have a very good look for the second half.
It takes a spark to ignite a flame and create a blaze, if you will. Nick finds the opening one, so it won't be that player that I was speaking of, but they've only gone and got another. Dude is going to lose their life now as well. It's a triple even from Nick, so this is them set up for the ace at this point in time if they're able to get it. Moving in towards that spawn position, may just be hunting for these next couple. Eventually we will be treated to the perspective of Blaze, who's making a lurk. So now there's a real pincer. They could be putting up towards where Nick is playing from, but Kareem sticks him on a plate instead. That barrier orb does go up, but so does the flank. It's coming through, RJ. Blaze is in position. The Sky Smoke will make it a little more difficult for them to find both players, but they definitely had those positions given away. And Holak's just going to walk straight into the crosshairs. Kareem, how do you find a way out of this situation?
Not really. I mean, he realizes that Spike is in a good position. That's going to keep ticking on down, and he is stuck between a rock and a hard place, where in this case it's more like one of those, you know, out of a film, walls just moving closer and closer and closer the whole time. You
The
know,
trash compactor.
Exactly. So you are a man of culture. That's his crystal clear. And hey, would you look at that? Who are these people standing over there? Oh, well, I'll be. That's us. Hi there, people. Hope you're having a lovely time. As we return and take another look at this lovely game. And of course, we can at least say one thing. Team Holak, they have just managed to at least lose that one round. Brings the Real Red a bit closer again, but there's still so much work to be done. It's right now the Real Red that has to be able to push through, that has to get that strong position still and turn the tide completely. Maybe move for that 6-6 again.
Yep. And right now, it is Real Red on the back foot. Going back to that shot of the casters there, it's not often I get to see my backside, but we were treated to that in that aspect. Here comes the push on towards Hookah. Kayak has utility to try and work with. We spoke about it before, how much those paint shells can cause, but they leave the back quickly. And it's Kosti on the operator instead that's found this one towards long. Vanga just about round the corner is able to be put back on their feet, but just as soon as that happens, Nick loses their life elsewhere. Real Red really struggling.
Really, though, they're seeing red in a moment, I think. That's a horrible check. I'm so sorry that I made that. As right now, though, the 5-3 situation is real. And Team Holak actually showing some of that aggression again, right? Trying to beak out, and David practically acting as bait. Now a good chance that David might be able to stay in this angle. It's looking like it won't be checked. And indeed, just that one step further. David... He's checking, he's gonna go for the knife. No way, David! He puts it in there, just stabs the poor player in the back. Gets the result. Oh dear, not the L sign. You can't be like this. You can't be like this. As currently, Team Holak are looking strong, 7-3.
Is that the first knife kill of the day?
Yes.
I think it might just be the first knife kill that we've seen. Bladestorm aside...
That doesn't count.
There we go. BM put in place. If things weren't bad for Real Red already, they're starting to turn just that little bit worse.
It's a right shame, but it's also a harsh reality. And now Kayak going aggressive. Is this my moment of joy, my moment of happiness? I did say I love seeing those showstoppers shine. But Kayak is off the mark quite a bit. Caught the Sage just running in, but that rocket fuse is only of a temporary duration. So maybe it will be the Boombot to make a difference instead. Kosti, though, having to make the next impact. One player lost on the Team Holek side, and Team The Real Red currently having a chance. Having a moment where they could shine. Red, especially moving through now, finds David. This is the 5-3. This is a spike plant coming through, but Kosti maybe with the surprise element in a moment. As the spike does go down, and that has also not been prevented. This is starting to look like the Real Red's position will be too strong for a potential retake.
Red's taken things into their own hands on this round. We demanded it of them and they've made it work. They've brute forced this position towards Hookah so many times, and finally they find a way through. Real Red will be getting that spike detonated. I don't think there's any chance now that Holak can find a way through. Kosti may be treated to a kill here on Vanga, but that won't even be given to them. The stim beacon means that they can sprint all the way out. Not even through the teleport. Well, they do go through the teleporter in the end, but they won't be pushing out towards showers because those weapons need to be held on towards Real Red in that tough situation where they have to keep buying back into some of these rounds, so they want to hold on to every advantage that they can get.
The last round, a final chance to decide the way this will go. Either side have plenty of weaponry, no bother, no struggle there. Sure, you can remark on the fact that David is looking at light armor, but that is really it. For the rest, there's rifles. There's actually the operator in the hands of Kosti, but
right here,
it hasn't really shown that much just yet. There have been moments, there have been times that it did come into play, but in general, we see him at the bottom of the leaderboard, and once again, slightly caught out here, forced to fall back, and a lot of room given to the Real Red as they swiftly actually move forward, take the garden position. And there's no ultimates that can really come into play to deny their spot, but Kosti clearly is listening, moves to the no-scope, takes out 17 Nick, and Blaze also to fall. But Kosti clearly also listening just a bit better and dropping that operator, leaving it for what it is. But now getting that surprise element coming through, however the slow up rather ruins his chances.
Slows things down to a halt, and Red will decapitate both players, Kosti and Kayak. The two in tandem that drop. Now it's just David from this position in Hookah, but they get the better of their opposite number. Vanga will fall. An advantage preserved for the defenders' side, who right now are grouped up heavily towards B. So Real Red may wait just a little longer before they commit, but instead Spider peeks alone, isolated. Kareem will win that duel, and now it is just Red left alone. Through the teleporter comes Holak to greet them, and greet them they will. An 8-4 score in the end of the half means that Holak, this may not be their map pick, but they're looking a lot stronger in that first instance. Something which we didn't see on Haven both times around, where they had to fight back from a deficit.
Absolutely. So, a lot to be done right now if the Real Red still wants to get back on top of this. It's a tough call. Pistol round is going to be absolutely necessary. That is their starting point. If they don't get that, I dare almost say that it's a done deal, that there is not much left to be decided here.
With that being said, now we may see that little bit of extra value come through from having this double controller setup. You said when it comes to their defense, you wanted to see a little bit more from the delaying that they're able to offer. By having those snake bites, incendiaries, sky smokes, poison clouds amongst their arsenal, there's a great opportunity for them to slow down these pushes, and Holak, they're aware of this. They don't want to rush into anything too soon. They'll let that utility run dry as they set up incredibly passive outside of showers. Players almost sat in attacker's spawn with one in the cave as well.
I'd say that Team Holak, you know, they could practically be dancing along, having just the best old time, as that strong lead will, I believe, instill them with confidence. A slow pistol round, though, that's for sure. Team Holak really finding the boundaries, testing where can we move ahead, where can we get that entry to come on through, because that's what matters at the moment. And at this point in time, it will be a case, it will be a situation where Kareem might go for the first entry. Misses his shot, but with that distraction created, you do get the lads coming through. You do get Kosti with the first kill. Point made, mark made. 20 seconds on the timer, though. That spike has got to go down, lads. So please, move onto the site. You've got just a couple of seconds to actually get ahead, but it will be going to the B site instead because that is wide open. And that's where they're actually going to go for that surprise element. Teleporter's probably going to come into play here. Although 17 Nick will try to deny a little bit, but this is all being played incredibly close. However, this is still a situation where Team Holak can wait things out from the B site, but now maybe things get tough. David, though, comes on through the 2v3. Kayak having to do a lot of the work, finds a quality headshot, catches out Spider. Paint shells coming through, but they will not land as much. David just baiting the shots, attracting the attention out of window. And now waiting, but Kayak just being eager, gets the triple in. And that will be Team Holak with the second pistol round as well. Where Team the Real Red got the both of them on the first map, it is now Team Holak that claims the both of them on the second map.
And Team Holak, they've reached 9 rounds, only one away now from double digits. Real Red, they won both pistol rounds. They got to double digits on their own map, but they couldn't see it through. Somewhat feel that might not be the case in this situation. There are 4 versus 2. Flipped on its head to a 2 versus 0. Kayak with a huge performance there on the pistol round, exactly when their team needed them. Early information being taken by Team the Real Red, but the flash comes in onto their own teammate. Blaze can't capitalize, hands over their eyes, both in-game and real life, because they don't want to watch that one back. A mishap between the two players means that now they're at a disadvantage, as it seems as if Holak will just be making their way through. That's a very passive barrier rob that we see, conceding a lot of space towards backside, but it doesn't matter. It eventually gets cleared. And now control is established. Vanga tries to make a way through, but it's just them all by themselves. Red can try and find one, but these players, they're just running all the way through, searching for that final kill. Spider soon will have their back turned. Is there just in time to upgrade to a Vandal. 8 bullets, but not quite the crosshair positioning to see that one through. 10 now on the board for Holak, and they are ready to see this one out.
That happens often as well, right? That you're in that position, you've just had a player just happily jumping his way toward you, and you just never really quite anticipate that player at the right angle at the right time. It just ends up with you being in a rotten position, and it leads to a untenable spot to keep or stay in. You'll just be caught out, you'll be fragged out. Double digits for Team Holak. 3 more rounds is what they need to actually claim the 2-0 in this second best of 2. And honestly, that would be a really good look for them. But maybe Team The Real Red can make a difference. A flawless round seems to be in the play. Kayak, though, retorting. Make sure that at least there's some economic loss. Paint shells, though, they seem to be difficult to aim every now and then.
Somewhat misplaced. I think the thought in their mind was to try and clear out that close pocket, something they still have to worry about, but instead, no, they just completely forget about it. This fight with Nick is far more important. They get it swiftly through the TP. 6 bullets still remaining, and they've got to spare a few if they want to find the remaining 2 players. They can land about 3 each. The slow orb does come through, but so will the steps. That's a bit of a buzzkill. Barrier orb in the face means that Kayak is going to have to wait just a little bit longer before they look to move on through towards B. I would think that the sound cue had been given away to alert their position at this point in time, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The real issue is they're going to have to try and deal with that player who's currently grouped up towards long. Real Red, do they decide to move a player over? Do they want to group up in this situation? In a 2 versus 1, it would be the smart thing to do, but when you don't know where that player is, do you really want to leave your post and go wandering? The timing is good for Kayak. They've at the very least crossed the site, and as they clear this out, they will look to try and make that safe plant work. Will it be a tap for a bait, or will they see it all the way through? It seems as if they will be going for it. We've seen them clutch this before, and out comes the showstopper.
Wow, this can be key. This can be quality. But the rocket fuse will eventually dissipate. Of course, timing's everything there. Maybe Kayak could have benefited more from pulling that out a lot earlier, but a lot later even. But that is a scary territory that you find yourself in. That's a risk that you're taking right there. Now, though, time keeps ticking. Team The Real Red, please move ahead. Although now the Viper Wall will come into play, but they're taking so long. When are you getting there? The time is critical. And Kayak now moving through has, however, given a noise cue. Eventually, Spider committing. Oh dear. This is unlucky, but oh, the pressure is there. Oh, now the paint shells, they seal the deal. And the defuse narrowly succeeds. The ace clutch does not come through, but at least the ace is there for Kayak. That got close, but dearie me, I actually thought that they weren't sticking it. I couldn't see the diffuse indicator, but in the end, it was there for them.
I understand them not wanting to peek, sending out the paint shells so that they had that sort of safer aspect if it was a situation where Spider had come off of the spike, because they knew that it had already been half stuck from that first engagement that they tried to take and so narrowly were able to win. But pros don't fake. We see it happen, and just like that, Real Red, they have an opportunity now to find their way back into this matchup and create some magic of their own.
And magic you shall have. Oh, Vanga here.
Oh,
this is key. They make so much noise. That's a double, a triple, make it. Not a 4K. Kayak denies that chance. But even then, it's still a wonderful start to the round for Team The Real Red, especially seeing as they're still quite down. It's a 2v4 now, and Team Holak, normally speaking, not going to be the ones to win this one out anymore. Kayak, though, gets quite a bit of control. Might be able to find 17 Nick, and indeed gets the success. Now a 2v3 remains. Can Team Holak really turn this around? The plays are good, but the spray from Gakuda is slightly iffy. Kayak, though, moves ahead. Is maybe going to think, I'm going to do a do-over. The paint shells are quality. Lots of damage, but Red luckily at the ready to heal. 1v2 again. This is feeling very familiar. Will this time Kayak do it differently? There's no showstopper available, but the timing's good. Play it out the satchel charge to pull the target away. Kayak with the ace clutch. A beautiful 1v2, the back-to-back aces. Kayak just upping that score on the leaderboard by +10 in 2 rounds. That's insane.
I don't think insane even begins to cover the half of it. Back-to-back aces. That could have been 2 back-to-back ace clutches. I mean, this is great work from Vanga at the start. To do this much work, a 3K with a Spectre up against Vandals is huge, but you can never count that player out. And we see it happen exactly there. So nicely done from Kayak. This was, I think, a key kill to note. That obviously that headshot onto Blaze as well, ridiculous. And the showstoppers come through, and they found another one. And they look to be getting this too. Vanga's also going to drop. Could they make it a 3-peat? Surely not.
Dearie me, Red now retorting. 4v3 on the board, but Kayak, I swear,
if this man gets a triple ace,
both players are in front of him as well.
there's no way. You cannot do this, Kayak. You are not allowed. But he gets closer. A 4K might be here. It might be the ace. Oh, Kayak! The 6K! The 6K! You cannot do this! Unbelievable! Triple in a row. That is a whopping 16 kills!
I have never seen anything like that before in all my years. I mean, take a bow, Kayak. That is absolutely fantastic. Match point secured. I think the scoreline went out the window for a bit, whipped up into a frenzy. The only thing on my mind is who's the next victim? Who is next on Kayak's hit list?
I don't know, but I would be afraid the moment I see a raise again if I'm playing on Team the Real Red side right now. Kayak with the start, but this time the threat is dealt with right away. This is a 4v4. This is doable. Now Gakudo moving further up ahead. Kosti, though, making that next entry. The smoke walls are there again. This is Team Holak taking a site the way that they should. Plant now coming through. And Red retorting a 3v3 situation. This could go either way. This is a chance to make it the 13-5. The momentum is most certainly there. Kosti, really good potential on the lineup. And now the showstopper to retort. Blaze finds a frag. Red can push further. And this could just be the round going to Team the Real Red after all.
Potentially. But let's see what Kareem has to say about it. We've seen a few clutches already, some mind-boggling ones. This, I don't think would take the cake. It would certainly be the cherry on top. Information already given as to where some of these players are towards Hookah. Blaze is going to have to time this peak absolutely perfect if they want to synchronize up with those two teammates as they make their drop on through. Kareem wants to isolate these fights as best as possible. Both of those players now in towards the site, so a peak will have to be made. They're delaying this one really, really well. And they found the first couple already. Swapped out to the tour. They're forced to snipe out that last player. It's Red themselves. I get it. A clutch. Multi-kill after multi-kill. And, I mean, we had the main course, but this was the dessert. The cherry on top is found. And these players, if that was a snack, then they got a sweet tooth.
And look at it. The man, he's so calm and controlled. What am I looking at? I've never seen such a slaughter, not in my 4 years of commentating. I've actually witnessed such a dominant performance from 4 rounds and just these players. This is insanity. And this is, I cannot phrase it any other way, this is a deserved map going the ways of the Real Red.
Oh. Team Holak.
The Team Holak, yeah.
Team Holak.
See, I'm lost.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely enamorated by what we've just witnessed, and I do not blame you whatsoever. It's a feat narrowly matched by any across all esports, I think is fair to say. And it's not exactly like this is a low level being demonstrated. You can quite clearly see how much these players have to offer, and it just makes me so much more excited for the games we have coming up. For the Polish team, they keep that dream alive of a win on home soil, and what a fashion to do so.
I'm still just sitting here absolutely in awe of the way that they did this. Very deserved for Team Holak. That was a stellar way to end out a map, just about the best way that you could do it, I think. All the credit where it's due. Kayak, I've written down the name here. I can circle it 10, 100 times, and even that won't bring the point home enough to just overappreciate the triple ace, and actually 2 aces and a 6K. That's 16 kills in 3 rounds.
It's absolutely mind-boggling, but we shouldn't get too, overzealous, I suppose, about what we saw from that one player specifically. I think it draws back to that grander narrative of the way that the Real Red played in that game. It was close towards the start, but it petered out as it progressed, and that was really exemplified in the last few rounds, because not only were those ridiculous plays, the ace in the middle, I think, was the one which was a little bit less likely to pull off, or the 6K even, I think, was the more dominant out of the bunch. But there were a couple of those 3 rounds where Real Red were in a fantastic position to see it out, but they weren't able to. There were 2 clutches back to back where they had an advantage and they squandered it.
it's a right shame for the Real Red, but it's also a harsh reality. Not something that you can get around, and the Real Red, I can imagine that there's going to be some frustration here because they were close, especially in that first map, right? They lost 11 to 13. I mean, losing out like that is going to leave you with some slight stress, some slight frustration, I believe. Maybe that was something that in part did not contribute to a better performance on this second map, even if it was their own map pick.
That is certainly something to think about. I think as well, you know, Red, they have 2 more games to play with, but it's not exactly going to be an easy matchup. They have to win both of them if they want to progress, because if, as we already know, Team Spike, they've already picked up that first map. If they go 1 for 1, it means that Spike progress with 2. So does Holak with 3 at this point in time if Spike don't get a 2-0 of their own. So very compromised position, and coming into Bind as well, it was their map pick. We maybe expected a little more from them in that regard as well, so a tough situation to be put in, and now everything is on the line if they want to keep those hopes alive.
Most certainly so. There's a lot of pressure right now, I think, on those players. I believe that there is a situation where a 2-0 from the Real Red would still give him a chance to move into those playoffs. So the tensions are running higher and higher, and I've got to admit here, it does seem like we saved the very best for the last, because of course there is still a next best of 2 coming up after a whole lot of jazz and winner interviews and the likes, because, well, I've got to be honest here, right, Hazard, there is one clear winner in the room right now already. You know, just getting that set up, of course. Once that is all in order, we'll be moving it to the stage. But by the sounds of it, actually, we'll be moving it to the stage right away. Let's go ahead and have a look. Janiro, take it away.
Thank you so much for that one, RJ. Welcome back, everyone, to the interviewing segment. I know you guys want to keep it short and sweet because you do want to go and celebrate, so I will ask you one specific question. How are you feeling about tomorrow?
I'm feeling so good. I say that we are coming for win, and trophy is our.
Well, thank you so much for that. Enjoy the rest of your celebration, and we'll see you tomorrow. Well, thank you for that. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be back shortly with the final one of today. We got the Real Red trying to get their final chance to qualify, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League Valorant, because where else would you get maps where we have triple aces? As a matter of fact, one of those aces actually being a 6K. Indeed, that happened on this channel, if you can believe it. With me, though, is suddenly not HazardJC anymore. As a matter of fact, I've upgraded. It is, of course, the ever so lovely Mag Via. A pleasure to have him alongside me, and a wonderful co-commentator. I'm, of course, still RJ Cass because, you know, I kind of look the same still. And, well, you've clearly very much changed appearance. Yeah. It's lovely to have you here, Magvia. Are you feeling ready for it? You had a bit of a break. You've casted already today, but...
I'll tell you, that was a unique experience, first of all. Like, once in a lifetime situation. How often do you see back-to-back aces and then a 6K from a player? A 6K is quite challenging because you don't always get to, first of all, make an ace and then also add... on top of that, an additional kill after the Sage res the enemy, and Kayak did it in such a style. He just took over the game in the late stages of this bind, and to be completely honest, he single-handedly got the first, maybe the first place for Team Holak, because this is something that we need to discuss. What are the chances for Team Spike and for Team Real Red to actually progress in this tournament? Because so far, it is 1-1 in terms of the head-to-head between Team Spike and Team Holak. But if they manage to win their own best of 2 series, which is the last one of today, they still might be able to actually surpass Team Holak, especially if you take into account how much rounds they've managed to win. 2 times Team Holak winning the games, closing them up just barely with 13-11 score lines. So there's not that much wiggle room for Team Holak to actually stay in the battle for the first place if the Czech/Slovakian representatives actually get their own 2-0 victory in the upcoming best of 2 series.
It's all about really fixing that round difference. I believe that is the exact point where we need to, well, put the pressure, I suppose. And in that sense, for Team Spike right now, we got to see those 13 to, I mean, I'm just going to drop it, 13-2 results. I think that's a little bit overconfident, though. Let's be real here. We've seen those kind of results, but those were for way at the start of the day. That was for Team Mugi. I believe that he right now has, like, far out that best kind of position. And I really think right now, Team Mugi, you know, they've got that stuff sorted. But I believe in Team Spike. I think you know, they've proven themselves. They can definitely do it. And I believe now is going to be their chance to actually show something like that again.
If anything, I feel like they are their own biggest enemy, their own biggest rival, because the Haven against Team Holak, honestly, they kind of lost control over the map, and they should have wrapped it up, you know, with like 13-7 scoreline, maybe something like that. So it was Team Holak that managed to actually make the big comeback, the very first one that we've had this tournament. So I'm quite confident that it will be Team Spike, you know, being the second seed from this group. And maybe if they manage to get some good score lines on the board from themselves, they might actually snatch the very first place from Team Holak.
Honestly, yeah, I absolutely believe so. But for now, we're going to actually head down to an interview really quick. That's going on. Of course, the lovely Janira will take that away for us.
Thank you so much for that one, the lovely RJ. We're back with another interview before this match. We got Red, we got Spike on the mic. And first question is going to be, how are you feeling about this last game of the day, Spike?
I hope we take it 2-0, like I said in the first map. We doesn't get it, so I'm kind of sad about the first match. And I hope we take it 2-0 and easy semifinals.
Okay, a shot at redemption. But you guys also last chance to qualify. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we are feeling confident about this game. We will try our best. And yeah, we shouldn't lose the first map on the last game. We choked. We choked a little bit, but it's okay. We know what our mistake was, so we are trying better now.
Okay, well, we're going to see that in the future. Before we get into the game, any messages you want to give to the viewers?
I just want to thank you, everybody who is in the chat, who is spamming, Spike Hype, Spike everything. It doesn't matter what. Thank you that you are watching and that you are watching this even. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, that was very wholesome. What about you, Red? Do you have any words?
Yeah, thank you so much for watching. I love you guys. Back home from Romania. And everyone watching the tournament. It's super nice. So yeah, let's do some Valorant, some nice Valorant.
Yeah, of course.
And I want to thank you, all of these admins, organizers, cameraman, you, like everybody, because it's a really nice event. And I visit a lot of events, and this is really nice for us.
Thank you so much. That is very wholesome. Lovely way to end the interview. We're going to be heading into the game, but before we do so, a very quick break, and we'll be back shortly.
Indeed,
That was a lightning fast break.
I was about to say, boom, just 1 second, and we are back on the camera. Obviously, really nice to hear all those wholesome comments and everything.
Super wholesome.
Super nice, you know, like bring that heart out there. Very much appreciated, of course. And I've got to admit, right, they both strike me as very, very polite players.
Yeah, and being completely honest, you know, playing as last isn't always the best because everyone had such an exhausting day today, right? We had to get up early in the morning, get ourselves something to bite, but still, we are here in the venue for the for like 10 past hours or whatever.
Yeah.
So I can completely feel and relate to players who had to wait such a long time to play their final match, and being completely honest, on top of that, everything is on the line for them. Team Real Red, they still stand a chance of making the second place here and going to playoffs tomorrow. And Team Spike, they're also looking for maybe snatching the first place. So besides, you know, being friendly and, you know, wholesome like this, they still have to get out on the server and show the best Valorant that they can bring to the table today.
There's a lot of challenges ahead of them, that's for sure. And I hope, at the very least, that they can pull it off, right? We've seen both of these teams before, and we know what they can do. So I absolutely believe in the potential that each of them have. But actually, you know, have you got a favoured team? Do you say, like, I really want to see them, or I really believe in them?
Well, first of all, it was Team Spike who actually took a map off Team Holak, and they did it in such a commanding fashion.
Yeah.
The bind was completely dominated by them. And like I mentioned before, I just felt like it was kind of their own fault for not closing out Haven. So I've got to go with Team Spike. However, Team Real Red showed us some great promise, and I feel like they could definitely, you know, put up a great fight against them, especially if they get on the comfortable maps of their own pick. So in my opinion, everything will be actually played out during the first map. If Team Real Red, they fail to do so, then we'll have everything, you know, everything will be sorted out right away. But if they manage to win the first map, it will be still interesting till the very last moment.
I honestly think that the map veto here is going to be very important as well, right? Making sure that everyone kind of has at least that one map that they're going to be comfortably playing on, where they can say, okay, this is where we know that we can actually rock the boat, where we can actually say this is going to be our map, and this is where you're not taking anything away from us. That could create a situation, though, you know, where maybe a draw will appear, which complicates things a little bit further, I think, which will mean that there's like round differences that come into play, I believe, and all those sorts of crazy statistics that are not smart enough to figure out.
So we've had a couple of binds, we've seen a couple of havens today. Is there any particular map that you would like to see today? Because I'm really craving for some split action.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I am a sucker for split. I really enjoy watching it in a competitive environment because it looks like a rather simple map. But if you add, you know, the extra flavor of different compositions, maybe bringing, you know, Raze or opting for Jet, or maybe if someone is feeling frisky, he might add Neon to the mix.
Ooh.
I really want to see split here. Not the biggest fan of Breeze or Icebox, but this could also be a good change of pace. I actually thought that we had a map veto. But going back to the original question, is there a particular map that you would like to see today?
This is going to sound like a bit of a cliche answer maybe, but it's quite hot out here. And I've actually heard from the people back home that it's even worse down there, you know, the lower you go into Europe. I actually do want to see Icebox. I'm sorry, you say that
cool things down.
Exactly, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's obviously it's gotten quite a bit, you know, darker as well. It's turning into the evening finally. But still, I do need some extra refreshment, and I think that Icebox can actually bring that to us. And well, speaking of the map picks that you thought you saw, we're just a little bit ahead of the curve. They're right here. And let's have a look. It's going to be Breeze and Haven coming through. Well,
yeah, Split was in the conversation, but none of them actually decided to pick up Split. Breeze will be quite a refreshment because we have not seen Breeze today on the stream, at least. I'm not sure about the very first maps that were played off-stream due to some technical issues, but we'll be going onto the Breeze, and I just feel like this map is so heavy towards the aimers and towards the firepower.
Yeah.
So whoever comes out, you know, supreme in this department will probably take it home.
Absolutely, I agree. Breeze, in that sense, maybe does kind of play in the favor of the Real Red so that they can kind of kick it back to basics a little bit. Say, we don't have to focus too much on crazy tactics to pull. We can just let our skill, our aim power
kind of do the talking against their opponents. Say, we can go for some aggression perhaps, but just move out and focus on winning those gun battles. The 1v1s that are really going to be key, that are really going to be critical, I think, to get the Real Red the result that he needs, because it's a tall order that he's looking against. You know, I really love the comparison that you made, because indeed, keeping in mind that Spike actually was able to steal a map off Team Holak, it shows where Team The Real Red wasn't able to do that.
Yeah.
It shows that Team Spike, in that sense, simply put, should be favored.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on them already. You go into the game with that mindset. The enemy was able to actually get the win, so right now we have to prove ourselves and everyone else wrong that we can be the ones to bring Team Spike down. But when it comes to Breeze, this is a map I feel like it's so heavily favored towards the team that actually has those sniper rifles.
Yeah.
So I'm actually expecting to see Jet as well as Chamber.
Yeah.
Those two agents will be a key to success. Of course, following with Viper, she has to be in both compositions.
Yeah.
As well as Sova. The last one could be, you know, the flex pick, but we are getting more and more used to agents such as KO, maybe Sky, who is more of an old school approach, but still could be a good pick there.
Really, I think that kind of there is that change, and it does feel as if Sova's not being as popular anymore, right? Kind of, I mean, there's still some maps in which he's definitely a default pick, right? Can't miss him. But in general, I do get the idea, especially with, for example, Fade now also coming into play, also having that recon ability, right? Looking around and trying to just find their way into the map, finding those targets. You see more reasons, chances for Sova to be put on the back burner a little bit further. So I'm really interested to see this agent composition. Looking at the likes of, for example, a Viper that's going to be a default, it immediately creates a scenario where, you know, the walls are going to be important.
However, I wouldn't be too surprised to see team compositions going back to basics. When we first started playing Breeze, it was a usual pick of Cypher or maybe Sage.
Yeah.
Those are really simple agents, but they do their job well. You just plant the spike, you hide behind the wall, you get the res down, you slow down the enemies, you put some Cypher camps around. And another gimmicky thing that could also happen, and was actually picked up by some of the original players, is adding another controller to the mix. The most common one being Omen, because he can gather so much info, and also try to actually play the role of info, not gatherer, but you know, denying it. He's such a good flanker. You can do a lot of stuff with his shrouded step, because Breeze being such an open map, it gives you a lot of room to actually sneak in behind enemy lines, because you won't be alarmed by all of those sound cues that usually Omen struggles with. When you use your shroud step, you give an info to an enemy that you've probably teleported somewhere. And in the environment which Breeze is, with those open lines of sight, you can probably just sneak around. So I'd be happy to see him, but this is, you know, like an exotic pick that I'm not actually thinking that's going to happen. But if it does, I will take all the credit for actually mentioning him on the caster's desk. So I'm looking forward to it.
I agree with that one there, right? All the credit where it's due if we do see an Omen appear, and I do believe that you can kind of go a little bit off the beaten path. We're going to see agents that sometimes are less expected because of the nature, I believe, of these teams, really. You don't have those really rigid structures, those situations where players just only say, we always pick this. We have this standard composition for example, Breeze in this case. I think in a streamers league like this, we can expect players to just be a little bit different, you know, be a little bit wild. Now, one of the players, by the way, is still out being just a little bit wild. We're still waiting for them to actually appear, for them to actually be ready to go.
So already went partying. Forgot he's got a game to play.
Just a little bit too excited, you know. It happens, right? Sometimes you just get a little bit ahead of yourself. But once they're good to go, then we'll be good to go as well, and we can actually get this show on the road. Just to reiterate, of course, it's a best of two. We're kicking things off with Breeze, and then after that, have Haven following it up. Anything else that you'd really like to remark on with Breeze? If you hear that map name, what for you really comes to mind as an important factor?
Yeah, like I told you, double sniper setup. This is something that you've got to be really, you know, aware of, because the moment that the defensive team gets the hands on, you know, 1-up, maybe 2-ups, maybe playing with the tour de force from Chamber, this makes things such a this makes things worse, because in order to overcome this challenge, you really need your utility to be on the spot. You either need Sova drones to actually clear out all the angles, or you need good flashes from either KO or Sky to push the defenders back and to actually break through the defensive line, which is usually such a hard task because of those operators in play. So it's really important to put high tempo on the enemy team and constantly attack their economy, because if they make a buck and if they actually start, getting all those resources, they can buy op into op into op into op, and it will be just too hard for you to do anything. So if the enemy starts, snowballing the game, running away with the result, then you're probably done. This is one of the reasons why I don't like seeing Icebox or maybe Breeze that much into competitive. Because if one of the teams struggles, with countering the op, they are probably going to get smashed,
Yeah, you don't want to invite that kind of, well, I should say stomp potential, where there's just one crystal clear scenario, and where, of course, you just have these teams being absolutely put out to pasture, right? Just being said, well, here's the door, and we're going to get you through it, whether you like it or not. That's the kind of dominance that you can expect. That's the kind of showings that we have seen here. Something from, for example, the likes of Mugi coming through. Now, in just about a minute or two, we should be good to go. We'll be getting into that first map, Breeze, as said before. You are sticking with your Spike prediction as well. Look, normally I'm a fan of creating a little bit of tension on the desk, but I've got to be honest here, right? In this case, I'm just going to follow you in this one, because I really think Spike, he is favored. He's got that situation where he's in a better spot, where he's in a better position. And where normally speaking, Spike should definitely be able to trump over the Real Red in this case. He is just looking stronger. And it's also the fact that he was able to play so well against Team Hollag that just gives him the edge.
But just circling back to the interview with the players, I really enjoyed their own opinions about the LAN, because we are all here from different parts of the world. Of course, being a citizen of Poland, Central Eastern Europe is not that different from one another, but still we have some differences, we have some similarities, and it's really cool to see other people enjoy the LAN environment, and also to have this have in mind that we'll be actually able to go out with them and fraternize a little bit.
Exactly.
Have fun. This is such a cool event, and one of a kind as well. The first LAN for me. You guys are being so sweet. I really admire you for all the hard work that you've put inside of it.
Well, right back at you. I think you're doing an absolutely stellar job, and really, I'm happy that we get to work with you here, and I'm really excited as well that we have this opportunity, that we can be in this beautiful city of Wrocław, and that as well, everyone is being so accommodating, and everyone's actually being so helpful and so wholesome. And
I know that you've actually managed to eat some of the Polish cuisine.
Exactly, pierogies and everything. They were great. I actually really, really loved them. Honestly, I'm actually going to try to, I think, make them myself when I'm at home.
However, one good culinary tip. If you're actually wearing like a bright shirt,
don't
like RJ himself today, do not go for chłodnik. The beetroot soup.
It's scary.
It might be a little bit dangerous for your fashion, department or whatever. But besides it was just a clean sweep here in Wrocław for us.
Absolutely, and I think that we've got the best still waiting for us, right? Tomorrow, we will have that exciting semi-final coupling and, of course, the grand final to decide just about everything, to decide where that 10K will go, where that first place will be, and then, of course, the rest of the prize pool also to be divided. 20,000 euros in total.
That's quite a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, absolutely, and that's a beautiful prize that can be there. Up for grabs for the players.
So players are like nice to each other. Yeah, come on, good job, bro. But on the other hand, they're like, yeah, I want to snatch that prize
exactly.
Pool,
It's nice to see them still being so sportsmanlike, but you got to keep that in mind, right? They are wholesome toward one another, but at the same time, there is that thought there, that is that competitive element of these players just saying, look, I've got to absolutely destroy you in Valorant to get that best shot, to get into those playoffs, and to actually make it all the way to the grand final, to strive for the whopping 10,000 euros, that #1 spot. That will do so much, and honestly, just imagine taking that with you, right? Having that opportunity and just kind of putting that out on top, right? You've just been to this beautiful city. I've already seen some beautiful sights. I was here a bit earlier on Thursday to I gave myself some time to stroll around.
Sightseeing trip.
Exactly. Just
bought yourself some souvenirs?
Not yet, actually. I've still got to do that. I tend to get like these
If you have any recommendations, just go at Twitter, you know, at RJCasts, and maybe give
hit me up.
Good old RJ a tip what to get himself.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I definitely want to know what kind of Polish souvenirs. We do have our colleagues, Jeannie, just yelling something right now that I absolutely can't hear, but I do appreciate the fact that she's putting the effort in. Still, though, I also tend to always get one of those, like, just kind of really cliche fridge magnets, you know?
Because that's completely cool.
Yeah, it's part of the collection, right? I collect them every time that I go to a different country. You know, I've been to Sweden, Italy, Norway, and I just build up this little collection to, you know, have that little reminder every time that you go to.
Every time you actually, you know, open up the fridge to get yourself milk or something, then you remember, good old times.
Good old times.
Now back to the PC.
Now back to my virtual world instead of the real one. We're just facing some delays, by the way. That's what we're just kind of bantering about right now. Just the moment that these are sorted, then we will be good to go and we'll actually get this show on the road. But by the looks of it, actually, I see some stuff disappearing.
Let's
and
go.
indeed, it's time to get it going. Team The Real Red versus Team Spike. Let's have a look. Let's see who will be able to get on top of this. It's Breeze, and it's a beautiful first map to start things off with.
Choo-choo! I'll be your conductor here. Let's get on that hype train of Team Real Red and Team Spike facing off on Breeze. Both teams exchanging a player in this quick fight over the control. And it looks like the attacking team might just circle back through the defensive spawn. However, Spike himself, he got 2 on the board. Getting backstabbed, however, by Vanga, making things even, but it's Team Real Red right now with the one-man advantage. However, Spider, he's so weak, just 16 HP left on his account.
And also he's got that dash ready. That's going to do a lot for them. Now with the Sheriff in hand, slowly moving behind, spotting the player, getting the hit, but just a little bit too slow on the trigger, not able to deny Spider, who gets the wallbang shot right through the edge there of the archway, if you saw that. The first round does go to the Real Red. A good start has been made, but there's a lot more work cut out for them.
Yeah, I've actually had a chance to speak to the Czech players, and I found out that not that long ago, but still in terms of the Valorant, let's say timeline, a long time ago, because 2 years ago, they've actually were playing at the under the same team. You know, the Entropic Bravo, I believe that was called.
That's a good
so they have a lot of good experiences together. They've actually went to a couple of, you know, tournaments, got this synergy going on. This is why they looked so promising in the first game against Team Holak. You could see that most of those basic synergies and basic moves that are required in Valorant were on point on the spot. And I really want to see that coming into pieces in this round, in this game. However, it's Spider who is ready to answer, but it's Urko who also gets 1 on the board. Quickly though, Team Real Red are making switches out of their enemies, and it looks like the round will go the way of Team Real Red. Romanian representatives 2-0 at the start of Breeze.
Clearly, that good start can at least be held on to for now, but we'll immediately have that retort. Team Spike now getting their hands on the Vandals. One Phantom in the hands of Spike himself. He seems to prefer that weapon. And Team Spike now getting a new chance, getting a moment to shine, where currently I would say Team The Real Red have made a good start, but are looking at a bonus round. Always way tougher to get on top of. And I've got to say, if you can pull off a bonus round like that, then it just makes you look all the better.
I actually thought that Team Real Red, they might want to look for the full buy here, but they are opting for a fully bonus round. So it's really important for Team Spike to actually hold on onto their rifles, because if they lose too many of those, they are not looking too good right now on the money. So it's important to keep all of those players alive. So far, so good. 2 for 1, 2 for none.
2 for 1, and the Real Red just giving away
the weaponry, right? Team Spike being able to say, oh, a free Vandal for me? Thank you. Vanga now retorting.
Ooh.
And Spike at least being found. Maybe still a chance for a turnaround. Because every now and then, Team Spike gets a little bit low on weaponry. And
those marshals
humbly,
adding insult to injury. One of the most feared rifles on Breeze, especially during those bonus rounds, anti-eco rounds, because of those long sights, long lines of sights. You can actually make a good use of that Marshal.
30
One
seconds left.
shot to the head always get the best of the enemy. And then with the rapid fire that Marshal actually provides you with, you can like consistently tag the enemies into their torso and get kills this way.
oh, most certainly so. That Marshal just requires some top tier aim. You got to be able to hit it on the headshot and make the difference like that. For now, though, what Spike hits on the head is not a nail, per se, but a round. They get their first in, and they've made their retort as maybe could be expected from them, getting their hands on that first buy round. Now, the question is, will we see a return? Will we see an immediate 2-2 follow-up? Or can Team The Real Red actually pull off the 3-1?
By the way, according to our suspicions in terms of the team compositions, I'm quite surprised to actually see Breach common here.
No
because
Omen.
He's not that popular on this map. You know, Breach usually working best in the environment of small and cramped up maps like Split, like Bind, maybe Ascent, but not Breeze, not that often. However, this is a good technical answer to all of those sniper rifles, because the ability of the his signature ability actually makes you unable to zoom in with the sniper rifle. Echo struggling to find the kill, but finally getting one on the ball.
Absolutely so. 3v4 now standing, and Spider committing to that plant. Spike should be going down, and an ultimate also follows that up. Now Blaze struggling somewhat, however, with the return, and a 3v3 will remain, but Oko right caught out as Red takes him down, and that Spike will continue to beep away. Every beep just putting it a bit closer to that fated implosion, where right now the players are getting closer. Mystic trying to find a chance, but only Spike being left, and he gets no chance whatsoever. Red actually moves for the triple kill, and the Real Red quickly moves back on top. 3-1, and so far at least proving that maybe our predictions were a little bit too much in favor of Team Spike.
Yeah. Talking about the compositions, I want to follow it up with the Team Real Red. They are adding another duelist on top of that. So they have Jet, now additional Reyna, and of course Chamber that I mentioned before. So you basically have 3 duelists. Of course, you know, Chamber being a sentinel, but also
he's kind of like a 2-for-1 in that sense, right? Man's
like, for example, let's say Sage, she's also seen as a sentinel, but you also play her, you know, alongside Cypher or Killjoy or whatever. So he's in the middle of things. So this is a team composition that should strive in on the attacking side, you know, environment. You should get as much points possible here during the first half, because then you might struggle to get some on the board during your defensive side of things.
It's a scary time, that's for sure. It's a lot of pressure resting on them, so we'll see if they can pull this off. For now, a first kill has been found. This is the Real Red with their entry. Mystic, though, retorting the Marshal. You said it, Magvire. It is such a powerful weapon. You just got to hit the heads. Recon bolts will be good for one pulse, find out one player, and now you can get those breach abilities coming through. But exactly the weakness of it is shown right away as well. Vast open expanses, they don't do well with those breach abilities, because you can see them coming from a mile away, and you can just walk away from them.
Okay, the Empress activated by the Brad.
30
he
seconds
really
left.
needs to get going in this situation, but he just falls short to Spike, who connects 2 torso shots. They are also deadly. Team Real Red, however, they managed to plant the Spike down. Are they going to be able to actually make it work? Because there's 4 players against them, and the Rolling Thunder, it just comes in. Let's see Breach in action. It will be Elzoy. Make it a triple, and the second round for the Czech representatives.
Indeed, I've got to say that with that Team Spike quickly on that return,
Diffuse point also being dedicated to Humlick.
And it's an eco round win.
Don't have to pack heavy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just kind of says more, right? That puts the point home, and that means it'll be great gains that Team Spike is seeing, as if they've been hitting the gym for years upon years. One round of difference now, and Team Spike within no time might be back on the equal footing against their opponent. 3-3 could be good. There is, however, a chamber ult coming into play. Maybe that will actually make a difference. But for the rest, things not looking too great for the Real Red. A lot of pistols there, here and there, I believe.
You want to play? Let's play.
They really need Chamber to put a lot of work in during this round, because of course he has an access to the force. So this is the best weapon that they can actually bring into the mix. Banga, he's the first one to fall, and you never want to continue your attack without Viper, because she brings you so much cover, so much stability. It's Spike and Elzoy. They get 2 kills on the board, and it looks like Team Real Red, they are facing the enemy that's about to even the score.
Honestly, this could be tough. Maybe Spider is able to turn this around now. That double to the force comes through, but Spider actually makes it. The triple is a 4K possible, most certainly so. But Elzoy eventually finds a triple of his own. Defuse to be coming through. A narrow 1v1 battle that Team Spike ends up winning. And a 3v3 achieved. But it was a close call. This could have gone wrong in no time.
I just feel like we are rewatching the enemy behind the gates, you know, with all the sniper action going on around.
Oh yeah, that's that film. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's a really old school movie.
Yeah, but it's good.
But a good one, yeah.
Gotta appreciate the classics, man.
Especially if you're history, not like me. I enjoy all of those, you know, historical movies.
Yeah. Well, I am the same in that, actually.
You're not digging it.
No, actually, I do. Hey, now, look, Shed, there's definitely a mutual interest there. I will happily continue this conversation with you later tonight, as at the moment, Team Spike moves for a hold, and it will be the Tour de Force coming through on the other side this time. Over the Hunter's Fury might also be going into play. Oh, the double from Oko. It's a collateral, actually. Mystic and Spike following that up, and only Red left. Just not in a favorable situation whatsoever, but can catch out Oko. But eventually, though, found by Spike, fragged out, and it's them on the Forza free. But so far, rounds are definitely being exchanged back and forth here.
Yeah, I really liked the way that Oko actually, you know, redeemed himself, because at the start of the round, I don't want to say he wasted 2 shots, but he had to actually use one to get rid of the owl drone, and then he missed another shot. So you should be well aware of the fact that Chamber only gets 5 bullets into his ultimate. And then he gets the collateral sort of 2-4-1, actually making a great use, putting his sniper rifle to great use. One of the first tactical pauses actually coming in today. We did not see too many of them.
There was one in the previous match.
Yeah, but it looks like the Real Red team needs a little bit of a breather for themselves to, you know, just to complete the pieces and
make the puzzle work. Make sure that they get that right tactic going on. Obviously, I think a timeout like this carries more weight for your attacking side, because that's where you need it the most, right? That's where you need that good battle plan, that idea, that just completely worked out strategy. So let's hope that for the Real Red, they actually get the success like this, that this actually works out for them.
Do they have any ultimates available? That's a good question. No, they don't. So they really need to win out on all of those aim duels. And since Elzoy got an access to the op, exactly what I anticipated just is happening, right? So you've got the superior sniper angle, and you just keep adding more and more eliminations to the mix.
Just keep putting the pressure on and get those frags. Elzoy for now with the high ground could be good for a frag, but it doesn't seem to give him the vision that he needs.
Spike planted.
Plant commitment's right there, but Spike now retorting, and dearie me, the man's just continuing. Elzoy follows it up And only Blaze is left out. The Marshal is good for 1 kill. But altogether, this is the Real Red again with a bad look. However, Blaze for a moment adds a second, but Mystic ends the struggle, returns, and all the operators definitely coming out to play. Like you said, McVire, it's 5-3 for Team Spike, and the operators are doing plenty of the work.
That could have gotten ugly if you looked at the HP side of Team Spike. Both of the players, 2 out of 3 remaining players are below 100 HP, so any shot to the chest would have ended the life. So, of course, 3 players, you know, saving the life, actually getting through the round, but I can see a world in which Team Real Red actually snatches the victory from the enemies like that. So, mentioning the ultimates in the previous round, still none to be seen for the side of Team Real Red, but Team Spike using the Viper speed towards A entrance to just stop all the advance in that area.
They're bringing them out in real force. Blaze now throwing it back, at least trying to claim that mid control for Team The Real Red, but you've just got to keep that in mind. There's a few angles to deal with. Blaze successfully can take out Elzoy, but Vang in the meantime will be returning on her, well, I'd say enemy sister, right? The other Viper that's on the map. For now, that 3v5 stands, and the Real Red, even though they did not have an ultimate in hand, could be getting themselves in a good place here. Oko, though, retorts, gets himself a double. Humlik follows it up and thinks, I can do that too. Only Vanga left, looking around, a bit stuck out, and that spike does not look like it'll be planted anytime soon. The recon bolt finishes the deal, and Oko moves for the 3rd kill. Already, this is looking like Team Spike are really feeling comfortable on that defender side, even though you stress the importance of getting rounds on the attacker side for Team The Real Red.
Yeah, I just feel like the importance of the op in hands of Elzoy is something to, you know, something too difficult to deal with. Team The Real Red, they're trying everything, you know, maybe using the middle part of the map, also trying to play the second tempo, but they still are yet to have found a good way to execute their attacks. Maybe the B hit might be the answer.
Ooh, let's hope that it works out for them. Timing's definitely good, vision denied, but now the players from Team Spike, they move around. Humlik, though, retorting. Another double for him. Blaze maybe with the surprise, but oh, the Hunter's Fury could be deadly. Although it looks like he's a little bit off the mark, misses all 3 of the shots. And a 3v2 stands for now, an advantage for the Real Red, where Blaze can't immediately find a return kill. But the time is ticking, and Team Spike has to get ahead. Blaze now moving for the triple and dashing away. It's only 1 player left in total, and I believe that he has already seen what his destiny is, what he's got to do in this round. Elzoy saves an operator.
Yep, there's no point of fighting here. Of course, you have so much money left, but you really want to make sure that nothing bad happens in terms of your economy until the end of the first half. Finally, things start looking up for the Real Red. They might want to continue attacking on the B side. However, this round, they've used one of the stronger ults in terms of countering the ops in the form of the Viper Spit. This won't be available until the end of the first half. So this is one of the arguments that they will not be able to actually present in the upcoming rounds. And to actually make things worse, Team Spike, they add another operator on top of that. So they will be using 2 sniper rifles in the upcoming rounds.
Lots and lots of operators. Scary business, that's for sure. And I also believe right now that Team Spike, they do still have that good potential for the 8-4, but for that, it's just going to have to be that push through, really. Team The Real Red definitely seems to struggle the moment that they actually get towards the site itself. That seems to be one of their weaknesses, and that is where maybe for Team Spike they can keep playing to their strengths, because I think that's something that you've got to do on your defending side. You've got to play it like you mean it and know where your strengths lie, especially in a map with vast expanses like this. I wouldn't want to go contest those as a defender. I'd rather just let the enemy come to my closer area, just like this now kicks off.
Mystic just a little little too late to actually help his teammate and save his life. However, he gets 3 refrags as an answer. I would say that's a good amount of, that's a good answer. However, Rolling Thunder yet again used by Spike himself. Echo getting 1 on the board in a Jazz Blaze here without a sniper rifle. Does he stand a chance? Not really. It will be Team Spike to claim the 7th round on the board.
Crystal clear. Defuse at the end comes through from Oko, also giving him the chance to get closer to the chamber ult. 1 round remains now at the end of this first half, and maybe that will be the moment where Team The Real Red still shows some last-minute resistance. I hope that they can find it, but I'll also be realistic. Yeah, it's not a good economy.
It's ruined.
Blaze has got knives. Blade Storm.
Yeah. And that's it.
Throw them out, you know. Obviously, you know, you guys, you can't always see the gestures that we make, but we do love adding a little bit of extra oomph to the things we say.
Yeah. But I'll give it, I'll give that to you. If there is one player that on the side of Team Real Red can make it happen, it's definitely going to be Blaze, but not this time around, as he falls as the very first one.
You want to play? Let's play.
A eventual move ahead comes through. Team The Real Red gathering themselves up as they get closer and closer to the A site. There's no one directly on it. They're playing for that kind of rotation angle out of mid. So it's a difficult situation, that's for sure. Humlik, though, he's got the site, he's got the angle. But surprisingly enough, they give a lot of room away from the A site. Gives 17 the chance to actually plant. And gets Humlik to put out his Aldrone.
Yeah, look at Vanga. He might be a thorn in the side of Team Spike as he's making his way towards Tube and actually getting a lot of info and securing a lot of space. It's Spider, however, who strikes first and makes things 4v4.
10 situation, still Spike ticking along. Red going duck hunting, as I always think when you shoot someone right out of the air. And for now, abilities perfectly supporting The Real Red, letting them waste out the time. Spider no vision, Humlik tapping for the first tick, but the Hunter's Fury being right on the mark, and Red finding the final frag. 7-5, and it's Team Spike with a minor advantage as we move into the second half.
That was a textbook after plant from the Team Real Red. I really enjoyed seeing Vanga making his move towards the flank, but also not showing too quickly. Because if he were the only guy to actually start playing aggressively, he might fall victim to a careful approach from the side of Team Spike. And also, it was, I believe, Spider who took the matters into his own hands, playing aggressively towards Pyramids, getting 1 kill and then falling back with his trademark ability. That was, like I told you before, like I mentioned before, a textbook after plant from Team The Real Red, and they are really showing some promise going towards the second half. However, they've only managed to scramble 5 rounds with the team composition that was supposed to be, maybe better on the attack side with the addition of the second duelist. However, it's not the end. If you can make Reyna work in the defense, I can completely buy that.
If you can do that, you can do anything. As currently Team The Real Red, they are going aggressive on that CT side. Something that, once again, gives a lot of room to their opponent, though. The B side is completely in the hands of Team Spike. And it's down to Team The Real Red now to play for the retake. Elzoy will take out 17 Nick. Mystic then also putting the further pressure on. Blaze, though, finding himself a frag. There's a chance here, yes. And especially the long-range angle. Yep, that's just stellar. That's the Ghost showing its power right away. But the time ticking. Maybe Spider, though, can actually get a critical kill in. Looks around. Finds a kill with the Headhunter. Humlik returning. Blaze, though, coming through. A 2v2 stays, but Humlik keeps delaying. And already a triple found. Spike with the last frag. That will be Team Spike with the second pistol round, where Team The Real Red took the first one.
Yeah, that was a good pistol round from Team Spike. Especially in terms of, getting into the side and then also trying to push the enemies away. I think that the Team Real Red, they were well aware of what's going on the map. They actually started this long rotation towards the back flank of the enemy, but because Team Spike also made advance themselves, they were able to stop that rotation back in tracks, like at the very beginning of it. So it's Elzoy who's leading the charge, taking matters into his own hands with Marshall, getting the first kill on the board. Spider quick with the answer, but it's Echo who refrags one of his teammates and makes makes it 4v3.
Mystic now moving further ahead. The Guardian coming on through. And a 4v2 remaining where Vanga tries as he can. But the Sheriff just can't quite hit the mark. Very low HP for him. And Oko looking around, but kind of realizing, I think, that there isn't going to be further pressure on them anymore. Elzoy, though, realizes that there's a player right there. And funnily enough, they'll still move closer, right? They are trying to move for some sort of exit frag, something, but I don't think that this is going to be successful.
Is there anything that you can actually do with Shorty on this map? Like,
yeah, it's
tell
all
me one thing.
In the tube. That's about it, maybe.
In the tube, maybe, yeah. Towards the drop, maybe, yeah. But he's actually going to fall to the likes of Humlik there. I would much prefer if he just, sacrificed his own life towards the spike, because then you're not giving the Sova yet another point towards his ultimate. And in the situation like that, when Team Spike only requires another additional 4 points, it's not the best move to actually make Humlik get closer to his ultimate, as his ultimate ability, might come in handy in those clutch situations in the after plant when you have to actually, take flight, disperse the enemies that are trying to defuse the spike, right?
Absolutely, can't have them congregating and moving together, because that's when they have the best type of chances. Again, though, Oko moving for that plant, but this time, Blaze quick on the retort, quick on the, I suppose, punishment, I'd like to say. Team Spike with that lose their chances of getting that spike down, plus it is in an incredibly uncomfortable position. Lying there on the middle of the site where there's just about 1 million members of Team The Real Red. A flawless round is going their way. As a matter of fact, it's Blaze at the end making that a fact with a 4K. 6-9, and Team The Real Red immediately respond the moment that they get a full buy on their hands.
That is the result that you can be quite happy with. All of the players holding onto their own rifles, so you do not need to invest any more money into the next round. This way, Blaze is much more likely to pick up the op of his own in the upcoming rounds. However, for the moment, he will just stick with Vandal, since that was the only option available during the last round. On the other hand, Team Spike, they've actually made an effort of buying the op for one of their players, and I'm looking forward to seeing how are they going to make it work.
That's the question. I wanted to say $1 million question, but it's actually the €20,000 question. As currently
not too bad either.
yeah. Slowly but surely they move further on up. Humlik with the initial entry. Blaze goes down, but Red returns. And, oh dearie me, Red moves for the double.
Look at him go.
So cheeky, and just stealing away 2 kills in that flank. This is, again, Team Spike with a lot of their power taking away. And I would actually much rather prefer them to very quickly just say, you know what, we'll just move for that rotation instead. But it would mean that they'd have to go for the confrontation with Red, because you can see Red is right there holding down that rotational angle. That's the main threat, but I would still much rather take that battle than go for a almost fully stacked A site. At least it was almost fully stacked.
30 seconds left.
Red playing a really important part during this round, because he's also gathering so much info about where the enemy are going. However, Vanga was not ready to answer the A attack to the A strike, but it's Mystic who falls, and with him, the Viper Pit falls.
Very unfortunate. Started that Viper Pit out right away, but it just doesn't really go anywhere. Spike then instead maybe stands ready. Ability in his hands. Elzoy really losing the chances. Look at this Spike. If there's a clutch, then this is it, and Sevenik, he'll defuse it, but Spike gets it right in there. The 1v3 clutch. A beautiful, beautiful showing. And Team Spike deservedly getting themselves that 10th round in.
That was such a clean combination of skills from Spike, really getting those 3 kills on the board, coming in clutch in the most crucial situation for his team, because you can see that they're actually struggling to get another buy-in. Of course, in this kind of situation, through the force coming in handy for the Team Spike.
That's going to be so much for them, that tour de force.
Let's
The
play.
moment that comes in, that can do so much, right? That quickness of it, yet the power that it carries of an operator is just worth its weight in gold. Got to say, I'm curious to see if that operator can start showing itself. Recon Bolt at least starts off beautifully, but it's the Aldrin that doesn't book that much success. Now, though, the breach ability comes on through. Humblick with the initial kill. Spider, though, returning. And Elzoy moving further on up. The Cloudburst here is essential. And Elzoy goes for the next fight. Humblick, though, luckily right there to go for the further battle. Blaze coming through, however, with the Blade Storm. This is a tense 3v2, but the spike has been planted. And vision keeps being denied for Team The Real Red. That is their downside. And now it's Blaze also just taking the high road as a further pressure that Spike puts on scares him away.
I'm not going to lie, but this breach pick is actually started to grow on me.
Yeah, right.
I can
It
see
works.
so much more utility coming from Spike, especially if he's fragging so often, because then you get access to your ultimate, you know, round after round. And Rolling Thunder here, maybe not making that much impact, but if you think about it, it actually made Team Real Red Jet kind of, you know, fall back, use one of her Cloudbursts, give up the position, and it allowed Team Spike to progress onto the side and get the last kill in. It's 11-6, and things are not looking up for Team Real Red. They have to go towards the eco round, and it might be just the one round that Team Spike is looking for to close things up.
Especially with the Real Red just not having the best of chances, but maybe Blaze can prove us wrong. That Marshall is just a mean killer machine if you can get a headshot with it. Vanga currently standing steady, standing strong. A Sheriff then to hold things off, but Elzoy moving close. Mystic, though, returns over now. Red and 17. Nick, look at that. They don't need the best weaponry. A Sheriff, a Spectre, a Marshall. That's just enough for them. Only Mystic at the left, and clutching out this situation will be near impossible. As currently a Recon Bolt gives away his position, and Team The Real Red returns 7-11. Right when they need it the most, they claim themselves around again.
And that is the second time when Team Real Red actually manages to win the eco round. Such an important one because it still keeps them in the game.
Here.
It helps them stay alive in this game, in this one. 7-11. Team Spike still having huge advantage. But this time around, they do not have enough money to buy themselves the AWP. And if you look at the side of Team Blaze, of Team Real Red, it's Blaze who has access to that powerful sniper rifle. So, still, I feel like I'm, you know, just repeating myself like a broken record. But it really has so much value on this map, having an access to the AWP.
Let's be real here. Being a commentator just means that you're going to end up repeating yourself every now and then. It's an impossible feat to always say something distinctly unique because patterns establish themselves. They keep coming on back in the game. We can't avoid that, Magvire.
Have you watched the Shatter Island?
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like we all could be inside of our own Shatter Island. You know,
oh, dearie me. That's a scary thought, all right. I'll give you that. Elzoy also creates a bit of a scare, perhaps, on the side of Team The Real Red. And right now, Elzoy going for the close engagement, narrowly surviving this.
Oh, mama!
Spike plant should definitely be coming through. And Spike, indeed, will commit to that, as is his namesake. This is a great chance for Spike to set up a beautiful after plan. Just keep holding things off. Maybe use Elzoy as a slight bait. Maybe try and go for an off angle. Just try to surprise, because that 12 HP that's left means that there's barely a chance a battle just one-on-one will be won. Now Elzoy showing aggressiveness. Spike moving ahead. The Phantom getting a result. And sadly, the Leer from Rena doesn't actually amount to that much. Humblick now finding Blaze. Red at least on a bit of a roll, returning quite well. 1v2 stands, a 1v2
no time.
remains.
No
There's
time
no
left.
time at all. And Humblick just gets the collateral anyway
12-7. Team Spike, they put themselves on the map point.
Yep, they are looking to wrap this game up 12-7. And Alizoy in the previous round giving a warm welcome to his opponent. Has he been in the, you know, Eskimo culture that would be considered a kiss?
Oh yeah, I know that. I know that. The yeah, they do that.
Nose to nose.
The Inuits, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Oh no. Don't do him like that.
No! Oh, dearie me. That was that was tough there for Remote.
Yeah,
you know?
that was a close call.
Take flight.
At the end of the day, you know, if something like that's about to happen, just give yourself a fist bump, right? Just own it, because nobody wants to be left hanging. Now let's go ahead and take a look, see how things might be looking, if this could be the moment where Team Spike actually flies back. But when you look at Blaze, things apparently are going to go in a different direction. And it will be a situation where Team the Real Red, normally speaking, have the upper hand. Elzoy, I was about to say, might get a chance there for the double, but Humlick instead finds the next trouble to be freestanding.
The real question is, what is their next move? Because they have access to Spike. Of course, it's Spike who has Spike.
Very fitting, yes.
Since we're on the topic of the movies, this one is like Inception. Spike having access to Spike. Planting the Spike on the Spike side? What is going on?
We keep going further
deeper
down.
and deeper, yeah.
It's all a dream. It's all a dream.
The one that I want, the one that I don't want to
30 seconds left.
Wake up from.
Absolutely not. I agree there. Humlick narrowly winning out that engagement. A Spike plant is possible here. If they clutch this one out, that could be a very, very nice cherry on top of this round. It's a 2v2 now. Spike has got himself a lot of abilities that are ready, and Blaze's position is given away. Time is ticking, and the risk is there. Blaze narrowly dodging that ability. And Spike actually moving so aggressively closer up. Blaze tagged up, but then Vanga comes in the back, and Blaze gets the third. It'll be the 8th round coming through for Team the Real Red, but for now, Team Spike is still so close to a victory on the first map.
However, it's a pity that it wasn't Humlick that was the one who planted the Spike, because if he had done so, then an access to his ability, to his ultimate ability would be online. This way, Team Spike could have gotten, you know, back towards the cave and maybe played with, around the Silva's ultimate. Of course, he has access to Hunter's Fury now, but seeing the Muddy, I don't feel like they are going for a full buy. They'll have to go for one eco round.
It's a kind of mirror matchup there. Seems like the Blade Storm is committed to. They're going to be giving it their very best where they can. Oko also moving closer. But the Empress comes ahead. Reina is in go mode, you could say. Red winning that first fight. Humlick to fall. His ultimate won't be coming into play today.
Yeah, just one knife left. Not anymore. I think I've heard one of those knives, you know, just swooshing.
2 or 3, I think, have been used, yeah. It's not a lot. It's tough.
Yeah.
Spike down.
Blaze also finding that next frag. This is again looking like a round that is rather swiftly being decided. Maybe Spike and his conspirators that should leave it be. Oh, Oko, if he'd gotten that turnaround, that would have been absolutely insane. It doesn't end up happening, and it will be Team the Real Red to move ahead for the 9th round. Maybe this is the push to the draw.
It could be, but in this situation, everything would be sold anyways. Yeah, I mean, it is. Team Real Red, so sorry to say that, but this just occurred to me. They are not going to make 2nd place.
Oh no.
No way, because the best case scenario, they get the draw here.
Yeah, they have lost out twice, haven't they?
Yep.
It's not a good look. This is scary times, that's for sure. That means that they're definitely out of the chance to participate further on Sunday.
Or maybe?
No, I doubt it.
No.
No?
I'm so sorry. If they get the tie here and win the next one, they have a better scoreline than Team Spike. However, this might just not happen as Team Spike are making their way towards B-side, planting the Spike down.
We'll have to see how it pans out. For now, though, I see that Oko's going aggressive. Spike's been planted, and Oko I was about to say with the off angle, it'd be Spike instead coming right on through. Red to fall. 2v2 remaining. But 17 Nick retorts. Humlick then with the long range engagement, the long range angle. Finds himself the headshot. But Blaze narrowly denies it. The 10th round has been found. Team the Real Red. The party don't stop.
Nah, not today. This could not have been closer. However, Team Real Red, they're just hanging by a thread. However, still managing to hold on. Okay, so let's make a quick calculation.
Oh dear. I'm terrible at
Team
mathematics.
Spike won one game and then lost the other. So they're 1-1.
Yes.
However, if Team Real Red, they win one game and then tie it,
Yes.
then...
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm still very confused.
I'm still very confused too. Yeah.
See,
let's leave it up to our admins.
I was about
They're
to say,
the
we will
ones
get
responsible for, you know, sorting these things out.
We will sort this out after the break and make sure that we know exactly how this is looking, because it's always hard to keep track of all these calculations, round differences and the likes, because we're not walking computers. Red, though, definitely seems to be playing like a machine. Gets that first kill yet again. Elzoy now moving closer. It's a Sheriff play. It's a situation where there's barely any weaponry. But apparently Oko, with the tour de force, can make things work. Is a triple kill up for grabs right here. Humlick, though, trying with the Sheriff. And a spike being planted. Bullets about to run out, however. That tour de force can only do so much. Humlick, though, comes through, but he's not fast enough. 17 it will deny. Now Blaze moving further on up. And indeed, Oko, he's ran out of shots. There's about 3 players there. One, though, commits. And look at this now, Blaze moving further ahead. This is an impossible battle for him to win. And will eventually be Vangu. He will take that frag, and he will take this round. A draw seems to be in the works.
Yeah, I wanted to say 5 bullets were all that he needed, but apparently he needed more than 5 shots. Had he gotten access to maybe more bullets from the tour de force, there's a possibility that he could have, that he might have pulled it off, but not this time around.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. 12 to 11, however, last full buy from the side of both of those teams. Elzoy, yet again, with the op.
It's the final round. It's the final chance. Let's have a gander. Let's have a look how this one pans out. As right now, the first few battles are about to kick off, although vision is denied. Team the Real Red that just doesn't want to get those pesky attackers anywhere near their sight. They definitely make the right call. Could be seeing some heavier commitment on the B side in a moment because the execute's coming through. The Viper wall is right there. And now the initial push comes through. Will this be Spike narrowly getting it? The first kill is going to be critical. Oko's lurking about, but Vanga, he retorts, finds the first frag. Ultimate upon ultimate.
Yeah,
it's going to be a maze. Humlick, his angle is denied. Vanga finds the next. And Mystic tries to find something else, at least gets the 1 kill, but not the second. This is starting to look like the Real Red might clutch it out. Only Spike left along with his teammate, but 70 Nick frags him out. Only Oko, and a defuse is going to be attempted. 70 Nick with the first stick, and there you have it. It will be the draw, the 12 to 12. The first one that we actually see today. It's been a narrow situation. It's almost happened a couple of times. We've seen the 11 to 13 twice over, I believe. But in the end now, this turns into a draw, which just means that things turn awfully complicated.
Okay.
We'll be doing many calculations.
Yeah, I'm actually starting doing them.
I can just see you processing this right here. Like, wait, this one had this, and you know, just also using, I believe, Hazard's notepad here, which is just lovely. You know, he's sacrificing himself, looking incredibly.
Oh, he's so happy that
destroyed.
I actually, you know, signed it, so that's fine.
Indeed. For now, though, it means a little bit of patience is required. As currently, obviously, the players, they take a moment for themselves.
Okay, so hear me out.
Yes, you've got it figured out.
Team Holak, who won the game, then lost 1 game. So he's 3 wins up, and he lost 1 of the games. Then we have Team Spike, who won won 1 game, lost 1 game, and tied 1 game. Team Real Red, they're currently sitting on 0 wins, 1 tie, and
This is
2
big
losses.
brain time.
And there is still 1 game remaining. If Team Red manages to win it, they will have 1 win, and Team Spy will have 2 losses. But because of the head-to-head, Team Real Red should be above Team Spike because they've won the actual game against them. Unless the rule of, more rounds comes into the play.
We'll have to check that. We're going to check all that, McVire, because honestly, I don't trust myself on this.
So
this
Team
is so
Spike-
difficult.
Team Spike is actually looking for any result but the loss in the upcoming game. They're fine with the draw, they're fine with the win.
So
Both of those results get them the 2nd place.
in that sense, I think that it's crystal clear what needs to happen. But all those kind of things, they will happen.
Big brain time now.
Big brain time. We're going to start calculating stuff.
However, I might be completely wrong.
Well,
don't quote me on that, but those are my calculations.
don't worry about it. We're going to calculate a lot during the break because we'll be heading to that now. We'll be right back with you with the 2nd map. Don't go anywhere and definitely be here.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League Valorant. It is time for our final map of today, and it still matters. It has still got an impact. A conclusion has been found. I checked with production, and I'll be dead honest with you, McVire. I'm not actually sure.
I was wrong.
I'm not sure. Were you? Did you check?
Wasn't I? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I've actually
I
talked
know
to players
Yeah,
who
okay.
are also as confused as I was.
Everybody's
as me.
confused. Confusion is everywhere, clearly. Now, right now, I've got to be honest here. You know, I just know that Spike is out if he gets less than 6 rounds. So that's basically the requirement. That is the basis. They need to get, you know, well, a couple, like more than 6 rounds. One to actually get the result. No, look at that. We've actually got standings. Never mind. This does so much more. Okay, so that's crystal clear. Team Mugi, definitely in. Team Holak also definitely in, no doubt there. Team Tagonka looking solid. And Team The Real Red, yeah, if they end up winning this one, then they are equal with Team Spike.
But then we have to find out if the head-to-head is more important than the difference in the amount of rounds.
It comes down to round difference.
Yeah, so, okay. So, it doesn't matter if the Team Real Red actually wins over Team Spike, unless they do it in the fashion where they don't drop more than 6.
Exactly. That's the exact point, basically. So, the situation that we're in is that for Team The Real Reds to actually have a chance at this, is that they're going to need to put down an incredibly dominant performance. And we've got to be honest here. We just saw the result. We got another draw in. This is looking really tough for Team The Real Red.
To top that off, the Haven is a map pick of Spike. So they really need to show us the best Valorant that's out there.
This is
6
tough.
rounds. This is the the margin of the default margin or whatever you call it.
The error margin. It's
The error
same
margin,
bit. Yeah, you're pretty spot on there. So honestly, this is our sit rep, so to speak, right? This is what we're looking at. And I think right now, indeed, the fact that we just moved to Spike's map pick is just looking all the more favorable for them. They now managed to bring this to a draw. At the bitter end, they pushed it all the way to that 12-12. So what's to stop them from now, well, at the very least, you know, getting a draw, but probably even getting a much better result than that? I mean, I expect that Spike is definitely going to be able to get more than 6 rounds in. I mean, let's be honest here. They're a good team, and I don't think that they're going to be in a spot where they actually lose out that much.
It looks like Team Spike is actually favored to win this one around. I felt like the performance that they've put against Team Holak on Haven was quite a convincing one. So I'm gonna go with Team Spike. I'm sticking to my prediction, which I made at the start of this series. However, I was quite surprised to see Team Real Red put up such a great show. However, yeah, the draw result after this one is not good for them. I mean, they still stand a chance, but we gave you the error margin that they have, not dropping more than 6 rounds and actually getting a win. So this is quite a big challenge ahead of them. But you know, coming back from the 12-9 scoreline on the breeze was something that they've managed to do. So who knows what else is yet to come for them.
It was definitely a good look for them. It shows that they've got that resistance, that they've got that chance, and that power in their team. And I do believe, you know, when I look at the lads, when I look at the results that they can actually put down, that this is a very, very real possibility. Just, we are sticking to our guns. We are sticking with our predictions. Team Spike should be looking favored here. Okay, a draw was unanticipated. Let me put it like that, right? We did not see that coming right away, but I think right now, the general look is that Team Spike is still favored because of the fact that they were able to push it that far at the very end, and that right now they're moving to their own map pick. They're going to be more comfortable here. They're going to be able to say, look, Haven, this is where we've got this, and that strat ready for it. That's at least what I expect, right? It is your map pick, so make it count for something.
make it count for something. I've actually managed to speak a little to the players. They were quite surprised that the enemy team managed to get the 12th round on the board. And well, quite honestly, also a little bit tired. I could see it in their eyes. It's quite late also. I think we're approaching the 11th hour.
Yep.
So, but I think that we'll actually manage to wrap it up before the midnight. Also, on the as the side note, like...
We get the beautiful view of people running a marathon right next to the building.
Yeah, in the middle of the city. How cool is that?
I mean, really, credit where it's due. And obviously, you know, like, credit to these people as well for being out there, exercising like that. But also really clever that they planned it at this hour, you know, because now actually it's properly cooled down. We all know that there's a bit of a heat wave going on in Europe, and the beautiful city of Wrocław is also not spared.
But we should not sell ourselves short. We are here from the very, you know, morning hours. So we're also, you know, testing our stamina, our endurance.
Absolutely.
Do you think you could actually manage to run the half marathon?
No, no, absolutely not. I know that for a fact, like no doubt about it. I'll admit, right on Friday, I had to think for a moment what day it was today. Just nice one, me. I actually did do 27,000 steps. Yeah. But even then, you know, sure, walking is one thing, but actually running a marathon, I'm just, you know, I'm not built for that. I'm built diff, but not in a good way. You know, that is just not what I am. And running a marathon,
you just gotta pick, you know, either Brimstone or Baby Neon, and it's easy peasy then. You know, you go into high gear, you just run around, make fun of all the people that you leave behind you, and you get the first place prize there. I don't know if there are actual prizes for it.
I assume so.
I mean, completing the half marathon is a prize itself.
Definitely, right? The sense of pride and achievement, as many will remember potentially. I think, honestly, that in that sense, right, just still hats off to whomever runs half a marathon like that, or even a quarter of one. But I've got to help me out here. A marathon is how many kilometers?
I think 40.
Yeah, no, I can't.
So half marathon is like around 20. If we're wrong, please correct us on that.
Twitter, let's go. You know, you can find us there. We're out there.
No hashtag. Just go at Maguire or at RJcast.
Yeah. I think, honestly, like, this is just the current situation as well, right? We are waiting for some more players to get ready. Once they're good to go, then we will actually dive into this final map of the final match of today. We have had a whopping 6 best of 2s. 6 best of 2s. That is quite a lot, in my opinion. And, of course, that is just a ton of Valorant pleasure. No doubt about that either.
11 games. 6 best of 2s being 11 games so far. The 12th one.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Just
right.
to put it into perspective.
Yeah, we're very specific about our numbers today. That's for sure, obviously. But I think that's important, right? You got to be right. You got to be correct. People at home, they want to know exactly how the things are just working. You know, what's at stake here and how things are being played out.
Oh, sorry.
And,
I stepped on RJ. You did not see that. About
we're having a moment here. You know,
just a little.
A little touchy-feely. You know, that kind of thing happens. But let's get touchy-feely and take a look at Haven, the next map and the final map of today. It's the Streamers League, and it is the map where it will be decided if it will be either the Real Red or Spike moving to the playoffs.
It had to be Haven, right?
It had to be
I
Haven.
feel like this is the map that we have seen most frequently so far, being one of the most popular ones. No doubt about it. Maybe just beating, you know, Bind by a small margin, but I might be wrong on that. Of course, it's Vanga with 2 kills with Shorty. You love to see it. Omen staying inside of his dark cover and making use of that sweet Shorty.
Honestly, that does so much, right? A powerful little pistol. And a spike being planted right away by Team Spike. You could have guessed it. But Team The Real Red holding the upper hand. I love, by the way, I just noticed that the 0.5 score point there, seeing as they both got a draw. Mystic now, though, vision denied, but actually that dark cover comes in clutch. We'll make sure that he can actually lurk around. Got to be wary of the left side. That's where you'll have Spider putting ahead. Spike, though, with the clutch, but he runs out of ammo. Has to force out a reload, but now the time is working in the favor of Team Spike. And they've already claimed their first round.
Yeah, it had to be Elzoy. I feel like the main man behind this roster getting so many kills. I've actually talked to this guy after he was finished with Entropic Bravo. He was actually on tryouts for Ascent. That's something that he surprised me with. But then he told me after he was not successful on getting onto the roster, he just kind of quit. But from the looks of it, did he ever quit?
I mean, do you ever really stop being a gamer?
No.
I don't think so.
It runs in your blood.
I mean, honestly, I do want to commend him for that, right? The fact that you are still actually getting back into the game and at least competing in a tournament like this. It's still a lovely matchup, a lovely battle of the skill in this beautiful game of Valorant.
Okay, but let's keep track on the score because Team Spike has already made an attempt of, securing the error margin, having gotten the first round on the board. They just need 5 more and they'll be happy sitting on the second place and looking forward to facing Team Mugi tomorrow.
Absolutely. There's a lot of pressure on them in that sense, I think. And indeed, Team Mugi, of course, they're the top seed in comparison, which does mean you'll have that matchup between the lower seed and the top seed.
Team Mugi being the only team that has not dropped a single map yet.
Nothing. Just straight 12 points. Incredibly impressive. But, hey, it's very deserved, right? And Team Mugi, in that sense, just absolutely top-tier players. Looking forward to seeing them as well tomorrow, but let's keep our eyes focused on this next round. Elzo and Spike to make a beautiful start. Oko commits to the plant. And Spike, they just keep it going. They do not give anything away. It feels like Team The Real Red having to move for a retake at the moment. We've got Oko moving further ahead. The Bulldog comes through. Humlet can take out Spider as well. And only Omen is left. Stuck in a corner.
Is that the judge in his hands? I feel like the team The Real Red, they've actually forced into this one. Because you usually don't see a judge buy going towards the second round. Maybe they've got this crappy buy with sheriffs, with a couple of marshals. We'll have to check that after the round ends. Concludes. Yeah, they've actually forced into the round. So they're well aware of what is on the line, that they need every single round. And just the second one slipping away from them.
Things are tough. I honestly do want to give them that credit, right? Because at this point in time, it takes, I believe, a certain amount of mental fortitude as well to just keep it going, to realize the pressure that is upon you, what's at stake here. Because obviously, we will reiterate, if Team The Real Red lets Team Spike get up to those 6 rounds, then it is pretty much a done deal. And then you will have Team Spike standing strong.
Quick look at the team compositions. I do like both of the teams using Chamber here. Having a lot of angles, being able to play aggressively towards the defensive side of the map.
I mean, he's become such a staple, right?
Yeah, but you can still see some of the teams actually using Killjoy. Team Holak being the best example of it.
Spider, though, speaking of making examples, he's going for one. Triple already found. Blaze to move for the last kills, and Spider was about to say Ansi to get the 4th in, but that's all not happened. Team The Real Red stands strong after all. Team Spike currently losing out their first round. Clearly what Team The Real Red needed was just a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a warm-up. Now they're looking good again.
So it was Jas and Omen, a lone wolf towards the second round, who've actually bought himself a judge. Since he saved it towards the third round, he actually, posed a real threat towards double doors. However, he was the first one to fall, but Team The Real Red, with the rest of the guns, they've just cleaned up it. They've cleaned it up quite sharply, quite swiftly. It will be Elzo, however, to start things off. Looking forward to the 4th round and getting an advantage on the side of his team.
Yeah, I do look forward right now to the further progression here. Just one kill can already do quite a lot. And I've got to say that right now, this is the best time for Team Spike to definitely wipe the floor with The Real Red. It's maybe a bit of a harsh expression, but that's the way that it's got to be. Although maybe Red himself will get a different idea.
Okay, one bullet short of making the enemy fall first. Mystic, however, he is trying to actually help out his team. Oh, playing anti-flash, and he just turned around the corner at the right moment. Team Spike with the advantage, continuing to put a lot of pressure on the enemies, and actually
30
heading
seconds
towards B side, maybe the C side.
Oh.
By the looks of things, by the looks of it.
Interesting times ahead, that's for sure. As currently time is ticking as well, 15 seconds. And Spider with an excellent hold to at least catch out one player. Sage Wall, however, will come back up, but Red also going to try to deny where possible. Spike getting that plant in at the end of it. And an actual 1v1 remaining. It's Elzoy up against Vanga. And he is scarily looking around right now. This is a tense situation to be in, but maybe Elzoy to get that flank due to the, well, I'd say pacing problem that Vanga is feeling right now. He's playing the good old game, a ring around the rosy, but Elzoy just figures, you know what, actually, I'll just have a look. Boop. Catches him out, and the third round already found by Team Spike. This is half of what they need.
I wanted to say that Team Real Red, they are keeping the dream alive, but they just fell one member short of making it into the second round with a win. I cannot blame Vanga for trying to pull off the full defuse, but I just feel like in this type of situation, you get the half, and then you try to look for the enemy, because he might be just so close. You failed to find him in the first place. And you can see just a sigh of relief on the side of Team Spike. They know that it's not a long stretch towards the 6th round here, and they are just halfway done.
They're getting there. The moment they'll book their further result. Elzoy now kicking things back off. Spider the first to fall, but Red retorting, getting the double in. That's both Oko and Humlick down. Mystic then perhaps to find the next frag, but it's actually Blaze instead. A fantastic double hold. But a very sweet hug at least coming through from Spike, and a good follow-up. 1v2 though seems to be unholdable, and indeed Vanga will find the last frag. 2-3, and Team Spike right now being caught out somewhat. This is really a tense battle. This is a solid matchup, that's for sure.
I don't know about the Seekers, because they were well aware of the positioning of the last player. However, why not add something on top of that, like a cherry on top?
A little bit of flair.
Yeah, some swag on with the Seekers.
Oh,
Style
wow.
points at least.
Yeah, style points, they always count as well, so I've once been told. And just like that, replay moving through, and currently another attempt really, that mid-control that Team Spike keeps going for. It's rather worthwhile for them now, isn't it? Vanga this time, moving ahead, but Mystic returning. A 3v2 still stands, and Team Spike, at this point in time, equal numbers, but Mystic trying to balance it out. These are tough scenarios, though. Oko caught out, obviously, for Team Spike. The weaponry is off. It's bad, and it makes their life so much more difficult.
Yeah. He drew an outline around the enemy with all of those sheriff shots. Team Spike still trying to pull it off, and they might actually succeed. They need one more kill, however, it's Blaze who gets such a nice flank. And Team Real Red, they are keeping the dream alive. I mean, they are trying to. It will be a long stretch for them to actually accomplish that, but they are still in the game. By all means, they are still hanging on.
We'll be honest, perhaps by a thread. A red thread, fittingly.
The thin red line.
The thin red line, scary times. I think that the Real Red are just going to have to give their everything, and I hope that that's still what they're doing. But they are in a vulnerable position. Anytime that a round goes wrong, it puts their opponent so much closer to that fated advantage. Just to clear it up once more, right, Team Spike, they're at 4 points. Team The Real Red is at just the 1. So they've got to get a win, but it's got to be such a dominant win that Team Spike doesn't actually one-up them in the round difference in total.
They're not looking to play aggressively towards A. Rather, have Blaze there He's looking to get the kill and probably get out of the dodge. But it will be a drone that will probably spook him. Yeah, it changes the right side, so they just caught a glimpse of it. And
Revealing
Oko,
area.
well, just get the first kill. However, it's Red with the answer. He's still holding his ground.
But Humlick makes it difficult. 70 Nick, sadly, also not getting a chance. Humlick does so much here. And a 2v4 stands. This is looking like it will be Spikes' next round as the plan comes through.
planted.
And only Spider, along with the Omen, remain alive. They're looking, but they're running right into a Sage Wall.
Can they bring it back? That's the question.
Ooh, Spider.
Just had a chance.
Yeah, there was a cheeky angle there, but he just wasn't quite fast enough. Didn't find the headshot. And now is Oko peeking into him. Vanga going for the high ground, trying to get something in here, but a retake like this is nigh impossible. We've seen crazy clutches today, but this one might be a little bit too much to ask.
Oh, is he actually trying to approach the ninja defense angle? No, he'll still be in the fight. Not for long, however, as Hamlik completes the third one on the board from himself. And Team Spike, yet another step towards the victory, but also just the result that they will be happy with. They need 2 more rounds, if I stand corrected, right?
Correct.
Yep.
And with that, they'll have solidified their position, but let's be real here. I'd say at the current pacing, sure, there's a chance that it might go to a draw again, but obviously a draw is also a win-win situation because that just means 1 point each, and that just means that Team Spike wins with 5 versus 2. Would also be rather unfortunate for the Real Red, but could very much be the reality. Although at this point in time, with the entry coming through, Elzoy making a mark yet again, and a 4v5 remaining. It's the Real Red relatively spread out, although slightly more focus on the C site, in my opinion, with the positions that are set up with the rotation angles that can be played at.
I wonder if the players themselves are aware of the rounds that are required to get the win.
Yes. They do know, yes.
Should be okay.
They stopped me the moment I was heading back upstairs to our little studio to actually ask for clarification. So I explained it to them. Obviously, though, you can understand that there's some slight frustration there from the player perspective as well, because it's not a fun thing to hear, right? That you're like, oh, no, but you will sadly have a very difficult challenge ahead of you. This is looking like something that you might not actually be able to win.
Yeah. Tough times for Team Real Red, but that's how competition is.
Let's hope at least that Team the Real Red can just put down that perfect streak. Mystic now going for that cheeky high ground, looking about, waiting for somebody to peek as Spike commits for that plant again. And Mystic keeps on hopping about, Revive comes through, and the paranoia is key. Humlick in the end with the Hunter's Fury, and Mystic with the final frag. 5-3. And Team Spike right now, they stand so strong. Just one more is needed. Maybe they'll already get it on the first half. Because right now, economically, Team the Real Red has just about nothing to say.
Yeah, they are not forcing, so it looks like an eco round from them. There will be just Sheriffs and probably the ultimate from Blaze coming out here. Unfortunately, 17 Nick still not able to get himself on the scoreboard. Not just yet.
A little bit of further patience is required. Red and Vanga, though, beautiful start. Would you look at that, the power of pistols, people. Never ever underestimate a Sheriff, because they can do so much. Definitely some more pressure put out right now. And I've got to say, at this point in time, with Oko Humlick moving further ahead, a beautiful spray down from him, a triple found. It's only Vanga at the end returning. And Vanga actually with a beautiful follow through. With Oko in the end returning the 6-3. It is pretty much a fact. It is a reality. This should be Team Spike having it.
Yeah.
Purely due to the round difference. They should be in. But let us perhaps not get too hard stuck on that.
Yeah, but just to be extra sure and super secure,
we will get it checked.
Spike will probably just go ahead and win the game.
That as
anyways,
well.
Right?
That is what it's looking like.
Yeah, they are actually looking to add the second win on the board across the day, because they've managed to snatch one victory from the hands of Team Polak. But they are yet to defeat Team the Real Red, and of course, just to build up momentum, just to build up confidence ahead of tomorrow's games, and to finish the day on the good note. They're probably just looking forward to winning this map.
That's what they're going to try to do. Elzoy eventually claiming the triple kill, denying Blaze's chance for a 4K right there.
Jet on jet aggression there.
Always painful to see. Another 1v1, by the way, so you can at least see how close these teams are with one another. Ooh, I was thinking for a moment there that Vanga was way closer, but now it's Elzoy in that spawn position, going to move around, and Vanga, he doesn't have an idea. He doesn't know, he doesn't realize.
Neither of them has an idea where the enemy is. So far, Elzoy just, you know, drawing a ring around the rosy.
Oh, obviously, it's Elzoy that has actually got to take the risk, right? Elzoy's got to move out and actually get that spike planted somewhere.
He's heading towards Seaside, and Vanga, he
30
does not
seconds left.
suspect that the enemy might be headed that way. Of course, he'll have the info once the spike is planted, but until then,
Bit of a dead giveaway,
he's
yeah.
not making a move.
Waiting it out, but eventually there's got to be that read there, right? He should at the very least know, okay, there's nobody coming from this angle. And he was holding window rather long. Now the spike plant comes through right in the nick of time. Elzoy puts it down. And now Elzoy has about 1 million angles to hold.
Yeah, what is the perfect positioning for Elzoy? Where should be he standing? Because so far, he'll be just... What?
Oh.
How did he do that? Like, that's a spider sense,
yeah, that's a missed connection and a half. But eventually he pans out, gets himself the 4th kill, and clutches it out. 7-3. Team Spike right now still looking incredibly strong. And maybe setting themselves up for that 9-3 halftime score.
Yeah. And that was a 4K for Elzoy to topple things off. A half buy for Team Real Red, since the economy is not looking that hot. However, they have access to all of the special abilities besides the Blade Storm, which actually probably would be the best one here, besides, of course, the Through the Force, which is now in use.
Well, let's see if they can make the difference. There's full ults that the Real Red has in their hands, so maybe that will give them the upper hand. As currently, 17 Nikki moves through, doesn't actually need an ult, just has a Bulldog. That's good for kills as well. Humlik returning with a shock dart in the meantime.
That's a trick shot.
Beautiful.
You'd like to see it. Every Silver main out there really happy with where the shock dust went. Probably watching a lot of Average Jonas streams.
Spike planted.
Yeah, today I just read the tweets from Average Jonas because he was testing the newest map. And he was quite sad that the Silver got nerfed and he couldn't get the double dings with his 9-ups.
Oh, yeah, that's always tough, right? But you just got to keep experimenting, you know. Sometimes you still find those cheeky angles, even a few, you know, weeks after a map's been released. Now Spike moves ahead, has the double peek, won't even lose their life. Team Spike 8-3, and it's looking to be the last round before this swap. And I did say 9-3. I think economically, Team the Real Red has got a slight chance on their hands. Vandals are being bought, I see, but Team Spike right now so favoured still. Momentum's going their way, and then after the momentum going their way, they can turn this around. They can say we move to a defending side, and they can play such a patient game. Just let, you know, their opponent come to them.
Yeah, it just feels like Team Spike has a good read on what the enemy is planning on doing. If they manage to get the knife round on the board and then follow up with a pistol round win, the things might be over for the Team Real Red. And you can clearly see that this map is a map pick of Team Spike because they have a good plan.
Right there.
They're actually executing quite well on that. However, it's the Romanians that are putting a lot of pressure and actually playing aggressively towards middle getting all of those picks right now for themselves.
Oh, there's a moment. Mystic moving ahead. Elzoy with a beautiful Blade Storm. Oh, no checked angle, but Blaze at the end can retort.
Come on.
That will be the defuse to come ahead. The 4th round at least.
So close though.
4-8 halftime score. That's decent. That's all right.
Yeah. I don't believe that anyone will be able to top off the double ace back-to-back and then 6k from Kayak.
No, absolutely not.
But still, that was a good effort from Elzoy. He was looking to get himself a nice, sweet 4k and actually tip the scale towards his team to get the 9th round on the board. However, he's not managed to do that, and right now, pistol round, this might solve a lot of issues for Team The Real Red if they manage to get the win on the board.
The pressure's mounting for Team The Real Red, but it's a bit of a shame for them, right? The position that they're in, but let's at least see the pistol round push them toward a, for example, 6-8. Let's at least have this last map be a banger, one where still a lot of beautiful rounds can be fought out. The shorty now comes into play for Rocco.
Oh, the infamous shorty coming into play. However, I thought that Sky's dog would make his life much harder, but Oko, he just does not care.
Spike planted.
Man has no chill.
Cannot be bothered.
He just goes for it, just like his teammates will, but Blaze just as much able to return. Now, though, Hundig comes in, goes for the knife! Dearie me! But the 1v1 remains at the end, and you've got Spike that commits to the defuse. Oh dear, this is unfortunate. This will be stuck, and he gets this! No kill at the end, but the way, or the fact that he just get that round after all.
Okay. I mean, he had the shroud step, but
yeah.
I feel like if he were to use it on top of the wall,
he's just gonna get
this
headshotted.
This is the easiest kill for Sage, but still, it's a better. It's better to try it this way than to destroy the wall because he just could not get there in time. Unfortunately, it's the 9th round on the board for Team Spike, and they are looking to go double digits and actually close this one up. On the other side, it's a force buy on the side of the Real Red.
Let's hope that for them, the force buy can do something. Now they directly move ahead. They get a lot of B site control. Mid seems to be entirely theirs. Team Spike not able to put any resistance in. Oko falls and Red returns. Homlik finds 1 kill, but in the grand scheme of things, it does seem to be Team The Real Red favored here. A speedy push can do so much for them, as now only Spike is left. Can at least heal himself, but not move out with the judge. 17 Nick actually denying it with the stinger.
I am so sad that they are not keeping the dream alive anymore because, well,
there is the slight tilt factor perhaps.
Because they are trying their best. They're actually playing the hearts out, and I've got to give it to them. Even though that they are already out and in the 3rd place, they still are just putting a lot of effort into all of those rounds. Getting the win during the 4th round, during the last force. Right now, improving their rifles into the Vandals. This still might be an interesting and a close game until the very end. And Team Spike, they have to respect the enemies.
Now the entry starts off by Vanga. Of course, it's Sheriff this time round for Team Spike. Just not a good look. Tough situation altogether. But maybe something that can still go their way. Burn Humlik moves ahead. Red though returning. 2v3 still stands. A Mystic! That's a cheeky swing out and a very deserved shot. But now only Elzoy left. At least has full HP. But you've got
a good position.
Yeah, you got the double crossfire. There's no way that Elzoy can push out here and actually survive. Sure sees that play, but what's it worth? It'll be Team The Real Red moving back ahead. And with that, you will see at least a gradual creep toward, for example, the 7-9, eventually the 9-9, to at least still get themselves a perhaps surprising map winning.
What is surprising is the pickup of a weapon from Oko. He opts for the Odin. You would usually see that during the Ascent maps on the B side towards the Sova players.
Yeah,
they
because
can get
Ascent
the-
is made of cardboard, as
Yeah.
Genie says.
She actually snatched it from the Polish casters.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cheeky.
Yeah, we were the first ones to come up with the karton, which is cardboard in Polish.
Oh, it's the exact same in Dutch.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. So yeah.
The more
At
you
least
know.
that's what I believe.
Yeah, we'll have to check that with her later on. At the moment, Vanga now putting the pressure back on Team Spike just a little bit. It's still Team Spike that hold the upper hand with the one-man advantage. Vanga a little bit on his lonesome, but getting his teammates supporting him right now.
Yeah.
Spike keeps holding the angle, and Vanga slowly but surely creeps ahead. However, doesn't spot anyone right away, right? He's waiting, he's hesitant.
That was such a hectic round. Two guys just
One enemy
casually
remaining.
talking about cardboard.
Spike
And when I
down,
turn
C.
back to the screen, there's already Team Real Red just with Vanga standing last alive against all of those Team Spike mercenaries gunning for him. Oh, come on, Mystic. Putting double digits on the side of the Czech representatives. I was about to say Czech Republic. Like
That still exists.
yeah, I know.
Czechia. You can also say Czechia.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. It's whatever you like. It's your party, McVire.
You know what's funny about Czech people?
Tell me. I don't
They don't
know.
have access to sea.
Yeah, they're landlocked.
But they greet each other ahoy.
Really?
And ahoy, you know, the
Yeah, the
sailors
sailor thing.
actually
Yeah,
say to
ahoy,
each other,
ahoy, yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Or the thing in Czech language is that a fresh bread is called czerstwy. And in Polish, czerstwy bread is the complete opposite of being fresh.
Oh,
They're
dear.
just weird people, but they shoot guns well.
Humlik is also breading some people right now, you could say. The Hunter's Fury plus the follow-up. But the Hunter's Fury doesn't hit anyone, I believe. All the damage being done. Blaze returning. It's still that 3v2 with 3v2. We've seen this before, and it just did not end well for Team The Real Red. Plus, this time, the HP disadvantage, plus the angle held in the back by the Jet.
And no access to the spike. That is the biggest problem.
It's a massive issue at the moment.
Vanga could actually make his way towards one of the other sides and then ult back to just retrieve the spike. This is a trick that he could pull off here, but I don't think that he's actually going to do that.
No, the only...
Because of the angle of
Yeah.
the Jet that you've just mentioned.
The only way that he could, I suppose... No, I was trying to say, sure, he can recover the spike by ulting on it and then cancelling, but even then, yeah, he's got the spike, he's still stuck in the same place.
Yeah, that's not the solution to the problem. Not really.
Oh, and then...
Especially after he's dead.
That's the worst possible state to teleport in, you know, it just doesn't work for an Omen, so it seems. As now only Blaze is left, stuck in a bit of a corner, 15 seconds on the timer. Pressure will be mounting in a moment, you could say, but actually Team Spike, they'll just play it patient still. Eventually Mystic finds a frag, and they get their 11th round. Just 2 more left right now, and Team Spike finish this one out. They claim their spot in the playoffs tomorrow. And we'll have our lineup, we'll have our composition. That would be Team Spike moving on through. Actually, I believe taking the spot over Tagonka with the current ranking, because Tagonka had 6 points. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And Team Spike, of course, right now rocking the 4 points. 4 plus 3 is 7. That's more than 6.
However, Team Tagonka is in the entirely different group.
That's a fair point.
That might be the issue. But if you rank them, you know, on the basis of how many points they have, yeah.
It all comes down to seeding in the end anyway. Let's take a look, though, as currently Okko finds a return kill. Again, there's been that trade situation. And Okko now pushing further to actually make sure that they claimed a momentary advantage.
That dark cover just disappeared,
Yeah.
making things worse for the enemies. Oh, Mystic.
That's a beautiful paranoia.
Yeah, that was a good one. And he can just start defusing the spike. The enemy he does not have a good angle for that. And the Sheriff, just the only gun in his hand. He will not make it happen. The 12th round on the board for Team Spike. And he's looking, I mean, he and his team of Team Spike, they're looking to wrap it up and get the last round on the board.
Match point.
Put the final...
Nail in the coffin.
Nail in the coffin. I wanted to go for something nicer, but I was still looking for the words. That's actually... Yeah, I think on the mark.
Spike's looking calm and collected. They're smiling amongst themselves. They seem to be ready to finish this little party that we've had going here today. Obviously, this could be the final round of the day. This is definitely the final map of the day, the final match. And for Team Spike to win it out like this, it would be a beautiful way to end the night. Let's take a look, though. There's currently Mystic. Shows some aggression, but now has a Tasmanian Tiger running right against him. Still wins the fight. Takes out Red. Oko returns with the tour de force. And he actually moves right on back, but doesn't win that immediate fight with the Omen. 17 Nick can return. Mystic moving further up. Another 2v2 situation. And the Spike in a bit of an awkward spot on B.
But they could do the trick that they've just mentioned. Just go towards C side, then ult on top of the Spike, retrieve it, and actually plant it. Oh, of course, excuse me, it's the real Red. They do not have access to Spike. Oof.
Oh, dear me.
Jet on jet action.
This is scary.
This is intense.
He might be able to win this out anyway. Ooh. Oh, look at the misconnection, and there it is. Elzoy with the final kill. Team Spike to take the round, to take the map, and the entire match. They get an impressive 2-0 result in this best of 3. Oh, well, no, not. I'd say 1.5 result.
1.5.
In this best of 3.
1.5,
yeah, sadly for the lads from the Real Red, they just couldn't quite clutch it out. Both of these teams, they put down a stellar performance. We see them right now congratulating one another, obviously, at least still having that sportsmanship and a crystal clear situation still popping up. This will be Team Spike claiming that spot, the third ranking-wise, with the point. And with that, of course, they seal the deal. It's secured. And it is Team Spike that currently deservedly go to those playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, they will be facing Team Mugi, who is still undefeated, winning all of his matches, 4-0 so far. Greek team put up the best performance out of all the teams participating in the tournament. But I feel like the Group B was much more stacked. Taking into account the fact that in the Group A we had Team Torek, who was the HyperX wildcard team.
Yep.
So the guys who did not make it throughout the qualifier, and you kind of seen why, because today they struggled to win a single game. However, they've put up a great performance, and I know that some people came here to see Torek, to take a photo with him, and just to cheer him up, and I've got to give it to them. They put up quite an impressive performance, even though they did not manage to win a single one.
Yeah, definitely the fan favorite, and also, well, a logical explanation there. You know, they did win the HyperX wildcard after all, so it only makes sense that they end up being here. But sadly, though, they couldn't quite make it out. With that, of course, the losses, so to speak, are clear. It is, of course, Team Thorek and Team The Real Red that lose on out, that do not move ahead to the playoffs. But moving ahead, we've got Team Mugi, Team Holak, Team Spike, and Team Targonka, respectively.
So, what is going to happen tomorrow is that the first seed from Group A will face off the second seed from Group B in the best of 3 matchup, as well as Team Targonka facing Team Holak in the best of 3 matchup. Then those teams who are actually going to be victorious after those matches will face off in the grand final and fight for the prize of 10,000 euros in the best of 3 format as well.
10,000 euros, by the way. That's just insane,
What
right?
would you do with 10k euros if you had... If I just, you know, like send the transfer to you right now.
Right now? Okay.
I'll make it happen.
This
no,
is... okay, yep, all right, let's shake on it. No, of course, he doesn't do that, does he? Clever man, clever man. I'd probably be boring and save it up to buy a house down the line. That's, you know, a very honest answer, though. Very important to get your own place.
It's a responsible thing to do.
Exactly.
But a boring one.
I know. Sorry that I could have told you something, you know, go on an all expenses trip to Las Vegas or whatever. But, hey... I'm just going to play it safe. I'm sorry. I'm honest. I'm an honest man. I thought you knew this, Magpie. But at the end of the day, I think really that prize, those beautiful 10,000 euros, I believe converted that's about 47,500 zloty, they will go to the team that deserves it the most.
Something around it. But everything, in Poland we have this saying that everything that's good has come to an end. I mean, has to come to an end, right? So, unfortunately for us, we've been here for the past 10, 11 hours.
Not unfortunately. We've been having fun, right? Have you been having fun?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, because we're about to end,
Ah.
you know. But before we say all the goodbyes, of course, it was RJ and Maguire casting for you the last 2 games. We'll also hand the mic off to our lovely host, Giniro.
All good things must come to an end indeed, and that's it for us for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. But before we close this out, we have the final interview here. We got Spike, the final team who made it to the qualifiers, are gonna be here tomorrow as well. You're gonna be on the first game against Mugi. But first of all, how does it feel that you know you're gonna be progressing to tomorrow?
It was very good, but I'm kind of sad that we didn't make it from the first place from the group. It was kind of unlucky because we draw on the breeze, but we try our best. I think we did our best, and I hope we're gonna win it.
Well, I hope so too. I hope everyone tomorrow is giving it their best. So you're going to get a good night's sleep, I hope. You know, you're going to wake up tomorrow. You're going to be playing against Mugi. That's also going to be the first game tomorrow. Are you looking forward to that? A little nervous because they did go very, very strongly today.
I hope we didn't shake we will not shake like today. I think we shake a little bit in the beginning, and we can't over the maps. We are winning like 12-8, 12-5, 12-7, and we are not taking it to the home, and it's kind of tough. But I think we're gonna change it for tomorrow, and we will close maps so fast and like easy.
Okay, easy and fast. I like to hear that, you know, the confidence coming through a little. Do you think now that you've had that one day on LAN, you're a bit more relaxed, the nerves are gone, and you're ready for tomorrow?
It's kind of hard to say it, but I hope so, because it's semi-final. It's just one chance, and you can do any mistakes, and every mistake gonna be punished.
Absolutely correct. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a good night's rest, and I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Well, that's it from us as well for today. So thank you everybody who stayed and watched every single one of these games. I want to thank every single team as well for coming through and participating. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to the Real Red. They're not going to be here tomorrow, as well as Holag, who made it through the HyperX qualifier. These teams have unfortunately not made it. But tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, we got Mugi versus Spike as the first game, and then that's followed by Thorak versus the other team. The names are absolutely all over the place. It's getting a little late, but make sure that you go to tune in tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you then.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
I wanna get close. We a little wild war, covered in tattoos. Run it up, taking all the views. Stepping on place, feeling the fear. I know you feeling it in the air. Whole squad wearing all black. Motivation's looking real bad. We back to the bone, raising a fire alone. We ain't never needed nobody. Give me 6 feet, this is my party. Ain't got no feelings, we heartless. Take a peek inside the darkness. Blow up the spot, then we run it. Ready or not, here we coming. Somebody better say a prayer for me. Tonight may get a little crazy. You can meet me outside, but you better buckle up. It's a wild ride. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild side. Yeah. Party till 5 in the morning. Do it again in the morning. Do it like we did this ride, man. I think the government watching. Menace to perfect society. Struggling with my sobriety. Struggling with my anxiety. Are you feeling the insanity? Anger inside of me. There is a war in me. And it keep drowning me. Blinded by all of the vanity. Snakes all around and they rattling. Tell them to shut up the chattering. Blow up the spot, then we run it. Ready or not, here we coming. Somebody better say a prayer for me. Tonight may get a little crazy. You can meet me outside, but you better buckle up. It's a wild ride. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild side. Hope you're ready for it now. We gon' be running your town. Oh, we ain't playing around. We gon' be shutting it down. Hope you're ready for it now. We gon' be running your town. Oh, we ain't playing around. We gon' be shutting it down. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild